Why? Others had been thinking about that question for years. It was the one question he had never been able to directly answer since he had taken the actions that shaped so many lives, least of all his own. It was the one question he had never considered asking himself. You have no concept of what it means to be a demon like me, do you? He responded. I may look like you do, but it's because I choose to. I speak in a way you understand, if only because doing otherwise would be pointless. I tried to convince myself that I was capable of acting human. Being human. I tried for so long that it almost erased my existence. I wish it had. Look at what you've done. No form of governance is superior to any other. All political struggles are fronts to obtain personal power and leverage over others. It's something I've admired about humans, ever since I understood that I wasn't one of you. Where demonic hierarchy is set on little more than strength, and the intelligence to wield it effectively, humans base their leadership on any number of superfluous categories. You're confusing, irritating to keep up with, and most of you drop like flies. What right does that give you to kill indiscriminately? His interrogator was furious, and the demon snorted in mockery. It was my right, because I felt like doing it. Even now, nothing but my amusement at your anger is keeping you alive. Why shouldn't I be angry? You've destroyed the world. You've cast us back into the darkest ages of our history. And your suffering, the demon said, pausing briefly to lick his lips, is delicious. Arg. I've had it with you. Why won't you just die and leave us be? They pulled out a sword. The sword dropped. Before it broke against the demon's teeth, the sword was ensnared in his jaws. Because of moments like that, was his mocking response to the question. Where would I get my entertainment from, if you couldn't provide it? You, specifically, in a way. The prodigal son of your village, cast aside for crimes you committed to protect your loved ones. Who hated you in turn. Years spent perfecting a craft you hated, destroying lives you wanted to build. Even now, the only reason I'm here is because you amuse me. The questioner demanded, just kill me, and get this over with. I'm not here to be used like a toy. No, you're here because you were drawn to me, to what I represent. It's an unnerving thing, isn't it? I sit here, restrained from acting in anything but self-defense while you have this sealing circle around me, but you feel like the captive. I know the weight of all your sins, and I know the regrets you keep inside of yourself. In a way, it's like you're seeking redemption. I hate you. In response, the demon said, no, you hate yourself. He had made his way from the deserts of Kei's no Kuni to the islands of Mizu no Kuni. From the lush forests of Hai no Kuni to the rocky mountain passes of Rai no Kuni and Iwa no Kuni, he had slain his way through innumerable foes. Even after receiving assistance, he had abandoned them. Even as they awaited the day he would return to them, he had realized that they no longer required his presence to be effective. Rather, he tortured the man who had played a key role in his formation and helped shape who he was. If you hated me, the demon went on, you wouldn't hesitate to strike me down. Even though it may not seem like it, I'm not immortal. I have the scars to prove it. You don't understand me, and that makes you afraid. You hate yourself for your fear. You hate yourself for your weakness, even as you try to convince others that you can be nothing but strong. You strive to be the best, and on falling short. Even as his captor's face grew serious and froze in a menacing frown, he let out a little laugh. No, I hate you. The demon laughed to himself once more and said, don't lie to yourself, and don't lie to me. I can smell lies. Yours are a little less fragrant than others. You broke the world, and everyone on it. You ruined everything that I sacrificed for. Humans destroyed this place long before I was given the chance to walk through its wastelands. Your way of life, all your bloodshed and pride, had set the stage. It was like a dish, left too far on the edge of the table, and barely holding on. All I did was give it a little push. You bombed an entire country to smoke and rubble. And how many innocents died in your 3 wars? The vast majority of any nation is used for purposes besides housing. Most of what I destroyed was agriculture. Food my enemies needed to survive the winter. Food they didn't receive. Besides, do you think I'll say that I regret killing them? That I'm ashamed? I want something. Anything. Some part of emotion besides your smug self-assuredness. I don't care if it's anger, or hate, or anything, as long as it keeps that fucking smile off your face. Spitting out of the demon's mouth, the spit fell directly onto the human's cheek, causing him to laugh even harder as he looked down to watch the Fuinjutsu circle beneath him. Then he sat on the ground and carved in his own seal work, his concentration suddenly heightened by the brief silence of his aggressor. You really are a one-track mind, aren't you? He chuckled. All this impeccable writing to prevent me from attacking you, and a sealing formation that theoretically keeps me in place. But nothing written in the margins of the seal to prevent me from modifying it. Did you forget which art allowed me to become what I am? The demon wrote that he had the ability to exit the circle in exquisite lettering that appeared to have been printed on a printing press and was carved into the stone floor. The air instantly changed. The demon moved forward after a pink glow emerged from the circle's edges and subsided. There were no rules he had to abide by outside the circle. Despite his captor's attempt to break free, he lifted one arm and grasped the man's face. Relax, I won't kill you. You entertain me too much, but for a few great moments of joy, I'll sacrifice that amusement by taking away your ninjutsu. The demon's power emanated, its dark energy flowing in accordance with his will. Their bodies were linked by a sharp pain, and the human's tenketsu twisted and pierced until nothing was left that could be activated. Even though the fool's chakra was essential to life, he had not taken it because it would be impossible to access. Just raw power, no seals, no techniques. One day, maybe, there will be someone strong enough to cleanse this world of my influence. But it's not you, and that day isn't today. I wonder, how long will you last now that you've become powerless? How long until the world knows you're weak, and kills you? Will you run away? Will you accept death? I look forward to watching you, but on the other hand, I don't think we'll meet again. The demon turned and left the subterranean shelter without a fight. His smile softened when he felt the sun warming his face once more as it passed through his native country's forested area. He strolled slowly while observing the scene in front of him. Squirrels and a few rabbits ran away from him if he got too close, while birds sang and fluttered in the air. He had always admired the natural world, free from human ostentation that could distort or destroy it. The ground was marked with deep scars, indicating that he had previously traveled this route. An indication that he had fought here previously. Had he been marching to Kiri at the time? Or to Kumo? Except for the small villages and civilian settlements nestled in the gaps between those locations, it couldn't have been to many other locations. Although they had been aware of what had struck them, they had not anticipated how powerful his attack would be. A shift in his strategy had been indicated by lifetimes of power that had been unlocked on a whim. After he had destroyed one enemy country, there was no reason to continue hiding. After all, he had been born on a battlefield, and his progenitor's final act was to massacre his predecessor, not that he had turned into a demon. The essence of demons would remain even if they died. Namikaze Naruto was stillborn the night Kurama, the Kyuubi no Kitsune, was killed. Having been exposed to its power during pregnancy, the newborn's body was invaded by the demonic life that had escaped its mortal shackles. That flooding of Yuki, however, made it possible for the Kyuubi to infest the infant's body without any problems. There had just been too much power for the child to survive in the womb. The Yondaime Hokage had seen his dead son open his eyes, but he had no idea what had happened to him because he had died a hero. His eyes were bloodshot and blood red, and they yearned for death more than anything else. How had this all happened? Naruto let his mind wander as he made his way through the forest, determined to return to the allies he had left behind. The day had been exhausting. Working alone, he had been able to identify his first target outside of the slums. A small ramen stand that appeared to be doing well enough for him to pass undetected. Naruto had survived for years as a lone wolf in a world where jobs were group endeavors and successful heists were carried out in teams of 3 or 4. He was slightly quicker, slightly more cunning, and slightly more perceptive than the other street urchins that prowled the streets where he was raised. Although he was alone and didn't require much, he didn't return with hauls as big as the other crews. Or, he had been alone, anyway. What had happened was not entirely clear to him. For a split second, everything had been all right as he got ready to sneak past the building's weak defenses and steal whatever food he could eat raw. The building had suddenly seen flames burning the windowpanes and smoke rising from its roof. Naruto had made the executive decision to dash into the back room of the stand, unwilling to let his food for the next 2 or 3 days burn in the fire. He had witnessed a horrific scene there. An older man on the ground with multiple racks of shelving collapsed on top of him. A sobbing girl backed up into a corner, and fire curled around the room as it shambled towards her. Something bothered Naruto, even though he was far from heroic or even empathetic. He grabbed the girl as he barreled through the flames that threatened to engulf the building and the unconscious man inside. He put one hand around her waist, held her tight, and dragged her to the door. Since she had decided not to move, it had been challenging. She remained motionless. She had been propped up in the corner of his alleyway by Naruto, but even her eyes appeared detached, as if she were looking at her life from afar. With several boxes of packaged food surviving in the back of a dumpster that no one else ever used, he had outdone himself. He gazed down at her while she refused to move her eyes or turn away as her mind tried to make sense of the circumstances. She wasn't speaking or crying, and the only indication that she was still alive was the slight rise and fall of her ribs. Naruto's low volume mellowed the high pitch of his 8-year-old voice as he said, "I hope you appreciate this, one day." The girl appeared to be about his age, if not older. Her bangs hung down to the center of her face, while the remainder of her hair was pulled back into a ponytail. Her soft brown hair cascaded down from her scalp. As they hurried out of the fire, she had somehow avoided getting burned, and her peach-tanned skin was still flawless. Naruto looked at her and felt regret as he met her innocent brown eyes, which had not yet realized how cruel life could be. She was in awe as she gazed at him. She gazed at him, absorbing her savior's blood-red hue. In contrast to the cold stone of the alley's walls and floor, the air around him felt abnormally warm. When she looked into his eyes, she felt calmer. Naruto inquired, "What's your first name?" "Ayame," was her response. "Ichiraku Ayame." He rolled her name around in his mind and decided it was a good one. "Well, Ayame," he said, "I'm your bancho from now on. You follow my instructions, you ensure my safety at work, and I'll protect you and ensure you eat enough." The sound of movement reached Naruto's ears, and he scampered beside Ayame, who was hiding behind the dumpster's cover. As if he could see through the concrete walls and metal box with magic, his eyes strained toward the footfall. His blonde hair tickled the bridge of Ayame's nose as he whispered, "Stay here." Step step, step tap step, so close together that they were nearly identical, but Naruto had mastered the ability to tell how many people were moving in a group. One of the two individuals was holding a cane. As they continued to move past the alleyway, Naruto experienced an unwavering sensation within himself. Was it interest? Is it destiny? A search for a simple mark? He was unaware. "Do you truly believe that we ought to discuss this openly?" From the main road, beyond the alley, came a man's voice. "Instead of a place where the walls have eyes and ears, that is why we are here. What good will it do them if some vagrant brat overhears us? No one of any value passes through these streets. At any rate, not anymore. The first rule of living in the slums was, CYA, cover your ass." Naruto crept after them as quietly as he could, hoping that Ayame wouldn't be moving for a little while. If she couldn't follow his instructions, he wouldn't let her work with him. He didn't want to think that he'd have to cut her loose after she had just lost her father and her livelihood. Even so, these actions won't make you popular with the people you've fought with for the past 4 decades. Particularly your teammates. Genocide? Experiments on humans? I am not positive that. A man with white skin, so pale that it appeared painted on rather than natural, interrupted the other person's speech by saying, "Sensei, please." The man with whom he was walking was a little shorter, the years still piling up on his body, the effects of old age starting to take their toll, and his cane tapped softly against the sun-warmed stone of the road beneath his feet. The Uchiha people are agitated. They are being strengthened by Itachi's rapid ascent to power, but I don't think he would turn on the village. Nevertheless, asking him to carry out the assassination of his entire clan would be too harsh, the taller of the two said. You can't possibly believe that doing something like that would be appropriate in light of the Hyuga incident earlier this year. Particularly not after Minato sacrificed his life to kill the Kyuubi and let us live in peace after it attacked. The old man was furious. The white-skinned man answered, "Every day we wait is another day for their confidence to be bolstered." Naruto heard and saw everything. Whether they were blissfully unaware or could sense his eyes on them, it didn't really matter. The white-skinned man had been correct, so what could Naruto do? Nothing. Even if he were able to bring together all the street rats in Konoha's slums, he would still have less power than a single adult in the world outside of that kingdom. Adults, on the other hand, had to comply with the wishes of any ninja, and every ninja had to follow the rules established by the Hokage. That was what a child like him could do around these adults who were discussing deaths and incidents and whatever a Kyuubi was. These were shinobi. Ninja. "I'm not going to discourage you, am I right?" the elderly man remarked. "I feel as though I'm speaking to Jiraiya. I'll put up with their hatred for the rest of my life if I'm hated for using any means to save this village. The kids won't be hurt." "And what about your experiments, you said?" "No worse than what Danzo has done with the NA program." The old man seemed to believe it, or he didn't care. Naruto didn't know which of those possibilities was worse, even if they were master and student. He had no idea what these two were talking about, but he knew a lie when he heard one, and that might have been the worst lie he had ever heard in his life. "Say, have you noticed a sudden drop in temperature?" With a slight shudder, the elderly man said, "Perhaps we should return to a more civilized society." He would be starting late, but a display like that sealed it. He wanted to become a ninja. What else was waiting for him, in this world of violence and theft? Ninjas were the ones with power, and while he had known that in the back of his mind, he hadn't understood their superhuman talents. The white-skinned man nodded, and both men raised their right arms in front of them before vanishing. He had no idea, of course, that quick, short-range movement with the shunshin was only the tip of the iceberg, but sometimes surprises can be amazing, and that was going to be one of them. Mizuki, a silver-haired chunin who taught at the academy, said, "Naruto, you're not going to get anywhere if you don't pay attention in class." The blond boy seated at a desk in front of him looked up, his eyes slanted with mild disrespect and annoyance as he observed his teacher. "I don't wish to learn from books." Speaking in the slow drawl he had learned in the slums, Naruto stated, "I want to learn jutsu and how to fight, but I can't really read them anyway. Since I began taking classes 3 years ago, all I've learned is irrelevant information. In addition, I am the oldest student in my class, and it is nearly impossible to drag those young children away." Mizuki joked, "I swear, if you don't drop that god-awful accent, I'll boot you off the Hokage monument myself." He'd done everything he could to hide his origins and status as a street urchin, but there was nothing he could do about the little cuts and holes that kept showing up in the clothes he'd stolen. His physical condition had probably gone completely unnoticed, but not yet. Naruto raised an eyebrow at those words. He would remember that. Some retaliation, a good old-fashioned prank or two, would be in order down the road. Well, they were shinobi and adults. Naruto was not a genius, partly because he had not been raised with much education, but he was aware that he could only do so much to them. "Yes, all right. But really, teach, can you give me a break? I've sparred with you. When it comes to throwing shuriken and kunai, I'm the best in the class." "You certainly are. But you're still a child in the academy," Mizuki said, praising his pupil. "Since not everyone acquires the chakra control required to use ninjutsu at a young age, we don't begin teaching jutsu until the 5th year, even though you are in the 3rd year." Even though Naruto had neither the knowledge nor the access to know that was a lie, something had changed in the air. He knew Mizuki was lying because he was 2 years older than his class, which made sense to Mizuki, and his face rankled in brief disgust as his nostrils took in the smell of wet peanut butter. "Teach, please. Let's come to an agreement." Every instinct in the chunin's body was telling him to refuse the boy, to tell him no, to deny him, but the words that came out of his mouth told a different story. Mizuki felt a chill go up his spine as the room's temperature dropped 15 degrees as Naruto's blood-red eyes tried their hardest to pierce his soul. "What are you saying?" did he ask. "You must teach me a jutsu for each test I perform well on if I pass both my midterm and final exams. I'll improve your teaching record if you give me an incentive." He extended his hand, and after a moment of hesitation, Mizuki reached out and shook it. In the sudden cold of the room, Naruto appeared to be a furnace, his skin almost burning Mizuki's hand. He looked down at his skin as he released his grip, and a faint "Ix" was written between his middle and ring fingers. Blood trickled from Naruto's palm, but he was unconcerned. "Naruto, you really need to work on your narrow-mindedness. However, if you want to play ball, Mizuki-sensei is welcome to do so. You have an agreement." Mizuki didn't realize it at the time, but the sight of Naruto's smile in that moment would haunt his dreams until the day he died. In what seemed like a millisecond, the warmth returned to the world as Naruto's lips parted to reveal his teeth with laughter. "Fantastic. Regards, teach. I will keep this in mind and no longer play a practical joke on you, not intentionally." He couldn't shake the sinking feeling that he'd made a mistake, but the boy's thankful cries and his eagerness nearly made Mizuki forget his worries. Still, a deal was a deal, and Naruto's physical prowess meant he'd make a good ninja, and he'd have to bring it up the next time his informant was in town. There was something about the way he left the room on edge every time he walked in, reminding him of the few times he'd actually seen Orochimaru. It had been a kiss of death to the village, especially after losing the Hyuga heiress to a Kumo kidnapping after peace talks had masked their intent. The renowned White Snake had slaughtered the Uchiha clan's adults alone, leaving only a few children as survivors, and he had disappeared into the night and been labeled a Nukenin. Mizuki had taught the lost girl's older cousin, and it was obvious that the incident had left its mark on him. Hyuga Neji's motivation in life was the desire to slaughter Kumo's ninja for their transgression. However, that had not been all that unusual in recent years. Although a ceasefire was officially in place between the two villages, there would be no peace, and the usual procedures were abandoned. Normally, even if villages were at odds with one another, passing squadrons would leave the other alone. The Hokage had quietly, without the public's knowledge, issued a kill-on-sight order for any and all Kumo nin found in the field. Even Iwai had been given more courtesy since the end of the Third Great War, but it had pleased Orochimaru. Now, if shinobi from Kumogakure disappeared, it was assumed to be Konoha's doing. His laboratories, scattered throughout the landscape, were partially occupied by Kaminari no Kuni soldiers. He would still like to know about this boy, though. "Hi, Naruto. I take it you're an orphan?" Mizuki inquired. "Yes. I suppose parents perished in the Kyuubi attack. I had just been born. Most likely. I've never met them, so I'm not really sure. No last name, whole thing." The image of a giant demon lord tearing through a battlefield, destroying civilization with near impunity, was alluring in a morbid way, and then, of course, there was the fact that the Yondaime Hokage had actually been strong enough to kill a creature whose name had come to mean natural disaster. In the 10 years that followed, there had been a relative peace on a geographical level, with moderate temperatures, abundant harvests, and fewer monsoons than in previous years, while humanity had picked up the slack in terms of death and violence. Naturally, covertly, because of that night, we started providing a service. We collect a blood sample from any orphans enrolled in the Ninja Academy. Every ninja who has ever served Konoha has had their blood samples recorded, so we can compare them until we find at least one match. Sometimes we only have the mother, but we almost always figure out both of them. Legally, you would be the rightful owner of anything they left you, including a home, cash, or skills. Would you do that? Naruto asked, genuinely surprised. Why? That night, you weren't the only one who lost family. Nearly everyone lost a loved one. And we all lost the Yondaime Hokage. I wonder how things would have turned out for us now if he had survived. From one orphan to another, think of it as a gift. However, I did get to know my parents. You have nothing? Knowledge is the best gift that can be given, isn't that right? If he sunk his claws in early, though, there was no telling how he could affect the boy's life. 999 times out of 1,000, this trail would lead nowhere, but Mizuki couldn't help but feel confident that he was onto something. Mizuki's smile remained unwavering, a coy grin that would have said volumes to a more experienced ninja in the room. Of course, it was a legitimate procedure, but generally, it was done within the first month of the entry-level class. Half the time, the results were kept secret until graduation. If you'd like, we can even do it today. Shunin, who had silver hair, said, I can send a clone ahead with a message. How long will it take? Naruto inquired. Though he kept it to himself, Mizuki silently pondered why an orphan would be pressed for time when he had nowhere to return to. The blood sample collection process should only take a few minutes. One will search the records of the men, and the other will search the records of the women. It may take several days to search the records, but I will notify you as soon as I have results. All right, let's do it. The stone walls felt a little warmer as Naruto passed them as they left the room together, the last to leave the class on a cool, overcast day, and somewhere out there, a response to the question he had asked so many times, who were his parents, was waiting. The two of them wandered through the streets of Konoha, and Naruto casually realized that Mizuki hadn't been making a joke about being an orphan raised by the streets. He swerved through the crowd, across alleys and intersections, as he made his way to his destination. It was a good way to divert attention and get a feel for the city's streets. Before long, they had reached the doors of a building that Naruto hadn't seen or recognized, and Mizuki had entered, turning after the door had opened to show a somewhat shocked expression, and Naruto heard footsteps behind him and turned to see another Mizuki. Naruto. You were ahead of me when. I wonder how you managed to catch up to my clone. For a moment, I was worried that I had lost you. I would have begun to panic if I couldn't sense your chakra. I believed that to be who you truly were. You switched to the clone when? Naruto inquired. That isn't. What do you know? Let's simply enter. We can see results more quickly if we act quickly, Mizuki stated. They approached the door, opened it, and proceeded. I'm here to discuss the parentage bloodwork, Nikki, Mizuki yelled as she awaited a response. Her hair was an electric blue, cut off at the middle of her neck with bangs that fell all the way to her eyebrows. Just below those were a pair of horn-rimmed glasses, and she appeared to be trying to magnify her contempt for Mizuki through them, but instead of yelling back, a tall woman strode out from another room to stare at him intently. Dude, teach, what did you do wrong that made her angry with you? Naruto inquired. I'm asking for a favor because I saved her life while on a mission. When you ask for favors, people don't like it, Mizuki asserted. With a deep velvet voice that Naruto could lose himself in if he let it, Nikki shot back, that's not what happened. You ruined my plan, nearly killed us all, and then saved your own ass. The eye of the beholder, dear. I'm going to show you something, you weak, bad, fourth-rate punk. Why, I should. Youngster. A child is present. Mizuki pointed to Naruto as she spoke. No, no, don't stop. Naruto smiled and quickly raised his eyebrows, saying, I want to see where this leads. For me, if we don't get back on track, it leads to a very shallow grave. It was obvious that he was kidding, but Naruto wasn't sure how much of it was sarcasm, so Mizuki said in terror. Calm down, Mizuki. As long as we are inside the village walls, I will not harm you in any way. She winked at the Chunin and said, you can keep that favor. For now, since this is part of my job. Nothing that's not consensual, anyway. After the council rejected the department, the Hokage was kind enough to personally provide us with better computers for analysis. In as little as 15 minutes, the search could be completed. At that Mizuki's eye went up. Are you prepared to begin? Unaware of his name, Nikki gestured the query to the blonde boy on Mizuki's right. My name is Naruto. Yes, I'm prepared. Let's get this show on the road, Naruto said as he moved forward. Would you mind waiting out here, Mizuki? For reasons of safety. You know, I trust you, but, procedure? Mizuki nodded before settling into a couch nearby and grabbing the first magazine within arm's reach. Nope, Kunoichi Weekly. CFL Insiders. Better in a week and a half, the Screaming Eagles of Kyozu, further out in Hai no Kuni, were scheduled to play the Stone Patriots from Tsuchi no Kuni in the Super Bowl, the pinnacle of the Continental Football League's world, and most people were a little turned away from the game because both teams had a reputation for having annoying fans. According to this magazine, the Stone Patriots were supposed to win by a double-digit lead, but Mizuki had some doubts. From the other room, he heard Naruto say, holy shit, that's a big needle. The Stone Patriots had denied the Screaming Eagles a victory in the championship game 13 years prior, and they were out for vengeance now. There was no question that the game was rigged if it wasn't a bloodbath. This magazine had it all. Statistics, information tidbits, and more. He said aloud to himself, you know what, if they're going to disparage the Eagles this much, I'll go the opposite direction. He predicted that Koch would receive a strip sack and that both McLeod and Graham would pull a pick six. 43-9 is a landslide victory for the Eagles. He wanted to believe that he would bring the trophy back to a town in Hai no Kuni for the first time in a long time, but it was fun to wish for the best. After all, everyone enjoyed a good underdog story, and the Screaming Eagles, apparently, thrived on the disdain they were still receiving. Naruto returned to the room and trailed off, hey, Teach, we're ready to. Men and the sports they play. I suppose the Eagles are his team. I put it in the machine back there, so we're going to wait for it here. We can watch the search proceed ourselves, Nikki said. I have configured it to only look up the names of those slain in the Kyuubi attack. Examining DNA Red recessive, blonde E, blue. SP. Luminance Yamanaka, Haruno, Hyuga, Inazuka, Namikaze, Akamichi, Jia, and Haruno are possible fathers. Aburame, Akamichi, Nara, Uzumaki, Sarutobi, Yamanaka, Uchiha, Inazuka, and other possible mothers. Manual search. Why, Nikki said, no way. No fucking way. She glanced at Naruto, then out to the Hokage monument, then back to Naruto, and finally back to the monument. She typed to manually search for the combination of a Namikaze father and an Uzumaki mother in brackets, and images of the Yondaime Hokage and his wife appeared on screen. A small red bar at the bottom of the screen indicated the analysis's progress. If it concluded quickly, there was no match. After 5 minutes, the bar reached the 50% mark, which indicates that there was at least one parental match. Slowly, then with a sudden sort of mechanical certainty, the bar moved to a complete 100%. Twin checkmarks appeared in the boxes beneath the couple's photos. The blue-haired scientist watched in horrified fascination as the bar barely moved as it moved across the screen. Mizuki. Now get the Hokage, shouted Nikki. Mizuki was startled into action, the magazine dropping from his hands as he ran faster than the other people in the room could follow, and before Nikki would have imagined, given how far away the Hokage tower was from the office of her department, Mizuki had returned with the Hokage. Well, Nikki, what seems to be wrong? Hunched over with his cane in hand, Hiruzen Sarutobi was by no means a tall man, but he was still the Hokage. We'd have needed to call for you regardless, because we just got through with a parentage test for Naruto here, but you're not going to believe this. Mizuki and the Hokage stared at the screen, and Mizuki said, he's... Oh, gods. Are you certain it didn't screw up? They are essentially brand new computers. They're error-proof. Despite our extensive testing, those names have never appeared on the screen. Naruto? Yes. You're the son of the Yondaime Hokage. With his eyes wide with surprise, Naruto drew his head back. What am I? In that room, 4 individuals who were all united by their shock and incredulity at learning Naruto's parentage formed a brotherhood. Naruto, do you really believe that letting so many people come and go from your house is a good idea? 3, 5, 10 children at a time, always different ones, inquired Sarutobi Hiruzen. You can't seem to keep up with it. You let them come and go as they want, but why? A rush of children, not all younger than Naruto, had just left through the front door of the estate, and the Sandaime Hokage sat at a wooden table across from the blonde in Naruto's kitchen. My name is Bancho. Since I manage their streets, they report to me. Or, at least, they report to me, Naruto remarked. Working in 5-man crews requires a little more work, but the division of labor makes it possible to complete tasks more safely. All of them were abandoned by their families or kicked out of orphanages. They do the next best thing and, with help, manage because no one else can give them the life they need or desire. Are you the Bancho? The person who has been accused of committing numerous heists in the past 3 years? Hiruzen was taken aback. Even with 3 years of ninja training and an impressive genetic pedigree, it just felt incorrect that a child was the most sought-after petty criminal in Konoha. Naruto, as far as he knew, didn't tell outright lies, so it was better to take the statements at face value. There are 2 key words. Supposed to be. I haven't done anything since last year. I kind of miss it. And as Hokage, what am I to do with that knowledge? Hiruzen inquired. If you're going to do anything, Naruto retorted, give those kids something to eat so they won't have to steal to make ends meet. They could be tradespeople instead of ninjas. Not everyone is suited for that lifestyle. They might possess abilities that enable them to endure in our society. Hiruzen was somewhat taken aback by that declaration. Test them, just like I did, to see if they are clan members. Since they are so skilled at cooperating and moving covertly, it may be a greater waste of talent to not become a ninja. Beyond all of that, what brought you here today to speak with me? It's Saturday. Naruto, I understand you like taking days off from school, but that's precisely why I had to come today. Hiruzen said solemnly, away from eyes that might be prying. The tone of that voice instantly caused Naruto to straighten up, bridge his hands on the table in front of him, and look the old man in the eye, forcing the Hokage to consciously acknowledge his seriousness. He said, go on. Hiruzen performed a few hand seals using a jutsu that Naruto was unaware of before going on. Mizuki betrays the village. He is employed by Orochimaru, a former pupil of mine. With memories of the day he had saved Ayame returning to him, Naruto uttered, the one who committed the Uchiha massacre. In keeping with his summoning contract with snakes, the Hokage said, yes. Mizuki was observed conversing with one. The snake retaliated, which is normally grounds for a mental fitness evaluation before continuing to serve the village. Naruto just stared. The gods of nature are essentially animal clans with summoning contracts. They do as they please. Hiruzen attempted to persuade the boy at the other table. What else do you have to say? Naruto inquired. You will serve as long-term bait to catch him betraying you. We have no evidence that he has truly shared any information, despite the fact that we know he is working with a traitor because we have witnessed him conversing with a summoned animal that would logically only belong to Orochimaru. At that, Naruto arched an eyebrow. The Hokage is you. Do you even require evidence? Simply place your order, and it will be fulfilled. What's preventing you? Hiruzen responded, yes, if I ordered it, the Anbu would drag him away in the night. But people would ask questions, and rumors would start. The line between a military dictatorship and a despotic tyranny is whether the person in charge abuses their power. It has to do with ethics. We still try to be humane even though we're all at war all the time. In society, there are laws and rules of conduct. Eventually, people will put aside their animosity long enough to defeat you if you are unable to follow them, regardless of your station. Are you concerned that if you killed or imprisoned a traitor, a coup would be planned? That's absurd. Naruto couldn't believe it. I didn't act carelessly to get to this age. Naruto, count the number of old ninja you've encountered. While shinobi kill each other almost every day, civilians are more likely to live their lives to the fullest. I don't take chances that I can't afford to lose, which is how I differ from them. Every scar on the old man's hands and arms, the off-color line that ran from his left ear to the middle of his cheek. These were the trophies of a man who had dragged himself up from the world's gutters, watched the failures of those around him, learned from them, and made mistakes of his own. Hiruzen's eyes were a cold, unflinching steel. Naruto stared at the Hokage's face and felt a kind of respect that he'd saved for his peers welling up inside him. Naruto remarked, and that brings us back around to the beginning. What is this related to me? Hiruzen wasted no time in saying, I want you to be the bait. Naruto liked that the Hokage was honest. How? You will purposefully fail your graduation exam in 4 years. I'll let the test proctor know. Most of the heirs-to-be of the long-standing clans are in your class, and I imagine that Mizuki's plot has something to do with them. He has remained close to you as well, probably for the same reason. Especially since he learned who you are. Follow his subsequent plan, whatever it may be, to ensure your graduation from the academy. After everything is said and done, we'll set up the trap while he's with you. Naruto said, that seems awfully contrived. How do you know he'll try to get me to graduate anyway? He has given you very special attention. He is even treating you better than the children of the clans. He has been teaching you ninjutsu behind everyone's backs, so don't think I'm unaware of that, Hiruzen remarked. He argues that they have all been simple E-rank methods. More theory than anything else. For example, how to turn my chakra, etc. I'm cutting back on my chakra usage to extend my practice time, but I still can't seem to defeat doppelgangers. Naruto scowled at that final admission. In all honesty, you wouldn't use them very often. The Kawarimi and the Shunshin are unquestionably the more practical of the fundamental skills taught at the academy. But could it just be a question of solidity? Clones are empty shells of chakra that almost qualify as genjutsu, at least the basic bunshin. In addition to the solid cage bunshin, there are elemental variations that have the ability to deal damage to an opponent. A former student of mine once even suggested creating a clone that is basically a bomb, made entirely of raw chakra with very little form. However, if you are unable to fully understand the fundamental bunshin, don't worry too much. You can continue to practice for 4 years. Yes, I will. I appreciate your words of assurance, Naruto answered. Anytime, Naruto. Now, I believe it's time for these old bones of mine to return to my office. Or perhaps my house. We'll see, I suppose. Perhaps I should assign someone else to locate the Bancho. So far, he's been quite elusive. With that, Hiruzen got up and took 2 steps before his Shunshin led him out of the house, leaving Naruto to side-eye the door and then look at the seat the Hokage had been occupying just seconds before. He had been interested for a while, but he didn't really care if Mizuki had some big plan in the background. That was the Hokage's business. Still, he decided that if an opportunity came up, he would take it, not because he had been asked, but rather because there would be a reward for such a low risk that he couldn't realistically turn it down. He got up and walked across the house from the kitchen, through the living room, and down the hallway that separated his room from Ayame's, not because he had any special feelings for her, but because she was his second in command and, in effect, his protégé. Without missing a beat, he undressed and went straight to a drawer that contained his work clothes, which included a ripped black shirt that was nearly completely faded to orange and brown, along with jeans that had more tears in them than he could count. Ayame, I'm leaving, he called. Later, I'll be back. Even though there was no reason for Naruto to do what he was preparing for, it was what he knew and what he was good at. Red eyes with blood vessels on prominent display, reflected in the mirror. Rough hands, well suited to his future as a shinobi. With deft fingers, necessary for the task at hand. A muffled acknowledgement came from a distance, and as Naruto looked at himself in the mirror, he was a little surprised by how little had changed. It was bad, it was wrong, and it was unnecessary. He had been playing the role of a model young boy for just over a year. The itch in the back of his mind had grown too big to ignore, and he had not worn his disguise long enough to keep his newfound reputation as a good citizen intact. Perhaps that was the amusement. After raising your chakra from your feet, you take a step. The Shunshin is that. As an example, Naruto walked out from one side of the room, disappeared, and then reappeared with his nose almost touching the wall on the other side. For a brief moment, Ayame closed her eyes in concentration as she felt energy surge up from the bottom of her body. Suddenly, she was at Naruto's side, touching his shoulders. Naruto stepped back in surprise at the contact and squinted slightly as he gazed at Ayame. Really? On your very first attempt? He inquired, irritated by how simple it had been for her to understand. Perhaps I'm simply superior to you. Ayame played fully teased. Yes, but what about the Kawarimi, in which you take a turn with something? You seal your hands, focus your chakra on your joints, and then cycle through your chakra. Similar to a pulley. Try that chair. Naruto gestured to a desk chair that had been moved away from its table specifically for this reason. After closing her eyes once more, Ayame made the half-ram seal and changed places with the chair in a puff of smoke, allowing her chakra to flow into the sockets of her shoulders, knees, ankles, elbows, and fingers. Naruto swore, "Damn it. Why do you have it so much easier?" "So, aren't these the simple methods? They're designed for novices like us," Ayame inquired. "But this is pleasant. It's enjoyable. I do feel a little worn out, though." Now that she knew why she was picking up the fundamentals so quickly, Naruto remarked, "The amount of chakra you can make isn't very big when you first start. That makes it easier to control, though." Mizuki had informed Naruto about the monstrous nature of his chakra reserves in a rather overt manner. According to reports, his mother's side of the family was well known for having a lot of strong chakra. Or they had been while they were still living. At the end of the Second Great War, the entire Uzumaki clan had been massacred, with the exception of his mother and the Shoden Hokage's wife. He took the idea of fulfilled genocide with a grain of salt, of course, because historical records also stated that he had been declared dead at birth. It was somewhat ironic, though, that his high chakra capacity would be a significant obstacle before it could be useful. With a somewhat exhausted expression, Ayame remarked, "Makes sense. How do you get it to increase?" "Physical training and a lot of practice, supposedly." Ayame scowled and said, "I would prefer not to." Physical labor didn't bother her, but she didn't want to grow into a muscular ogre. Naruto, smiling, said, "Suit yourself. Whatever it takes. I'll get stronger." Ayame looked at the blonde boy with a mixture of seriousness and trepidation and said, "I believe you." Naruto was the most competent person she knew, despite the fact that her perspective was undoubtedly limited, particularly following the passing of her father. The Hokage was undoubtedly present, but she was not aware of the inner workings of the ninja caste. Among the bottom feeders they had coexisted with, Naruto was the chief because he was the oldest and strongest. He had also battled his way to the top. Ayame made an effort to ignore that thought. He hadn't intended to, and there weren't many people who would miss those few dissenters, but... "What are you going to do with all of this? The training, the jutsu? All of them look up to you. Once you become a ninja, what happens to the group?" Naruto retorted, "We're not just a group. We're family. This village can take my blood, they can take my time, they can take my life. But they won't take my brothers and sisters away from me. The Hokage won't pull them into the Shinobi Academy, but he won't go after them because it would mean going after the son of the Yondaime Hokage. He's not willing to commit political suicide on that scale, even if he is planning something. The Sandaime Hokage might have something on the back burner of his mind, and Naruto wouldn't rule it out. Nevertheless, he had done a bit more than just listen in class. His leisure time had been consumed by reading for extracurricular purposes. But, what direction are we headed? When that question was asked, Naruto fell silent for a while. He stared at Ayame with his mouth shut in thoughtful contemplation. He couldn't tell if the brunette's continued eye contact was due to patience, fear, or respect. Ayame felt as though she was motionless when Naruto exclaimed, "An army." She said, "You're serious? What other option do I have? Either we go our separate ways, or I take what I know and teach them, with every spare moment I have. If they steal for me, for us, then they'll fight to protect one another on my orders. And then they'll learn to do it without me needing to tell them." "Naruto?" was Ayame's third consecutive question. "Isn't having a military force outside of the Hokage's knowledge or jurisdiction illegal? There's a difference between stealing food to survive, and creating a military force with the capability of seceding. Rebellion? Don't be ridiculous. It's insurance. There's a long-term plan I'm working on with the Hokage at the moment, and if something goes wrong, I'll want people watching my back. I'm being cautious, and playing the long game." Naruto replied with assurance. He thought back to what the Hokage had said the last time they had spoken. Thoughtful deliberation, never taking chances he couldn't afford to lose. He wasn't foolish enough to believe that a village could be overrun by a relatively small group of soldiers. There was some leverage, though, if they were to be faithful to him rather than the Hokage. The capacity to complete tasks, if he so desired, without lifting his own hands. Uncertain if she truly believed those words, Ayame gave in and said, "As long as you have a plan, I guess it's okay." Over the past 3.5 years, Naruto had been kind to her, providing for her clothing and food, but occasionally he ended up being more frightening than comforting. Had he changed his mind after he thought she disapproved? The goal was to fight, kill, and die, regardless of what he chose to call it, an army, a mercenary company, or something else entirely. She had known them since childhood. She had been living with them, eating and laughing with them, and becoming friends with them for the past 3 years of her life. Would she be able to watch them perish? Would she be able to join them in combat? Ayame disliked murder. She detested death's aftermath and didn't like the thought or the act of dying. Nevertheless, she acknowledged to herself that she already had blood on her hands as she stood silently in the silence that surrounded her words. There and then, at the hands of the only person she trusted, she resigned herself to a future in which she had no faith. A photograph of the Yondaime Hokage and his spouse stood on the mantel, grinning out at the space. When Naruto's eyes shifted and met his mother's unwavering face, he made up his mind. Naruto said, "Let's get started. We've got a lot of work to do." Naruto understood how things had come to this point, but he wasn't sure why. The passage of time was a never-ending battle against human power that humanity would never prevail in. So here he was, 15 years old, hearing words he had heard before. Iruka said, "You fail. Sorry, Naruto. Maybe next year." With a cry of, "What? No," Naruto performed his unwritten script. "Give me another chance, Iruka-sensei. It's been an off day for me. I can do it if you give me another chance." Mizuki turned to face his fellow teacher and remarked, "I can vouch for that, Iruka. It doesn't make sense. Naruto's historically done well in class and practicals. Why not just let him through anyway?" He hoped his performance would be sold by the phony smile he gave the silver-haired Chunin. "We need ninja who can perform regardless of whether or not they're having a good or bad day. In the classroom, we've always offered tutoring and retests for people who needed them. But the real world isn't that kind. You can have all the skills in the world, but so do the people on the other side of the continent, and they won't hesitate to kill you if they find out you can't fight back," Iruka said with a voice full of steel. "Sometimes, they get you anyway." There was obviously a history that Naruto was unaware of, as both Mizuki and Iruka turned their attention to the ground and away from Naruto and each other. Nevertheless, he left the room knowing his role in the plan. As Naruto silently tallied the minutes until Mizuki ran out of time to accept the bait that had been offered, the remainder of the day went by in as unremarkable a manner as it could have. They would approach him if he was a traitor, and this 4-year gamble hadn't been for nothing. Mizuki remained behind at the end of class while the other kids filed out with Iruka. He sat at his desk in the middle of the room, staring up at Naruto while the blonde gazed into space. "You gonna be okay?" inquired Mizuki. He shouldn't have said that to you. He wants to protect you, even though you're older than we were when we graduated and became genin. Still, there's something he didn't tell you." The teacher smiled as Naruto's eyes darted toward Mizuki. Naruto raised an eyebrow in response to his statement. "There's another way to graduate. Pull this off, and you'll prove you have the skills to be a ninja." The scent of wet peanut butter that hit his nostrils when Mizuki was lying was back. Mizuki had taken advantage of the bait, and now it was time to set the trap. Naruto said, "Give me the test, I'll get it done." Without the Hokage's involvement, the mission Mizuki had given would have been somewhere between, next to impossible, and a worthy challenge, under normal circumstances. Take the scroll that recorded Konoha's Kenjutsu in writing. Take it out of the village. Acquire a method, then inform Mizuki. Naruto had to laugh because the trap was so painfully obvious. Naruto's serious tone did not conceal his humor as he stated, "He said he'd meet me a little outside of the northern gate, at 9 tonight. They had handed him a fake scroll. Naruto had switched the two when the Hokage was not looking and was about to leave. His hands were the only objects in his possession that could move faster than his mouth. He made no indication as to whether the seasoned ninja was aware of it or whether he thought it was a good idea to take power by any means necessary. Then he was gone, his heart roaring in his ears as he raced across rooftops and through the air. He couldn't help but laugh at the sense of freedom he got as he made his final flying leap, launching over the wall that had protected Konoha for almost 8 decades. Deep in the high no Kuni woods, far enough away from the village, the Kenjutsu scroll was unrolled with a mixture of excitement and reverence. The Daju Kage Bunshin was at the top of the list, and Naruto recalled the moment he had that fateful talk with the Hokage years before. He had talked about other kinds of clones that could be used in combat, clones that weren't illusions. Would he be able to call forth 1,000 of them? All at once? Oh, what he was learning was beyond doubt. A variety of other methods that had been documented since the village's founding were directly beneath that. Despite his lack of religious affiliation, Naruto somehow understood that he had received a gift directly from the sky. Time passed, and before he knew it, it was time to go meet Mizuki, even though he liked to think of himself as persistent and hardworking. He vowed to have seen movement out of the corner of his eye as he stood up and started to move toward the northern gate. It was either an animal or someone walking in the opposite direction because there was no metal flash in the fading sunlight. He was a little anxious because he hadn't gotten a clear enough view of whatever it was, but he had to continue. He lost count of how many times he nearly saw something upsetting the peaceful twilight as he curved around the edge of Konoha, passing endless trees. He eventually grew accustomed to it and chose to ignore it after the sun had completely set and night had arrived. He decided that if they were going to attack him, they would have done it when he was unprotected and distracted. "Mizuki-sensei," he exclaimed as he at last approached the silver-haired Chunin. Dismissively, Mizuki said, "You're late, it's 5 after. Yeah, well, it took a little longer to get here than I thought. I practiced for a while," replied Naruto. Mizuki questioned, "And that's the real Kinjutsu scroll? And I learned a technique or two from it, maybe more." Naruto's ribcage swelled with just enough exaggeration to indicate his fatigue, and his breathing was a little ragged. Even so, he was struck in the back before anything more could happen. Pain. Naruto turned his left arm to tear out the blood that was seeping down from beneath his shoulder blade. "An arrow? Mizuki, don't tell me you were planning to betray me, even after I did what you asked?" Mizuki said, "I've got a confession to make, kid. I've been working for a man Konoha hates, for years. He's taken a pretty special interest in you, and the fact that you actually managed to get the Kinjutsu scroll, too. Sorry, but you're gonna have to come with us." A ninja with 2 heads and one the size of Akamichi emerged from the shadows to stand behind Mizuki. Naruto avoided another arrow that came from the left. He heard a flute start to play off to his right. Naruto heard the order come directly from Mizuki's mouth as a dome of earth rose up around him. "Drain his chakra just enough for him to pass out. We can't have him dying on us, Jirobo. He's probably going to become Kimamero's replacement." "Kimamero's not dead yet," remarked one of the spectators. "Quiet, Sakin. He's strapped to an examination table. That's no way to live." Naruto said, "Mizuki, did you forget? Something arose in his blood, a primordial impulse he was powerless to resist." "Forget what, Naruto? We had a deal. You broke it, and I'm pretty mad about that." The off-colored X had branded his palm, and it had been just over 5.5 years since Mizuki had made that pledge. Mizuki looked down to see blood dripping from his hand as that mark blazed with agony. Drops of blood fell from his hand like a waterfall, first in a thin stream and then in a rushing wave. Panicked, Mizuki exclaimed, What's happening? What are you doing?" A voice that could only have been Naruto's, but was so warped that it was unrecognizable, declared, "You broke your end of the deal. You gave an oath, and failed to keep it. This is my retribution." All of the blood left Mizuki's body as that sentence came to an end, and he collapsed in his place. Lifeless, he watched in his last moments as the earthen dome of Jirobo was broken. As he watched a monster advance, he died without fear. Then he laughed, "Haha. Always did believe in you, Naruto. I'll be watching you. Give him hell." Before being absorbed, the last words caused Mizuki's body to burst into ashes and sent thin strands of yellow light streaming in Naruto's direction. With his bloodshot eyes now sporting vertical slits, Naruto uttered, "Let me make you a bargain. I'll give you one chance to walk away. In exchange, you will not fight me, now or ever." Before it connected to the strip of flesh between her shoulders and under her neck, a red tether of power leapt forward from Naruto's right index finger as the girl far to his right ran off. She was followed by the archer to his left, and this time the power to brand was released by his left index finger. The 2-headed man was branded on his torso. The one who had called forth an earthen dome was struck on the left ankle, and it struck the boy on his upper right arm. Naruto's middle fingers released their power as the last ninja fled with their allies. The Sound Four had not given up on their mission because they were shocked by Mizuki's passing. Fear was the cause. Naturally, they had heard tales of ninjas who could tear through battlefields by themselves. They were aware that their goal was to apprehend the Yondaime Hokage's son, who had given his life in a Pyrrhic victory to eliminate the feared Kyuubi. Their hearts had been so full of fear, even 4-on-1, that it had overwhelmed everything they were aware of. Sakin, Jirobo, Kidomaru, and Tayuya would have said that they would rather be punished for failing a mission or face Naruto's wrath because they were fleeing from him. Although Orochimaru was a cruel lord to serve under, he firmly believed that if surviving a mission meant completing it, it wasn't always worth it. Typically, because he detested cowardice on all fronts, he had also been known to murder ninja who had returned from their missions unscathed. Naruto looked down at his hands and then at the drying pool of blood that demonstrated Mizuki's existence. Well, that happened. He was shocked. This was the first time he had killed on someone else's orders, even though several of the orphans he had battled to become the king of the street rats had died tragically. A look of profound reflection weighed on his face as he watched Mizuki's blood seep into the ground, recalling how the silver-haired Chunin had been the one to provide support and encouragement. Blood trickled from under the fingernails of the fingers that had branded the sound 4. After all, Naruto knew who his family was because of him. Even though the man had literally caused it himself, Naruto had nevertheless murdered a person he had considered a friend. He had hoped that the Hokage was mistaken, but Mizuki's candid admission of treachery dashed his hopes. His line of reasoning became clear. He and his fellow urchins were the only ones he could trust. The young man who had merited the title of Bancho would never be abandoned by any of them, including Ayame. At least that knowledge was a great comfort. There was silence in the forest, giving Naruto time to reflect. Eventually, though, the time for contemplation came to an end. Realizing that the Anbu wanted to be noticed, Naruto shrugged and turned to return to the village. Naruto did not experience the thrilling joy of his return to the Hokage's tower as he thought about the murder of his teacher and former friend. As he opened the old man's office doors, his body felt heavy, burdened by purpose. Mission accomplished. Congratulations. Report to the academy tomorrow morning for your assignment to a team, and, before I forget, your Hitai 8. Using a containment scroll, Sarutobi Hiruzen produced the forehead protector and extended his hand. With caution, Naruto wrapped the ends of the cloth around his head and tied them in a knot that was both secure and comfortable. He became an official ninja of Konoha in an instant. In a flash, he realized that someone else had taken responsibility for his death. Thank you, sir. Will that be all? They told the Anbu who had witnessed Mizuki's death, no one is allowed to know what happened tonight, Naruto. This is a B-rank secret, between you and I, do you understand? The lowest level of secret that the Hokage could approve for sensitive data was a B-ranked secret. Files could be published if all parties involved died before that period had passed, or it could be made public and discussed 5 years after the events in question had occurred. A-rank secrets had to be kept quiet for 10 years, unless the circumstance that led to the secrecy was no longer relevant. Under penalty of death or banishment, S-rank secrets were to stay that way. The Hokage, at least, took his stance seriously. Naruto declared, I'm officially a ninja as of tomorrow. I won't have the time to keep up with everything that goes on around here. But that doesn't mean you're allowed to start slacking. The audience chuckled at that. Naruto turned to face the group of kids he had spent his childhood with on the slums streets. Collectively, he had trained them all to the caliber of academy graduates. They were devoted to Naruto alone, even though that didn't mean much in terms of power. That had significance. Technically, all of you are listed as civilians. If you're listed at all. Now that we're growing up, you need to find trades. Skills. What you want to do is up to you, but never stop training. Never stop working. And once I figure out what I want to do with my life. Game, set, match, exclaimed a teenager in the rear of the room. Whatever you're gonna do, Naruto, you're gonna be the best. We believe in you. The proclamation was met with cheers. Make us proud, boss, exclaimed another. You will become Hokage very quickly, exclaimed a third. They chanted, Naruto, Naruto, Hokage, Hokage, into the air. When Naruto had summoned them all together, he had not anticipated this. Knowing that other people trusted him wasn't a bad thing, but he made an effort to avoid getting overconfident. He raised and lowered his hands to silence them and said, that's enough of that. Even if I do become Hokage, my greatest achievement will still be gathering all of you together. Seeing all of us together, growing up, growing strong. That's all I ever needed. Since it was the truth, he grinned. Nothing was impossible for him to do as long as he had them and they believed in him. Ayame leaned forward in mock annoyance and said angrily, okay, but when do we start celebrating? You graduated from the academy. You're a ninja. I feel like that at least deserves some recognition. While placing her hands on her hips. Gods, I went to all the trouble of cooking enough to feed everyone, and you haven't so much as mentioned. Food? Inquired Naruto. You're all traitors. Why didn't anyone tell me there was food involved? He exclaimed, waving his hands out to the people in the room. We would have said something, I swear, Bancho, after everything had been consumed, one of the girls said. Naruto sighed, you could take the orphan out of the street, but you couldn't take the street out of the orphan. He knew that there was no such thing as too much food. It didn't surprise him that the food had been kept a secret because he had the largest stomach of all and had never been completely satisfied, even after years of living in a house with a well-stocked kitchen and a girl who had been trained to cook before her father's tragic death. After an hour or so, Naruto left them to their own devices and went to stand outside his house with the moon shining down on him. The previous events had left him with too many more questions than answers, and plates, napkins, and an absurd number of dishes were carried into the room. The food was placed on the floor, and the former urchins gathered around each other and talked long into the night. Some sort of keke genke must have been involved, most likely on his mother's side, since there was little knowledge of the Uzumaki left in the world after their village was sacked. What happened? Something had come over him, a burst of power that was strong enough to shatter his enemy's technique from inside his own body, and it had healed him from the wounds he'd suffered at the hands of the archer, and it had torn through the genjutsu cast to keep him immobilized. No matter what they said about him or what he became in his quest for self-awareness, he was himself, and that was all that mattered. He would discover the answers to those questions. That idea seemed to be supported only by the quiet of the night surrounding him. With a cunning smile on his face, Iruka gazed out over the classroom and said, "I was about to do the attendance. Glad to see you made it, Naruto. It wouldn't be good for you to be late for your shinobi debut." With red eyes sweeping over the assembled students, the blonde said, "Thanks." The day felt too quiet, so he took his usual seat next to Uchiha Sasuke, not because he was forced to sit there, nor because he had a special friendship with the younger teen. And his small sacrifice of being unable to sit alone was as selfless as he could get. He was saving himself and the rest of the class as much as Sasuke. As if on cue, the twin terrors, Sakura and Ino, scurried through the door with their high-pitched voices and their schoolyard taunts. Leaving the childish power struggles of his fellow students behind had always been a welcome change, and Naruto was glad that Ayame had not ended up that way. Perhaps it was because she had been second in command of their motley crew, but the other girls had all ducked their heads rather than deal with her. Naruto. Sasuke. Without words interfering, the two greeted each other as they had for years. Sasuke had always been a little bit behind Naruto in sparring matches, partly because he was just lighter and smaller in build. The 2-year gap between the ages of 13 and 15 meant more now than it had in the past, and more than it would in the future. However, those were practice fights, and from now on, they were comrades serving Konoha. "Is everyone present?" Iruka asked, looking over the attendance sheet and doing a head count of the students who'd sat down. "Yeah, that's everyone. Congratulations to everyone. We attempted to mix your 3-man groups into average grades in order to make the teams weighted fairly. By doing this, it won't seem like one team is getting all the talent while the others are left behind. Aburame Shino, Haruno Sakura, and Inuzuka Kiba under Kurenai Yuhi." For a brief moment, Naruto lost consciousness. He heard the names of Shikamaru, Ino, and Choji called on a team together, but he didn't hear the name of their sensei. A series of other names were called one after the other, but just as Naruto had settled into his chair, he almost jolted back to the edge of his seat when his name was called. Under Hitaki Kakashi. Ne Sai, Uchiha Sasuke, Uzumaki Naruto. Sai, who sat at the very back of the class and was almost more interested in people watching than in studying, had run with Naruto for the past 7 years under his command. He was as fast as Sasuke and physically just as capable of posing a serious challenge to Naruto. Naruto glanced to his left and nodded at Sasuke. Thinking back on the team assignments, he realized they weren't random. Kiba and Shino were 2/3 of a sensor team, but they were incomplete without a Byakugan or Sharingan. Were they counting on Sakura to be a sensor-type ninja, or was it that her high grades were a sign of intelligence and she was supposed to be their strategist? On the other hand, the Ino Shika Cho trio was as close to a 3-piece suit allegory as humans could get. They were meant to cover for each other and also served as a scouting team. In the meantime, the Uchiha's Sharingan and Sai's physical prowess made it clear that they were a heavy assault team, the kind that would be used to swing battles in Konoha's favor. Then there was their sensei, of course, Hitaki Kakashi, who Naruto had never really met but knew had been a student under the Yondaime Hokage's tutelage. He was a decorated Third War veteran, and it was generally believed that he was right below the Sannin on a power scale. The 3 boys were the last to leave quickly after that, as Naruto's thoughts were heavily favored. Although Sasuke and Sai were both calm, despite their impatient tics, Naruto understood the game being played. He was unable to see or sense Kakashi, but he had patiently waited on marks for hours at a time before attempting to deprive them of whatever he had been intent on. Ultimately, it would depend on who Kakashi believed to be the weak link. "Where is he?" "A few Junin-sensei," Sasuke inquired, not interested in meeting his students. Sai looked directly at Naruto and said, "I'm sure he has a reason, he was aware of it." Knowing that they were being hunted caused a certain psychological victimization, which was somewhat lessened by the knowledge that they wouldn't be killed. However, since Naruto didn't really know his teacher and it was wrong to assume, he sat silently and with a stone-faced expression as he waited for the day to end. When the door finally opened again, a voice said, "I apologize for the wait. First, an elderly woman needed assistance with her groceries. Next, a black cat crossed my path, forcing me to take Broad Street rather than Main Street. Finally, I nearly stepped under a ladder and had to turn around. I was also fortunate because a piano was thrown out of their window shortly after that. Wouldn't you think it would have hit me in the head?" The Junin's nose and jaw were concealed by a microfiber mask that made it impossible to read his lips, and beneath his angled hair, the standard Hitai aid draped across his face to conceal his left eye. "Vividly," Naruto answered, and Kakashi raised his only visible eyebrow in return. Before disappearing in a cloud of smoke, Kakashi said, "I tell you what, come meet me on the roof and we'll introduce ourselves." In a fit of rage, Sasuke leapt to his feet, running out the door and heading for the stairs. "Climbing walls?" Naruto inquired. Sai concurred, saying, "Wall climbing." After passing his 4th-year midterm, Mizuki had taught Naruto how to improve his chakra control, so he slid the window open and used it to anchor himself to the side of the building, letting the chakra flow from his hands like a crouch. Although remembering the silver-haired Chunin caused him some pain, he didn't regret what he'd done the previous evening. Chakra poured out of Naruto's feet, and he dashed up the side of the academy like a jackalope. Looking down, he saw Sai calmly striding up the side of the building, parallel to the ground. Satisfied, he shot up to the rooftop and landed in a crouch. With a 2-fingered salute approaching his Hitai aid and then lowering it, Kakashi said, "Hey, glad to see you made it." Sai appeared a few moments later, walking from the building's side to the rooftop with a single step, and the white-skinned boy gave his future teacher a nod. "The other one is where?" Just before Sasuke appeared, Kakashi said, "Oh, there you are." With his bloodshot eyes fixed on Kakashi, Naruto waited for whatever would happen next while leaning against a post that supported the roof's awning. "Let's introduce ourselves, shall we? Let's do it this way. Tell me your name, your goals and dreams, and some of your likes and dislikes. What say you?" "Isn't it socially expected that you introduce yourself first?" Kakashi shrugged in response to Sai's question. "All right. Hakate Kakashi is my name. There are many things that I like and many more that I don't like. When I die, I want to have so much sex with so many women that every brothel in all the elemental nations is closed because all the whores are busy lamenting my passing." While Sai remained passive, Sasuke complained. "I'm sorry," he asked. Naruto nodded wisely across from them. "An incredibly noble pursuit," the young man replied, "but you'll need to chase that dream to make it happen." "I'm grateful. Since you arrived here first, the early bird gets the worm. Tell me about yourself." "Naruto is my name. I enjoy fighting, training, food, and money. I detest organized religion, loudmouths, people who can't keep their word, and people who take their circumstances for granted. Finding increasingly difficult opponents to defeat is my aim." Kakashi nodded to Sai and said, "Next. You may address me as Sai. Nothing in particular appeals to me or bothers me. I want to help Konoha in any way I can." All the blonde could do was shrug when Kakashi's only visible eye flitted to Naruto in inquiry. "Last to arrive, last to talk. Uchiha Sasuke is my name. My family and I are growing stronger, and I detest anyone who stands in my way. I want to exact revenge on my clan." "Well, now that we've introduced ourselves, let me tell you what I see," Kakashi said boredly, "a high-security convict in the making, a professionally mediocre societal reject, and a broody emo wrapped up in his own power trip. For the second half of your graduation test, come see me at Training Ground 7 tomorrow at 9 o'clock. But a word of advice: avoid eating breakfast because it will cause you to throw up again." The 3 genin were left alone when Kakashi disappeared in yet another puff of smoke. "All right. That took place," Sai remarked. "Can he really let us down now that we've passed the academy exams?" Sasuke inquired. Silently, keeping watch over the village and trying to control himself, Naruto suddenly leapt into a crouch on a rooftop, executing an aerial shunshin before sprinting across Konoha's skyline on all fours, and a growling groan tore its way out of his throat. "He had an obligation to fulfill," Sasuke remarked. "He's just going to make us wait again." According to Naruto, probably. "Why? He is wasting his own time, and no one else's," Sai inquired. "If we're mad at him, we won't be able to concentrate on whatever it is that he's going to throw at us. I am unable to comprehend. For what reason would he hurl objects at us?" When Naruto said, "No, Sai," Sasuke grimaced. "Oh, I see. The term was euphemistic." Naruto and Sasuke both said, "Yes," at the same time. When Training Ground 7 first opened, it was covered in lush grass, but after a few steps behind the memorial stones, dense forestry took over. The names of the ninja who had died in each of the wars since the village's founding were carved into the rocks using techniques Naruto was unaware of. There was another for the victims of the Kyuubi attack, and a fifth for those who had lost their lives while performing their duties. Naruto sat down in front of the names of those killed on the night he was born, and he read to himself. Even though he had never met her and had never given a damn about being alone in the world, preferring to accept and better his situation, there was a deep-seated familiarity with her that made him feel sad and yearn. Her name was Uzumaki Kushina, his mother. For a moment, he lost himself in memories that weren't his own as he read the name of his father, Namikaze Minato, and visualized the man's face. He opened his mouth and spat brimstone bile with the hellish flames he'd been born commanding. Surely, if anyone could redeem him, it was Minato, mate of his host. On the ground, motionless, their child. Dead. Sorrow crept through him as he continued to attack, crying out in pain. With a final flash of yellow light, and a swirling orb of malevolent power grinding into his flesh, he was redeemed. But the child. Naruto was startled out of his reverie by a hand on his shoulder, and when he looked up, he saw Kakashi looking down at him. I wonder what they would say if they could see you now, the Junin said, adding, I miss them too. As he got to his feet, Naruto said firmly, they wouldn't need to say anything. Let's get this show on the road. He tried to push that vision to the back of his mind, but it was impossible to prevent it from returning. Where had it come from? What did it mean? All right. Now that everyone is present, I will go over the guidelines for this test. I have 3 students and 2 bells, Kakashi said, lifting the tiny ball bells. At least one of you will fail, no matter what. You must be able to take a bell from me before the timer goes off in order to pass the test. You have 3 hours, and you should begin right now. While Sasuke and Sai leapt for the forest's protection, Naruto remained in his spot. Willing to wait for an ambush without hiding? Kakashi inquired. What would it accomplish? Naruto answered, wait a second. These odds are so far in your favor that it's not even funny. Oh, even though he couldn't see it, Naruto was positive the silver-haired Junin was grinning when Kakashi said that. 1,000 copies of the blonde appeared in the clearing as Naruto crossed 2 half-ram seals in front of his chest and said, Taju Kage Bunshin no Jutsu. I'll beat you by myself if I can't beat you on my own. Your reasoning is a little off, even though that sentence is grammatically correct. Why are you attempting to complete a team's work? Though the copies of Naruto were far from the original's durability, Kakashi was truly impressed. The Kage Bunshin split the user's chakra into equal pieces, dividing them up between the clone and its progenitor. To have enough that he could call upon 1,000, at will, and still have enough energy that he moved without exertion, Naruto disappeared in a shunshin, disappearing into the forest as his clones were turned into fodder. They were feared enough to be massacred in the most casualty-stricken battle in the history of the hidden villages because of things like this, so Kakashi sighed inwardly, mentally noting to avoid making any other remnants of the Uzumaki clan his enemies. Perhaps Naruto's hair was all he'd inherited from his father? Hey Sai. Attracting his teammates' attention, Naruto hissed, I've figured it out. It is a trap. We can't defeat him, the boy with the black hair declared. Yes. This implies that he is either forcing us to cooperate or that he has no intention of passing us. We really didn't see that coming, did we? Apparently not. Shall we also get Sasuke? Sai inquired. Naruto stopped to consider it. Although he was not a close friend of the Uchiha as a clan or as an individual, he respected that Sasuke had a purpose that motivated him, something that he had to earn and something that was irreplaceable. Naruto replied, yeah, can you ping him down? They had time. The sun hadn't fully risen yet. Sai wrote on his chakra-conductive scroll, which was essential to his methods and the most valuable item he had ever taken during his tenure as the Bancho under Naruto's control. A black snake leapt from the page, searching for Sasuke's chakra signature. Minutes later, it reappeared, and the 2 teenagers followed it as it slithered in the direction of their question. Sasuke. After spotting the Uchiha, Naruto uttered those words. Sai said, you look a little worse for wear. I lost when I tried to battle him one-on-one. I would have gone looking for you if you hadn't found me, Sasuke remarked. So, do you both have a plan? Naruto said, coordinated assault, trapper, hunter, murderer? Sasuke inquired. One teammate would lay down genjutsu or physical traps, while another would chase the enemy into position to set them off. The third teammate would then finish the enemy. In war zones, The fourth teammate was typically a medic, meaning that 3 people usually took the brunt of the fighting. This was the traditional team strategy of smaller units on the battlefield. However, Naruto shook his head in response to the query. He said, "No traps. Given that this is his chosen terrain and we don't have the time, we have to assume he won't fall for them. I'll fight him one-on-one because you two aren't as resilient as I am, but you two must seize any opportunities I give you to join in and steal a bell." "You intend to fail yourself?" Sasuke inquired. "No, I'll see to it that you pass," Naruto smiled. "If Naruto and I are right, the test is meant to separate us and make each of us fail separately so that we can cooperate to achieve our goal. Therefore, whether we succeed or fail is irrelevant." Sasuke remarked, "That's pretty clever." "It is. Wouldn't you say so, Naru?" Sai agreed. Realizing too late that Naruto had returned to the middle of the training field to battle Kakashi, both of the black-haired boys turned to face where he had been just moments before. "Geez. Is there any way he could have given us a countdown? When he leads, he expects you to follow." Sai shook his head, saying, "Not how he works." Naruto was a little miffed at Kakashi's bold reading of the latest Icha novels, whose bright orange cover was a dead giveaway, but Sasuke huffed in annoyance and turned with Sai to watch him get up. "Are you not even going to act as though I'm important?" did he ask. "What? No, that isn't it. I've just reached an excellent section. I have a hand free, but you can still attack me. You did a good trick with the clones, but I'm only going to get light exercise out of this unless you have something a little more strenuous planned. When you're prepared." With a sigh, Naruto realized that Kakashi's carelessness about this was justified. A genin, just out of the academy, facing an experienced Junin who had been trained by the Yondaime Hokage and was the man's personal bodyguard. Naruto loved to wager on the underdog, but he wouldn't have wagered on himself either. After a countdown that no one heard, he ducked low and ran forward, saying, "So be it." He bridled his hands to crack his knuckles. Without looking up from the Icha novel, Kakashi knocked aside Naruto's blows with a downward swing of his elbow and a sweep of his free hand. The Junin, holding his book so that he was turning the pages with his thumb, said passively, "I heard about what happened the night before last. It must have been difficult. Does it make you feel guilty? He didn't honor the agreement he made with me. He betrayed me, whether I wanted to believe it or not, and I took the necessary action," Naruto retorted. Even though that was a given, Naruto didn't feel that his sudden power surge and Mizuki's death were random events. Rather, they brought to mind the lyrics of an old song about the great darkness that ruled over the Biju and all other demons. "Will you make a deal with the devil, in a place the sun can't reach? Will you sign your life away at the forest, at the beach? He can give you power, even safety, for a day. But if you ever break that deal, you'll give your life away. Not even a corpse remains. You believe that to be essential? At least you have the correct attitude," Kakashi remarked. "It was his fault. Not mine," Naruto said, his voice a bit sharper than he meant to be. "His backup got away though." Kakashi dodged with ease, appearing to glide backwards through the air, and Naruto launched himself out of the underbrush with a kunai in hand, seeking to exact revenge for his earlier loss. One of Naruto's clones appeared, a well-placed kick missing its mark when the Junin ducked and slung himself sideways. However, with that effort, he missed a small hand gesture made by Naruto. Sasuke ignored his blonde teammate, opting to press after his teacher before Naruto ran to catch up. As he was flung away by a palm thrust, Naruto used the opportunity to ask a private question. "So, how did you find out about it 2 nights ago, Sensei?" "It's a secret." Naruto struggled to balance his tone between smug and confident when Kakashi said, "Not for the people assigned to it." However, before he could comprehend the commentary, Sasuke returned, and behind him, an ink-black snake had curled into a noose. Kakashi retreated as the 2 genin and Naruto's clone pressed inward. Before he could quickly flee with the Kawarimi, a black blur swept past Kakashi as the rope snake rose and grabbed him by the foot. "Well done, Sai. I guess traps do work after all." Naruto grinned and congratulated his teammate. When the trio turned to face Kakashi, the pale-skinned boy got up with 2 bells in his hand. When he felt nothing tied to his belt loop, he raised an eyebrow and patted his waist. "Congratulations. I assume you've figured it out," Kakashi said. "That this was a team-building activity?" Sasuke inquired. "Yes." Kakashi nodded. "Instead of keeping me on the active roster for mission-ready Junin, the Hokage told me he was going to give me students who had enough potential on their own that he wanted me to train you. But even being aware of who you were, you had to learn how to cooperate without sacrificing yourself before I would have allowed you to be my students. And based on what I witnessed yesterday, I believe you remained loyal to yourself. Naruto discovered the mission's hidden objective, brought you all together, and guided you in its direction. Sasuke learned from his mistakes when he attempted to do it alone. Sai patiently waited until he discovered the ideal moment to attack, watching the whole time. How were you aware? Sai inquired. Without saying anything, Kakashi let a group of 12 Kage Bunshin emerge from the forest, raised their hands in half-ram seals, and dispelled. With a brief chuckle, Kakashi remarked, I was watching the entire time. Trust me, none of you moved a muscle without my knowledge. At the beginning, I had twice as many clones. Wait. They transmit information when clones dispel? Naruto inquired. Yes. Were you unaware of that? That's what makes them better than mud or water clones for reconnaissance operations, Kakashi inquired. In theory, it would also help them become more proficient in learning new jutsu, but most people are unable to practice enough to notice a difference, let alone cope with the mental stress that comes with it. Their 5 senses had largely stayed the same, which is the only reason I was able to dispel so many clones at once, just now. If not, you might have witnessed me spending a week in the hospital. Naruto remarked, well, now I know not to use it so recklessly. No, you can probably abuse it to your heart's content because you're still able to walk. For the sake of variety, it's not a good idea, but obviously, it's up to you. Anyway, what comes next? We've completed and passed your test, Sasuke inquired. What follows? I brought lunch for us. With gusto, Kakashi stated, lunch is next. We'll continue our team training today since they'll begin assigning genin missions tomorrow morning. There was at least one team of genin in circulation from last year. Did they just get a vacation day today? Not likely, as far as Naruto was concerned enough to consider it. But, like many other things Kakashi had said, that was just true enough to not be regarded as a lie. Of course, missions would be assigned tomorrow. But now that Kakashi was his official teacher, he stood there smiling and felt the burden of everything fall on him. You know, of everything. Of everything that might be regarded as a mission? I suppose rescuing pets ranks high on the importance scale, but... Naruto, do you feel that weed pulling, fence painting, floor cleaning, public janitorial efforts, and babysitting are insufficient? Kakashi inquired. Even then, Kakashi had refused to let Team 7 on the low-risk task of patrolling the first couple miles outside Konoha's border. Team 7 was not fit for low-level jobs intended for village maintenance or public relations. No, they're really not. Sasuke agreed with his colleague. We've been running 3D ranked missions a week, training like hell 6 days out of every 7, and we're still just doing chores. Someday, you'll look back on these missions and wish your life was this simple again, Kakashi murmured. Maybe, but our skills can be put to better use. Sai replied. We're combat specialists, and knives rust when left alone. Yes. Even a drowsy little escort mission would be fine, just for the practice, Naruto stated. Kakashi arched an eyebrow at that. If Naruto believed that escort missions were sleepy, then obviously he had never encountered the clients who asked for them. However, a C-ranked one was usually at best uninteresting, and the genin had a point. So maybe it was time to put them to the test in ways that mind-numbing tasks couldn't. All right, then. However, be advised that if you make a mistake, I will be keeping you on shorter leashes. I don't need to be a nice teacher, I'm a good one. This was the proving ground, assuming they got a decent enough deal, mission-wise. Kakashi was well aware that unexpected obstacles came up and that nobody outside the team could necessarily be trusted, but despite all the risks, he could probably salvage a C-ranked mission if he had to. That was the only warning they would receive. Kakashi lived and breathed the phrase. Those who abandon their team are scum, but he wouldn't tolerate failure on a mission that they had been begging him for. Tora, the daimyo's wife's favorite cat, was securely in Naruto's grasp, and for some reason, the blonde didn't fight or try to break free. The Sandaime welcomed Team 7 as they entered the Hokage Tower, and Tora's fur appeared to turn pale as it saw its owner once more. As Hiruzen slid forward a manila envelope containing the mission's payment, which was divided by the 4 of them, Kakashi said, mission accomplished. He had long since learned to accept the money before turning in the notorious cat out of hell. That had made him regret his early genin days. The daimyo's wife had squealed with delight as soon as Naruto had given Tora to him, and it seemed to be trying to choke the poor bastard inside her bosom. Naruto thought this was not a bad idea, but Tora had other ideas, and it quickly shed its fleshy prison and ran frantically through the doors leading back to Konoha proper. No. Tora. When his owner screamed, several of the ninja in attendance quickly prayed that the cat would remain lost, for its own sake, of course. It was just that hard of a job, and the cat would always find some new way to escape. Legends remained of the great Tora chase from the Sandame's early years, when poor road conditions and a lack of manpower had caused the mission to span 3 countries, 5.5 months, and saw the reward for safe return rise to 1 billion ryo. Sometimes, off-duty Junin, or ninja looking to rehabilitate themselves after serious injuries, would chase and capture the cat to give themselves an excuse to exercise. At the scowls from 2 of his pupils, Kakashi trailed off. "Should we? Never mind. My students have persuaded me and lobbied me, Hokage-sama, that they want to take on the challenge of a C-rank mission." "Oh, they've decided they know enough to survive outside the village walls after 2 months of training," Hiruzen said, leaning forward in his seat with his hands bridging in front of his face. The Hokage's condescension stung at their collective pride, but what could the 3 genin do? They exchanged a look, knowing that their request would be denied next. "Well, we can't keep them safe and young indefinitely." After a moment, Hiruzen said, "Your mission details are in this scroll, Kakashi. Someone tell Tazuna to meet his protection detail." Kakashi skillfully caught the scroll with this left hand after it sailed through the air without twisting due to a perfectly flat throw, and as he unrolled the document and scanned its contents, lightning encased his hand and burned the scroll to ashes. "As you order, Hokage-sama." They were supposed to be entering a civilian country, hopefully without having to worry about Nukanen, but the orders he'd just burned away. Kakashi had learned years ago to memorize a mission's parameters and leave no evidence of a contract. Ninja operating in foreign countries were legally untouchable without proof to support suspicion. That courtesy was forfeit if they acted against said country's laws, but Kakashi wasn't worried about that. A second team would never be assigned to this mission unless there was a crazy pay cut, and his team had already taken on more than they could handle. Was this a death warrant? "I have trusted you, Kakashi, for 25 years of service." With a hint of steel in his voice that the genin in the room had never heard much of before, Hiruzen said sternly, "I trust that you won't fail me now." The Hokage was known for being a good-natured, kind man who didn't like to take things from other people. Of course. Kakashi was a soldier following orders, a piece in the game, and his unwavering gaze belied any deep-seated reluctance to display weakness. He could raise any concerns he had during the debriefing. However, they would have to survive before then. "They couldn't really give me ninja with more experience, could they?" Tazuna inquired. "What you pay for is what you get. Why are you so concerned? No matter how many mercenaries are out there, we can cut them down," Sasuke inquired. "It is impossible for someone who isn't a shinobi to defeat one." That confidence was not shared by Naruto. As soon as you let your guard down, believing yourself superior, that was when the enemy would find the perfect time and place to strike. Survival on its own was the necessary course, over the idea that slabs of metal or pieces of paper determined human worth and that one had to do as told for one's entire life if one wanted to have any hope of living through it. It had been his way of terrorizing the shops he'd stolen from. The minute they'd believed themselves safe, he'd torn away everything he could take. It was a system of the old world and the old gods before they died in a time lost to history, and Naruto rejected it. It had allowed many people to live relatively comfortable lives and continue to enjoy lavish luxuries, but a far greater number suffered endlessly as a result of it. Naruto had been one of those people, having grown up without a single ryo to his name, and even after receiving the inheritance he cared little for, he had turned back to thievery to support his meager lifestyle. While Naruto had never personally known Kakashi, it seemed like the man was spooked by whatever had happened in the mission room. The Junin had taken a high perch, moving in the trees to get a better vantage point. Whether it was intentional or not, the man's hypervigilance was wearing away at Naruto's nerves. He'd been similarly straining his senses, but staying on high alert had taken its toll for the last 5 hours. He was no sensor, and his Kirakuki felt fried. Thankfully, he had teammates capable of putting 2 and 2 together. "We passed a couple puddles a little while ago, but the air feels way too dry," Sasuke replied. "It's July, and it hasn't rained in a week. If they're paying attention, they can tell you've been draining yourself as our lookout, but they may not know Kakashi's in the trees." Sai continued, "Guard Tazuna, and we'll take care of Th." Razored chains encircled Sai from above, falling to his throat and beheading him, but not before he had made the half-ram seal and performed a kawarimi. Naruto had gotten the gist of it, and hung back as Sasuke ran through the seals needed to perform the Housenka, while burning shuriken fanned out, only to be diverted after clanging against oversized metal gauntlets. Ink-black snakes tried to restrain the 2 enemy ninja that had appeared, but the same chains that had almost killed Sai killed his creations. "Gozu, I'll be damned. one of the two men remarked. They might be able to fight. A few greenhorns, Maizu? The other asked, though he didn't have long to think on those words. Naruto's fang-filled mouth was howling in his face with no warning. A kunai plunging downward before it was stopped by Maizu's gauntlet. Like a knife in a well-cooked steak, the edges of Maizu's gauntlet's claws sliced through the kunai Naruto was holding, making him feisty. Naruto sprang away, throwing the broken instrument aside as he felt a surge of anger well up inside his chest. These two, who might have been brothers based on their similar appearance, had been stalking their party for at least an hour, and he had been annoyed by his drunken client's scathing manner, choosing to travel in silence instead of conversing with him. Kakashi had been teaching them nothing useful, just physical conditioning and dull fundamentals like making sealing scrolls to go with light sparring. The entire day had been one big eyesore, and now he was being looked down by mercenaries. Or perhaps they were Nukenin, judging by their Kirigakure headbands. His crimson eyes had become bloodshot, his round pupils had once more transformed into merciless oblong slits, and he could feel the euphoria of anger flowing through his body. With claw-like nails emerging to sever Gozu's chest as he dragged his hand across the ninja's torso to reveal white ribs to the fading sunlight, he declared, "Time to earn my keep." While Gozu screamed in agony, a dazzlingly bright Tonto emerged from the back of his skull and protruded from an eye socket as Maizu went to assist his brother. In the meantime, Gozu had managed to grab Naruto's throat, cutting into his feeble flesh, but Naruto had still managed to deliver a deadly blow of his own, his hand buried inside Gozu's chest. He pried the gauntlet open, his terrible wounds beginning to heal, but they would still scar, and he'd lost a lot of blood in the few seconds he'd been cut and choking. Evidence of his near-death experience was visible all over his newly blood-soaked shirt, even as it dried over his newly healed skin. Both brothers fell to the ground, dead, and Gozu's body emitted wisps of yellow light that carried themselves into Naruto's body. Disappointed in himself, he uttered the words, "Fuck," before passing out. Naruto woke up to the sun shining overhead and heard Kakashi say, "We've only lost a half day of travel. All due respect, but after your safety comes our own, regardless of the time constraints. Failing a mission is a black mark against any ninja's record, but it's more important to survive and regain honor than to die a failure. You don't understand. The longer we take, the worse the chokehold on my nation becomes," Tazuna exclaimed. Sai, who was suspended upside down from a nearby tree, interrupted, "Oh, I was under the impression that we were an escort detail, not an economic salvage crew. Would you care to enlighten us, sir?" Red eyes were fixed on the old bridge builder who had given them a quarter day across High no Kuni when Naruto suddenly appeared. Sai was as straightforward as they came. It was obvious that he was imagining Tazuna dead on the ground when he used sarcastic honorifics. He couldn't claim that he wasn't experiencing a similar disdain as a hand involuntarily rose up to the 3 equally spaced scar lines that ran across his throat. Nami no Kuni is currently under economic siege by Kirigakure. Gato, a billionaire businessman, is using Kiri funds to have mercenaries extort the people of their livelihoods. He's also been given a small protection detail from Kiri. Even though 2 of them are worm food now. Kakashi clarified, speaking on behalf of Tazuna. Salvaged a bit from them, too. Razor chain, their gauntlets, kunai and shuriken, with some scrolls and explosive seals thrown in. Sasuke laughed. Naruto then asked, "What's the plan? If you're right, sensei, then we're stepping into a bear trap. The Hokage hopes that if we can remove Kirigakure's influence, and Tazuna is allowed to finish building his bridge to the mainland, they'll choose to provide Konoha with their business rather than having ships sailed to Kiri." Kakashi continued. "We would receive a small royalty percentage on all sales for the first 2 years, to offset the low pay we take for the mission." Sai said, "So we're continuing the mission." Kakashi concluded the discussion by saying, "And we should get moving while the sun is still here to guide us." Their camp was dismantled and stored in a matter of minutes, allowing them to continue traveling. They passed without incident, but they continued their journey on foot for 3 more days. Every time he took watch, Naruto's eyes darted between his client and his teammates, making it difficult for him to concentrate on his surroundings while Sasuke and Kakashi were on duty. Kakashi's words, "It's more important to survive than to die a failure," replayed in his head every night while he waited. They were sent on this mission by the Hokage. Didn't that mean he thought they'd be successful? It must have been so. They were already fighting Kumogakure for 11 years. It would be pointless to start a new war with genin as sacrificial lambs. It would be almost a 4th-grade war by that time. No, they could have succeeded. They had been selected for this mission for that reason. He and his younger teammates were orphans with little home to return to, but that wasn't the reason. It wasn't because Kiri was weak and other forces were trying to take their resources away. They didn't need Nami's resources because Konoha was a wealthy city-state, more so than the majority of other ninja villages or their respective civilian capitals. This was merely a ruse to stop Kirigakure from keeping the rewards of the people's hard work for himself. However, he had a sneaking suspicion that it would never be that easy. He had never heard that voice outside of his mind, so he had no idea what it was, but it was disembodied cynicism in all its splendor. The Hokage had spent decades preaching love and peace, but during his long life, 3 great wars had been fought, and a 4th, more private, conflict was still going strong. Again, how did that saying go? Be prepared for war if you pray for peace. As an idea, it made sense. If you were prepared to fight for something, it had to be connected to your beliefs. Nevertheless, a great deal of death occurred. There were some things that seemed excessively demanding, even for ninja, who risk their lives every day. Team 7 persisted despite being presented with a long list of excuses to go back and take the penalty for failing a mission. It was illogical. Nor did the sudden outburst of rage he'd shown when he jumped into the brief altercation with the Kirigakure brothers. It was the same surge of power he'd tapped into when Mizuki had betrayed him, but he hadn't felt it again in the months that followed. He'd been aggressive, and then he'd felt it intensify to unfathomable levels. Did it only surface in actual combat? What were its limitations and capabilities? His movements had felt more acute ever since he'd killed Mizuki, a 6th sense for danger ingrained in the back of his mind. He'd been able to recover from wounds of any size since he'd awakened his chakra in the academy as a child. Naruto had to confess to himself that he felt more at ease as the mist rolled in throughout the morning while he stared out to sea as Team 7 made their way towards Nami no Kuni's coast. What was going on with him? Before turning around and heading back to his ship, the ship's captain clapped a hand on the older man's shoulder and whispered, "Good luck, Tazuna." Tazuna said softly, "Stay safe, Shiger," and then he and Team 7 moved farther inland. 2 minutes later, healthy grass as deep a green as Naruto had ever seen replaced the light brown sand. Only dew, on the leaves of surrounding trees, had survived the mist that had shrouded their approach to Nami no Kuni. Naruto had previously believed that Kakashi was completely vigilant, but from the Junin's perspective, they were in a conflict zone. Fortunately, the resources of their adversaries were limited. There wouldn't be any reinforcements because Nami and Kiri are so far apart and their present territory is so small. Gado's henchmen would also be comparatively lacking in experienced combatants. Team 7 was stranded alone, which was bad news. They were severely outnumbered, outgunned, and ill-prepared, and they had to endure in hostile territory until Tazuna completed his bridge. Even worse, their enemies probably knew they were present. Their superiors would note that the demon brothers had not returned after their assassination attempt had failed and they had died in the process. "Hey, Tazuna, is it always this breezy in the—" Naruto abruptly stopped talking when he realized that there was no wind causing the chill he was experiencing. Kakashi commanded, "Diamond formation around Tazuna. Kirigakure ninja are bloodthirsty assassins, we need eyes in all directions." Sasuke threw a shuriken directly at a white hare that was leaping away from the foliage when rustling came from a bush as mist started to seep into the surrounding greenery. Just a rabbit. He exhaled a sigh of relief, but the mist surrounding them quickly intensified. Although he was aware that Tazuna was only a few arms lengths away, Naruto was unable to see the elderly man who could have saved his life as he stood at the back of the diamond. A voice suddenly emerged from the mist, coming from all sides, and said, "Been watching you ever since you passed through the mangroves on your way to the mainland. That ship was a nice vessel, shame her captain had to go down without her." Even though it was beating more slowly, Naruto's heart had leapt into his throat, and the repeated bob bump was reverberating menacingly throughout his body. There are 8 targets. The throat, the spine, the lungs, the liver, the jugular vein and the subclavian artery, the kidney, and the heart. Any one of them is a lethal blow. All I have to do is decide which one to strike first. Big talk from someone who's too afraid to show themselves. Sasuke replied. The Uchiha gasped in agony as an elongated senbon needle suddenly lodged itself in his side. The voice that did not identify itself said, "That was a warning shot. Did you really think I would fight fairly?" Futon. Daitopa. Kakashi used the great breakthrough technique, and the surrounding fog dissipated to show that they had been trapped inside a dome of closely spaced, reflective ice panels. However, no one else was present, until a figure in a mask materialized in one of the frozen mirrors. After saying it, the ninja shrugged casually, but they still said, "Unfortunate." Sasuke yelled the name of his technique. Kaden. Gukakyu. But the flames of the Uchiha clan's signature technique quickly went extinguished when they hit the ice panels. Sai said, "Well, that's not good. Futon and Suiten, combining to create Hayatan Jutsu. A strong enough Kaden technique would neutralize a weaker Suiten Jutsu, and in normal situations, Kaden would overwhelm Futon. Even a small combination of the two increased the resistance to fire exponentially. Despite Sasuke's disadvantage, no one had mentioned using force. The area of the dome surrounding them was filled with clones as Naruto yelled, "Taju Kage Bunshin." Although it was impossible to see from where they were, Naruto had summoned even more doppelgangers to emerge from the ice. As Naruto's Kage Bunshin protected his team and client from harm, one hit turned into 2 and 200. Something wasn't right even then, but there was another ninja with their masked attacker. Tape armor covered the lower half of his face, like a poor man's parody of Kakashi's own mesh mask, but his eyes were those of a mad dog itching to fight. The blunt force trauma broke the ice, and Team 7 managed to escape the freezing grip of death. It was nothing to sneeze at how easily he held his blade in the air. He had become adept at eliminating Naruto's clones in the time before they had punched their way through the Hayatan technique. With his head cocked to the side, Momochi Zabuza questioned, "Konoha just loves shoving their hands in other villages' business, huh?" Kakashi casually remarked, "Not our fault he chose to hire Konoha Nin. We just showed up for the job." "Well, that's true, but it doesn't help either of us. You're guarding a man who I want to see dead, on the ground, in front of me. Any chance I can convince you to leave Kirigakure-t's territory to be and turn the old man in? Truth be told, I don't actually need him to be a corpse, but... well, I like killing. Never would have thought that the Isenjutsu no Meijin would greet me in this dump, though. Well, I wouldn't have thought that a country too poor to afford a ninja village's protection would have drawn someone like a member of the Seven Swordsmen out here, so I'm just as surprised as you are." The Kabikaribachu was not lowered, but Zabuza shrugged. Naruto had to stop and admire the man's strength as the Junin of Kirigakure lifted it to rest on one shoulder instead. A backswing wouldn't cut anything, but a strong enough pull could turn bones into splinters. That sword was easily as tall as most men, if not taller, and the majority of the blade was fairly thick before it fanned out its single edge. "It's not like I chose for my unit to come out here, but we're getting paid. And you killed 2 of my men, which I'm not particularly excited about. So, even with those kids with you, I'm not inclined to show you too much mercy. Haku, deal with the brats." "As you command, Zabuza." The masked ninja stood in front of Team 7's genin, and Haku leapt to the side as Zabuza engaged Kakashi. Naruto hurried forward and commanded, "You two go help sensei. I'll deal with this clown." He managed to dodge a stab from one of Haku's senbon and then hit a vicious right cross that was too hard for Haku to duck. Haku saw the future of Konoha's powerful war machine with his own 2 eyes as the mask covering his face broke apart. Haku hurled 2 senbon in Tezuna's direction, but ink snakes arose to deflect them. "You can't seriously believe we'd abandon you like that, Bancho." Sai replied. "Not me, at least. Kakashi's a Junin, he can handle himself. We'd be getting in the way," Sasuke replied. With a hiss, Naruto exclaimed, "Fine," as a senbon cut his arm. Haku mixed kunai and shuriken into his next aerial attack and declared, "Your camaraderie is admirable, but I'll have to put an end to it here." "Suiten. Mizudepo." Haku yelled their attack's name. With more force than Naruto thought precipitation had any right to, water pooled into an oblong pebble-like shape and condensed from the mist. It took Naruto a moment to realize that the water gun had not lost momentum after leaving him with its exit wounds, and it tore through his leg as he had jumped away from Haku during the casting process. He watched the lethal liquid glide through the air almost in slow motion, but he missed Sasuke's arrogant grin as Sai threw Tezuna to the ground. The grassy plain they were standing on was illuminated by a soft light, and then? The world was on fire then. The blast, which had depleted one of the explosive seals they had stolen from the vanquished demon brothers, threw Naruto forward. Unexpectedly, Kakashi and Zabuza had also been swept away. Sasuke looked down at Haku, 2 tomo in his Sharingan. As he slid through his hand seals, his hands appeared to blur, and the Gukakyu would not be stopped this time. A fire that was twice as tall and wide as the Uchiha himself formed as heat rolled out of his mouth and condensed. Haku ducked to one side as the fireball continued to roll, and Sasuke's armor tape-covered shin rose up to stop a stabbing senbon. Sai shouted, "Clones!" as one approached him and another came at him from behind. Did Sasuke simply assume that one was pursuing Naruto because he wasn't turning? Sasuke's footing went slick as the blonde rushed up to block the attack that was headed for his neck. The last thing Naruto's left eye saw was the ground below him turning into a sheet of ice, which his brain registered. Naruto felt the needle touch something inside Sasuke's head as a senbon, an attack meant to cut his spine, descended from above. His human mind, which had previously been too simple to comprehend and control the power he had been endowed with, began with a low moan. Naruto had a terrible, ear-splitting headache that made him cry uncontrollably. When Haku retreated from what should have been a fatal blow, he grabbed hold of the senbon and tore it away. A sudden undulation between hot and cold replaced the metaphorical millipedes that were crawling across his skin. Naruto's body seemed to be freezing to death one moment, then burning and drying out the next. In the process, the replica continued to be destroyed, even though his body was trying to regenerate the eye he had lost. Then came the sickening surge of energy that Kakashi would never forget, visible to all in attendance. It had been 10.5 years since he had last experienced it. On the night of Naruto's birth, he had witnessed the events that had permanently destroyed his world. Since then, he had been plagued by visions of damnation and acts of pure violence. Kakashi muttered, "You were supposed to be dead. Sensei was supposed to have killed you." The power surge that Naruto had experienced twice was now fully revealed, and he could feel it thundering through his veins. Painful sensations faded as his one eye looked at the world as it really was, and red miasma coiled around him. The only warning Zabuza would give the Junin before the Kabikarabachu turned around was, "Eyes on the prize, Kakashi." The two Junin started running through identical hand seals as Kakashi squirmed beneath the blade, a kunai rising to cut Zabuza's face. The two men yelled, "Suiden! Suiryuden!" as the watery dragons collided and burst into steam and rain. While Sasuke, Naruto, and Sai all killed the icy clones that Haku had summoned, Zabuza raised his blade and swung again. They don't include the real one. Kakashi chose to block rather than dodge this time when Zabuza's sword descended. He was powerful enough to stop the enormous head-hunting blade in its tracks, but he had been fighting Zabuza alone. Sasuke's Gukakyu had served more as a distraction than an assault against the once masked shinobi, but he had planned for his students to battle the Kirinin's apprentice. The force of the blade he had blocked practically trapped Kakashi, preventing him from turning. There was Haku. There was a senbon. Naruto's demonic eye followed Haku's journey, as if in slow motion, from hiding in the tree line following Sasuke's Gukakyu to the Shunshin he used to appear. If the needle had been thrown, Kakashi's flak jacket would have prevented the senbon from landing in Haku's hand, but it wasn't. Kakashi felt the slim lance of doom pierce his chest between his ribs, angled to pierce through the left lung and heart. He yelled, "Run!" to his pupils. Sasuke ran away as soon as he was told to, and Tazuna followed closely behind. Cold frost churned through muscle, bone, and organ as it attempted to kill Kakashi, spreading out from the area surrounding his wound. With his nails permanently grown longer and hardened into ferocious claws that ridiculed evolution's ability to create lethal things, Naruto didn't look the other way. An energy completely distinct from chakra or ki. The red miasma surrounding him concentrated into a fist-sized ball that glowed like new magma. Although Haku had attempted to track down the Konoha nin who had left the scene, Naruto's first Bijudama was essentially a form of retaliation. As the demonic blast struck Haku's body, a thunderous roar shook the island nation, its echo resonating for miles. The world of the four remaining ninja was filled with light, and then three. A trench had been cut into the ground, narrow where the Bijudama had started, and then wider and wider after where it had collided with Haku's disastrous attempt at interception. On the route to the coast where Naruto had fired, there were no more trees, and the far horizon was now covered with sand and waves. Haku! Zabuza screamed the name of his deceased subordinate, his eyebrows fixed on his face in a helpless rage. But what was he to do? He had lost a great deal of stamina and chakra in his brief battle with Kakashi, and Naruto had barely used up his reserves. At least that's how he appeared. Despite being half the assassin's age, Naruto still made a powerful impression despite losing his eye. After hearing the name once, he committed it to memory. "I'm going to kill you, Zabuza. I'm going to taste your soul. I swear it." From Naruto's right ring finger, a red, unbreakable binding light surged, branding the Kirigakure no Kijin with a X across the inside of his left bicep. Wisps of light simultaneously emerged from the dust where Haku's body would have been and poured their power into Naruto's body. One, then two, tails emerged from Naruto's coccyx, causing the ground to tremble and loose debris to float into the air. They grew like a hydra until behind the blonde, 9 tendrils of energized flesh hung in the air. He became so furious that another Bijudama appeared before his extended hands. He executed a shunshin without the use of hand seals, moving to Zabuza's side and unleashing the devastating blow at close range. Nothing remained, just as when the bomb made of Yuki had made contact with Haku. Even the Kabikaribachu had disappeared. Blood spurted from Kakashi's mouth, discoloring his mesh mask as he said, "Kyuubi. No. Naruto. I won't ask you to avenge me. Just make sure you return to Konoha. I know that look on your face, and I know what's on your mind, but let go of revenge." Naruto firmly refused, saying, "No." Kakashi laughed, coughing. Kakashi drew the senbon from his chest, squirming even though he couldn't feel the frozen flesh that accompanied it. "It'll come with time. I remember when I was the same way. You'll get there. One last thing, though, he would soon join his teammates and sensei after becoming numb and barely able to stay conscious." Raising his arm to raise his Hite 8, Kakashi showed off a lone Sharingan that, based on the scar that ran over the skin around it, had probably served as a substitute for his original eye. Kakashi's hand was covered in green chakra as Naruto bent down, determined to accept his Junin sensei's final gift. He carefully and deftly grasped his Sharingan, removing it by its root and holding it in his hand for a brief moment before lifting it to Naruto's face. As a tornado of visions raced through Naruto's head, the root made contact with the back of his empty eye socket, causing the eye to suction itself into position. With his breath coming easier, Kakashi stated, "As ninja, our duty is to protect and serve. Some would say that duty belongs to the village we live in, but I only ever wanted to protect my teammates. Hopefully, that Sharingan will help you as much as it helped me." Leaning forward, Kakashi took Naruto's hand in his own. "No matter what they say when they see what you are, you'll always be the son of your parents." The seal appeared on the right side of Kakashi's cheek as his body fell away from Naruto. Naruto saw the fresh corpse burn after his body caught fire in a matter of seconds. Naruto bowed his head and turned to leave when the man was reduced to ash and bones. His blood-red eyes were ready for more carnage, but his tails had retreated and his power was temporarily concealed from the world. Naruto had mastered the art of hiding in plain sight in the 2 months since he had arrived in Nami no Kuni. If he kept his head down, no one would notice the color of his eyes or the abnormality of one of them. If his clothes were big enough to cover his body, no one would wonder why he appeared so well-fed and strong. Most crucially, though, if he killed the thugs who occasionally patrolled the town, no one on the island would divulge his location or description. In the first month, he had killed 3 of the mercenaries because he found their savage extortion repugnant, but in the past week, he had killed 9 more. Instead of acting as enforcers of an admittedly arbitrary curfew, he had witnessed them begin working around the clock and traveling in groups of 3 and pairs. It had been possible to classify 1 or 2 deaths as an oversight, but more than 1 per week was too much, too quickly. Nevertheless, Naruto was unable to stop himself. His shuriken and kunai were more powerful than the weapons available to civilian-born mercenaries because they were forged with chakra in addition to their metal components. Perhaps because he had lost one of his own, but the eye was a favorite target, and he could harm them with his sharpshooting aim in ways that would not reveal his occupation. Naruto turned his attention away from the boy who had nearly been punished by his most recent victims and said, "You should stay indoors, kid." With 2 bodies on the ground as evidence of Naruto's skill, he was leaning against the alley's side where they were standing. The child whimpered, and Naruto saw the same despair he had experienced in himself prior to the day he had saved Ayame's life. What would it matter? No matter how many of them you kill, there's more. There's always more. It's hopeless. With his eyes closed, Naruto lowered his head and said, "But I've bought you another day. You're living on borrowed time, sure, but you're still alive. Try to appreciate that." When he felt the boy grab his hand from behind, he jumped to his full height and started to leave. He halted in his tracks, fighting the urge to turn and drive a kunai through his small attacker's skull. "Yes?" he inquired. The boy inquired, "What's your name?" Naruto considered it. He made the decision, "You can call me Yurei. For all the people who've lost their lives to Gato, and the people working with him, I'll take everything he owns, and everything he owes." After saying that, Naruto turned a corner and launched himself into the night with a shunshin. As the boy ran home, a 3-tomo eye watched from above. Yurei. A specter. Naruto had been put on the spot and didn't want to reveal his true name, so it was a bit too on the nose for him. It seemed as though Kakashi was seated inside his head, given the eye he had been given and everything he had learned from it. He had access to the Sharingan's abundance of knowledge, despite the fact that it had transferred twice, with two owners following the original wielder. He closed his eyes and started to concentrate, turning his attention inward. He moved up to his legs after starting with his feet, paying attention to each toe that sat motionless. As he reached his neck, his spatial awareness extended past his lungs and up from his fingers and stomach. Upon arriving at his eyes, a massive image of the Sharingan appeared before him in his mind. He stood before it in the dark night of his mind, and when he reached out to it, he saw the hall of its memories. He focused on Kakashi's memories and the fleeting glimpse into Uchiha Obito's, pointedly ignoring his own because there was nothing especially noteworthy about them. As a stream of consciousness, Obito's memory list was orders of magnitude shorter than Naruto's. The Uchiha couldn't have had his Sharingan for more than a day or so, from what he'd pieced together after watching it. However, after witnessing what the Sharingan would not forget following Obito's death, Kakashi was able to comprehend some of the man's final words. The Chidori. A weapon of unadulterated devastation, the outcome of violence. The purest form of Raiden chakra, encasing the wielder's hand. With the ability to sever everything and anything. Later, after he had hopped around a little, Kakashi recalled seeing the Reikiri, a more sophisticated form of the technique, split natural lightning in half. Once Kakashi received Obito's Sharingan, his own creation was finished. Rasengan. His father's technique, the Chidori's equal in power, and just as simple in its creation and execution. Bound in a sphere, chakra devoid of any element, it was a spinning dervish of destruction that ripped through everything it touched. Despite being considered the ultimate shape transformation ninjutsu, it is still unfinished. Kakashi's response to it had been the Chidori, an unsuccessful attempt to fuse elemental chakra with the Rasengan. Although Naruto was far from a slow learner, he had never seen these techniques before gaining his new left eye. He was startled out of his reverie by a voice that said, "You must be the last one left." His demonic right eye opened as he turned to face the speaker. They would have attacked first if they had intended to hurt him. Most of the time, that was how ninja preferred to work. They weren't there for him, at least. Two ran away on my orders. The other one died, but I got my revenge. 4 ninjas. He instantly recognized the two-headed one and the one that was much larger than the others. You were the ones with Mizuki that night, weren't you? The original speaker, a dark-skinned man Naruto assumed to be the archer who had shot him nearly 6 months prior, replied, "Yeah." According to the flute on her hip, the red-headed woman was the one who had lulled him into her gentle genjutsu on the night he had really become a ninja. Neither of the two people he had met at first sight had shot him. Naruto would be lying if he claimed he didn't want to exact revenge for their attempt to kidnap him, but he currently had a more pressing wound to tend to. So what brings you here? With his face seemingly fixed in a permanent sneer, the portly man stated, "Our master finds what RyugaXD has done to this country to be distasteful. He also wants to know more about you, though you're not our objective." Then Naruto began to think, which means, you're here for the civilians, for whatever reason, probably evacuating them as a front. They wore 8th note Hitai 8, which Naruto was unaware of. He was okay with them for the time being, but eventually he would have to do some searching. "We also came to help you finish your mission, although we didn't know how many people came out here. Or were still alive." The man with 2 heads replied, "We're normally a 5-man unit, and based on what I can feel about you, you'll make a good stand-in." With a hint of sheepishness, Naruto remarked, "I don't have a very good track record with teammates, apparently." The red-haired woman snarled, "If those shitheads die, then it's their own fucking faults." To Yuya. "How many times have I told you?" The man who resembled Akamichi only said so much before being cut off by the lone woman. "It's a shit-twistin' kind of unbecoming for a young goddamn lady to say fucking swear words, and all that other bullshit? This is probably the 5th time today, Jirobo, you asshole." Naruto gave Kidomaru a cautious look before accepting his handshake, which he offered, saying, "Before you ask, I'm Kidomaru, and yes, they're always like this. The twins over there are Sakin and Yukon. It's their ability. And you probably don't want to know any more than that." Sakin returned to his quiet and held up a hand in greeting, waving casually. "And you?" inquired Jirobo. Choosing to continue using the name he had given the civilian boy just moments before, Naruto uttered the words, "Yurei." After providing his best estimate, Kidomaru shrugged and said, "Okay, then, Yurei. We've got our own mission to accomplish, but you'll hear back from us in, a week?" Jirobo thought he was asking for too much when he said, "Try to keep a low profile until then, please." Undoubtedly, Naruto could evade detection when he so desired, and evading civilian mercenaries' attention or capture was a step or two below the limit of his abilities. Naruto closed his right eye and turned back to the street from his perch, saying, "Tell me when you're ready." The four ninja quietly disappeared into the night, and Naruto didn't unwind until an hour had passed since he last felt their gaze. Naruto couldn't continue at his current rate. In order to overwhelm Nami no Kuni with more corpses than he could possibly murder, Gato had the funds and Kirigakure had the ninja. He would need to act quickly, with the assistance of ninja whose loyalty he did not know, if he was going to take any action against the midget in a suit. It wasn't unknown, no, he simply wasn't giving it enough thought. And what had Mizuki said that evening? "I've been working for a man Konoha hates. As a civilization, who did Konoha hate?" Despite Kumo's covert conflict with his hometown, the Sandaime Reikage had personally abducted a Hyuga girl over 10 years prior, but that seemed to be more of an issue for the elder generation. Furthermore, Mizuki had only specified one figure despite having acknowledged his betrayal, and the four ninja he had branded with his oath were not wearing Kumogakure's Hatai 8. Given that the man had been dead for almost as long as the Sandaime Hokage had been alive, claiming that it was Uchiha Madara was as absurd as it got. However, who else was such a notorious villain in Konoha's history that everyone who heard their name hated and demonized them? Orochimaru. He would have been bitten by the realization if it had been a snake. The perpetrator of an event so numbing that the people of Konoha simply called it the massacre. To give it a more descriptive title would be equivalent to congratulating Orochimaru on killing nearly an entire clan. The only people who survived were children and teenagers, who appeared to have been chosen at random, and Uchiha Itachi was left as the leader of his clan. The individuals he had accepted for assistance were directly ordered to do so by a public threat. Naruto recalled how drastically the village had changed both before and after the massacre, and how the police presence had drastically decreased. The Bancho and his band of jovial outlaws had been able to go even farther than they had before, thanks to the Uchiha, who had served as the majority of Konoha's brigade of nightstick-wielding, badge-wearing misfits. However, how many members of Konoha's once single largest clan had been killed? 200? 300? Naruto didn't know, and he didn't want to consider it right now. He would accept the Byahebi's assistance if it was necessary to accomplish his objective. After Haku had thrust a senbon into Kakashi's back, his mission had ceased to be about saving a country. Over the course of the following few days, he observed that Nami no Kuni's population had significantly decreased. Even fewer kids played in the street, though the number had previously been small. For what might have been a plentiful autumn harvest in better times, there weren't enough workers. It appeared that very few people remained in the town after the 5th day. Naruto located the boy he had saved earlier that week on the 6th day, and he followed him home before he heard the mother and son conversing from his position above their kitchen window. They were the grandson and daughter of Tazuna. Hopeful that the architect would come home, they explained that they had declined to evacuate with the Itoyon, the Sound 4. Naruto wanted to come clean and say that Tazuna would probably spend the remainder of his old age on the mainland. But who was he to deprive those seeking salvation of hope? In reality, they prayed for the overthrow of a rapacious tyrant and the absolution of tyranny. They desired Gato's rule to end. At least Naruto could attempt to deliver that. Naruto had observed that the number of townspeople had decreased over the past week, while the number of guards had increased. His men were tense, and Gato was uncomfortable. It resembled a banquet of fear, presented for Naruto to eat. As the head of an ambush squad, Kakashi had previously been on a mission similar to this. Following the evacuation of as many residents as possible, the city was hit by a deadly plague. Naruto questioned, "Those civilians aren't coming back, are they?" With a shrug, Kitamura acknowledged, "Probably not." In one of the deserted houses, Naruto sat with the Itoyon team. After living in the Nami no Kuni slums and foraging for food in the wild for over 2 months, his normally neon yellow hair was covered in dirt and dust and he had yet to take the time to take another bath. It didn't bother him because, as a child, he had turned the streets into his home and had gone years without proper hygienic care. "What's the plan?" inquired Tayuya. Naruto stated resolutely, "We should wait for a little while after the sun goes down. An hour. Op starts an hour after dark. We'll stealth kill our way up to the mansion, and then we'll wipe it out, down to the foundation. I guarantee you, Gato's got some way off this island, and I don't want him getting access to it in time for him to escape." Solid plan. Split groupings. I feel like having all 5, 6 of us in one place isn't such a great idea. I'd rather avoid friendly fire, Sakin responded. Tayuya with you and your brother. Jirobo and Kitamura with me. Tayuya, you're a genjutsu specialist, right? The redhead said, "Right. Based on the rest of you. Sakin and Yukon are the assassination specialists, Jirobo is the juggernaut, and Kidomaru is the strategist and trap master. Kidomaru smiled as light streamed in through the window and fell on his teeth, saying, labeled us perfectly, Yurei. Tayuya puts him to sleep so Sakin and Yukon can do their thing. I watch you and Jirobo to make sure nobody gets cheap shots in? Naruto remarked, sums it up pretty well. Sakin remarked, keeping one eye open to observe Naruto's movements, like a perfect replacement for Kimimaro. He seemed satisfied with the blonde's raised eyebrow, which was the only reward he received for his efforts. Jirobo gripped the edge of the table so tightly that his knuckles turned white and said, he's supposed to be the one leading us. Instead, they've got him strapped to an operating table. No offense, Yurei, but I'd feel more comfortable if he was here. Naruto shrugged, but all 5 ninja were alerted by a loud clattering sound. None taken. They moved quickly out of sight, away from doors and windows. Still close enough to hear outside the building's confines, Naruto made his way to the house's staircase. Someone yelled, Marcus, you idiot, presumably one of the hired mercenaries from Gato. An alien? The name was unfamiliar. Naruto was aware that a completely different civilization had survived the fall of the dead gods, somewhere beyond the barren deserts of Kase no Kuni. Although there weren't many records or accounts about them, Kakashi had met one of them once and witnessed it through the Sharingan, a 4-sentence exchange that ended with the 2 men parting ways. A fist struck the wall in the present, making it creak. It was an audible blow, but not a full body because the impact was not powerful enough for that. A second voice, obviously frustrated with the first speaker, came out and asked, do you think yelling is going to help? Zabuza said that it's a demon who's been killing all our. As Naruto processed that name, his mind briefly checked out. Did Zabuza survive? Had he survived a close-range Bijudama? However, he had witnessed the destruction it inflicted on the landscape. He had witnessed the faint glimmer of light that verified Haku's demise, and the same outcome had. No, not the same outcome. Nothing had happened to him after he had killed Zabuza. After Haku, the demon brothers, and Mizuki were killed, he had received their energy, bits and pieces of power. After the Bijudama attacked Zabuza, that had not occurred. It had happened even though Haku had no body. Zabuza was still alive, of course. He had been irresponsible and had not bothered to check. So if you don't want to die next, then we need to find him and kill him first. The second speaker remarked, we've been looking through houses all day. They're all empty. Listen, man, I'm wigging out over here. This ain't normal, and it ain't good. It's a ninja. He killed the rest of Zabuza's team. And Zabuza barely escaped. We were given a death sentence. Oh, no we weren't. Listen, Gato may be rich, but he doesn't have the time or the money to label people as expendable. Clients get a reputation for that. They start seeing a lot of lost interest in their jobs. Besides, nobody can outrun death. Let's just check this house, see it's empty, leave, and get on with it. Naruto heard the door creak as it swung open after the knob turned painfully slowly. Instead of hearing one of the sound 4 go farther into hiding, he felt it. The sound of the door swinging shut was followed by 2 distinct sets of footsteps, and Naruto smiled. Hearing the 2 men moving, he opened his Sharingan for the first time in days, having long since adapted to using one eye, and let it do the math. Naruto did not hesitate when the first boot appeared. He leapt straight up with inhuman grace, using chakra to adhere to the ceiling and wall without making any noise. While his partner kept searching the lower floor, Naruto froze, considering his options, as the mercenary ascended the stairs. A single second. 2 seconds. Naruto was falling forward with a tiny disc of flames hovering in front of his hand before the 3rd second could come. He swung with almost no resistance, and before the severed head could start to fall, it was cauterized. Naruto skillfully grabbed the head and torso, suppressing his slight disgust at being in possession of a corpse. Naruto let it drop gently and observed the usual wisps of light flowing from the deceased man to him. He felt his strength increase as they were absorbed into his skin as usual. Oh, gods, no. What's happening? The other mercenary said those final words. He was presumably fully conscious and aware of what was happening because Sakin or Yukon had used their Kekkei Genkai for an assassination. Stupid bastard. He was unable to collect on the interest since he had been bought for life in temporary service. Ought to have chosen a more secure career. As he moved, Naruto kept his head down and closed his left eye once more. By the time he got to them, the sound 4 had assembled. Naruto smiled a little and said, they're out looking for me. He was completely sure he could stay away from civilian soldiers forever. According to Jirobo, possibly in force. Which complicates things. If we keep waiting, they'll inevitably surround us. Breaking through wouldn't be the hard part. Watching our backs would be the problem. It's difficult to move forward while looking backward, Sakin replied. For the first time Naruto could recall, Yukon said, speak for yourself, asshole. The blonde and the other members of the Sound Four laughed, but Yukon wasn't always in a dormant state. He was always facing backwards while Sakin carried him. Anyway. Naruto returned to his serious demeanor. Schedules moved up. As soon as we're out of this house, we're cutting our way to Gato. Anything else to say before we head out? Yeah, actually. Got something for you. Kidomaru handed Naruto a scroll he had taken from his pack. Reluctant to unfold it, the blonde asked, what's that? It's a summoning scroll. Pull it out, put some blood on it, and it'll summon a snake to get you out. You may not have to use it, but keep it as a contingency plan. I'm a spider summoner, so the rest of us will get out that way, but I was told to give that to you. Naruto remarked, I'll keep that in mind. Tayuya said, alright, are we fucking ready already? Naruto hesitated for a moment as the Sound Four looked at him collectively. He saw brands of power, just as Mizuki had done. Hirobo's ankle, Kidomaru's right arm, and Tayuya's shoulder blades, just above her neckline. He had done it, and he knew where Sakin had been touched too. In tiny letters, nearly to the extent of referring to it as a tattoo or scar. They had made their agreement with him, whether they liked it or not. Then Naruto said, let's go. Tayuya would probably have responded with something like, a bloody fucking mess, if he had asked her opinion of the situation. He hadn't considered the type of fighting force that a multi-billionaire could purchase, but he had been prepared to attack Gato's mansion and mercenaries. Because he had witnessed his own regenerative powers in action, Naruto was taking far more liberties than he knew were appropriate. You know, Yurei. This may be a bad time to bring it up, and I have total faith in your skills, but is that a member of the Seven Swordsmen? Asked Kidomaru. A dead tree had no leaves in late May, and Zabuza was sitting on the trunk end of a branch that would have broken to pieces if he hadn't been shifting his weight with chakra. The Swordmaster had come to complete what he had begun just over 2 months prior, and Naruto could feel the weight of his eyes and knew what killing intent meant. Naruto grimaced and said, oh, great. Just great, leave him to me. Naruto felt the blades of a saw blade tearing through his chest as it descended. Furious, he glared at the mercenary in question, then reached out and tore his throat away. With venom in his voice, Naruto yelled, Zabuza! As hatred welled up inside of him. His skin turned slightly darker, and his body was energized like a geyser of malice. With a menacing sigh, the Kirigakure no Kijin lowered himself from his perch and said, I still owe you for what you did to my men. Furious and silent, he landed and yanked the Kabikurabachu from the magnetic clasps that held it to his back. Naruto's mind was etched with an ethereal vision of a feline demon, older and more formidable than the Nibi no Nekomata could ever hope to be. Its waking world avatar, a newborn god in the land of men, was Zabuza. A real-life monster. Naruto experienced a sensation in his chest that was halfway between anger and trepidation. His muscles cried out for him to move as adrenaline surged through his body, but he remained in one spot. Zabuza was surrounded by a sense of power as he moved forward, and the blood from his prior wound had already dried. Fear was the cause. Naruto felt terrified. He was an orphan living on the streets, begging for food from dumpsters, and had to force himself not to cry every night when he went to bed hungry. All of a sudden, he was 5 years old again. He watched Zabuza come toward him, his eyes wide and unblinking. The terrifying assassin from Kirigakure seemed to loom over his life, and he felt so small. Was it Jirobo who was yelling at him? Although he could hear the voice, he was unable to describe the sounds. There was too much going on. How could he? What ought he to do? Tayuya bellowed, Yurei, get the hell away from him, over the clamorous fighting. Everything fell into place like the final twist of a lock being picked. He had never been Naruto and was no longer Naruto. After raiding a ramen shop and being caught consuming some of the toppings, he was given that moniker while living on the streets. He had given it his own name, but it was Yurei. The specter. Something that was inhuman, something that lived long after it ought to have been put down. He felt the scar lines left by Gozu's gauntlet and instinctively raised his hand to his throat. It was impossible to kill ghosts. Because they had unfinished business, they stayed on Earth even though they were already dead. Naruto's eyes had changed, but he was still staring at Zabuza. He was focused on what needed to be done in the present and no longer thought about the past. His gut was filled with calm, quiet anger again, and he was fearless. He was a monument to all of Konoha's sins and the living sacrament of their victories. With the Kabikurabachu swinging from right to left, Zabuza growled under his armor tape mask, There's nobody to bail you out this time, brat. Zabuza, a master of Kenjutsu, stopped Naruto's swing abruptly and transformed it into a straight-angled slash toward the sky as Naruto leapt to avoid the enormous blade. Unfazed, Naruto's feet released a dazzling red energy known as chakra, which corroded and bit into the fabled sword. Naruto took a chance after briefly regaining his equilibrium, and as the older ninja dipped away to avoid reprisals, a left cross struck his jaw. Naruto hissed and opened his left eye to reveal the Sharingan that Kakashi had given him prior to his passing. I'm not letting you get away again. You took his. Oh, gods, you poor fool. How much could you have learned in 2 months, with nobody to teach you? Hitaki Kakashi was a true shinobi, down to the end. You're just a bumbling student who hasn't experienced the joys and horrors of war. Zabuza chuckled and continued to swing his blade. Common sense would have told Naruto to dodge outside since he was just barely within its range, but Zabuza was approaching at a sharp angle and could thrust just as easily as complete the swing. Therefore, continuing was the most viable course of action. As the Kabikurabachu ripped through a lung and the beginnings of Naruto's intestines, he felt his right collarbone snap like a twig as he hurried inside the swing. He brought chakra into his left hand as he felt his chest burning, his muscles and organs exposed to the evening air in an unnatural way. He smiled and held it up. As he coughed and spat blood, Naruto exclaimed, "Futon! Bakuha!" His palm appeared to light up white, but then a gust of wind tore itself from the natural world and pushed Zabuza away. He struck the dead tree he had been sitting in, toppling it as he went, accompanied by the Kabikurabachu. Naruto's flesh started to knit back together in front of everyone who wanted to see. His skin crawled back across the wound to cover it, muscles healed and reattached to bones that snapped back into place, and organs stopped rupturing. In contrast to his flushed skin, Naruto had a clean white scar line. He let out an involuntary roar, feeling as though his jaw might unhinge. As Naruto experienced a calming release of his mortal restraints, loose stones started to shake and then rise. A tail started to emerge from the base of his spine, and corpses trembled on the nearby ground. It first divided into 3, and each of those multiplied in the same manner. Naruto felt compelled to destroy as 9 inhuman appendages reached back. He was an unnatural defilement of what it meant to be alive, and his very breath was poison. It was a monster by any measure. Naruto shouted, "Hawkeye!" and the world complied. A dark sphere blasted out of his extended hands as his tails twirled and the earth rumbled beneath him. One of the mercenaries who had been less afraid than his peers was moved by it, and the technique was applied without hesitation. The man had suddenly exploded, and from the spot where he had been standing, pieces of organs, bloody meat, and broken bones had emerged. "Hawkeye!" he yelled once more. "Hawkeye, Hawkeye, Hawkeye! Destroy! Destroy! Destroy!" It was the catchphrase of demons, lords of destruction who had no protection. What could make the capacity to kill useless? A raging hell beast that was only familiar with death and violence. What could stop it? Naruto yelled to his temporary teammate, Kidomaru, "You need to get your team out of here," as he witnessed 3 more of Gado's mercenaries being destroyed. A 3-headed water dragon roared to life as it tore through the air towards Naruto, and Zabuza had not been idle, his hands tearing through seals as quickly as he could manage them. Sansuiryu Enden, the Sweden, was struck by the blonde's 4th orb of destruction and absorbed the jutsu without vanishing. The thing fell like a rock and hit the floor. The earth yawned violently and deep-buried magma blasted high into the dusk sky. The geyser quickly sank, transforming into a river that burned the surrounding trees and grass. Just a few minutes after the sun had set, Nami no Kuni was illuminated, and the air glistened as Naruto gazed down Zabuza from the other side of the molten river. As the ground below caught fire, the grass and trees dried out and smoked for a few moments before resurfacing like a lost temper, and flames licked the sky. Zabuza turned to himself and said, "A living demon." He hadn't wanted to believe it, even though he had told Gado's mercenaries as much. A humanoid one, in Konoha's service. That shouldn't be possible. According to all myths and legends, the battle against the dead gods had killed almost all the demons except the Biju. The great darkness had long since left that realm at the first chance, and Makai was shattered to pieces. Only the world tree remained as evidence that the age of gods had even occurred, and the heavenly throne was similarly destroyed. It wasn't a human blonde. Zabuza had realized that as soon as he had witnessed the Kabikurabachu corroded by Naruto's chakra. Mei's Futen techniques could split and crack it, but they couldn't put burrs in his blade. Zabuza tried to process what was happening and why as quickly as possible. By harvesting cells from a dead shinobi's body, One could learn their techniques, chakra natures, and even their Kekkei Genkai. The Sharingan was known for its capacity to memorize and replicate anything it saw. Zabuza was more than a little lacking in formal education, having graduated from Kirigakure's academy at the age of 6 after killing a whole graduating class of kids more than twice his own age. Despite this, he was able to draw clear conclusions. Every tactic that Hitaki Kakashi, one of Konoha's most renowned and feared soldiers, had ever seen or employed was available to the demon. Furthermore, demons became more powerful by eliminating their adversaries. The Biju were so strong because of this. In their pursuit of destroying the gods, they had slain countless men and other demons, becoming so great that they no longer required their physical bodies. It was the reason why Konoha's death toll following the night the Kyuubi attacked them had been so startling. The Yondaime Hokage had managed to physically manifest the Kyuubi before killing it. Nevertheless, the demon in front of him had 9 tails. A young man with blonde hair and red eyes that don't match, but if he were to think they were blue instead. The Kyuubi had not been killed by Namikaze Minato. It was a demon king comparable to the Great Darkness, a force of nature, and an engine of destruction. No human being could possibly possess such power. No seal bound a demon to the child's flesh, and the child was not Jinchuriki, but what if the deceased Hokage had made the Kyuubi take on a mortal form against its will? All that strength, all that evil force, within the body of a baby. No seal could stop the infant's brain from bleeding or its kirakuki from being obliterated. Attempting to fit a king-sized bed into a shot glass would be like that. Either the power source would overflow, the container would burst, or both would occur simultaneously. Therefore, if the boy before him was the Kyuubi, he was far less powerful than the demon that Uchiha Madara had subdued. Theoretically, Zabuza had fully embraced that Bijudama 2 months prior. That wasn't an isolated incident, and it wasn't planned. It was carried out of instincts derived from violence. He had performed a shunshin and protected his body with the Kabikuribachu, which allowed him to escape with only minor burns and a destroyed blade. His sword's reformative powers were well known, so that was a bother long ago. Nevertheless, it had felt lighter, but thirstier, ever since that day. The Samahata in reverse, which Kisame had shown to get heavier as it used up more chakra. His sword arm shook now, but not out of fear. The Kabikuribachu appeared eager to confront the ninja who had so viciously broken it, as each of Kirigakure's great blades was a monstrosity born of hatred and enmity. It was hungry for Naruto's infernal flesh, had sensed his chakra, and knew he was close. But as a last resort, Zabuza recalled his escape strategy. For now, that was a what if, and Zabuza himself had no affection for the despotic businessman. But what if Gato went down? Making it back to Kiri alive and undamaged was more crucial than killing the newly discovered Kyuubi or his Otogakure friends. That shouldn't be too hard, hopefully. He got up and moved away from the dead tree that had broken his fall, a little gingerly. That demon's Sweden techniques would be a waste of chakra and a pointless exercise if he could split the earth open and release magma. It would be better to simply enhance his movements and make the most of his larger frame. He would be faster and stronger than any teenager whose body hadn't finished growing, and he was sheerly by virtue of his age. If only he were aware of what his opponent was capable of. It had been hard enough to train for enemy Jinchuriki in simulated battles against Yagura and Utakata, but a fully possessed Jinchuriki was no match for their unsealed demon. Naruto would remain at his best as long as he was alive. In an instant, chakra had dispersed evenly throughout Zabuza's body, and the Kabikuribachu was in his right hand. Naruto had that expression on his face, a ruthless, angry look. It was an appropriate expression for a demon. Even appropriate. Naruto growled and said, "I see you. Analyzing, high and mighty, so secure in your skills that you stop worrying." Did the demon mistake his lack of response for conceit? Excellent. It would be better to remain silent and cause him to become distracted by his anger. As long as he could keep dodging. But a well-placed blow would put a stop to it. But the distance between them grew wider before he could do anything. Flames spread along the rapidly drying grass as Nami no Kuni was torn to pieces. What was the number of crops being reduced to ashes? By using the island nation as an external food source, Kirigakure had been able to leave the civilian settlement with enough food to sustain themselves while taking enough to last them through their recent lean years. In that situation, Gato had been a necessary evil who would be removed, in the Kirigakure fashion, as soon as he was no longer relevant. Zabuza was unwilling to comprehend why another village had chosen to intervene. Affront would have been obvious to any village leader with half a functioning brain, which the famous Sandaime Hokage undoubtedly possessed. To take on a death squad, Sarutobi Hiruzen had purposefully sent a group of new recruits. The three genin had come off better in the exchange than that slight on his team's abilities. Over the last 2.5 years, the entire campaign had left Zabuza with a very bad taste in his mouth. He was now down to the last of it, and it was time to get it done. Naruto leapt forward, soaring above the lava and descending at a slight enough angle that Zabuza would find it challenging to block with his blade. The swordsman retreated, but as soon as Naruto touched down, Zabuza stepped forward and swung for a strong blow from his right side. Naruto ducked beneath it and stepped forward, his hands frantically creating seals. Kaden snarled, "Kaden! Hi no Renden!" From the lava behind him, 6 fire bolts twisted into thin lances that tore through the air and struck Zabuza's body. The former Anbu quickly melted into a pool of water, which vanished a few seconds later. Naruto immediately jumped to his left, dodging a swing that was exactly the same as the one he had just gone under. According to Zabuza, good. That probably won't work again, but this wouldn't be fun if you didn't have good reflexes. I need to enjoy cutting you to pieces. With his eyes fixed on Zabuza's, Naruto remained silent. With his enormous blade twisting in the air, the swordsman smiled and said, "There aren't many animals like you left in the wild. Civilization either killed them or bred them all out." Some thought that most of the 7 swordsman's weapons required the simple technique of swinging it with an axe grip, where his top hand slid down to increase power. They were mistaken. The blocks that kept the handlepieces from being one smooth rod were also carefully considered, and the Kabikarabachu had a long handle for a reason. He had more control and leverage over the sword the more distance there was between his 2 hands when they were both gripping it. The Kabikarabachu had drank deeply of Naruto's blood, and as it adapted to his unholy power, its weight continued to drop. Normally, it would be easier to demonstrate the effectiveness with a katana or shorter blade. The depth and range of Zabuza's strikes were virtually limitless. The 7 were relics from a different time, but a normal sword would have broken and remained broken. They were unbreakable, and as the years wore them down, their strength only increased. Although the shinobi katana Nanan and Shu had historically been at each other's throats over divergent beliefs and objectives, Zabuza's generation was the most powerful in history and had remained unified in their unwavering devotion to the Mizukage. Zabuza was the most skilled assassin and the undeniable master of the Muon Satsujin, despite not being the fastest or strongest of the 7. He had been happy with that. Everyone had a part to play and greed had only ever turned out to be a common detriment. Too much time had passed since he had returned home. Haku was much too young to have been given this task, but the demon brothers had been relatively inexperienced and still understood what they were getting into. When he got back to Kirigakure, he would have to talk to the Mizukage. He applied his years of training as he swung at Naruto's torso from the right side once more, causing the blonde to retreat half a step. In order to transform the Kabikarabachu from a straight side cut to a vicious downward slash that sent Naruto across the front of his ribcage, Zabuza twisted his wrists and slid his back hand up the shaft of the handle. Although the damage was quickly healed and left no scars, Naruto's error in judgment was as obvious as the blood streaming down his chest. He had to take into consideration the arm, the blade, and the handle in order to account for a sword's entire thread range. Zabuza had taken advantage of that final piece of the swordsman's puzzle when Naruto had ducked backwards to avoid the straightforward attack that he had evaded several times previously. His weapon had a series of deceptively long detachable handles, and he had created a diving slice that had caught Naruto off guard by adjusting his leverage in the other hand and his grip on the sword. "Can that eye of yours predict every movement I can make with my sword, even before I make it?" asked Zabuza. "I think that you'd know better than to come after me, if that's the case." In response, Naruto hunkered down, resulting in a 4-limbed leap that would have been impossible for a human to execute instinctively. Zabuza's extensive experience as a warrior told him to get out of the way as the blonde demon twisted in the air. Unable to fully remove the Kabirikibachu from Naruto's path, he ducked away, only to catch a glimpse of raw chakra, an extension of Naruto's hand that touched Zabuza's sword before grinding into it tore through the gap between the two ninja, revealing a blindingly white orb of annihilation. It was a terrible sound. As metal made contact with a technique Zabuza had only heard about, it screamed its agonizing protests. It had buzzed in deep enough that the blade snapped, connecting from beneath the decapitation ring. Most of Zabuza's sword was still in his possession, but the conclusion was ragged. It was as filthy and fierce as the assault that had placed it there. "The Yondaime Hokages." Zabuza growled and shook his head, deciding what to do next. "You know, little demon, I think I've had enough fun playing with you today. If you ever want to try again, come find me in Kiri. Here, on this dying island, In a battle that was far from his side, he couldn't afford to commit himself fully. He was making a tactical retreat, not fleeing. He was visible despite being far beyond Naruto's theoretical threat range after 2 consecutive shunshuns. Kachiyose. Gyaku. A huge shark emerged from a cloud of smoke as Zabuza leapt into the air. It rose and swallowed him whole, then disappeared as it had come. Naruto turned back to see the Sound 4 huddled in a close circle as the ground rumbled beneath his feet. "Come on, Yurei. The island is about to sink," Jirobo yelled. "We're getting out with Kidomaru's summons." Naruto gave a headshake. He had come up with a better idea and the associated opportunity. In addition, Kidomaru had given him a summoning scroll, which he could use if necessary. But something told him his intuition was right. Gato would not have been able to walk to Nami no Kuni, and the billionaire would have definitely objected to the idea of being ferried. If he had any common sense, a man with that much money would be on his way to his expensive yacht right now. Thus, killing as he went, Naruto disappeared into the orange glow of the night illuminated by lava until he reached the summit of the hill where Gato's mansion stood. He could see the mogul sprinting toward a private dock where one ship was moored. Naruto told himself, smaller than I thought he'd be. Naruto had a grievance against Gato, even though Zabuza was his primary target. This was true. The grotesque wealth of corporate monstrosities like Gato was a major contributor to the extreme poverty he had experienced as a child, where he had either gone hungry or stolen food. His family had been taken from him on the night of the Kyuubi's attack, of course, but that was merely semantics. Horrible atrocities were committed, and allowed to continue in the name of greed. A nation had been allowed to fade into oblivion for the sake of one man's ambition. People were such depressed beings. Naruto weaved through the burning trees like a blight walker from the ancient age of gods' legends. Gato fell as the island shook once more. Naruto would have enjoyed watching the man suffer, but he couldn't afford to waste time because he was so close to that boat. He sprinted to the lone ship, a blur of skin and tails as he darted forward. His clones pushed the yacht out to sea, and he summoned the Taju Cage Bunshin with practiced ease, cutting the mooring line. Naruto was taken on board by a shunshin, but he was shocked to learn that there were no more mercenaries for him to engage in combat with. When they had followed Naruto to attack the despotic midget, Gato must have hurled everything he owned at the Itoyon. Naruto couldn't have been happier to set sail. A geyser of lava erupted into the night sky's clouds, and the blonde watched silently, with a deep-seated sense of detachment. He was just leaving the area where the smoke was coming from the island when he saw the amazing occur. From Naruto's distance, Gato's incomprehensible screams could hardly be heard. Naruto soon found himself drowned out by the most destructive force of nature he would ever see. The whole country seemed to tremble. The tide dropped enough that Naruto could distinguish it from a distance, and then it broke in two, and each fragment sank under the sea, capsizing. As the newly discovered cavern attempted to fill itself, a huge sinkhole began to drain water from all sides almost instantly. Since the only thing that would help him survive was speed, he increased the yacht's speed until he was unable to identify the location of the exterminated island. He then sped off into the night, using the sky as a guide. Although there were some clouds in the sky, it was still clear enough for him to recognize some of the constellations he had studied years before. And he shot north, knowing where Nami no Kuni had been. If he found a port with a good map, he could cut northeast in a short time or just head straight east. He sliced through the smooth waves of the ocean for the moment. He had accomplished his goal, and a profound sense of calm had taken hold of his thoughts. Coincidentally, his liberation of Nami no Kuni had unintentionally led to its destruction. He hadn't picked up the Hokkai technique by observing Kakashi's recollections. He had harbored a deep-seated anger and a desire to eradicate his adversaries from the world. The backlash had been excessive, too much. Naruto decided not to use it ever again. The yacht had spent the entire night at high speed and without interruption. Early in the morning, long after Nami no Kuni's sinkhole had disappeared, Naruto awoke in the dark after colliding with the wall across from him. Wide awake now, he moaned, "What did we hit?" As he stumbled blindly to the door, he twisted the handle and threw it wide, revealing a cliff. In comparison to other cliffs, this one wasn't very large. It wasn't a huge cliff, at least not as far as Naruto knew. However, the boat's nose had crunched in and it was obviously absorbing water. Naruto could practically taste the sea breeze over the immediate sense of motor oil and smoke. He used chakra to launch himself from the yacht's deck while the sun was still low in the sky, gaining a foothold on the jagged cliff face. Naruto remarked to no one in particular, "You know, perhaps I ought to have accepted Kidomaru's offer to use that scroll." The ascent was lengthy. He was bored and tired at the same time, despite the fact that it was all painless and that he had to use chakra to stick after his first grab had held. He glanced up and down after the first hour, only to realize that he had not yet reached the halfway point of his journey. It's possible that his estimate of the cliff's size was off. He accelerated. He moved with a certain natural grace, practically running on all fours. His feet kicked off the stone as his elbows tucked back against his stomach, arms ready for fresh contact. He was struck with a sense of inadequacy as he looked down once more. He had hardly made any progress since his last check. He redoubled his efforts a second time and erupted like a bullet, furious at the absurdity of it all. He discovered the solution while he was still rising, twisting in midair. A glowing white matrix of fuinjutsu that was bringing the world together in a way that was not permitted by natural physics. Here were some cunning bastards, whoever he was dealing with. Of course, the plan was to exhaust him before he even made it to the top of the cliff face. Unfortunately, his ability to produce chakras was not something they had anticipated. He called forth one clone after another, until they were so numerous that they almost reached the tide. The blonde sent his clones rippling up and forward with a powerful heave. They moved in a sinuous coil of man-made bodies, looping through the air and stretching toward a long-destroyed heaven. He was alerted by a shout that the clone at the top was holding onto the edge. He was at the head of the line after one Kawarimi. Naruto pulled himself up to see a scene that no mortal eyes had seen in decades as his clones were defeated and their mission accomplished. A city constructed with rings, layers, and spirals that his Sharingan may have understood. The country and the city were dead. His ninja nature and thieving upbringing served as a warning that he shouldn't be here. A location that just wasn't supposed to exist in the first place. But he couldn't help himself. He was stuck, after all. In the very middle of this immobile city was a blue glass domed building that gleamed in the growing sunlight. He decided that was his destination. It would be located in the center of the former city-state if it were significant or pertinent. You don't know your past. Who are you? What spoke to him was unknown to him. He was unsure if he had been addressed. He merely comprehended the ideas contained in those words as they moved through his conscious awareness. 4 corpses in one grave, son, lost in hell's time. A cursed child, long forgotten and abandoned to rot. A broken shell that is presented as complete. Whose word is legally binding on both himself and other people. With one hand on his head, Naruto snarled, "Who's there?" but was met with silence. "All right then, play your games." Chakra launching him across a good chunk of the ruined city, he leapt forward. The rising sun flashed past the tall wall as he landed soundlessly on a rooftop, revealing that the ground below had been carved with grooves. Glistening veins that twisted and twisted in ways that were impossible for nature carried glittering diamonds across the ground. Or Naruto believed they were diamonds. Anyway. He didn't know. How wealthy was this place that they could afford to use diamonds in the construction of their roads? It just seemed ridiculous. Silently, he walked across the skyline of the city-state, as it was. He slowed his breathing and accelerated his steps, a balancing act between his body's Raiden and Futon chakras. He was annoyed by the complete silence around him, but as he began to consider the memories he had seen of Obito and Kakashi's lives more, that annoyance turned into fear. There had been a long period of desolation here. Most likely at least twice as long as his own life. The fact that he was the first living thing to set foot here in decades and that nature hadn't reclaimed it was a sobering thought. He could be killed by the same thing that killed them. You and I are not that different. Only a difference of degree, so to speak, separates the sons of the same mother and father. You'll comprehend in due time. Would he, though? Nothing ordinary would be illuminated in such a way. That gleaming dome appealed to his curiosity and a thief's sense of worth. Not after all these years, in particular. A sensation of goosebumps crawling from Naruto's shoulders to his scalp caused the hairs on the back of his arms to stand up. He walked past shattered structures, debris, and the distinctive gleam of metal shielded from rust by chakra. What was this location? His footsteps stirred no dust, despite the fact that so much had been destroyed, so many bleach-white skeletons exposed by the sun's light. Technically AWOL, he had escaped Nami no Kuni's destruction. Was this his karmic retribution for a nation's demise? No wind stirred as Naruto slithered ahead, the sound of Gado's yacht finally capeasing in the distance breaking the enveloping silence. Naruto had made sure to bury its former owner deep in the inaccessible fathoms beneath the waves, where it had gone to join him. Below him, diamonds glittered in the ground, and Naruto had to fight every impulse he had acquired in his brief life to keep from tearing a fist-sized piece out. He might be able to retire comfortably with a small portion of all that gemstone, providing for Yame and the rest of his crew until their deaths. Naruto's methodical approach was shaken by the thought of his forged-in-fire family, and an unexpected incident occurred. He slipped. He made a quick shunshin with his hands as he entered the brief freefall, landing on top of a heap of debris that had once been a house. That was Naruto's best guess, anyway. There was no one to tell him otherwise. It must have been a house. Surely. No one would have constructed all of this and moved somewhere else because the nearby buildings were all the same. However, those are questions for another time. The blonde watched in horror as the purest chakra he had ever felt melted down and devoured the stone he had switched places with. However, there was also a profound evil in its essence. A living container of devastation, a perfect blend of light and dark. If Naruto looked within himself, he would see that one was superior to him. That denial of strength was something he refused. Naruto had spent a long time accustomed to the peace and quiet of the forest. Animals unable to resist their primal instincts had already left his immediate surroundings before he entered the city of the dead. A consequence of his life. A consequence of his own lost time, long before he was born. Like the shadow of a ghost that haunted the voids of a world abandoned, the gift was not, had never been. Given how it had been dealt to him, he was proud of the hand he had played. He was proud of the fact that he never broke his word. Humans instinctively steered their way around him. It was nothing new to him, and they didn't know why they did it. They might tell themselves it was an impulsive choice. The real answer would be beyond their comprehension. He didn't seem frightened. On the contrary, he was friendlier than any of the demons who had survived Mikai's destruction. People would behave like any other animal and try their best to ignore him if they were unaware of him or failed to sense the aura of his presence. That urge would be too strong for even the strongest wills to resist. Naruto was appreciative of the quiet. It allowed him to reflect. How much Naruto had changed in the years since his departure was not a question he asked himself. Yurei was aware of the atrocities that existed in the world outside of spoken language. Thank goodness they hadn't decided to tear his lungs from his chest, Yurei said. Naruto had succeeded in entering the dome without coming into contact with the homicidal diamond veins, although it had been challenging. He was unprepared for what he saw when he stood on bare stone. A man who looked like him was seated on a throne made of the same diamonds he had avoided. At last, you've arrived. I was beginning to worry that I was wrong, he replied. His eyes were a ring-filled lilac rather than Naruto's natural red, and his spiky blonde hair extended past his shoulders, but he could always spot his own whisker marks. Who are you? Wait. No, what are you? As the enthroned man put it, I am you, but I am also a clone. A clone? Made solid, a physical presence made permanent, because you, or rather, I, mixed the energy of humans, gods, and demons. You and I are different kinds of demons, however. I am a god killer, a destroyer, a purveyor of death, remnants of an old guard, left behind with the express purpose of finding you. And I'm the keeper of the laws, as decided by the gods. The reason my world fell into chaos was because the Oathkeeper died, and a new one wasn't left to take their place. But you, something changed the night you were born. Your father tried to make you a Jinchuriki, a human with a demon sealed inside of them, but something went wrong. I don't know what it was. I haven't left this city in 10,000 years. I do know, though, that you were supposed to have a giant demon fox sealed in your gut. Either Minato used too much force when he fought, or something complicated the birth, or... No, I won't bother with hypotheticals. Technically, you are a demon trapped inside a mortal body, which works more to your benefit. What? Inquired Naruto. He detested coming across as stupid, because he was older than the other students in his graduating class. It was assumed that he had already failed twice during the first few years of his education. Since his days had been filled with complete boredom prior to Mizuki agreeing to train him, he hadn't taken it upon himself to disprove them, but he couldn't help but ask questions because this was so far outside of his experience. You are this world's Oathkeeper. Anyone who makes a promise, swears an oath, or otherwise gives their word to you will be forced to keep it. But the same is true of you. Anything you say you'll do, you must, or else you'll meet the same fate as those who fail to keep their promises to you. Naruto had observed Mizuki's fate the night he stole the Kinjutsu scroll. The most perplexing aspect of this series of monologues was unquestionably the question, and why does a human body benefit me? Naruto put a hand to his throat without being asked. As Naruto felt those lines of scarred, discolored skin, he had to ask himself why his death was a benefit. Demons grow by killing their enemies. Humans grow by training their minds and bodies. You, who are both, can do both. Is that what the lights signify when I kill someone? More or less. One of the pitfalls of your current state is that you can't absorb the full scope of your enemy's abilities after you kill them. Which means that if you want to kill me, you'll need to wait until you've burned away your mortal shackles to receive all the benefits. Not that I know how many there will be. I'm just a clone, after all. I haven't spoken to anybody since before this city fell into ruin. I promise, I don't normally ramble this much. Then teach me, if you're going to take up all of your time like this. Naruto's response was equal parts dismissive and expectant. I don't care what. The man seated chuckled. He smiled and said, you're hungrier for knowledge than I was. Be careful. The pursuit of wealth has led more good men to ruin than I could count in 1,000 lifetimes. But I wasn't left here to abandon you when you finally came to me. Sit down. The first thing I'm going to teach you is stillness. Sasuke concluded that the week had been awful. No, a dreadful run of weeks. After their sensei was killed and Naruto was assumed Kia to buy time for his teammates to escape, Team 7 embarked on their first and only C-rank mission. After training together for 2 months before their new sensei registered them for the Chunin exams, he and Sai were placed on a new team with a girl named Ayame. A Bruce Lee impersonator then beat him in the ass. Terribly. They were thrown into the forest of death by a crazy sadomasochistic slut after barely passing the first exam, all because Ayame was so scared that she didn't even take the test because she didn't have any stealth. Their water ran out last night, all of their food was stolen 2 days ago, and now? Right now? A pedophile with a Kusagakure headband was now attacking them. Indeed, things had completely collapsed a long time ago. If you were a coward, this would be the perfect moment to start thinking about retiring early and getting married to a wealthy civilian woman. Rather, a series of hand seals formed as his hands came together. Sai ran backwards, brush flying wildly across his scroll canvas, and a wall of mud rose to hide him. Ayame, too, ghost-stepped. They had coined that term to describe her specific combination of the Academy 4 jutsu. She made a number of simple clones, disguised herself as a shoddy clone with a henge, and launched a shuriken in an arc that even an Academy student could hit while blindfolded, but she purposefully missed it, before striking with a kawarimi and escaping with a shunshin. If she could create a gap for her teammates to attack with, it would be worth the effort, even though it would only work once, maybe twice if she was lucky. Ayame's kunai sliced deep into a kidney as Sasuke's doheki fell, piercing their attacker's stomach from behind. Snakes, however, sprang from the wound and twisted with each other as they ran up her arm before she could pull away. 4 kunai erupted from her attacker's hands, and a sword erupted from his mouth as a rainbow of scales engulfed her, reaching her shoulder. Sai's ink tiger was pierced by the sword, and Sasuke was pinned to the ground by the kunai. Ah. I would love to take you too for myself, but I think there might be some issues if I gave you my blessings. So I suppose, instead, I'll have to give your dear friend a parting gift. Gazing straight into Ayame's eyes, the Kusa-nin's head turned 180 degrees, vertebrae snapping. She knew nothing but darkness in the seconds that followed as his mouth widened and his neck stretched before his teeth clamped down on her defenseless collarbone. Sai shouted, "What did you do to her?" and heaved himself forward so forcefully that the kunai holding him were rendered ineffective. Sasuke had never seen his teammates so furious. It was the first time he'd ever seen Sai show emotion. He pulled his head away, and the snakes inside the Kusa-nin retreated. When your village and its methods aren't enough for her, she'll come to seek me out. Ayame dropped to the ground, almost dead, with no visible injuries to his back. I hope that you can survive the rest of the exam. Without any further explanation, he vanished, as if he were melting into the earth. The Sandaime Hokage questioned, "So, you're absolutely certain he's alive?" His bridged hands rested in front of his mouth, his elbows propped up. "As certain as I can be with days-old information. The Itoyon told me themselves, and unlike Danzo, I don't need Fuinjutsu to inspire loyalty." Across the table from his mentor, Orochimaru gave him a devilish smile. They would be left alone here, underground. They sat in a warm and pleasant room that was well lit by 2 torches. "I resent that." Danzo, his weak body bandaged and barely able to move, huffed wearily. All but strapped to the chair that had served as his personal prison for the previous 5 years, he had been wheeled to their meeting spot. Not all of us are as enamored of torture so extreme that it borders on war crimes. Yes. Well, regardless, he's alive. Or was. Have any scouts checked the island for remains? The civilians are in my care, but under my supervision. It was a thinly veiled way of saying that the children were being trained to be Orochimaru's foot soldiers and that the parents and elders had been turned into experimental fodder. The Hokage declared, Nami no Kuni is gone. Sunk beneath the sea. The envoy I sent to find the Jinchuriki had to use teleportation seals to return safely. The ocean is still tumultuous there, and will be for at least another month. The way his former sensei had spoken to the missing genin was not something Orochimaru ignored. The Jinchuriki, but he'd keep that specific detail to himself. Naruto was much more than just a weak vessel for unfathomable power. Every member of the Sound Four, including the narcoleptic Yukon, had vehemently refuted that accusation. Instead, they all agreed that he was a real-life demon. The kind of monster that hasn't been seen on this planet since the Gods' War. A source of unbounded power designed for combat. The ultimate weapon. A means to an end in the ideal subject. Orochimaru grinned at his own irony as he remarked, "Well, I suppose that negates the cost of rehousing them. And, speaking of rehousing, I marked the girl you said was his right hand. Ayame?" The other two put up a better fight than I was expecting, for fresh genin. "That's because one is a Uchiha, and I taught the other myself." Danzo grumbled. "Surely you don't believe Sai puts up such a weak front on accident?" The elder's fists clenched, his visible eye narrowed and his brow furrowed in annoyance. Although he detested Orochimaru's approach to all of their operations, he was unable to deny the man's accomplishments. Still grinning, Orochimaru answered, "Of course not, uncle. I think what my wayward student meant to say," the Hokage said quietly, "is that his son has exceeded the expectations placed upon him." Orochimaru laughed out loud, albeit briefly, and seemed unconcerned that neither of his countrymen found the situation as funny as he did. "That too, I suppose. So, our plan for the next month stands." Hiruzen Sarutobi took his hands away from his mouth, and Orochimaru silently marveled, not for the first time, at how old and comparatively unmarred the man was. A quick glance across the table revealed the other side of what could happen to a shinobi who was fortunate enough, or cursed enough, to live as long as they had. Of course, he had scars. After all, no one in their line of work maintained perfect health and skin. Danzo's health seemed to be getting worse, and he had seen better days. Regardless of his own opinion of the man, Orochimaru felt it was a waste that a gifted soldier would be forced to endure suffering in his later years. The Byahebi went over their basic plan and said, "Suna will attack Konoha, only to be pincered between our joint forces. Capture the Kage's elder children. But what about the Ichibi Jinchuriki?" Dismissively, Hiruzen remarked, "Itachi will take care of it, and if not him, then Jiraiya." Orochimaru posed the straightforward question, "Do either of them know?" Danzo retorted, "Of course not. No matter how loyal they are, they're both too soft to allow input on these decisions." In the back of his mind, Orochimaru disagreed. The Gama Sennin was as fierce a warrior as he had ever encountered, despite Jiraiya's belief in the will of fire. Yes, Jiraiya wanted world peace, but that did not mean he was not ready for war at any point. If left unattended for too long, a fire would turn back and devour its creator. But was he speaking for himself when he did it? In the first place, neither Shinobi no Kami nor Yomi no Shinobi were likely to pay attention to his recommendations. Not only was it impolite, but it would appear to be a betrayal of confidence to utterly declare that their behavior was incorrect. The longer Hiruzen had been talking to Danzo, the more he appeared to have deviated from the path Orochimaru had suggested 10 years prior. The Sandaime Hokage who had been compelled to retake his position following the Yondaime's death was not the same as the one who had sent a new genin team to be annihilated by Kirigakure's military. They had served as warbait and sacrificial pawns. Hiruzen Sarutobi had not been near a warhawk even 5 years ago. Orochimaru was unable to pinpoint the reason why something didn't add up. Could Konoha really afford to go to war with Kiri, open or closed? Despite having the smallest population of any significant political force, they were by no means helpless. The kind of thought that didn't readily occur to Orochimaru was that they were even more dangerous than Suna or Iwa. He was playing black, and all the pieces were in place. He had to wait for someone else to approach, but his serpentine features didn't lend themselves to impatience. The man seated asked, "Do you understand the concept of Fuinjutsu?" Even though a lot of what Naruto described was taken directly from a textbook, he was confident in it. It's ink charged with neutral chakra to perform techniques that the human body is otherwise limited from, like summoning or storage. His teacher remarked, laughing at Naruto's startled expression, "Wrong. The concept of Fuinjutsu is intent. The only thing that differentiates a carved, or written, seal from ninjutsu is the medium of its use. And sometimes, even that can be suspect. If you know what to write, and how to write it, then there's very little that your imagination can't bring to life with Fuinjutsu. How is your handwriting?" Instead of speaking, Naruto showed his benefactor a pen and paper that had been suddenly offered. "This is how it is," he composed. "Well, thank the great darkness. You're nowhere near as bad as I was." Naruto questioned, "So, where does that leave us?" "It leaves us with teaching you how to turn your intentions into weapons. On a scale from 1 to 10, how good is your chakra control?" "About a 7? Maybe an 8? Good enough." A common misconception with Fuinjutsu is that you have to use chakra-conductive ink when writing the seal, so that you can activate it later with less resistance. That's a fat load of bullshit, and whoever came up with it was trying to sell their own ink supply. The only thing that kind of ink is good for, compared to normal, is if you're making ninjutsu with it. So what you'll do instead is focus your own chakra through your fingers, into your brush, and into the ink as it spreads across the paper. That way, the seal is linked to your chakra. Nobody else can use it. Naruto would have believed that the enthroned man had actually stored thousands of reams of blank paper inside his crystalline home if it weren't for the tiny clouds of smoke. Did it qualify as a home at all? It could as well have been a prison, for all he knew. "Once you master using ink, I'll teach you how to use blood, and then, well, you'll see. Knowing you, it's better not to tease you with what comes next." Naruto answered, "Whatever you say. Sensei. Out of curiosity, though, is there any way you can teach me to draw on my..." The man laughed, raising both eyebrows in amusement as he asked, "Your demonic strength? Well, unlike me, yours has never been sealed away. If you reach deep in your Kirakuki, you should be able to feel that the roots of your power are Yuki, not chakra. But in your current stage of training, without your demonic state active, you'll only be able to use a little bit before it starts to wear on your body. What about activating that state? You've used your power for the first time recently. Your body will naturally acclimate to the Yuki over time, and your evolution into a demon will be permanent. Until then, you'll need a catalyst, and given the demon who died to give you life." The seated man smiled when Naruto demanded, "No cryptic bullshit. Kurama, firstborn of my children, the Kyuubi no Kitsune. A vessel of raw, untamed rage that was feared as a natural disaster because its power trumped all the rest combined. For you to transform temporarily, amid violence, you must be so consumed by the urge to kill that your human senses fold. You can't force it, not now, at least." Later, Naruto put his curiosity on hold. He knew better than to speak when action was required of him, despite his misgivings and the fact that each response only made him wonder more. This man was actively working to provide Naruto with a route to power, regardless of what he said or how accurate it was. He used to make fun of his teacher's peculiarities. After all, it was the courteous thing to do. Since his team had been attacked, Sai had been unable to fully comprehend what had happened. A squad from Otogakure had attacked them after they had lost to the Kusa Nin, and a formidable one for Genin. Sadly, they had made the mistake of assuming that Team 7 was weaker because they had lost a member. With a dark seal of flames radiating from the nape of her neck, Ayame had awakened from her coma. Sai had controlled himself so as not to show off how good he was, but neither of his teammates had the same concerns. The female Auto Nin was left face down on the forest floor with her kunai buried deep in her back after Ayame's ghost step. When Sasuke threw a Housenka, his Sharingan whirled, and the technique was blown off course, causing flames to rage in the forest of death. They didn't have time for this, as their former classmate Kiba put it. It wouldn't do to give away his better secrets to curious onlookers, but maybe a little skill demonstration wouldn't hurt once. Silently, allowing the will of the shadows to lead him, he declared, "I carry the dead forward." He watched it etch its way across the battlefield, ink dripping from its well on his scroll, chakra leaking into the ground. The pale-skinned teenager waited patiently as his chakra continued to spread out under the grass while Sasuke and Ayame maneuvered their enemies around. When he'd finally had enough, Sai's hands made the horse and dragon signs. Ink suddenly jumped out of the ground. The bodies of the two Auto Nin that were left were lanced through and covered in holes as they dropped to the grass below. Sai simply shrugged when Sasuke and Ayame turned to face him. After all, he was the sword in the dark, and he was the one who would bump back from things that went bump in the night. Some allies in the area only came forward now that the battle was over. Team Guy, who graduated a year ahead of their rookie class, emerged from the forest. As Sai's eyes narrowed, Sasuke grimaced and said, "Nice of you to arrive now. Don't tell me you're here to take our scrolls." "Hardly." Neji frowned, haughtily unwilling to engage in a lengthy conversation with the younger genin. "Good." Sai and Ayame followed suit as the Uchiha turned away from Team Guy. It'd be in poor taste to cripple your clan's younger generation a second time. The two had never been particularly friendly, with Neji being overshadowed in their clan by his cousin's abduction and Sasuke being constantly compared to one another as generational geniuses. Their opposing dujutsu only served to stoke the flames, and neither of them would accept the notion that their eyes were less good. Sasuke had seen Neji less than a few times since he graduated from the academy last year. In his opinion, that was still too many. Even rarer was the fact that he had provoked the Hyuga on his own initiative. Sasuke was aware that he had touched a deep nerve, even if Neji chose not to express it. Bold words from a coward who left his sensei and brother in arms to die. Although Neji's words were courageous, Sasuke's Sharingan was more predictive than his Byakugan. Before he knew it, Ayame and Sai appeared to teleport together as the latter's tipless Tonto sank into the soft flesh beneath the floor of his mouth and the former locked three of his limbs from behind. Sai's jet-black eyes seemed to pierce Neji's brain as he said, emotionlessly, "Speak ill of my Bancho at your peril. He sacrificed himself so that we could live. Disgrace his memory again, and I will kill you, regardless of your heritage." Blood spurted from twin wounds where the blade's edges had snagged Neji's skin as he withdrew it. It took the Hyuga a moment to regain his balance after Ayame released his arms and leg. Lee and Tenten were standing next to him, their mouths slightly open and their eyes wide. They hadn't even sensed a movement from their fellow genin. Sasuke smiled and waved goodbye mockingly, his Sharingan spinning, "See you later." Team Guy was left to analyze the final 5 minutes of their lives in detail while surrounded by 3 corpses. They noticed, among other things, that none of the members of Team 7 had bothered to look at the Otogakure team's scroll. The mild compliment from the enthroned man was enough to make Naruto smile. "You're getting the hang of it. Are you aware of how much time has passed?" "A month? I kind of lost track. You can't see outside of this dome," Naruto acknowledged. 3 months. If my memory is correct, and it usually is, some important events are getting ready to happen in Konoha. I'd say we probably have another week. After that, you'll have to go back. Red-eyed and doubting his mentor's assertion, Naruto questioned, "How will I find my way back, though?" Although Naruto did not find humor in accepting death, the elderly man laughed and said, "You won't. Not while I'm still alive. Your arrival. Well, it meant my time was up. Now, back at it. I've taught you everything you need to know about Fuinjutsu, so now we can move on to ninjutsu." The idea of learning combat techniques for weak and sealing arts for 3 months made Naruto's eyes twitch, but he tried not to grumble. He could, after all, learn and become proficient in any technique he observed with the Sharingan. Furthermore, this teacher had pushed him to the limit of his chakra consumption, which was quickly acclimating Naruto to the demonic Yuki that was sleeping deep inside of him. He was happy to learn everything this 10,000-year-old Kage Bunshin could teach him because he was in a situation that would only make him better. However, the blonde's mind wandered to the people he had left behind, including the Sandaime Hokage, Ayame, Sai, Sasuke, and the rest of his crew in Konoha. Out there, somewhere, were even the Itoyon, sworn to him. Naruto gazed raptly at his teacher as his Sharingan whirled languidly. While silently reflecting on events that occurred over 10,000 years ago and how the world had taught him when he refused to learn, the ancient clone complied with his student's patience. In this world, how far would the younger man go? Would he, too, come to a place where it was too much to bear to spend the rest of his life in the elemental nations? Even though the ripple-eyed clone was definitely a product of the Kage Bunshin technique, he was still a demon and had the ability to call up his creator's memories whenever he wanted. This made him somewhat unique among the world's living creatures. He had been somewhat unique even among his brethren, but his primogenitor's propensity to create clones like countless tiny, fun-sized candies meant that even his weapons were Kage Bunshin with a sophisticated henge applied, which had not been noticed until much later in his stay in this city of the dead. His thumb slid across a whirlpool groove carved into a Hitai Ate's metal as he reached down. He threw the black cloth headband of Uzushiogakure to the teenager and said to the Naruto of this world, "Remember, you are not the first of the new demons. You are the ghost of the old ones. This belonged to your grandmother. Your mother's mother, specifically. Wear it with pride." Gazing at the Hitai he had captured in his left hand, Naruto muttered, "The ghost of the old. Well, alright then. Then to the world, I shouldn't be Naruto anymore." "Oh?" the seated clone asked without further prodding. "To the people who know me, and who care about me, that can still be my name, but for the rest of the world, I will be Yurei. And, after I finish my transformation, the Kyuubi no Yurei. I suppose, given what happened to Kurama, that has a nice ring to it. Alright then, Yurei. I have a decent grasp of the techniques that you know, thanks to that left eye of yours. But maybe we can start with one of my personal favorites. The RyugaXD. Naruto, who is now Urei, would continue to study as the days went by. Commander. Sai said haltingly, his eyes almost going glassy as he saw a man in a wheelchair with medical equipment deteriorating. Danzo said, Soldier. You are prepared for the execution of the plan tomorrow, correct? Of course. Was Sai's succinct, matter-of-fact response that revealed nothing. Sai knew he was being dismissed when the elderly man said, Make sure your confidence is not misplaced. There was a reason the conversation was brief. He was the son of the White Snake, by far the most notorious criminal in recent memory of Konoha, and it was clear why Danzo didn't trust him. Second, since he was a young boy, he had been divided between Danzo and Naruto. Naruto was the one who kept him alive while he was on the streets, even though Danzo had undoubtedly taken him in off the streets. Sai was thankful despite his emotional stunting, and he understood that Naruto's meddling was a debt that would never be settled. Sai's eyes shifted inward as he considered his erstwhile leader and friend, leaving the room where Danzo sat and plotted. In the ludicrous best-case scenario, if Naruto survived his battle with Zabuza and his assistant, it wouldn't be an unreasonable assumption that he would take a dying Kakashi's Sharingan because Naruto was the most resourceful person Sai had ever encountered. Given Naruto's inhuman chakra capacity and the Eye's thousand techniques, it was simple to assume that the blonde could battle his way to freedom. However, the rumor that Nami no Kuni had totally submerged under the sea was what troubled Sai and the one thing he couldn't understand. The only way to survive that, after all, would be to depart in the same manner as Gato or Zabuza, and Sai didn't like the idea of the Bancho being imprisoned in the torture chamber of an enemy prison. Sai wanted to think Naruto was still alive and well despite a stronger sense of judgment and a ton of evidence to the contrary. Or in any case, free and alive. He was the son of his father. He cared about his leader and his teammates, whether they realized it or not. He would live in the shadows to keep them safe from dangers they were unaware would arise. As the Swordbreaker Sai, that was his responsibility. He was more loyal to his leader than any other group, ideal or individual, including Konoha. Danzo mistakenly thought he was entitled to loyalty. If a crippled man had the allegiance of multiple strong ninja, how else could he survive, regardless of his prior strength? Many members of the Bancho family had chosen to join Danzo's corpse among the great tree's roots, but none of them had forgotten their leader's face. They would sacrifice their lives for Naruto, not Konoha or a remnant of its past, because Naruto had given them their foundation, their hope, and their camaraderie. Naruto had demonstrated to them that they could use their talents for much more than small-time theft. He was prepared for tomorrow, of course. His father's plan would be put into action tomorrow. As he watched his younger brother train, Itachi remarked, One day, Sasuke, your strength will need to surpass mine. Both were dressed in simple black robes, and Sasuke walked with ease to stand close to his brother who was seated. Uchiha Izumi sat with her husband, but they had stopped talking after he had confronted Sasuke. Sasuke answered, I'm not sure that's possible. Even if I became strong enough to look down on the world, you'd still be flying over my head. Give yourself some more credit. And my illness its due diligence. Tomorrow, you're competing for a promotion to Chunin at the age of 13. That's an impressive feat, no matter whether or not you're selected. And, even though my medicine has halted the advance of the disease, it's incurable. In this life, I've reached the ceiling of my abilities. Itachi's serious expression told the truth. Itachi's right, Sasuke. Clan heads and Kage aren't chosen by figuring out whose fist is the biggest, or else they'd change hands on a daily basis. Your brother is strong, of course, but his ability to lead others is why none of the other Uchiha our age have tried to unseat him. So if he's the pillar that protects the clan with his voice, then your duty will be to protect the clan with your strength. Otherwise, we'll end up like the Hyuga. A clan where the patriarch can't rely on anyone, not even his elders. Would you really force Itachi into that position? Izumi's words touched a nerve in Sasuke, though he wasn't sure if it was out of loyalty to his brother or contempt for the Hyuga. Sasuke nodded his head respectfully and closed his eyes as he said, I will work hard to meet your expectations. Itachi smiled sheepishly, Sasuke. It's not like I'm saying you need to reach my level of strength in the shortest possible time. I only want you to look to the future. If you stay concerned with taking life a day at a time, or thinking about the past, your growth as a shinobi will suffer for it. In a dejected tone, Sasuke said, I know, but it's hard. I don't really remember our parents or elders well. I wasn't very attached to most of them. But I grew up beside Naruto, and I feel like we betrayed him when we left him behind. He did everything he could to buy time for us to escape, and I don't regret making it back to Konoha, but... When her younger brother-in-law started to walk away, Izumi asked, "Did you see him die?" Itachi looked at her sourly, as though to tell her not to give him hope, but after giving it some thought, he realized what she was saying. Sasuke stated plainly, his opponent was one of the 7 swordsmen. Itachi retorted, "A fair point, but you may be underselling your comrade. I don't know that any other ninja would be able to adapt and survive in the conditions he grew up in before inheriting his familial estate. Maybe, if it helps you move forward, you can just believe he's still out there. Most of us don't get that kind of luxury." In an effort to keep his feelings intact, Sasuke wanted to gripe that his brother was being overly optimistic, but the disastrous outcome of his first significant mission, along with the deaths of his Junin sensei and teammate, had been weighing heavily on his mind for a while. It would actually make it a little easier for him to sleep if he thought his teammate was still alive and surviving while attempting to go home. He wasn't certain, though, that he could really believe such a thing. Simply put, it felt like escape. At any rate, you need a new sparring partner from the younger generation. If not someone from the clan, why not one of your former academy classmates? After giving it some thought, Sasuke shook his head. Although practicing alone would take time, he wasn't in a rush to decide on such a course of action, particularly since tomorrow is the last day of the Chunin exams. Sasuke understood that his older brother was merely attempting to protect him, so he couldn't hold Itachi responsible for his remarks. A faint smile crept into Itachi's face as the younger man said, "I'll save that for some day after tomorrow." Itachi hadn't expected Sasuke to embrace the idea immediately, but it was true that he hadn't. Sasuke was always very stubborn and challenging to coach, whether it was because of his age or his typical disposition. Itachi felt that things weren't quite so bad because he hadn't completely thrown away the idea of making more connections. Those who had witnessed Yurei go through the stages of demonification would talk about his legendary journey, the meritorious 10 steps to hell, years later. Completing these rites of passage guaranteed that he was a demon lord not just in his physical form but also in his mind and body. If a human successfully completed them, he could gain entry into Makai and be granted the ability to transform into a lesser demon, which would grant him authority over mortals and equal standing with numerous creatures throughout the far-off cosmos. It was a tremendous accomplishment that demonstrated the demon's unfathomable tenacity for a newborn to put those words into action without being aware of them, whether or not he was an oathkeeper. He had taken the step of stealth as a human child, he had advanced to the step of ruination in Nami no Kuni. And he attained the step of bloodthirst just a few months later when he returned to Konoha. In the human world, it was already very quick to complete 3 of the 10 steps in 10 years. It was unprecedented to complete 2 of them in less than 6 months. Some would explain it by saying that he was able to train himself to levels that no demon his age could have attained because of his still human body. These remarks only seemed to deny his talent recognition to others. In any event, no such murmurs reached the throne of the Oathkeeper. This time-lost clone from a place that wasn't here and a world that wasn't his was the self that was not that Yurei continued to focus on. The old blonde's expression was one of longing, as though he had just come to a realization about that distant past that he ought to have thought about much earlier. He remarked, "You seem troubled." The enthroned man answered, "Hardly, I'm a clone, after all. It's not my place to have thoughts or feelings in keeping with a true, living creature. I just thought of a possibility." "Oh?" Yurei asked with a startled eyebrow raise. "It's possible that, when the Yuki that's kept me alive and functioning for the last 10,000 years runs out, I won't dissipate and return to the original. Excuse me, my original Naruto. Doubly so given the place where we are. This isn't what it looked like in my version of the world, but you're standing in Uzushiogakure, the home of your mother, and the tomb of her clan. This dome, and the veins of diamonds that lead to it, are an enormous sealing array that contains the life essence of every person who's died here since it was created." Yurei guessed, "You think your strength will get added to theirs? That all of your abilities will be sealed inside? For me to open and absorb, along with the rest?" "Yes, I think that. But I also think that undoing that seal and absorbing its contents now would be a waste. If you took in the life force of this dead city as you are now, you would become the strongest shinobi under the heavens. But if you ever seek to journey out amid the starry sky, once you become a true demon, this accumulated power may be enough to help you survive some minor skirmishes as you continue to seek the title of the strongest in the cosmos. If my abilities are joined to theirs, the boost it provides will not be minor. But as a clone, it couldn't be an immense one, either." "Understood. Then for now, until we meet again, I will pray for my good fortune." The clone's Rinnegan's eyes appeared to spin, and he realized he was running out of time. Hey, cheeky brat. Maybe I will see you on the other side, whether I join with your consciousness or not. I'll look forward to it. Yurei watched the clone vanish into his chair as he made a half-ram seal and darkness appeared to wash over him. With an expressionless face, but before he could move, 10 dim tendrils of darkness stabbed him. This was a demon's Yuki that had infiltrated and was consuming his strength. It was true that Yurei's total demonization would occur passively in due time, but that would depend on the situation and could take a century if he did nothing but wait. The clone had thus interfered with the process with his own Yuki as his last act. It was still a demon, and a very powerful one at that, even though it was merely the result of the Cage Bunshin technique. Like his own Yuki, the foreign energy seemed to fade away from Yurei as it settled in his Kirakuki network, flowing into the edges of his organs and affecting him in the same way. As he left the dome and strolled past the main road of Uzushiogakure, it was somewhat like being under a sensory illusion. Even though he was moving slowly, the city appeared to bend around him. He had a strong sense that it was a masterful use of Fuinjutsu, but his lone companion in the crystal dome had not given any explanation. It sent him on his way, anyway, and he passed through a gate-shaped opening before arriving at a grassy beachfront. A huge storm ravaged the ocean in the distance, and a skeletal figure clutched a blue orb. Yurei was intrigued by that sight, but he had witnessed enough madness here to make his curiosity null and void. Yurei took out the scroll Kidomaru had left him and thought about it for a moment. He could certainly run through the stormy sea, but it was a risky proposition, and if he made it to the mainland that way, he would still be at least a full day away from Konoha. However, there was no real assurance as to where he might end up if he used the reverse summoning scroll. However, Kidomaru had been given it as a safe way to get out of unforeseen situations, which Yurei was currently very much in. Rock and a hard place, eh? The blonde couldn't help but smile wryly, realizing that going back to Konoha would be a constant if he made it to the mainland by hand. He would be on fumes if he arrived in that manner, however, there was no assurance that he would be put in danger. The direct route was easier and safer than what might as well have been a trap. He inhaled deeply, then lunged forward, his feet tapping the surface of the rough sea, the salt in the air finding its way to his lungs. Even though there were accounts of rushed ninja choosing to walk across the waters around the elemental nations rather than rent a ship or travel by land, Yurei could not have been prepared for the difficult experience, especially under such turbulent circumstances. He headed directly into the thundercloud-covered area, where he had to use more chakra to climb the big waves and avoid lightning bolts in advance. Occasionally, thunder sounded from all directions, shaking his head and briefly causing him to lose his footing. Would such a storm be considered natural? The blonde speculated that it might be related to the blue sphere he had seen a corpse holding as he reflected. However, even for a clan whose Fuinjutsu had been universally feared, that seemed a little unrealistic. However, it didn't really matter, he supposed. He had two options. Either he would make it through this storm and return to the mainland in what he thought would be a straight line, or he would fail and perish, leaving his questions unanswered. In the storm, Yurei lost track of time, but he could estimate that he had been traveling for roughly 4 hours based on how quickly he was using up his chakra. Although he hadn't traveled for a long time, this was the longest he had exerted himself at his maximum speed, and 2 limbs didn't seem to be enough. Soon, he was on his hands and knees, pursuing the end of the black sky and gray waves with his demon-red eyes unblinking. With a final bound, he reached sand with a tree line, and blood thundered through his veins as he topped the tallest wave to date. The blonde shook off what water he could and twisted in midair to land on his feet. He looked up to see a clear sky above his head. It appeared that the route to Uzushiogakure had been purposefully made dangerous. But now Yurei had more pressing issues to deal with. Yurei continued running as if his life depended on it, putting one foot in front of the other as he leapt up into the dense, winding branches of the forest in front of him. The proto-demon found a somewhat detailed map of Hai no Kuni after subconsciously searching through Kakashi's Sharingan active memories to orient himself. He adjusted his course slightly to the south based on its information and proceeded with his journey. He had been away from Konoha for a few months. His thoughts drifted as he ran, wondering how Sai, Sasuke, Ayame, and a few of his other friends had been managing without him. To heal himself, Yurei sat high in a tree's branches in the late morning of a new day. Rest had been a luxury he could not really afford while learning Fuinjutsu in the City of the Dead, but he was only a few minutes away from Konoha. His demonic constitution allowed him to eat and sleep far less than a normal human, but he had not yet attained the level of demonhood that would allow him to completely disregard mortality's limitations, so he was not in any particular danger. Wanting to reaffirm the skills he had learned, He flipped through the recent memories of his time in Uzumaki as his conscious mind waned. But Yurei's ears were filled with a bitter smell, and he opened an eye while using his chakra to scan the area. Some of the soldiers were right below him, moving through the trees. Huge numbers of ninja were moving west, just like he was. Additionally, the headbands they wore, Hitai 8 bearing the RyugaXD symbol, were a warning that Yurei was unable to ignore. The blonde was prepared to enter their ranks and start a mass slaughter if all truths were to be treated equally, but even for a destructive force like him, the sheer force of numbers would eventually catch up with him. Yurei discovered a completely startling scene as he used his sensory technique, which he had borrowed from Kakashi's memories. Based on the approximate directions given by Suna, Kumo, and Iwa, 3 additional forces had mobilized toward Konoha. Remembering his strategy and praying he hadn't been outwitted, Yurei leapt to the top of the tree line and made a hasty retreat to his secret village. However, he was secretly fighting the notion that it was much too late. Drums rang out from the inner city of Konoha as the sun reached its highest point. Yurei had no idea what the occasion was, only that waves of lethal force had arrived to completely destroy his homeland. As he ran, his old rags finally tore away from his upper body, and he was wearing the black cloth Uzushio headband on his forehead. The cloth was pinned to a tree trunk by a careless kunai, which prevented it from falling. Notifying the enemy of his presence was the last thing he needed. As Iwagakure's forces began to pour into the city, a loud cry sounded in the distance, and an explosion shook Konoha's northern gate. Knowing that there was nothing he could do until he arrived, Yurei closed his eye in solemn silence. It was cold, burning, and brimming with acid, but something reached out to him in that lonesome darkness. Both eyes snapped open as a red light flooded his inner sight with its splendor. He had no love, hate, fear, or anger. Instead, the desire to control all life and exterminate it permeated every part of his being. Unbidden, his teeth appeared to protrude from inside his mouth, and he felt the pain of his scars all over his body. Yurei made the decision that his obligation, honor, and pleasure would be the wanton slaughter of all enemies at this very moment. A siren sounded from the middle of the village, and Naruto realized that everyone would be on guard. This area outside the city walls would be his battlefield unless a fantastic opportunity arose. Yurei grabbed the heads of 2 Kiri-nin as he fell through the trees, splattering their brains a few feet in any direction and crushing their skulls inward with his bare hands. Because of his demonic aura, the uninformed would have avoided him out of fear, but now that he had come out among these soldiers, they were forced to acknowledge him. A huge wall of Doheki mud rose to cut off the Kiri-nin behind him, and Yurei pressed his advantage as he flew through a string of hand seals, throwing the decapitated corpses to the ground. Then his hands started moving again, facing the dozen or so ninja who had paused to turn and fight. A monkey, dragon, rat, bird, ox, snake, dog, tiger, a monkey. As Yurei leapt forward, the flesh of his right hand was covered in living lightning. His enemies were dead before the Doheki behind him collapsed, exposing the remaining horde of Kiri-nin. His every step seemed to have a shunshin. As his opponents looked on, streams of light poured into his body, energizing him, and his Sharingan's spinning tomo shifted in time with his lethal blows. The blonde didn't bother counting bodies after the slaughter was finished. He was well aware that the great majority of Kiri's invading force had already begun to break and kill their way into Konoha, and that he had only captured the tail end of it. As he approached the northern gate, his eyes fixed on the Hokage monument. Bile rose in his throat at the thought. However, a demonic presence that was far more subdued than his own and several shades weaker than the hideous clone that had sat in Uzumaki overcame his senses before he could go very far. It appeared that Kumogakure had decided to bring a Jinchuriki to the battleground. That was hardly a welcome surprise, but Yurei wanted a real challenge to his skills. It was in his nature. It would have been more strange for a demon to encounter another demon on this battlefield and not discover who was stronger. Plans to suppress the forces outside the walls were immediately halted. Taking care of Jinchuriki, the enemy, was far more important. As Yurei launched a massive Karyu Enden into the nearby force from Rai no Kuni, violence reverberated in his heart and hell broke loose. And when it exploded, a picture of hell fell upon the planet. Flames started to eat away at the world's foundation, and wisps of light found their way to Yurei's body as his hands twisted into the futon. Taikatsu seals. As the blonde's body exploded, he heard multiple dying screams as burning flesh was ripped apart, and the cyclone drew those flames into its center of power. Yurei took out a pair of shuriken, bit into a finger, and allowed his blood to flow through his chakra. He etched a seal into both shuriken and threw them far ahead of him using only chakra control. More Kumo nin were killed when a huge explosion erupted a few moments later. They flew to confront him, straight into his trap, after realizing the devastation that a single ninja could bring about. As Yurei activated the Raiden, Raigania, the shuriken's shrapnel came to life with electricity that arced between their other pieces, and as Yurei passed through a fresh field of corpses, the smell of burnt flesh and ozone blended together. Pieces of their power poured into him, and as he closed in on Kumogakure's Jinchuriki, he appeared completely at ease. Beyond the enormous hole she had blown into the city's wall, a blonde woman with shockingly red eyes was about to invade Konoha when something stopped her. She shuddered at the touch of the dark, sensitive force, which seemed to touch the inside of her skull, and she turned to see where it came from. Yurei, wearing black pants and sandals, the only clothing he had kept since leaving Konoha so many months ago, was there, staring at her with one Sharingan and one demonic eye. The woman was drawn to the lines of cuts in his throat more than any of the visible scars covering his upper body. The neck hair under her ponytail, however, stood on end despite her curiosity, a sign that the young man before her was a formidable foe. She remarked, "I don't recognize that headband. I'm Yugito, who are you?" Yurei thought about that question for a while without attacking. Instead, he crossed his arms and halted his advance while the opposing Jinchuriki looked on. The temperature dropped more than a dozen degrees, and Yugito shivered as he said, "Let's make a deal." Without hearing a word from Yurei, the Nibi no Nekomata yelled for Yugito to flee from inside its seal. However, Yurei was rooted to the ground and unable to hear her inner demon, which may have been due to her own incapacity or a consequence of her nature as the Oathkeeper. "You leave now, you take whatever comrades you want with you, and I won't follow after you, I swear it." From Yugito's point of view, those last 3 words seemed to rock the world. Her vision was assaulted by vertigo, and as the temperature of the forest stabilized, she felt perspiration begin to trickle down her brow. The dark force within her senses had continued to coat her brain throughout. She shook herself free of Yurei's demonic presence with a burst of the Nibi's chakra, and the pressure he applied left her whole body tingling. "You don't seem like someone I'm going to have much fun fighting, but no dice, kid. I don't really have a choice in the matter." Yugito was a Junin, and a really good one. Any rational person wouldn't make the effort to confront her because she was a formidable opponent who could also summon the strength of a Biju. However, Yurei was not human, and his experience went back to before Yugito started her ninja training. He was confident in his power despite the fact that she was over 10 years his senior. He appeared behind her, his body trembling, and he said, "You're right. You don't have a choice, but I do. So whatever happens, you don't have to accept any blame." Yugito's finger and toenails had grown into hardened claws in an instant. As Yurei retreated, she swung her left hand at her, but the small wounds she caused healed in front of her eyes. Undeterred, he gazed at her with the kind of indolence a civilian might save for a very big bug they didn't feel like squashing. His hands were crossed in half-ram seals as he uttered, "Taju Kage Bunshin no Jutsu." With that warning alone, Yugito was surrounded by 1,000 copies of the blonde, all of which exuded the same terrible pressure. Matabi let out a confused scream inside her head. The Nibi told herself that this should never be happening and that her host had no business being involved in the fallout from this incident. Not being able to defend her entire body, Yugito transformed into a whirling dervish, attacking every clone that came her way and destroying them after they took a fatal blow. Strong blows that pushed the boundaries of her endurance and were enhanced by chakra descended upon her. Yurei started working on a layered Fuinjutsu array that encircled the region where Yugito was engaged in combat with his clones. When it was finished, it quickly shrank in size, and the markings in the ground started to glow blue as they spun. The ceiling circle grew tighter, destroying hundreds of Yurei's remaining clones in a matter of seconds, until only Yurei and Yugito remained alive. With only her chest to move as she breathed due to the seal's width, Yugito exclaimed, "You're a Fuinjutsu expert?" Yurei candidly responded, "I've only been studying for a few months." Actually, he hadn't learned any incredibly intricate arrays from the clone in Uzushiogakure. He and Yurei believed it would be better for him to develop his own strategies and concepts. And he could learn the remaining information if he returned to Uzushio after he had finished turning into a demon. However, that clone had also been created by a real Fuinjutsu master, whose proficiency in the esoteric art far outstripped any Yurei who might encounter a human. With an angry snarl on her face, the blonde screamed, "Bullshit. I knew people who studied for years and wouldn't trust themselves to make seals on the fly in battle," as she rejected the accusations made by her captor. Yurei turned to a blank piece of paper and said absently, "Why the past tense? I'm not going to kill you unless you give me a reason. I'm sure you've felt my chakra rolling around in your body by now." As he watched it fall, he thought that his favorite form of fuinjutsu was blood. However, his chakra twisted it into a specific shape before it could sink into the sheet. Any number of markings could have a specific meaning in fuinjutsu. That meaning would be reinforced if multiple of them were layered together. The red-eyed demon had no such urge to stop, and even those humans who might create and use the seal Yurei was making would not dare to intensify its effects. The blonde twisted the blood into new sigils as more fell, twisting the outcome and strengthening the initial intent. He was aware that it was cruel. As long as she lived, she would never forgive him. Perhaps, though, she would thank him one day. He took a few steps toward Yugito, who paled as she came to terms with her incapacity to protect herself, and finally let the blood drop onto the paper. The blue light dimmed, and she tried to jump away as she kicked desperately at the ground, causing dirt to rise and cover a section of the seal that held her. Yurei made the decision to move first and then process. In order to catch the escaping Jinchuriki, clones appeared on either side of him, and he trailed behind them. A clone kicked the inside of her knee as she threw out long slashes with her arms, forcing her to drop into a kneeling position. Other clones then held her arms apart while someone stepped on her remaining foot. She growled angrily, "Just kill me. I don't know what that seal is, but I already told you that I wouldn't kill you unless you gave me a reason. I have some decisions to make regarding my next course of action, but I've decided that I want you to be part of them," Yurei said as she spoke. Her captor leaned down to whisper his next words to her, and she felt it more than she heard. "You will serve me." Yurei's hand seemed to caress the back of her neck as he gently pressed his bloody seal into her skin, and Yugito felt her ponytail rise as he did so. Yugito was shocked to discover that she was unable to move a muscle, not even to breathe, and that all of the clones that Yurei had called forth had vanished. Yugito lowered her arms to catch herself before her face hit the ground after Yurei said, "You have autonomy." "What did you do to me?" she demanded in a rage. She pulled the paper Yurei had placed on her away as she got to her feet, only to discover a blank sheet. The seal had been permanently inked on her skin like a bloody tattoo that she was unable to get off. She waited for his response, turning to face him. "I like to solve my one-on-one problems without coming to blows, if possible. Typically by making and enforcing vows, oaths, and the like. You denied me that opportunity, so I had to decide on a new way to end our fight without killing you," he responded. Yugito was furious and hoped that someone, anyone, would come and take this madman away from her. "So you chose an enslavement seal? What's wrong with you?" she asked. "Strictly speaking, it's not an enslavement seal. Nowhere in the margins did I write that you were to be my slave, or my servant. What I did was make you completely obedient when I give you an order. You've kept your personality, you've kept your mind, and you've kept your chakra. But that seal can't be modified or removed, except by me, and I wouldn't suggest attacking me for as long as it's active." There was a scornful expression on their faces as Yurei spoke. With her unnatural red eyes twitching, the blonde Jinchuriki sarcastically said, "So it's an enslavement seal with some illusions of free will thrown in. Hooray. I feel so relieved. We're in the middle of a war zone right now, but I'll have plenty of time to argue semantics with you when this is all over," Yurei replied. "In the meantime, though, maybe you can ask your demon for help or advice." After that, the blonde returned to Konoha City. He felt the older woman following him as he walked through the hole that Yugito had blown into the city wall side, and he was astounded by the destructive power of her Bijudama. Without the protective barrier seals in place, the gouged earth and the resulting burn marks could have spread across multiple city blocks. But as it was, the little trench continued for a distance greater than his eye could gauge. Yurei turned his back on the Konoha ninja who were trying to contain their invaders in the surrounding wreckage, believing that they could manage the situation after he had killed so many people outside the wall. Rather, he targeted the north gate, where Iwagakure's ninja had started a vicious massacre in the village's civilian area. As Yurei crushed a ball of chakra into the chest of an Iwa nin, whose upper body had been covered in blood long ago, gore splattered into the air. He dropped the new body and went to work on his next victim. Yugito watched from a distance as the younger blonde killed one foe after another. Even though it didn't seem fair, knowing that she had fought off against him and survived gave her more confidence. Naturally, she would have to admit that she had been purposefully left alive if she thought back to a few minutes ago. "What's the matter with Matabi?" she questioned her inner demon. "He employs jutsu I've never heard of and seals in combat that Kumo's fuinjutsu masters have only speculated about. Like me, he's a demon," Nibi responded, still in shock over the unavoidable truth that had been revealed to her. The world of men was supposed to be demon-free except for her brethren, the Biju. It was mind-numbing how many questions Yurei's very existence raised. Yugito tried her hardest to hide her surprise at that response. Not when she saw him speed through hand signals and attack with Hyuden. In Yuki no Kuni, weren't those methods essentially unique to the small village? The slivers of light that poured into Yurei's body from corpses were even stranger. His movements seemed to get slightly sharper and his blows seemed to land a bit harder with each one. As far as she could tell, none of the wounds he sustained left him more scarred than before, but they all healed remarkably quickly. The young man who had enslaved her essentially had the appearance of someone who was destined for combat. The demon's thumb pressed into an unfortunate Iwa Nin's spinal column, snapping it as Yurei's fist passed through his throat with the help of raw strength. He took the hand out of the newly discovered hole and shook it before throwing a futon, Teikyatsu, in his enemy's general direction. He invoked the Cage Bunshin technique from behind its cover, and 4 clones materialized behind Yurei, forcing chakra into his open hand. All 5 elements were mixed together in a volatile mixture between the original and the clones. Yugito was the only one who could see, but she knew full well that such a mixture would not last long before it vanished. Yurei, however, subverted her expectations for whatever technique was next as that chakra swirled like an atom without a nucleus. He threw it into and through the miniature tornado he'd brought forth almost idly. The technique vanished almost immediately, and the world was rocked by an explosion that killed several ninja and sent many more into the air. If my memory serves me correctly, he is also an Oathkeeper, Matabi said as she observed Yurei's heinous slaughter through Yugito's eyes. Even among demons, there is a unique existence. He never tells lies, and he will keep any promises made to him or to himself under penalty of death. However, something is off. We demons develop by eliminating our adversaries, and the power he gains is insufficient. A swarm of arrows burst into the sky and pierced the bodies of the dead and dying Iwa Nin before Yugito could even start to consider the possibility that her captor would never again be as weak as he was when she fought him. Looking toward the demon, a man yelled, "Yurei? Holy shit, is that you?" Confused, Yurei said, "Kitamaru, what the hell is going on?" To be honest, I'm not clear on a lot of details, but I know for sure that whatever this operation was supposed to be, it's gone completely tits up. Otogakure was supposed to bait Suna into attacking Konoha. I know that much for sure, but I have no idea where Kiri and Kumo and Iwa factored into the equation. No offense, Ms. Ni, but you might be better able to explain that one. Kitamaru said, leaving a pointed stare in Yugito's direction. Kitamaru was one of Orochimaru's elite Itoyon, who knew the rank and file of each village's premier shinobi, but Yurei had no way of knowing this because of his upbringing as a street urchin and his otherwise reclusive lifestyle. A representative from Suna came to Kumo with news that they were invading Konoha, and they were asking for our support. Our villages have a history of bloodshed between them, so there wasn't going to be any love lost by committing to an attack that someone else could take the fall for. Frankly, I'm shocked that someone went to Iwa and Kiri as well. After decades of mutual aggression and their country's borders serving as a bloody battlefield during the Second and Third Shinobi World Wars, tensions and tempers were known to run high between Suna and Iwa. Naturally, the animosity among the elder Iwa and Konoha generations was more profound than the mass graves they had excavated on several different battlefields. Therefore, there was little question that the Tsuchikage had set aside all of their animosities towards Suna in order to try to win Konoha over, even though it must have taken a lot of persuasion for the Kazekage to approve a representative traveling to Iwa. Then, of course, there was the information that Yutei and Kitamaru knew and Yugito did not. Kirigakure was ready for revenge after a group of Konoha's genin had massacred a few of their chunin, destroyed a vital food source, and killed a tremendously valuable financial asset. According to Yurei, all right. Mystery mostly solved. Now, what the hell is going on with you specifically? To be honest, I'm sort of looking for help. The rest of my team is keeping our boss and the Hokage contained in a barrier with the Kazekage, and it won't last much longer without me. Since Kitamaru and his group had essentially done him a favor back in Nami no Kuni and were bound by a mutual non-aggression pact, Yurei couldn't understand why he of all people was involved. However, would it really be so bad to assist him? Yugito looked at the blonde with surprise and bewilderment as he boldly said, "Lead on." She questioned, "Do you even know what you're getting yourself into?" But all she got was an honest shrug. A rectangular prism of 2 barriers, though both were beginning to fade, caught Yurei's attention as she leapt to the rooftops. Kitamaru made a number of impressive moves, slipping through the barrier and strengthening it. Yurei pondered how it was able to block out so much noise that he was unaware that a fight between two kage was taking place inside. Then, suddenly, he had what might have been the worst thought he had had all day. Yurei ignored the looks of the international observers as she reached the edge of the barrier. He said, more like a command than a request, "Tayuya, let me in." The red-headed woman paused, then nodded. As the blonde entered, the barrier faltered for a brief moment, and he watched with mild amusement as multiple people outside the barrier caught fire upon coming into contact with it. Yurei quickly pulled out a kunai and slashed it into his forearm. Tayuya screeched, "Fucking shit," as the demon's blood poured down. However, as it descended, she saw it contort into shapes that vaguely reminded her of Fuinjutsu. Slightly alarmed, she watched his blood race across the tile roof they were standing on, crossing around the inside of the barrier and crawling up both ends of it. Tayuya instinctively withdrew her hands out of fear as a deep, evil energy pulsed from the set of once blue walls, only to have the barrier remain upright and not even flicker. Yurei addressed the Sound Four, saying, "You can restore yourselves. I don't need you wasting chakra keeping up a silly set of walls." The entire Atoyon gave him a somewhat shady look for that remark, wanting to respond that he wasn't their boss, but they weren't going to voice their displeasure. Even though Kitamaru had not been gone for long, Jirobo, Saken, and Tayuya had been working hard to maintain the double-layered technique in his absence. They would take advantage of the opportunity Yurei had given them to recover. Yurei, meanwhile, strode fearlessly into the hidden battlefield, his arm already healed. The blonde was instantly surrounded by 3 sets of eyes, each carrying a tremendous amount of pressure that could have caused a weaker fighter to collapse. The 3 combined were sufficient to cause Yurei to pause for a moment while he assessed the situation. He pointed to the Sandaime Hokage and remarked, "It's been a while. And you, Orochimaru, it's been even longer." The formidable Byahebi was so enthralled with the battle that he dared not divert his full focus, but he was greatly perplexed by Yurei's second statement. The man with the pale complexion inquired, "Have we met somewhere before?" "About a decade ago. It was the interaction that made me decide to become a ninja," replied Yurei. He had watched the snake summoner walk and converse with the Hokage before going back to assist a weary and frightened Ayame in acclimating to her new life, even though he had not yet formally greeted Orochimaru. "Well then, Yurei, I'm glad I made an impact on you. My subordinates gave you a lot of praise for what happened in Nami no Kuni." Orochimaru cracked a grin. He knew the blonde's real name and position, of course. "Now, if you wouldn't mind helping us kill the Kazekage." The Kazekage yelled angrily, "You're the one who talked me into making this assault." The white snake's toothy smile remained intact, and his snake-like eyes seemed to glow as he said, "Yes. It was a ploy to cripple and crush your village. Your Jinchuriki has been brought down, your children have been captured, and your soldiers are being slaughtered or routed as we speak. The reinforcements you called for from Kumo, Iwa, and Kiri are being dealt with, in no small part because of Yurei. After you die here, your village will be leaderless and impoverished. You can't give the reparations you offered to one village, let alone 3. So what's going to happen? Sanagakure would be destroyed without Konoha having to do anything." Sabaku no Rasa laughed as he put his hands together in a string of seals that ended in the dragon sign. "Brought down? Brought down? Oh, you poor fool. The worst thing you could do to your village was force Gaara to sleep," he said. Sakanton. Uzumaki. As befitted its name, a vortex with the Kazekage at its epicenter was formed by flecks of gold dust spiraling out from his position. Yurei, Orochimaru, and the silent Hokage were drawn toward it by its gravitational pull. Unaware of what would happen, Yurei threw a kunai at the Kazekage and watched in wonder as the gold dust tore it to shreds. That left little room for speculation regarding what would happen when his flesh met the glistening wall of death. Rasa yelled, "Baku!" and the gold dust burst forth from his position with deadly force. Yurei merely took the blow head-on, only shielding his eyes as the tiny particles tore his body open, while Orochimaru executed an exceptionally quick Kawarimi and the Hokage whirled his enormous staff in a circle to defend himself. Blood trickled out of him like a sieve for a moment, but his wounds healed themselves, albeit slowly enough for their eyes to follow. Yugito, who was observing the fight from a little farther away than the other spectators, remarked, "What a monster. He has been pushed into a rage. Instead, he placed himself inside one." Matabi noted, "His human body is still strong enough to withstand a blow like that without recoiling, and he isn't using any yuki or going into a demonic state. How frightening." Yugito didn't bother to inquire as to whether or not that final sentence was sarcastic. In actuality, she was intimidated by Yurei. When they reached adulthood, anyone that young and capable of facing a Jinchuriki would be a terrifying force. Her status as a Jinchuriki alone improved her standing among Kumo's rank-and-file shinobi, despite the fact that she was several steps weaker than Kurabi. Although she hadn't had the opportunity to show off all of her strength against Yurei, he had made it apparent that he was holding back. Yugito wasn't used to being so completely dismantled. Everything in her life had taught her that she was meant to be an elite. A black and tan shape could be made out in the trees to the west, and a terrible roar followed an explosion in the distance. I told you it was a mistake to let Gaara sleep. The boy is gone, and only Shukaku remains. Rasa cracked a grin. Even if I die here, Konoha will be brought to ruins. The stench of the Ichibi's Yuki was detectable even at this distance. When Yugito had released a Bijudama, Yurei had been able to sense her nature as a Jinchuriki, but that had only been a residual aura that he had detected. Shukaku's presence evoked a fiendish desire in Yurei's heart, resonating with his subconscious like a direct threat. As the wind blew outside the barrier and loose stones began to float, his knees bowed under the strain of his body's strength. Yurei growled as Yuki started to flood his Kirakuki, saying, "I can feel him." The pupil of his bloodshot demonic eye appeared to sharpen, and his Sharingan started to rotate 10 times faster than before. His breaths became noticeably labored as his body struggled to contain its strength, and the nails on his fingers and toes gradually transformed into short claws, a much more subtle version of Yugito's technique. As everyone in the room watched him in horror, one tail emerged from behind him and gradually split into 3. As they waved in the air behind him, those 3 tails were a mixture of red, black, and gold, but they appeared almost iridescent. Then, to make the spectators' fears even worse, each of those tails also broke into thirds. Yurei appeared almost otherworldly, with 9 dazzling tails spreading out behind him. Those who heard the blonde's nameless battle cry were filled with fear as he roared and smashed his fists into the roof tiles he stood on. "The demon!" exclaimed Yurei. "Ichibi no Tanuki. Shukaku, demon of the wind. I feel your hate. I hear your call. Take 1 step closer to Konoha, and I'll break you in 2. Without even considering it, the blonde let loose a titanic Bijudama that soared directly toward the Ichibi's location, piercing the Sound 4's modified barrier. The void sound of Yurei's attack drowned out Ross's scream as his left arm was burned to nothing. Shukaku redirected the Bijudama into the air as a blast reverberated in the distance. Orochimaru muttered under his breath, "Death comes. Go back, Atoyon. The Konoha area is on the verge of turning into a wasteland, and I refuse to be involved." "They're not quite right. The enemies of my enemies are my allies, not my friends." Yurei smiled. "My seals allowed me to pass through unharmed and without effort, but the same isn't likely to be true for anybody else." The red-eyed demon then stalked toward a startled, barely conscious Rasa, his Yuki still burning away at the man's arm, spreading into his chest, and starting to corrode him from the inside out. In all honesty, it was a pathetic scene, a reminder that not all men were made equal. The Yondaime Hokage had faced the terrible Kyuubi no Kitsune and had fought it to a draw, but the Yondaime Kazekage was being killed by a glance from a much weaker Kyuubi no Yurei. Yurei appeared to feel sorry for the man, placing one hand on the top of his head and another on the stump of his left shoulder before his teeth tore through Ross's throat like scissors into paper. Yurei's right hand rose to smear the blood across his face as the Kazekage's corpse fell, now clearly deteriorating as biological processes ceased to slow the spread of his Yuki. Yugito. The Nibi Jinchuriki had no desire to follow Yurei, but the seal he had placed on her left her with no choice. In a matter of seconds, she was a half-step behind him as he started to move toward Shukaku. "We're leaving," he declared as rays of light flowed from Ross's body into his own, calmly striding out of his double-layered barrier. "Start working on overcoming this obstacle. If the worst happened, they could always break their way out physically, but the amount of chakra needed for that kind of effort was too expensive for the Sound 4 to consider as a primary option," Jirobo called out, starting to search through the edges of Yurei's sealwork to see if he could find a weak spot or a way to manipulate it. The Sandaime Hokage, meanwhile, turned to face Orochimaru inside the prism, his eyes filled with pain. "Sensei?" Tentatively, the Byahebi asked. With his breath still ragged from the struggle he'd been in before Yurei's arrival, Sarutobi Hiruzen said, "I know you've suspected that Danzo has been tampering with my mental state for the last decade, and you're right. All these long years, I've trusted and believed in you." Orochimaru's eyes narrowed in rage, but he didn't appear to be trying to interrupt his former instructor. He had always planned to use this invasion as a means of not only crippling and destroying Suna, but also overthrowing me. The Hokage smiled languidly, using the most convenient tool available. No, sensei. I was unable to. I refuse. The white snake almost let out a startled cry. Hirazen's face and heart grew sad as 4 elaborate matrices of seals appeared on his body, one on each cheek and one on the backs of his hands. Unfortunately, my boy, I don't think we have a choice. I don't know how or when, but it's not just the seals. I've been fighting all day to get rid of the compulsion he put in my head. No. Orochimaru vehemently disagreed with the Hokage's statement, displaying more emotion at that precise moment than the Sound 4 could ever recall. I'm doing everything I can to fight it. Hiruzen made a show of locking his arm muscles to stop himself from swinging his staff at Orochimaru as he said, I won't last much longer. I can remove the seals if you give me enough time. Orochimaru begged the Hokage to spare him from killing the man who had shaped him, but all he did was shake his head and close his eyes. The elderly man, who seemed both fragile and unchangeable at the same time, said, It does my heart good to know that after almost 40 years, you still care that much about your friends and your home. My bones are old, so it won't take more than one cut, he said. Son, pull out your sword. Then, without a word, the Kami no Shinobi started weaving hand seals together, and a nervous fear grew inside Orochimaru's heart as the Hokage finally lost the ability to resist Danzo's compulsion seals, launching himself forward and attacking his former pupil. As she walked alongside Yurei, Yugito said, So, level with me here for a second. Do you actually have a plan to fight that thing? In response, Yurei asked, Do you know anything about them? The Ichibi hasn't been released, which means he's still tied to his Jinchuriki and can only use the amount of strength that his host's body can handle. He's the Kasuga's youngest son, 12 or 13 years old, replied Yugito. Yurei smiled as he walked, saying, Good, that means his Kirakuki hasn't fully matured, so Shukaku's power will be limited. Yugito was annoyed that he had just started his growth spurt, but he was already as tall as her. Her question was met with resistance from the Nibi Jinchuriki, who said, I ask again. Do you have a plan? Not really. I'm just going to beat him over the head until he gives up. Yugito tried her hardest to look at anything other than Yurei as they kept on moving. Then a third party called out to them for the second time since he had enslaved her. From his position on the ground, a black boy with hair pulled up in a high ponytail that didn't fall down said, Hey. Wait, Naruto, is that you? Although severely injured, he was not in imminent danger. When he saw the state Shikamaru had been left in, the blonde's anger spiked, but he calmed down when he saw the dozen corpses of the Nara heir's enemies. I am Yurei. Naruto and his sensei died in Nami no Kuni. Heh. A ghost, huh? Troublesome bastard. Good to see you in the land of the living. You, headed toward the giant Tanuki? Shikamaru laughed. Yugito said, Yes. Shikamaru closed his eyes without opening them again, saying, Give him hell, chief. I'm just gonna sit here and look at the clouds until my body starts feeling right again. Is he? Yurei interrupted Yugito and said, Sleeping. He might be the laziest son of a bitch I've ever met. As they moved on, Yugito asked, And if you don't mind me asking, what happened in Nami no Kuni? And left Shikamaru to rest. She listened as Yurei described the destruction of the island and the loss of his eye during his Genin team's first and last mission outside Konoha's walls. Was that really what he did? Her inner demon was questioned by the blonde. Not all demons are capable of using the Hakai, a destructive technique that is nearly unmatched. No place is totally safe from him if he is speaking the truth, and he is speaking the truth. He's not invincible just yet. He is only an A- rank threat, based on the methods your society has adopted to assess a person's abilities. At that statement, Yugito's eyes almost rolled back into her head. Like those grew on trees, only an A- rank threat. However, Matabi had lived for thousands of years, which was a lot longer than she would live. She was a natural force that could annihilate entire nations, but her strength was nothing compared to that of her older brother, Kurama. From that angle, it made sense to claim that Yurei was just a strong human, for the time being. Soon after, the two arrived at a man-made clearing, with Shukaku at the center. It didn't take much imagination to believe that a number of additional corpses had been crushed beneath the enormous trunks, and there were several bodies strewn about the fallen trees that neither ninja recognized. So it was you, exclaimed Shukaku, startled. It's been a long time since I've seen an attack like that aimed my way. 1,000 years? 2,000? I'm impressed, little demon. Yurei refused to back down or even acknowledge the Ichibi's mild praise, saying, Yes, it was me. I'd rather not see my homeland destroyed, so I decided to come to you instead. The giant tanuki spoke with scorn, but there was also a look of longing on his face. Judging by those tales of yours, my oldest brother ate the dust. Huh? Don't tell me you killed him. I'm not gonna buy that shit for a second. Although Shukaku hadn't loved Kurama as much as he'd feared and envied his strength, they had still fought together and were fathered by the same father. Yurei answered, I'm his reincarnation. On the night I was born, an attempt was made to turn me into a Jinchuriki. It went very wrong. The Kyuubi no Kitsune has fallen, but the Kyuubi no Yurei has risen to take his place. Shukaku chuckled at that announcement. The black and tan demon directed several dozen tiny sand bullets at Yurei, concentrating only on the young demon as Yugito fled to the side. Well, come on then, boy, I'll play a bit with you while Matabi watches. The great darkness knows I'm in no condition to fight you seriously. Show me what you've got. As he brought his Yuki to bear, Yurei's form nearly vanished, his bloody body encased in demonic energy that took on the appearance of an oil slick. He dashed forward, bringing the other demon closer to him before striking Shukaku's body with a punch that would shatter the earth. The Ichibi didn't give it much thought at first, but then he noticed that his sandy flesh was corroding and wasn't healing itself. Shukaku trailed off, staring at Yurei's face with piercing concentration. Your Yuki can suppress mine? But the only one ever capable of that was? Father? What? The first time any of the Biju had been able to speak while in sealed captivity, Matabi's psychic scream shook Yugito's brain and spread to Shukaku and Yurei. When I met the clone in the city of the dead, he did mention Kurama was his oldest child, Yurei replied. As he shrank to human size, Shukaku screamed, You met him? Our father? Sand flew into the air. Between awe and desperation, his black-clawed hands clutched Yurei's shoulders. Where? When? Tell me. Shukaku appeared ready to cry as Yurei calmly explained. I found his clone in the city of the dead, after I sank Nami no Kuni. He taught me Fuinjutsu, and then he put the rest of his life force into a sealing array for me to absorb once I finish my transformation from human to demon. He mentioned something about other worlds. My assumption would be that he's not the father you knew, but a different one who traveled here when the world tree was still young and strong. He left me a piece of his Yuki to assimilate. After saying this, Yurei dredged up some of the dark energy that the ancient clone had forced into him, only to see Shukaku stumble backwards, followed by Yugito. He noticed out of the corner of his eye. Father! Cried the tanuki in sorrow. Even that fraction of his strength is proof enough. It's been so long. Matabi was reacting similarly inside Yugito's head. Take control of yourself, please, she inquired. You can say that with ease. It's been too much today. The first demon we encounter is the first to enter the world since Makai was cut off from this area. Secondly, he seals you as a slave. Third, that child inherited my oldest brother's power after he passed away. Fourth, that boy has a mass of his Yuki in his possession. Even though my father has been dead for thousands and thousands of years, I will not remain composed. This is insane. There was a profound chill in Yurei's voice as she said, Let's make a deal. It was as if the sun were casting shadows rather than beams of light. In the near future, the other 3 major villages are likely to attack Sunagakure. If you and the Sunanin who will follow you retreat now, your forces won't suffer severe losses. I'll fight with you when that invasion starts, and I'll give you a portion of your father's Yuki to assimilate. You and Matabi both. The terms were so generous that Shukaku didn't even have to consider them. Instead, he knew that Yurei's attempt to reach a deal was an indication of his sincerity. After all, he was only a moderate threat to the blonde demon in his current state. He would kill a lot more enemies and significantly reduce his strength if he arrived later to help Sunagakure. Even though the Nibi was still sealed in Yugito's body, he had witnessed the impact the jet black Yuki had on the other 2 demons. Even if they weren't as obligated to his word as he was, showing them kindness like that would help secure long-term allies. The sand-colored tanuki's hands reached up and seized one of Yurei's, holding on to it tightly. Yes. Yes. 1,000 times, yes. The temperature returned to normal, and there was a thunderclap as the agreement was reached. It took Shukaku a moment to realize that he had made a deal with an Oathkeeper without hesitation, even though he had no intention of breaking it. The tanuki would have been forced to uphold the agreement if Yurei had been a bit more crafty with his wordplay or had used more sly language. According to all accounts, he had been fortunate. Yurei stated, I'll fulfill my end of the bargain in due time. Don't worry, I'll be seeing you soon enough. Shukaku nodded as he said that and put the black Yuki away. Even though he would have preferred to have a piece of his long-lost father right away, the fact that it existed at all was already a wonderful gift. Not to mention that Yurei couldn't break his word under duress. Shukaku would be happy to wait 10 years, let alone a few months, for that minuscule portion of his father's power. Well then, little demon, until we meet again. Convulsing, Shukaku felt the sand drop off him in lumps and layers, his demonic aura vanishing as he voluntarily returned to his seal. His body collapsed backwards in unconsciousness, replaced by a red-headed boy with a tattoo above his left eye. However, a gentle bed of sand flowed beneath him to protect him before Yurei could intervene to prevent him from injuring himself. Two teenagers, a boy and a girl, rushed forward. The boy, wearing black robes and face paint, snatched Gaara with ease. The blonde girl with 4 ponytails yelled for Yurei to withdraw into a device that he recognized from Kakashi's recollections. It was a long-range communicator, not the standard walkie-talkie that was given to academy kids or new genin during field drills. Yurei suspected he would see those two again, whoever they were. The blonde considered for a moment that he had given up something that had been left deliberately to make him stronger, but he closed his eyes in agreement. After he had finished his transformation into a demon, wouldn't it be preferable to absorb this power? That question was as rhetorical as they come if the power in this mass of Yuki was that valuable. One Suna nin after another flew west across the clearing and headed straight out of Konoha, both individually and simultaneously. They were undoubtedly returning to their native country, where they could recover from their injuries and consider their options in a somewhat secure environment. Unconsciously aware that Kiri and Kumo would be cutting their losses and turning tails on the other side of the village, Yurei watched them leave with little interest. However, Kidomaru had slaughtered the invaders from Iwagakure with extreme prejudice, except for the few he killed to warn Yurei and Yugito of his position, so the Iwa would have to settle for an unmarked mass grave. As he absorbed the multicolored gleam of his Yuki cloak, Yurei's tails gradually retreated into his body. He smiled casually back at Yugito, observing her expression as she processed the final moments of her life. With all traces of his fiendish aura gone, he asked, "Do you want to go back?" When the younger blonde asked, Yugito sneered, "Would you let me?" Yurei considered the scathing glance that Yugito gave him for a moment. "Not what I asked, but I see your point. Do you want to go with me?" Yurei asked. Right. The seal. Still, I don't want you to think I'm just leading you by the nose or something. You have opinions that you should be allowed to voice. Jinchuriki are mostly kept behind as a village's last lines of self-defense, so I don't typically get a chance to leave Kumo. Inconvenient as the terms and conditions may be, I would like the chance to stretch my legs a little bit. But what about you? You just came home after 6 months. Are you just going to leave? At that question, Yurei closed his Sharingan and used only his bloodshot red eye to watch Yugito's face. He concluded, yes. The place I made for myself here, when I thought I was human, isn't something that exists for a demon to take. Those friends and loved ones have outgrown their need for my help. This is the place where my parents and my predecessor died, but I never knew them, and Konoha isn't the seat of my power. Yugito was unconcerned by her captor's remarks because she shared Yurei's viewpoint on the matter. Her loyalty to Kumogakure was undoubtedly due to the fact that her uncle was the Sandaime Reikage, not to some misguided affection for a society that viewed her as a crude hybrid of a novelty, a curse, and a potential breeding sow. She was aware, of course, that love was a luxury no active-duty ninja could afford, and that becoming a mother was her obligation as a member of the Ni family. She hadn't been attracted to any men, it was true, but she had never bothered to consider the possibility. She was bound by her ancestry and her position as a Jinchuriki in Kumogakure. Any men who showed interest in her would only do so to gain access to the Reikage or his sons, and she had no desire to put up with such petty show. She might be free to just be herself in the outside world. That alone could make the expense of pursuing Yurei worthwhile. Her lips moved up in a tiny smirk as the warmth of the afternoon sun spread over the landscape. Had she really just persuaded herself that it wasn't all that horrible to be placed under an enslavement seal? She said, "Lead on, then." It would be a long time before her uncle could spare the manpower to determine whether she was still alive and send out search parties, but she wasn't naive enough to believe that traveling with a homemade Nukanen offered a high degree of safety. She had exchanged Yurei's leash for his up until that point. She chose to roll with it because there was nothing she could do about it. Yurei created a single cage bunshin, which, after disguising itself with a henge, was sent back into the village. The blonde then jerked his head toward Yugito, following the Suna nin's path. The two disappeared, leaving Konoha's concerns behind, like two ghosts in a dream that was recalled. A black-haired boy sat motionless in the shade of a fallen tree, reliving the final moments of his life. After his match against Gaara, he had left with the intention of completing the task he had begun, But once the prying eyes had been removed, the redhead's power had been too much to handle. Sasuke had persevered admirably, in his opinion, but Gaara had finally grown boresome. It was the only reason he had felt the need to unleash a demon on the world while Sasuke was on the ropes. Trees older than Konoha had been uprooted by hot air gusts. Sand had been dredged up from the earth, and a tremendous pressure had crept into Sasuke's conscious mind. After that, Naruto showed up. Shukaku had been fighting the Ichibi for 2 moves before he gave up, covered in blood and viscera and exuding a fierce aura that demanded recognition. During his brief time under Hitaki Kakashi, Sasuke had learned that the genin was strong, but not particularly so. Those tails, too. Sasuke leaned against the fallen tree trunk after shaking his head. He was obviously delirious and seeing things in his head. The fact that Naruto was still alive, however, was not what he had anticipated. As always, it appeared that his brother had been correct about Naruto's survival in Nami no Kuni, and he had come to their aid in their time of need. He closed his eyes, grinned wearily, and allowed fatigue to overcome him. 2 pairs of eyes gazed at the charred stump where a right arm had once been, blood trickling to the ground. The limb was eaten by black fire, dried out, and shriveled up as it was wiped out of the world. Itachi was well aware that more than a handful of Sharingan were boiling and burning beneath his fire, but if the Amaterasu hadn't been blocking its view, several circular sections beneath its bandages would have been clearly popping and bleeding. The head of the Uchiha clan said monotonously, "I'm well aware that I'm too late, if you were going to say something to that effect. You've made so many plans for Konoha to go to war, laid out so many causes that the populace would consider righteous. If you were to become Hokage, you would start those wars and wipe out those nations." Suna opening themselves up to vengeful reproach from the other 3 major villages was a pleasant surprise, but after crippling them, you intended to put them out of their misery. In the shadow of his subterranean command center, Danzo remained silent, fully aware that there was no need to call for assistance because Itachi would have killed them all before he reached this location. Perhaps the thing he regretted most about having to let the young man leave the Nacor was that pacifistic ruthlessness. Itachi made all of these accusations without blinking, but his voice was filled with rage. Your interference caused the Hyuga heir to be kidnapped, more than a decade ago. The rumors your influence raised are what led to my clan being slaughtered. You engineered the mission that sent my brother and his team to Nami no Kuni. And now, finally, you've committed treason and acted in faith of killing the Hokage. So what if I have? I only have our village's best interests at heart. If 1 or 2 families are made to suffer so that all can share the fruits of my successes, I'm prepared to deal with those consequences. Danzo nodded. So it ends here. Do you think I haven't felt you trying to use Shisui's eye against me? Do you think I didn't know about your plans to use the forbidden techniques of my clan to stave off death? You can't run from destiny, Itachi replied. Where the 20-year-old's Adam's apple would have been, a vertical slit appeared, exposing a 3rd Sharingan that appeared to twitch in its socket. Danzo's left hand did everything it could to avoid the Uchiha as his visible eye widened in shock. As his 3rd eye swam across his flesh and eventually reached the center of his forehead, Itachi's smirk was devilish. You know, there's a legend about Sanjian demons. Some called them Triclops. From before the gods died. That they could grant immortality to any one person, in the moment before that person died, no matter what state they were in. Would you like to know what eternity feels like, Danzo? Reaching out, the Uchiha's left hand tore the bandages off Danzo's face and then tore out the Sharingan that had been concealed in his right eye socket. However, Danzo didn't think about the possibility that he had been deceived until the tipless Tonto pushed its way through his nasal cartilage. Sai whispered, "As I told you yesterday." She emerged from the shadows behind Danzo, staring at him emotionlessly. "I was prepared for the execution of the plan. My father's words reach further than you dared imagine. He sends his regards." As Danzo's ancient face was brutally ripped open, the Nei operative pulled the knife in his hand like a lever, causing droplets of blood to emerge in a tiny cloud of mist. Soon after, a weak man with nothing and no one left to rely on, he passed away. Curious, Sai inquired, "Do you think the Hokage is going to die?" "I do. He was an old man before your father was born, Sai," Itachi replied. He had never had much contact with the white-skinned boy, but they had crossed paths when Sai was a teammate of Sasuke's and Itachi was in Nei. Sai sank into the floor after saying, "In that case, long and peacefully may you reign, Lord Godem. In the meantime, I'll inform the troops about our change in management." The only sign that he had ever been there was a rapidly drying pool of ink. Itachi merely gave a headshake, causing his 3rd eye to vanish as it retreated into his body. He briefly contemplated removing Danzo's body, but he decided against it because Sai and anybody else who wanted to look could learn a lot from it. He disappeared from the scene, happy to go about his business, and burst into a murder of crows. Mostly to herself, Yugito remarked, "I'm fairly confident that we lost any trace of human life 2 weeks ago. What are we doing this far west? Are you trying to reach the Outlanders?" Yugito was pretty certain that she would have passed out from exhaustion a few days ago if it weren't for her superhuman constitution and her ability to withstand intense heat because she was the Nibi's Jinchuriki. Yurei hadn't been overt about his actions, but he wasn't a silent companion either. "Have you ever wondered why so few people cross through this desert, from one civilization to the other?" Yurei responded. "There are a few theories, namely that it's a long journey with lots of danger, but there's some speculation about artificial causes." "Demons of wind." From inside her seal, Matabi said. "They abound in this desert. Since they are naturally peaceful and are afraid of Yurei's bloodthirst, the weak ones have avoided her. However, we're going much deeper than is appropriate for humans, and below the dunes of sand." "What? What's beneath us?" Yugito inquired. To be honest, she wasn't sure she wanted to know, but she couldn't resist asking because she wanted to know if there was danger. "Worms. The smallest one was so big it could have swallowed me whole. The heat in their bellies could burn holes in Makai, and their teeth are sharper than anything else that has ever touched my skin." Either Yurei is unaware of the circumstances or he is unaware of how vast heaven and earth are. Yugito instinctively clenched his jaw, and what is he doing if he is aware? Obviously, preparing to kill anything that moves. Inside her stomach, Yugito sensed the demon's smile. "However, if he is aware of the worms, he is more daring than my brother and I realized." "And why is that?" "They consume sand, and as a byproduct, they produce a spice that offers a variety of health advantages. People who ate it experienced increased mental acuity, or kekai genkai, and some even acquired a kind of prescience. Before they were all killed, the gods ate it and became immortal. Of course, any human who consumes the spice will become terminally addicted, and prolonged withdrawal will always be lethal, but demons like him and me are a little different. Additionally, if we survived the worm encounter, you would be eligible to receive some benefits without any negative effects if I were to possess you and consume some." In his heart, Yugito believed that last sentence was unnecessary. The red-eyed blonde had not seen a cloud in the previous 10 days, and there was nothing but sand everywhere. The humidity seemed to be in the negatives, even though she was aware that deserts didn't receive much rain. It was as if the moisture was being drawn from her body and scattered before it could collect in the atmosphere. "We're getting close. Something's up ahead, and it's coming for us." Yurei gave a warning. As a lone figure approached the two blondes, sand swirled up in the distance, twin streams of dust trailing out like smoke. Yugito inquired, "Do you think it sensed us? I doubt it's an outlander." Yurei stated, "It's not, it's something much older." Angry, Yugito uttered, "Oh, stop with the mysterious bullshit. There's no way you can tell that. No, this isn't natural. The heat's getting stronger, and..." The sand beneath the two shifted, and the air between them shimmered with heat before Yurei could finish his sentence. Before he could even consider it, he caught Yugito by the waist and rolled with her. A few seconds later, a horrifyingly large mouth with an infinite number of teeth sliced through the narrow ridge where they had been. The sound of the sandworm's teeth flexing inside its concentric jaw was deafening, and its armored exterior was a series of rings longer than the two of them. The temperature increased to an intolerable level, and the glistening air before the two of them ignited. Yurei quickly went through the seals to perform a sweeten Suiro to protect Yugito and himself, but the water quickly evaporated, leaving the demon looking gaunt. He had used the water inside his body to perform the technique, but the thin shield had not been sufficient to keep them safe. He didn't think 100 gallons of water would have been sufficient. He was on the verge of giving up, but an ugly expression crept onto his face. But before he could do anything, a voice pierced his deaf ears and struck his brain squarely. Yugito instinctively tightened his grip on Yurei's shoulders as he continued to shield her with his body, keeping her safe from the deadly heat and spraying sand. "Terry, stop," it boomed. "Who are you?" inquired Yurei. The figure said, "Someone you'll never know." On closer examination, it turned out to be an old man who appeared to be composed of solid sand, with deep skin cracks where a human's wrinkles might appear. In the olden days, each wind had its own name. "And I am Hulesakali Walla, the wind that eats flesh." "The wind that... Oh, come on. I knew we shouldn't have come here," Yugito sighed. The old demon's eyes were gold and black, and a deep engraving on his forehead matched the Ichibi Jinchuriki's tattoo. "You've got it backwards. Terry would have eaten you both alive if I didn't show up." That headband tells me you've already been to the city of the dead, boy. What made you think it was a good idea to visit the demon of the open desert? This is not good. Shrinking back inside her cage, Matabi said, by all the Makai kings. Are you acquainted with him? Yugito inquired. Even though she knew by now that anything about demons would lead to answers she didn't like, she felt compelled to find out. He is a deranged monstrosity. With flawless precognition, a human and a demon united into one body. Can he see into the future? Every future is visible to him? Hule Sakaliwala smiled wryly and said, Has Matabi finished explaining what I am to you, Yugito? Don't ask why or how I know your names. You either, Naruto, no matter what you choose to go by in this world. With his hearing starting to improve, Yurei remarked, You're like the clone that was left in Uzushio. This isn't your original self, it's a fragment of you that you left here. Why? The ancient demon said, Are you sure you want to know that? I think it's relevant, especially since you're the second one I've met, Yurei responded. In the world we came from, the world tree was destroyed long before Naruto or I, or any of our companions, were ever born. The gods were killed by the Biju, and there was a lot of bullshit with multiple copies of Naruto existing in one timeline that still makes no sense to me after 10,000 years. But after my world's Naruto planted the last remaining seed of the world tree and let it grow, we left our world behind. Then, we spent more years than I cared to count going through every single version of every world to kill the gods ourselves. But as we went through that process, we had a thought. Wherever the king of the gods, the Star Dreamer, came from. There were more things like him, and they were liable to be at least as powerful as he was. So we left remnants of ourselves in each world we visited, a safeguard to alert us in case of an emergency. Or, in worlds where something remotely similar happened, we were left behind as fragments of power for you to absorb and protect the world from those threats yourself. Yutei and Yugito could see clearly that this old demon had no one to talk to for a very long time. They therefore gave him the freedom to speak as he saw fit. Yurei remarked, Wow. That's a lot to unpack. I will say, it's good to see some friendly faces after so long, even if you are both a little younger and less demonic than I remember. Say, what's the nature of the Jubi in this universe? Asked Hule Sakaliwala. Father of the other Biju. All by different moms, you lustful fool. I also never understood how he got away with it with all those women. You'd think the infighting would be terrible, but I wouldn't recommend subjecting one woman to 9 different births. Matabi gave a small growl, but her tone carried a hint of longing that revealed some of her feelings for her early years. But I still adore him, he is my father. Despite addressing Yurei, Hule Sakaliwala's heavy gaze fell on Yugito as he said, Ah. Well, I hope for your sake that this isn't one of those worlds, Naruto. The red-eyed demon said, Care to elaborate on that? To Yurei's mockery, the desert demon grinned and said, Absolutely not. Yurei ventured another question, All right then. How about that worm's name? Well, not to spout needless exposition, but I named that one Terry. It's short for Terramorphous. According to Yugito, who was slowly moving out from under Yurei's body, Earthchanger. Very clever. Even though she was terrified of the enormous sandworm, she was confident that Hule Sakaliwala would protect her. The two of them gazed expectantly at the demon of the open desert as Yurei got to his feet, dragging her along with him. The old demon, whose cracked skin gave the appearance of a badly restored painting or statue, said, Let me cut to the chase. I know why you're here, and I can grant one of your 3 requests. The teeth? I inquired Yurei. Yes. Please. By the dead gods, take them. As many as you want. I have more than I know what to do with, not that I do anything with them in the first place. Replied Hule Sakaliwala. You'll need to wait until you finish your transformation into a demon before you get the other 2. But no, really, take all of the teeth you want. The ancient demon said that and motioned for the 2 blondes to follow him with his hand. After a few minutes of silent travel, Hule Sakaliwala waved the 3 of them inside a hole that had appeared in the side of a sand dune. There are a number of these little pockets throughout the desert. Sitting in the desert and staring at the sun got boring after the first 1,000 years, and all the little wind spirits are too afraid to approach me. I'm not sure why, I'm just a shell, my real body is anywhere else in the timeline on one or another of who knows how many worlds. We might have even finished the war against the gods in every timeline, and gone back to our own world by now. Yurei questioned, a war without end, huh? By the time my world's Naruto finished his demonization, none of us close to him were completely human anymore. 20 years later, the last of us finished our transformation into demons in his service. Oh, to be young again. Hule Sakaliwala tossed out several crystalline objects, all double-edged with razored tips, as he babbled. The majority of the sandworm teeth were big enough to be used as complete swords, but some of the smaller ones had been fashioned into long knives. The teeth of a sandworm are special. They're immune to the elements, they never wear down, and there isn't much that they can't cut. Or that can cut them. If you really try, you can destroy them, but it's difficult enough that most people give up. A blank sheet of paper and an ink brush appeared from somewhere, Yugito's sealing scroll, but she hadn't noticed when he had retrieved them during the desert journey. Perfect. I'll take them all, Yurei said. Like a thief stuffing bundles of bills into a duffel bag, he painted the matrix for a storage seal quickly and sealed tooth after tooth. Fantastic. Now get out and don't come back for a few years. Sand covered the two ninjas, exposing only their heads, before either could protest by raising their voice. They were suddenly hurled through the dune they had been standing in, and if anyone had ever believed their story, they would have been able to sail across the desert in record time. Neither Yurei nor Yugito knew what the other was staring at because Yurei was facing forward and Yugito was facing backward. You know, traveling this fast, the heat really isn't too much of an issue, Yurei replied. I never did get to ask him why so few people travel across the desert, though. Well, I have bad news. First, we're on the descent now. Second, Terry is following us, Yugito sighed. With a hopeful tone, Yurei questioned, I hate to jinx us, I really do, but do you think he's just trying to make sure we land safely? With her gaze briefly diverted from the approaching sandworm to glare at her companion, Yugito declared, this is officially the worst vacation I've ever taken, and I've only taken one. And you know that's not true. A month-long break spent lounging around the house is definitely considered a vacation. Matabi added something, and Yugito found it difficult to hide her annoyance with the demon. Without a doubt, it didn't matter, and hang the doubters by their ankles. According to Yurei, are sandworms as averse to rain as regular worms? Because, and I hesitate to call this luck, we're heading right toward a bunch of storm clouds. In the middle of the desert. Out of goddamn nowhere. Who the hell practices meteorological ninjutsu in the desert? Hule Sakaliwala smiled in the distance, under a dune of sand, bringing air currents to bear from farther away than any human could imagine. Hopefully, the rain would cause them to separate from each other in the sand, allowing them to land safely. If not, the old demon would not take responsibility for any compromised positions they were in, but they would still land safely. The Naruto of this world may be able to surpass the one he had known, he thought quietly. Knowing that people were looking at him, Yurei asked, do you think they're staring because of how good my muscles look? Yugito responded, having long since come to terms with the fact that she would be the straight man in their interpersonal comedy routine. They're staring because you're shirtless, you've got a foreign Hitai 8, and you talked the Ichibi down from a killing spree. Also, they're preparing for an invasion, and they don't know if you're friendly or not. 2 weeks of sand and dust had been washed away by the rain, and the storm cloud they had passed through had split their sand bullet in half, allowing both ninja to escape. After returning eastward for a day, they had reached Sanagakure's least used gate. Even though the two guards had been a little reluctant to allow a pair of foreign ninja to enter the city, particularly one who was carrying no identifying documents, they had eventually succeeded. With only a pair of pants, a headband that served as an eye patch, and a sandal on each foot, they had to concede that Yurei was telling the truth. What are we going to do about food, or a place to stay? Yugito inquired. Yurei's glance only served to perplex her. She detested the absurd conversation topics that resulted from his incapacity to lie. With a cunning smile, he asked, do you want to do it the legitimate way, the illegal way, or the easy way? She turned her head away from him and covered her eyes with her left hand. She began to question whether her cousin Kurabi's speech pattern or Yurei's was worse. Yugito said, his jaw slightly clenched, the easy way. You say that like we didn't just survive a series of life or death events. Yurei was upset. You're the one who got us into that mess, not me. Remember, none of this is my fault. I will remain blameless for all of this, Yugito retorted. Yurei pointed to a multi-story white clay brick house in the distance and said, all right, point taken. We're heading to that big house with a gate in front of it. Yugito remarked, that's the Kazecage's mansion. To which Yurei replied, I'm aware. Yugito went on, you killed the Kazecage. Yurei reiterated, I'm aware. Yugito questioned, why are we going to his mansion? That's where we'll be staying, Yurei replied with assurance. The Nibi Jishuriki stumbled, I literally do not have the words to describe how stupid this is. What makes you think this will work? Yurei inquired, who lives in the Cage's mansion? After piecing together the answer, Yugito said, his family. Yurei smiled and said, and Shukaku's host is his youngest son. Worst case scenario, I steal the supplies we need from around the city, and we camp out until it's time to start killing people again. But if Shukaku's change in attitude extended to his Jinchuriki, we may be in luck. Then, determined to get to the clay brick house as soon as possible, he walked a bit more quickly. They reached the gate after a few minutes of strolling through crowded city streets while Yurei silently made fun of the 3 urchins who tried to pick his empty pockets. No guards stopping us, the gate is wide open. They've probably been told we're coming, but I'm still going to knock. Yurei replied. 4 short tones rang in the air as the backs of his knuckles landed on the ironwood front door of the mansion. After a few moments of waiting, it was opened and swung inside, where a teenager in black looked at the 2 blondes with mild bewilderment. Knowing full well that the Hitai 8 on their heads were not from Sunagakure, he said, hello. Yugito looked smugly at Yurei, who sighed in surrender and raised an eyebrow. A couple weeks ago, I made a deal with Shukaku to stop him from going on a killing spree. I'm here to wait until I can honor that agreement, Yurei replied. Yugito went on, and I'm stuck with him. The black-clad boy led them to a living room and watched them sit down, obviously eager to distance himself from the 2 foreigners who had unexpectedly arrived at his door. Well, come in, I guess. I'll go get my sister. A few minutes later, a blonde woman of Yurei's age walked in. She couldn't be described as happy based on her expression, but she wasn't unhappy to see Yurei and Yugito. Tamari inquired, and what does my father's killer want from me? I'm not horribly upset about that, by the way. He wasn't a good man, and he shouldn't have inherited his title, but he was my father. Yurei said bluntly, disregarding the pain of the truth or the fact that the children had inherited the father's sins. Surely you're aware that Iwa, Kumo, and even Kiri will be coming to retaliate against you after the strings your father pulled to convince them to attack Konoha. I'm here to make sure that as many of them die outside your walls as possible. I made a bargain with Shukaku, and I intend to fulfill my half of the promise. Tamari inquired, how long do you think we have? Before leaving for the desert, Yurei created a clone for a number of reasons, but the primary one was to inform his old friends that he was still alive. 6 weeks, give or take a few days. In Konoha, some of the powers that be are aware that I'm here, so they won't be sending anybody after you. After that, my intention is to leave, and wander my way across the elemental nations. And, for what it's worth, my apologies about your father, he was tricked and betrayed. Tamari smiled wryly and said, no, I know, and you don't have to be too apologetic. He was a terrible father. If not for the fact that all our aunts and uncles died, he wouldn't have inherited the position of Cage. Losing our mother brought him to the brink, and he never recovered. I don't remember him being warm or caring. There had never been anything satisfactory, not for Tamari, who possessed the unadulterated talent of her generation due to her inner futon nature. Not for Kankuro, who was so talented at puppetry that some people speculated he might one day compete with the Akasuna. And especially not for Gaara, who was born with the dying grace of his mother's love and who will always be vilified in Ross's mind as the murderer of his wife. So much so that he sealed the Ichibi into Gaara while he was still in the womb. After processing the information Tamari had provided, Yurei said, at any rate, I'm going to have to ask you for a place to stay. Preferably here, if the seal on your youngest brother is as poorly done as rumors made it out to be. The rumors that Gaara had lost control during the battle in Konoha had been easy to hear in the streets thanks to his superhuman hearing. With her eyes narrowed, Tamari questioned, to kill him in case he goes on a rampage? I find bad fuinjutsu annoying. It's a genetic tendency, Yurei answered. You're aware of the danger involving a Jinchuriki's seal, yes? Tamari responded. Even though tampering with seals made for Biju was a surefire way to be killed, most fuinjutsu practitioners would never have to consider such a situation, but on rare occasions it became necessary. Yurei grinned and said, I have something that Shukaku wants desperately. Yugito couldn't help but think of the large number of black yuki he had exposed in the forests outside of Konoha. I already offered it to him as part of my deal, but giving it to him now might even make him willing to help me with the sealing. Tamari's eyes widened in shock that the young man before her could provide something that would make the ruthless Ichibi agree to tighten its cage. Yugito observed her companion's serious expression and closed one eye. Would you also make a deal like that? She inquired. In a heartbeat. Since it is impossible to predict what advantages might result from it, what he offered is potent beyond measurement. You could even say that the possibilities are endless. Matabi answered. Anybody's arsenal, including mine, would be greatly enhanced by learning one of my father's countless skills with the help of that Yuki. It's not a stretch to say that I would become the most powerful of the Biju, possibly even more powerful than Kurama, even if absorbing it only increased my overall fighting prowess. Is that tiny bit of Yuki really that powerful? It seemed insignificant. Yurei made his battle cloak out of more than that. My father was one of the kings of Makai, and Yurei isn't even a complete demon yet. Compared to most Yuki I've encountered, his was more dense, pure, and powerful. Without thinking, he could have killed the sandworms sooner with the quantity Yurei displayed that day. Demons are simply unfair. Yugito thought. At long last, Tamari said, well, alright then. Frankly, you'd be selling me 2 favors with what you're doing, so I'm not inclined to turn you down. I don't sell favors. I offer contracts. Yurei smiled. Yes. Well, I may take you up on that at some point. Either way, I'm grateful. Both for the fact that you're willing to stand by us now, and that your interference with the Ichibi is what allowed Kankuro and I to leave Konoha alive. Tamari raised her head in appreciation. So just pick 1 or 2 of the guest rooms, and they'll be yours until you leave. Yurei stood half a head above Tamari, saying, you don't need to lower your head to me. The shorter woman's head lifted as her eyes followed his every move. Only someone who's my person should show that kind of deference. Your person? Yugito asked accusingly, staring at the man who had sealed her enslavement with piercing red eyes. Someone who follows me because they choose to, who recognizes me as their leader, and who has an unshakable faith in the bond between us. Explained Naruto. When I was a child, I rescued a girl out of a burning building, and she chose to become my subordinate rather than die in the streets. I conquered the street rat gangs in Konoha's slums, and I made them my people, because my fist was biggest and my brain thought hardest. My people belong to me because they accept the idea that they owe me something they can't repay, and I owe them loyalty for standing by my side. Yurei wouldn't have cared if any of the urchins he had supervised during his time as the bancho had left. He would have moved on even if Ayame had. He treated them like family, though, because they remained with him. He wasn't wrong to put it that way, but his spoken words implied something other than the master and servant relationship. The anger left Yugito's face as she gave a small nod of comprehension. Tamari was wondering why a kunoichi from Kumogakure would be traveling with a man whose Hitai 8 had a crest she didn't recognize as she glanced among her fellow blondes. Her bewilderment was visible to Yugito and Yurei, who exchanged a glance that appeared to conceal a dispute over who should provide the explanation. Yugito prevailed. She was part of the attack force that Kumo sent to attack Konoha. I offered her a chance to leave, she refused, and I placed a seal on her that forces her to follow after me. Tamari covered her mouth in horror and shock, asking, an enslavement seal? You put an enslavement seal on the Raikage's niece? Neither of the women in the room was impressed by Yurei's attempt to defend himself. It is not an enslavement seal. That would have required a lot less effort. You just slap the sign for slave into the matrix and you place it on someone. It's banal, it's cruel, and it has a host of limitations and loopholes that I'm pretty sure Yugito could work with. But that's not the point. Yugito responded, no, that's kind of the entire point. You made an improved slave seal. Mid-battle. What the fuck? Tamari responded. I would appreciate not being demonized for sparing your life, Yurei replied. Yugito got up to leave, but before she could turn away from the other people in the room, Yurei's command took her body. First of all, there were a lot of things you could have done, like leaving my body the fuck alone. Second, you've never even tried to look at your seal to see if you could do something with it. Third, you went out of your way to trap me before you started making the seal, so you literally set out with the intention of. No, I'm not going to finish that train of thought. For a brief moment, even her psychic connection to Matabi was broken when he said, you can only breathe. Despite her difficulties, she was unable to move a muscle or produce any sound other than the soft sound of her breathing. Yurei went on, apologies have been long overdue, but you deserve one. I didn't know who you were related to when I fought you outside of Konoha. I just knew you were a Jinchuriki. I didn't want to kill you and release your Biju on the village. Putting a seal on you was the first idea I came up with to keep you from fighting me, so I went with it. It's because I feel remorse over putting it on you that I haven't brought it up, attempted to modify it, or used its effects on you until this moment. Now that we're going to be staying in one place for a while, I'm willing to sit down and look at modifying the seal to prepare it for removal. I'm sorry about what you've been through because of me. You have autonomy. Yugito's voice was full of venom, but Yurei could tell that his words had reached her because of the softer expression on her face. You're modifying it after I get something to eat. The fact that he couldn't lie was probably his only hope, and she was one of the few people who knew that. Yugito left without saying another word, and Temari glared at Yurei as she trailed behind the older woman. As they waited for Orochimaru to speak, the Itoyan glanced at one another with a certain amount of anxiety. He had called them for the first time since the invasion of Konoha and the Sandaime Hokage's death. The Byahebi's body was still sharp, but it was obvious that his condition was getting worse from his hollowing cheeks and bloodshot eyes. His hands were bridged in front of his face, and he sat in the back of the room, his throne at the middle of the far wall. Orochimaru finally said, 2 months ago, I marked a girl in Konoha with the Infuan no 10. His elbows were unable to press down on the armrests of the basilisk throne he was sitting on. I've received word that she'll be leaving her village to join us here. I want you to bring her to me personally, and in a timely manner. No mistakes, and no excuses. You have an hour to prepare. Jirobo declared, on my honor, my lord, we won't fail you. With his fingers interlaced, Orochimaru responded, see that you don't. She's a close acquaintance of the demon you call Yurei, and I'm sure none of you want to imagine what he might do to you if something were to happen to her. His left hand cupped his right fist. Remembering all 3 of the times they had felt the overwhelming power of the nine-tailed demon, the Sound Four left the room to that thinly veiled threat. He had penetrated their offensive as a recent academy graduate, and they had seen the terrible death that befell Mizuki. Before his attacks sank the entire island, he had sparred with one of the 7 swordsmen in Nami no Kuni. What other explanation could there be for the outpouring of Shukaku's cries for his father and the variations in its Yuki if he had not only robbed Konoha of their own barrier technique but had also defeated the Yondaime Keisuke with relative ease before battling the Ichibi to submission? Half a year later, the non-aggression pact they had unintentionally made with him had evolved from a minor annoyance to the most crucial line of defense they could have. But as they prepared to leave Otogakure, their feet could only move in terror, knowing that their target was one of his friends. Outside, the village of Sanagakure was being severely beaten by the sun. However, Yurei was kneeling behind Yugito as she sat on the floor of a guest room in the Keisuke's mansion. The demon, who had raised his Hitai aide to examine the situation with his Sharingan, was sitting next to a stack of papers. However, that was more about ensuring he had the depth perception to be accurate than it was about the spinning tomo in his eye giving him some extra power in this situation. Before we begin, I want to clarify a few things about the process. Yurei responded. When I start, the seal is going to activate. When I'm done, you'll think less than a second has passed. Matabi's Yuki absolutely must stay inside of her seal, or else the risk to your life becomes much more severe than anything my seal could do. And this isn't a removal process, it's just the first step. Are you ready? Yugito jokingly said, not going to ask me if I really want to do this? I assumed that you were willing to take the risks involved when you demanded I go through with it. Yurei responded, which means, even though we both agree that none of this is your fault, you're also the one who takes responsibility if something unintended happens after I mess with the seal. The sound of a distant thunderclap caused Yugito's eyes to squeeze shut, transforming Yurei's words into a contract. Deal. Now get it over with. But now she was too far gone to regret anything. Yurei reached over to Yugito's shoulders and untied the band that secured her hair in a ponytail. He placed his bloody seal on the back of her neck and gently tied her hair into a topknot. Yurei winced as he looked at his creation. He hadn't simply gone too far to stop Yugito from attacking him. He'd left her incapable of surviving if he so desired. She shuddered unconsciously as his fingers moved feather-light down the back of her neck while he took a deep breath. He activated the seal without saying another word, and Yugito's body froze, nearly coming to a mechanical halt. She would still breathe, but that was all, and she was no longer conscious. As soon as he started working, Yurei spread out reams of paper and let blood trickle from his wrist through a hollow channel in the brush until it reached the bristles of the tool. Yurei cut open the palm of his left hand and placed it over the seal on Yugito's neck, while his right hand worked on constructing a matrix to contain the sealing efforts. His blood flowed into the activated seal, actively urging the wound to not close, preparing it for the transformations he was about to make. The matrix was finished after 3 hours of work, and he was being choked by the silence. Nevertheless, he continued because he owed Yugito this. He was too dehydrated to perspire, and he thought for a moment that fatigue had driven him insane as he bled out from both hands. 3 more hours later, the seal's interior modifications were complete, and Yurei released a deep breath he had not been aware he was holding. Now or never, he thought, and he made the half-ram seal with his right hand, then watched the markings slide across the stone floor and flow up from the paper. As they swung around the seal beneath Yurei's left hand, They transformed into a spiral after crawling up Yugito's body in a whirling mass of red squiggles. A tiny surge of energy marked the conclusion of the protracted process as his chakra flowed like water, completing the adjustments he had made. As she gently collided with Yurei's exposed torso, Yugito's body shifted backwards, almost as if she were falling with force. "Are you all right?" he asked quietly because he didn't want to disturb someone else's home and he knew that sound would travel through the early evening air. The older blonde said, "I should be mad at you, but I'm not. I don't think I can be." A quick glance told Yurei that something had gone terribly wrong. His eyes were red, just like Yugito's, but his were much bloodier, and hers were much brighter and more fiery. But if you looked at her face, her left eye had turned bloodshot and blood red, just like the eye he'd lost when he first arrived in Nami no Kuni. Holding Yugito up and stepping back from her, Yurei said, his face abnormally pale, "Let me look. I want to know what happened." The blonde demon held his breath as he gazed at the markings he'd written in blood, and the seal on her neck had completely changed, shrinking in size. As he looked, he noticed that some of his original markings had completely vanished, as the original seal had been solely focused on forcing Yugito to obey him. This would normally indicate that they had been taken out, but Yurei hadn't been attempting to take the seal off. Thus, the only conclusion was that his blood had been poured into the seal for so long that it had sunk into her, changing from an external seal to an essential component of her physiology. The trade-off was too great for him to fully comprehend. Yugito was now hardwired to submit to him until the day she died. He had permanently granted her autonomy and taken away his power to freeze her movements at will. He would never be able to reverse that damage, even if he were to remove the seal permanently later. His forehead landed on the back of Yugito's shoulder, and his left hand moved to the floor, schooling his face so that his horror would not be visible. Yurei simultaneously shifted his right arm to slackly wrap around Yugito's neck. Too exhausted to start describing where he believed he went wrong, he said, "I'm sorry." Yugito argued, twisting her right arm as she reached to stroke Yurei's hair, "I should have given you more time to prepare. I should be mad. I should be thinking about what will happen if Kumo ever finds us. I should be panicking about how easily you can take advantage of me. I should be doing a lot of thinking about a lot of negative things, but I'm not worried. Maybe that's the sense of security that comes with being your person." Yurei stood firm in her statement, "I didn't want this to happen." Yugito said, "I know." Yurei could tell she was grinning softly based on the way the skin on the side of her mouth pulled. "I didn't either, before it happened, but I'm fine with it now. Funny how fast change can set in when you mess directly with someone's mind, huh?" Yurei paused at that last sentence, and he was even more disgusted with himself as he relived the previous 6 hours using the Sharingan's ability. Since the seal on Yugito's neck was located at the base of her brainstem, it was understandable why the effects had been so intense. The pieces of the original seal had sunk into her skin and imprinted themselves directly onto her brain because he had placed a behavior-altering seal directly on top of the organ that governed her body's movement and thought processes. "Fuck. I apologize." Yurei started to say, but Yugito cut him off. She interrupted his apology, saying, "Shush. We'll work it out. Logically, it's not that difficult to live with, even though I know it's strange." Even though he was barely willing, Yurei couldn't help but give in to his fatigue at last, and Yugito's smile grew even wider when she heard him snore softly. "You truly gave it your all, didn't you? But don't get any ideas, or I'll have to act," she said, pulling Yurei up with her as she stood, her throat rumbling with a purring sort of laugh before dragging him over to the bed. "It's true that we managed to burn away some of the seal, but you must be aware of what he thinks happened. And it did happen. Just not to the extent he believes. Is it really wise to play him for a fool like this?" Matabi said. "He acted in good faith, even if we ignore the fact that he is incapable of lying. I believe he might have cried, if he had the energy. I am forced to follow him, but I can overcome that if I feel like it." Yugito wasn't used to that kind of kindness from others. Even in her own family, all opportunities and resources went to her cousins. If Suna was always the poorest of the 5 great hidden villages and Konoha was still dealing with the lingering tensions from the warring clans era, then Kumo was the village that was still impacted by outdated ideas like a woman's role, and no amount of generational movement seemed to change that. Otherwise, she reasoned, there was no reason why the kidnapped Hyuga heiress was being raised as a glorified broodmare, probably in order to have one of the Raikage's sons create a new generation of their clan. By any means, Yurei was the only man outside her immediate family who didn't look at her with an idea of gains and losses, or the advantages of their relationship. No matter how much the override in her brain pushed her to keep Yurei in her mind, As she realized she was doing as she shuffled his unconscious body into the room's sole bed, she refused to give in without a fight. It annoyed her a lot to know that a bar that low still had people doing the limbo to get under it, but she didn't want to get too attached to him. Even considering the decade of their age difference, all he'd done was show her a basic level of human decency. Refusing to set up some kind of prank on her fellow blonde, Yugito slid into the bed and pressed herself closer to Yurei's body and deeper into the mattress. She had learned during their journey through Kei's no Kuni that Yurei's body had an unnatural head to it, and that it made the cold desert nights much more tolerable. It was also not too bad that her fuinjutsu-altered brain released a mild rush of joy and contentment, even though her mind felt like only a second had passed. The physical exhaustion quickly took her, and she fell asleep with a calm expression on her face. Two very different scenes were happening on the outskirts of Konoha. At the northern gate of the city, the Sound Four were waiting for their comrade to reveal herself, and at the eastern gate, a tall, white-haired man was leading a much younger man outside the walls of Konoha. While Sai led Ayame to her entourage, fully aware of his father's intentions, Jiraiya and Sasuke set out to find Tsunade, with the sole purpose of temporarily bringing her back to Konoha. Jiraiya thought this was a futile endeavor, but the general public believed that Tsunade was the only person who could cure their newly anointed Godem Hokage's widespread illness. "Are you sure this will work?" Sasuke inquired. With his broad metal headguard gleaming in the sunlight, Jiraiya grinned and said, "If anything is going to persuade my old teammate to return home, a sincere request from the Hokage's younger brother will do it." "No, but that's why you're coming with me." "If you say so." Sasuke's eyes filtered to the corners of his eyes as he watched Jiraiya as they traveled. They didn't move at a particularly leisurely pace, but it was difficult to imagine that they were rushing either. They were silent for a while before the older man broke the silence. "Remember that you were one of the two people who survived the mission to Nami no Kuni?" Jiraiya asked in a long voice. Although his two-word response was a little off-putting to Jiraiya, the Gamma Sennin didn't take too much offense to it, and Sasuke's tone told him that the Uchiha wasn't afraid to discuss the topic. "I am," Sasuke said, keeping to himself that he knew Naruto had survived, and that if he had wanted to stay in Konoha, he would have done so, and there were certain freedoms that one could take when they weren't tethered to a hidden village. "Were you familiar with Naruto?" After that leading question, Jiraiya decided to try his luck. "He was 2 years older than everyone else in our class, but he started the same year as us," so Sasuke said, "I think I did. When we sparred, no one could defeat him because he was larger and stronger than the others." As time went on, Sasuke finally described the battle against Zabuza and Haku after they had finally arrived at Nami no Kuni, saying, "I was at fault for everything that happened during that battle. My fireball was large enough to obstruct our view, but I ran from that fact for a long time. The Oinin killed Kakashi and created clones using that opening. Additionally, Naruto chose to buy time because he was so hurt." Jiraiya said out loud, "A ninja's duty is sometimes to sacrifice. It's a truth engraved into his DNA. Make sure that the days and minutes he spent with you become years because his parents did it for him and their parents did it for them." When Sasuke combined Jiraiya's words with the leading questions he had asked earlier in their conversation, he came to the conclusion that there was a profound sense of loss in his speech that went beyond the notion that he was an elderly man attempting to teach the younger generation. "If it's okay with you, sir, may I ask who Naruto was to you?" With the delicacy of a wrecking ball, the brunette asked, and Jiraiya briefly closed his eyes before continuing on. "His father later became my direct apprentice until he was elected Yondaime Hokage, and I was his parents' Junin sensei on their genin team. Naruto was a testament to all of my sins, if Minato and Kushina were a monument to all of my victories. It's a little too late for that now," the giant of a man said solemnly. "My particular line of work takes me outside of Konoha a lot, and I always meant to check in with him after he reached the age to enter the academy." The Yondaime Hokage and his wife were the only people left who could have hoped to defeat the Kyuubi, so in his opinion, he hadn't really failed Minato and Kushina on the night of Naruto's birth. Rather, he'd failed his former students every day after that terrible night. Their child, their only begotten son, for whom they'd made him the godfather, had grown up in the world with no one to rely on or trust, and it broke his heart to know that he had not only let them, but also their son. Sasuke briefly contemplated telling Jiraiya that he had seen Naruto during the invasion of Konoha, but he quickly dismissed the idea because, regardless of his personal connections to Naruto, he would have stayed in the city and, once he found the blonde, he would have been allowed to bring him back to the village or brand him a Nukenin. In the eerie silence that passed between the two, Sasuke wondered what the cost of his silence would be if Naruto was found by accident, but, to be honest, The Uchiha had faith in his one-time teammate's ability to hide from unwanted attention. Naruto had essentially vanished from the face of the earth, completely evading detection in the months he had been gone. And he would still have believed the red-eyed teen dead if he hadn't seen him with his own eyes during the invasion. Sasuke and Jiraiya's silence eventually changed from awkward and depressed to friendly and businesslike as neither of them could think of specific topics to discuss. They didn't start talking again until they reached the closest town, where they asked around for information about Tsunade's whereabouts. Meanwhile, the only female of Team 7's 4 genin continued to travel farther and farther away from Konoha, and Ayame pushed her way forward with the Sound 4, determined that waiting for Naruto would only leave her in his wake. Instinctively, Yurei rolled across the bed after hearing a loud bang, scooping Yugito up and cradling the older Junin as they went to the floor, only looking in the direction of the sound after shielding her with his body. Tamari was looking at her fellow blondes in the doorway with a mocking smile on her face, and Yugito's newly heterochromatic eyes opened, looking at the situation between Tamari and Yurei. She had heard the door open, of course, but had been determined to ignore it until she was spoken to, so Yurei was obviously a little high-strung if he went on the defensive like that right away. In the meantime, Yurei thought his strategy was perfectly acceptable. In a foreign country, in someone else's home, he had no idea what might happen. It was frustrating that he was trying to act morally and protect his companion when an unforeseen circumstance arose, and both of these women had the audacity to sneer at him as if they knew something he didn't. Should I return at a later time? Tamari posed a thoughtful question. What, and miss the recently launched show? The grip on her companion wasn't strong, and it wasn't intended to be, but both women watched Yurei's eternal deadpan expression shift through 3 or 4 different emotions before settling on embarrassed consternation, which included a respectable flush on his cheeks. Yugito responded, one hand moving up to Yurei's chest while the other slipped around his back. Oh, for crying out loud. Looking at Yugito, Yurei remarked, you be quiet, and, what are you here for? He questioned Tamari. Make me. Yugito chuckled, relishing the expression on her companion's face, but the Jinchuriki questioned her audacity after he raised a single eyebrow at her. This is my home, which is why I am here. With a sly smile still on her face, the quad-ponytailed blonde said, just wanted to let you know breakfast is ready whenever you feel like it. She heard Yurei say something rather menacing as the door closed behind her. You mean to make you? He inquired, fully aware that Yugito was attempting to manipulate him. She was prone beneath him, however, and he had her wrapped and trapped between his arms. Even Yurei, who had always been uninterested in the affairs of men and women, focusing solely on the quest for power and becoming the first man the elemental nations knew as Tenkaichi, the strongest under the heavens, was acutely aware of the predicament they had found themselves in. The demon finally said, but I don't think it sets a good precedent if I just let you do what you want. You're 100 years too young to try to bait me like that. Discuss this. Yugito's thoughts became numb as Yurei's head descended. The same dark mass she had felt in the forests outside of Konoha was massaging her brain and relaxing the muscles in her arms, legs, and shoulders. In contrast, the sensation of his lips touching hers was almost too warm for comfort, and her breathing unconsciously slowed as the back of her neck pressed deeper into Yurei's forearm. Suddenly, however, the contact was gone, and because of the piece of the enslavement seal that had engraved itself onto her brain, she grieved for the momentary loss of the sensation, so much so that her unconscious reaction was to take the initiative. The muscles in her back shifted as she pushed her head upward, kissing Yurei's lips a second time before his hands could release her, but overpowering the all-too-sweet compulsion of her seal. Yugito separated from the younger demon a moment later. That turned out to be a bad idea. Yurei said, you obviously enjoyed that, but his flat voice suggested that he didn't feel particularly guilty about it either. I'm getting food. Yugito smiled and then leapt out of her captor's grasp, saying, blame your fuinjutsu fuck-ups. The Sandaime Reikage's niece would later recall these days as some of the most straightforward, uncomplicated, and tranquil of her life. Even though the mid-autumn heat was still unbearable in the sand-blasted wasteland of Kei's no Kuni, she would find a special delight in talking to Tamari and Konkuro. Even Gaara, a reclusive and almost sedentary man, would prove to be a source of light for the Nibi Jinchuriki. And, to top it off, she even found a shared pastime with Tamari in their love of picking at Yurei's mannerisms. But that would be in the future. At the moment, as she departed to find whatever Tamari had named breakfast, Yurei crossed the Kei's family home like a ghost over still waters. Yurei was a little surprised by the state of the youngest sibling's living quarters as he stood in front of a certain door and watched it swing open from the inside. Gaara sat in a meditative pose on a thin slab of stone that had obviously been ground out to perfect smoothness. Staring at Yurei with a mixture of curiosity and mistrust, the redhead remarked, "I sensed you'd come. Shukaku seems very interested in you." I offered him something that he couldn't say no to. Yurei grinned. "I heard from your sister that your seal isn't in good shape. Are you planning to take action?" Gaara inquired. "I do." Yurei replied. "I lost a lot of blood yesterday working on a seal for someone else, but after I've recovered in a few days, I'd like to work on fixing your containment array." Gaara gave a nod, but otherwise remained silent. Yurei closed the door behind his back and said, "I'll take my leave, then." He had come to deliver a message, and he had done so. There was no need to stay any longer than was required. There was a tragic backstory somewhere, and Yurei didn't like the smell of it at all, so he decided to conveniently ignore it and walk back toward the kitchen, where he found Yugito in the middle of eating a large slice of melon. He quietly tried to come to terms with the blast scars left by explosions, and the numerous long-dried bloodstains that covered the walls and floor of the Ichibi Jinchuriki's room. What kind of battles had he been forced to fight, here in the safety of his own home? As Yurei entered the room, the older blonde remarked, "Didn't really take you for the scenic type. Find what you were looking for?" Yurei looked at the food that was being offered and said, "I did." He declined to elaborate. The table was laden with a variety of fruits and vegetables that had been meticulously cultivated in Sanagakure's many greenhouses, which were thought to be among its most valuable resources. Sanagakure was built on an ancient oasis, but water was scarce, so Suna had a whole division of ninja who were tasked with learning how to control the weather in tandem with one another. From the greenhouses came a variety of fruits and vegetables, and one underground facility used a series of techniques to draw moisture out of the air and to create water. Once a year, at noon on the summer equinox, all of the Agriculture Division's members would unite to perform a technique that Yurei and Yugito had witnessed Hule Sakali Walla perform with a wave of his hand. Changing the air currents, they would cause a drastic change in air pressure, which caused rain to fall throughout the city. As he started to eat, Yurei put a bunch of mixed berries in a small bowl and took a slice of the melon Yugito had cut from. The berries were all bigger than any he had ever seen in the wild, which was obviously a result of growing them in a greenhouse for dozens of generations. He also realized that most of them were out of season. Sanagakure had not only figured out a way to grow their own food, securing their independence from the other great nations, but they could access all of those foods year-round. He took a big bite out of an apple the size of his 16-year-old fist, and his face showed a little surprise at how sweet it was. When Yurei finally tore the apple from his mouth and ate the piece he'd bitten off, Yugito leaned over and whispered in his ear, noticing how long he was savoring it after just one bite. Yugito smiled and moved to wait behind him. "Do you really miss me that much?" With a devilish smile that only got bigger as she saw Yurei's face flash with embarrassment, annoyance, and another expression she couldn't identify, she said. "You won't ever forget that, will you? You'll take the time to lord it over me, and I'll have one foot in the grave." Yurei sighed in defeat. "One foot in the grave already belongs to you." "So, of course I will," Yugito replied with a smile. She lifted the younger blonde's hand and took a bite out of the apple herself, already aware of its inherent sweetness, while keeping her eyes fixed on Yurei's head, who had grown slightly taller in the 2 weeks they had been traveling and was already a few hairs taller than Yugito when he stood to his full height. He sighed again as he turned his head to face Yugito with his natural eye and made his way to the room where Tamari had gone to eat, a screened-in courtyard that let in all the wind but not the sand or the sun, and he thought it was a peaceful place. Tamari bit into a particularly large strawberry while a soft breeze slithered through the air. She sat on a small suspended couch that might swing if it were persuaded to do so, and Yurei positioned himself toward the other end while he examined his own bowl of berries. He paused and then said, "I can see why you come here. Isn't it pleasant? When I was very little, just before Gaara was born, my parents and I would come out here and just feel the wind," Tamari said with a gentle smile. "It's the only thing I can recall from that period of my life." Yurei said courteously, "I'm sorry things turned out the way they did. To tell you the truth, even if my father hadn't died in the invasion, he probably would have been assassinated by now," Tamari said. "I am too." Her body was there, but her mind had momentarily returned to a time when the world had still been full of kindness. Among his clan's generation, he was viewed as weak because he had not demonstrated himself to be an effective leader. "So, why wait so long?" confused, Yurei inquired. "Because, as early as 10 years ago, everyone in the village's political nexus had planned for me or Konkuro to replace him. The Sabaku clan has resided in the desert since before the village was established, and the role of Kazekage has been passed down through the generations. According to legend, we are descended from the demon in the open desert. Despite Hule Sakaliwala's striking resemblance to Temari's youngest brother, Yurei raised an eyebrow at that and chose not to comment. Instead, he said, "So you were destined for this from the beginning?" "Yes. When we got back, the first thing the village council did was decide who would replace our father, Konkuro or me. Konkuro was quite happy that he wasn't selected." Temari agreed with the taller blonde's reasoning. Yurei smiled at that. In his one encounter with the black-clad young man, he was able to determine with ease that Konkuro wasn't the kind of person who liked dealing with people or could be made good at it. However, to be honest, none of the Sabaku siblings appeared to be well suited to the idea of living in public. Gaara's room alone was evidence enough that he should never be left unattended in the presence of others, and Temari. Being the only woman among the three siblings and the eldest child of the Kazekage, Yurei found it difficult to believe that her life had ever truly been her own. "I'll see if I can help you strengthen during my stay here," he said. Others might find Yurei's extra effort to be helpful strange, even out of character. However, the scar-clad demon was well aware of the idea of forming allies with powerful people and the advantages of supporting them when they were weak. Only in the heat of battle or after a protracted exchange of favors could a lasting alliance be formed. Therefore, it was simpler for him to gain favor with the new Kazekage even though he was undoubtedly stronger than the majority of Suna's rank-and-file shinobi. So Yurei and Temari kept talking while a cool breeze blew through the room all the time. Jirobo declared, "We've returned, Lord Orochimaru. There were no complications, but your son asked us to deliver a message." Kidomaru approached and gave the white snake a black sheet of raw chakra. The information it contained was immediately transmitted to Orochimaru's mind as he crushed it in his hand and watched the alien chakra dissolve into his skin. Orochimaru, who appeared to have regained some of his strength in the days since the Sound Four had left, grinned viciously at his subordinates and said, "Sai, how bold." Sakin inquired, "Do you have any further orders?" "Yes. Begin training Ayame in the skills I require you to be proficient in. If she shows sufficient aptitude for them, she'll be inducted as the next fifth member. Other than this, all of you except Tayuya are dismissed." The Habis Sennin spoke, and his word was binding. The redhead tried not to look alarmed as the four other ninja surrounding her scattered, the other Atoyon giving her pitying glances while they all speculated about what might happen to her. She stood in front of the man who had claimed her life in the dimly lit stone chamber, waiting to hear what Orochimaru had to say. "You can relax, this isn't a punishment. You're just uniquely suited to this mission in a way that the others aren't," Orochimaru concluded. "I debated whether or not to have you do this, but it will give Ayame the chance to learn how to play a part as a member of the Five Fangs." Tayuya did relax at those words, her shoulders releasing as her breathing resumed. With a silent nod, the foul-mouthed redhead signaled that she was prepared to hear the specifics of her next assignment. "Based on the little information I have, I find it most likely that the man you call Yurei is in Sanagakure. Go there, deliver this letter when you find him, and stay until the parameters it specifies are fulfilled." Orochimaru's hand held a scroll that had been wax-sealed, which he tossed to his subordinate with gentleness. Tayuya put it in her pocket and gave her leader a thoughtful look. She said, "Permission to speak, sir," Orochimaru said slyly, naturally. "When you sent us on the mission to collect that girl, you referred to him twice as, the man we call Yurei. Do you know more information about him, and if so, may I know it?" asked Tayuya. If Orochimaru's goal was to teach Ayame the skills the Atoyon were skilled at, she suspected the mission he was sending her on would be a long-term one. With a sly smile, the Byahebi said, "I do, and you may." Though he objects the use of a family name, he formerly went by Naruto, and he's the son of the Yondaime Hokage. He's also descended from the Uzumaki clan, on his mother's side. Everything else I know about him, I learned from you and your teammates. Setting aside her personal opinions to consider her past exchanges with the red-eyed teenager, Tayuya uttered, "I see." Given his impressive ancestry, it was understandable why Orochimaru would want to claim him. Even though the endeavor required work, it was a known fact that powerful shinobi and kunoichi would have children who would eventually surpass their parents. As demonstrated by the new Hokage and his wife, this was the reason why many large clans neither promoted nor discouraged relationships between members who were only distantly related. Since Orochimaru had rescued her from extreme poverty in the heart of Tsuchi no Kuni's capital city, Tayuya was all too familiar with the statement that any member of the Uzumaki clan was a natural force to be reckoned with. The White Snake was skilled at gathering information, regardless of how he found out about these things. With a clear dismissal, Orochimaru said, "Take your leave whenever you're ready, but don't waste too much time in preparing." Within an hour, Tayuya had hurried to her room, gathered the necessary supplies for an unspecified mission, and left. When Orochimaru was alone in the dark, he silently debated whether or not he was making the right choice, but he was ultimately compelled to put that line of thought aside because time would tell him the answer, and if his experiments came to a natural end, he would have no choice but time. Yurei stood in front of Gaara's room again after spending a few days in the Sabaku family home. He brought a brush, an inkwell, dozens of sheets of paper, and his ideas about how to proceed with his attempt to repair the demon containment seal on the Ichibi Jinchuriki. Gaara nodded to his temporary roommate as the door opened from the inside once more. The redhead made a monotonous statement, "True to your word. I can appreciate that." Despite her lack of pride, Yurei declared, "I never lie. Is now a good time?" According to Gaara, as good as any. The seal is my tattoo. After putting his materials down and nodding, Yurei lifted his right hand and used his middle and index fingers to touch the center of Gaara's seal. The blonde grabbed his left thumb and sliced open his wrist, causing a pool of blood to flow out before the wound healed perfectly. After that blood poured into Yurei's inkwell, he covered Gaara's seal with a layer of his chakra and withdrew his hand. Then he took his brush and started using his blood as a medium for his art. Yurei would have to keep his improvised funjutsu techniques to himself because Gaara's seal was much more conventional than the one Yugito wore on the back of her neck, regardless of how badly it was made. Yurei spent the next hour building the seal he would cover Gaara's piece by piece until it was finished. Yurei used his left hand to lift it off the paper and lay it on top of the sheet of chakra he had laid on the redhead's brow, as the blood flowed in a circle, concentrating its power into a smaller frame. Then, as Yurei's right hand vanished into the realm of Shukaku's seal, Gaara felt it physically press into his brain. Yurei instantly sent his chakra deeper inward, and as the landscape shifted, he was hit by a wave of dizziness. He stood on a flat bed of sand that extended farther than his eyes could see in place of a house. Shukaku reclined languidly, seemingly unconcerned with the stringency of controlling the flow of his yuki. He said, "So you've come, little demon. Might this be an ample time to fulfill a part of our bargain?" According to Yurei, certainly. Yurei withdrew the piece of black yuki that had been given to him in the City of the Dead and sliced through part of it, sending it in the direction of the Ichibi. Even though Matabi had told Yugito that the power in that piece had unlimited potential, it was still only a slight increase in strength for a full-fledged demon like any of the Biju were. Not nearly enough for Shukaku to consider taking his father's throne in Makai, but enough for him to solidify his position as the strongest of them after he had mastered and understood it. "Don't think that I'm ungrateful. I recognize that you've done me a great kindness, so if you have need of my assistance in some way, just activate my host's seal. Not for something trivial, mind you, but..." The demon continued. "No, I understand. If it would be a waste of time, I won't try to bother you." Yurei replied. "I'll be returning to finish my work on the seal, but I hope you enjoy what I've given you." Yurei disappeared from the seal's boundaries before Shukaku could react, but the enormous Tanuki wasn't particularly bothered. After over 10,000 years, he had a piece of his father's legacy, which was more significant than any conversation that would have kept him bored. Although the black and tan demon was tempted to keep it as a sentimental remembrance of his much younger years rather than refine it, he knew better. Actually, Shukaku was quite happy that the seal was being reworked around him because it meant that there was a much lower chance than previously that any of his father's yuki would mix with Gaara's kirakuki and fortify the host rather than the Biju. However, the Ichibi was powerless to stop his mild confusion as he observed the effects of Fuinjutsu, his eyes sweeping across the strings of seals that had faded from the outermost layer of Gaara's skin into his prison. At first glance, the seal appeared to be impenetrable, but there were several holes that could only have been intentionally created. Despite the fact that no one could hear him, Shukaku's voice growled, "I don't know what he's playing at, but he has some strange ideas about what's pertinent." In the meantime, both young men opened their eyes to gaze at each other in Gaara's room. "It's done?" Gaara inquired, his intense gaze having no effect on Yurei, which caused the redhead to become a little uneasy. "It is, but you don't need to thank me. I have my own designs, and I did it for my own reasons." Yurei replied. He had learned to control his words more carefully from his time in Sanagakure, especially from Temari and Yugito. He had spoken freely from a position of authority as a child, ruling over other urchins as the Bancho. It was difficult to have to return to equality and refrain from making promises he didn't want to keep. A follow-up won't be necessary. I did everything I needed to do. Gaara nodded, now knowing what was about to happen. Yurei, walking out without saying anything more and shutting the door behind him. The desert felt profoundly silent, which was unusual for Sunagakure in late October. Within a week, Tayuya had traveled from Otogakure to Kei's no Kuni, and a day later, she had reached Sunagakure proper. She was repeatedly directed toward the Kei's mansion in response to the query, "Did a one-eyed blonde boy come this way?" Then Tayuya thought, of course. It was clear. What would happen to the Nukanen who had to hide? The most famous structure in the whole fucking city. She thanked the people she asked and continued on, not letting her inner disgust show. She walked a short distance to reach the all-white house, mentally readying herself to witness the extravagant wealth that the Kei's generations had amassed for themselves while their subjects remained in near poverty. As the years went by and potential customers moved their business to Iware Konoha, it became increasingly difficult to obtain missions, which were Sunagakure's only significant source of income. Nevertheless, the inhabitants of the desert persisted in leading autonomous lives. Tayuya put her hand to the ironwood door of the white clay brick mansion and heard 3 sharp knocks. After waiting for a few minutes, she was confronted by a black-clad teenage boy who was obviously not supposed to be in polite society. He was pleading with everyone to leave him alone, as evidenced by the hazy cat ears on the hood of his jacket and the darker-than-blood paint on his face, for his benefit. "Is Yurei here?" she inquired as courteously as she could, even referring to him by his given name rather than a series of derogatory terms. "If you're looking for a fight, please do it outside the village walls," Kankuro pleaded. Since his room was closest to the door, he hardly ever left it other than to eat or answer the door, which is, to be honest, the only reason he kept answering it. Pulling the wax-sealed scroll from her belt, Tayuya said, "No, I have a letter for him." Kankuro returned to his room after saying, "Oh, yeah, he's here. Walk down the hallway and you'll find him." Tayuya rolled her eyes inwardly. Was that the child of the last Kei's? Had he brought up his child that way? She silently hoped the other 2 siblings weren't that antisocial, and followed the puppeteer's ambiguous instructions. She had low expectations, though, since she was well aware that one was a Jinchuriki and the other was the Kei's. When she entered the living room and saw 3 blondes, she exclaimed, "Yurei." The redhead wearing the skullcap folded her arms and gazed at the lone man in the room, fighting the impulse to categorize them by their ponytails, where Yurei's shaggy hair was in the 0 category. Yugito had 1, and Tamari had 4. "Tayuya?" inquired Yurei. "How the fuck did you find me?" Tayuya remarked cynically, glancing at the shirtless demon, "You leave a lasting impression. Even when civilians only meet you once." How long had he been here and still wouldn't change the rags he had been wearing since before she first saw him in Nami no Kuni? What an absurd joke. Ignoring the half-glare Yurei gave her, Yugito said, "I think she's on to something." "Not that I'm trying to bail him out," Tamari responded, "but why are you here?" With a casual toss of the scroll to Yurei, Tayuya replied, "I've got a letter for him." The blonde demon caught it with ease, a little curiously. He knew exactly to whom Tayuya belonged, and the idea that Orochimaru had a message that had to be delivered by one of the Sound Four did not sit well with him. He pulled at one end to unfold the message, then thumbed the wax seal off the scroll with the same ease one might exhibit when removing an aluminum cap with a bottle opener. After reading the contents of the scroll, 3 women observed his face before he allowed it to roll closed and looked at Tayuya. He questioned, "You're aware of what it says?" The redhead thought Yurei was looking right into her soul as his blood-red eye focused on the area just above Tayuya's nose bridge. The fact that the wax seal was still on the scroll did not imply that it had not been taken off and put back in place. Orochimaru was naturally extremely cunning, either because of or in spite of his continued loyalty to Konoha. Not that it would deceive Yurei, whose superhuman nose could detect lies, but it wasn't out of the question to assume that one of his closest subordinates didn't possess that quality. Nevertheless, Tayuya needed to test his honesty, which was a crucial step. He put the message into a storage seal, aware that he was being watched, but his gaze never left the Auto Nin's eyes. Tayuya replied, "I am." Yurei observed that the atmosphere surrounding him remained unchanged. It made no difference if that meant she had read the scroll or had been forewarned. As the outside temperature fell to uncomfortably low levels, Yurei said, "Then make a deal with me." His body was radiating an unearthly heat. Yugito felt the seal on the back of her neck seem to boil over with fire beneath her skin, and Tayuya felt her heart stop as Tamari held on to the chair she was sitting in. With each hollow snap of sandal on stone, Yurei's 3 footsteps seemed to reverberate through eternity, instilling a sense of dread in all 3 women. The cold air sliced through their bodies as he advanced, more than any weapon could. He stood imperiously in front of Tayuya, and she was drawn to him by the heat in his body more than any genjutsu she had ever experienced. Yurei offered his brutal terms while observing his quarry's gentle brown eyes quiver. You will swear an oath to uphold this contract. Until all of its parameters are filled, you will follow its terms, and I will provide. By most people's standards, Tayuya was an experienced kunoichi who was unflappable. Her years of service with Orochimaru had taught her things that could cause a weaker woman to irreparably crumble. Nevertheless, she had frequently found the presence of a demon to be too much. She had abruptly left on the night of Mizuki's death, witnessed his ruthless killings in his nine-tailed state, and now felt the force of his aura forcing her into an almost unavoidable contract in which Yurei would take Orochimaru's place as her master. Every fiber in Tayuya's body begged her to turn away, refuse, retract the message, and tell Orochimaru that she had not located Yurei. She reasoned that it was better to take the devil you knew than the demon you didn't. Tayuya revealed her doubts in desperation as she said, I swear it. Yugito thought the otherworldly cold would go away on its own, as it had when she had turned Yurei down when he had given her a way out, but instead a thin layer of frost started to slowly seep through the floor, forming an uneven oval that was centered on Yurei's body. As a seal of toxic chakra appeared on the middle of Tayuya's neck, she stooped and fell to her knees, convulsing in agony as her body appeared to lock in place. Without blinking, Tamari curled into a ball and Yugito sank to sit with her, his eyes following Yurei's. The demon's eyes were filled with contempt as he observed Tayuya's seal spreading, but he soon let out a low laugh. He remarked, I'm an honest lord and master. He was observing Tayuya's body as dark tattoos appeared. The blonde appeared to be covered in an oil bubble as iridescent yuki bubbled up around him. Behold! I will provide. Tayuya's muscles became limp from the heat of Yurei's fingers, and he moved her until she was lying sideways in his arms with the seal facing up. Before launching into a vicious bite, he craned his neck downward with a tenderness and care that almost seemed to err on the side of reverence. A portion of Yurei's power seeped into Tayuya as he pulled the repulsive seal work from her body, causing blood, chakra, and yuki to swirl in the tiny cavern of his mouth. He ate away at the Infuan no Kai that had afflicted her body for years, bit by bit, until it was gone. The frost on the ground disappeared as abruptly as it had appeared, and the air became warm again. At the same moment, Yurei's chakra surged once more to replace his yuki, which had retreated into the deep recesses of his viscera. Tayuya's eyes, which had previously been completely brown, now had a thin, jagged ring of red in them as she gazed at Yurei with a look that was somewhere between fear, horror, and worship. 4 bite marks where Yurei's teeth had sliced her skin open had taken the place of all signs of her cursed seal. Tayuya felt the weight of the action before she abruptly passed out, even though the healed wounds weren't quite scars and almost seemed to glow. Yugito looked from Yurei to the unconscious redhead in his hands and asked dryly, Is this your new hobby? Putting seals on women and claiming them? Before his face contorted in agony, Yurei said, I took a seal off of her, thank you very much, and it really fucking hurts. Is this what it's like to have heartburn, acid reflux, and stomach ulcers? Because this is awful. Yurei turned sideways and spat a black mist out of his mouth, but it vanished before it could reach his head. Great googly moogly, that old bastard was right. No good turn ever goes unpunished, Yurei said as he started to leave, trying to spit up and choke down the noxious vapor at the same time. I think I'm going to need a day or so too. Figure this one out. Tamari raised an eyebrow at Yugito, who shook her head helplessly, and the two exchanged a knowing glance. One day after another, the days went by, and Tamari's anxiety kept growing. There was a profound sense of dread that she had been attempting and failing to suppress, regardless of how much she trained with Yurei and how much her prospective advisors urged her to prioritize her civic responsibilities over developing her personal strength. No amount of time could dispel the fear that her days were coming to an end, even as October bled into November and the chill of the desert nights grew more intense. 2 months had passed since the failed invasion of Konoha, and the 6 weeks Yurei had noted were finally over. Tamari's fingers went rigid as she got ready to fight as the sound of drums filled the air just before noon. She was aware that a coalition of 3 villages had gathered outside the walls to demolish Sanagakure. The desert dwellers' village was in no condition to launch a counterattack after Suna's losses in the invasion of Konoha, which were only exceeded by Iwagakure's complete destruction at the northern gate. They had the means to survive a siege, but that scenario was unlikely. They would either repel their assailants or perish down to the last child. But she heard her door open as she grabbed her war fan and put on her breastplate. From her doorway, Yurei remarked, "Why bother getting all dressed up? You won't be doing any fighting." "What do you mean?" inquired Tamari. "What kind of cage doesn't lead their ninja into battle?" The savage smile on Yurei's face was accompanied by a brief laugh that echoed softly in the white clay room's corners. He couldn't contain his laughter as he looked thoughtfully at the slightly older blonde. He disappeared in a cloud of smoke, saying, "I won't stop you if you want to watch the fun, but don't get caught in my backswing." He had been a cage bunshin from the start. Where was the actual Yurei, then? Temari's eyes widened when she realized that he would only be found in the center of the battlefield, fighting everyone. Without looking, she could tell that Yurei had likely been waiting outside the village's walls for a while. She wasn't sure if this was just bloodlust or an overzealous attempt to keep his end of the bargain with the Ichibi. Yurei could only smile broadly as he saw scores of shinobi approaching in the desert. He had perfected a pair of pteramorphous teeth after days of practice, and he was eager to use the lethal weapons in actual combat. After being refined, his mark was applied to the crystalline teeth, making them unusable by anyone else unless they took the time to undo his refinement and begin the process anew. With the exception of a few Ronin and Nukanin, like Yurei, the practice had become outdated even though it had once been a standard among ninja and prevented others from using their own weapons against them. Additionally, refinement made it possible for some objects to readily absorb and dispel the wielder's chakra, even those that weren't made of materials that conduct chakra. Yurei simply waited as the horde approached, not even assuming a stance, bracing himself for the human wave to slam into him. As Tayuya spoke, Yugito handed her a pair of binoculars and said, "Say, either of you, has he used a single jutsu yet?" The redhead replied, "Do you think we'd have missed it?" Yurei had set off a series of explosive seals as the Iwa, Kumo, and Kiri ninja groups had blown past him, causing a fine mist of blood and a few lightly charred pieces of meat to fall through the midday desert heat. Representatives of the three countries had been reluctant to proceed ever since. It was obvious that he had prepared this battlefield beforehand, knowing exactly which way his enemies would attack. The twin sandworm teeth that Yurei had taken to using as swords had dealt him the business end of every single ninja who had tried to defeat him in single combat. But then two swarthy men with pale hair strode forward from the Kumogakure encampment, and everything changed. The man in the lead had a very short goatee and mustache, and he had huge armor weights around his forearms. The man behind him had 7 swords sheathed on his back, and his facial hair framed his mouth and jaw. Yurei would have known that these two young men, in their early 20s, were the sons of the Sandaime Reikage if he had been a worldly person or if he had bothered to probe deeply into Yugito's personal history with a few leading questions. Together, Kurabi, the younger, and A, the elder, were lethal and terrifying. It was said that A could defeat the 8-tailed demon if it ever went on the rampage, and Kurabi, the host of the Hachibi, was famous in Kumo for being the only Jinchuriki to ever fully master his Biju skills and abilities. "Yo there, little man," exclaimed Kurabi. "Let me lay out the plan. You call for a teammate, and my brother and I will grind up your hate." Knowing full well that Kurabi was merely attempting to annoy their opponent, A rolled his eyes at his brother's antics. "You think I need help?" Yurei smiled and said. Since leaving Konoha in the late spring, his hair had grown long and shaggy, and it moved softly in the scorching desert wind. Looking directly at Sanagakure, A questioned, "What my brother is trying to say is that we'd find a little more honor in fighting you 2-on-2. Surely, there's someone you trust to fight by your side?" Yurei was full of faith in his demon abilities when he said, "Oh, please. There's 2 of you, I have 2 hands. What could go wrong?" However, a figure solidified next to him. With a deep monotone that betrayed a strong sense of bloodlust, Gaara stated, "If you want a second opponent, Hachibi, Shukaku, and I will meet your challenge. As long as I have sand, I am invincible. Do as you will, Yurei." Still wearing the Uzushio Hatai over his left eye, Yurei let his polished sandworm teeth fall away and gazed blankly at it while Kurabi stood next to Gaara. Unwilling to be caught in the crossfire of the impending battle, many of the closer shinobi from the 3-village coalition retreated, and they were right to be afraid. Thin spikes of sand rose where they stood in a fictitious attempt to impale them. The 4-man fight broke out at that signal. Gaara's sand-based attacks were naturally thwarted by the Raiden chakra that Kurabi forced through his first 2 drawn swords, leaving him unharmed as long as his reflexes remained quick. However, Yurei caught the burly man's punches and deflected them with ease, almost as if he was playing with A. The elder brother screamed, "B!" and Kurabi spat a miniature bijudama that sprang mercilessly toward Yurei. The blonde didn't even attempt to avoid the blow, but it had moved behind him in the brief moment that his focus was diverted. His strength and speed significantly increased when he released the seals on his forearm weights, and Yurei's kidney was only spared complete destruction because of his demonic constitution. He was unprepared for the subsequent blow to his head, which sent him to the ground, as he had unconsciously folded in three from the impact. Only Yurei's most primitive survival instincts enabled him to roll over before a potentially fatal blow went through where his face would have been. The sensation of sand flecking his hair was unpleasant. A blur of black and purple, however, slammed into the big man's chest before he could launch another attack. He screamed in agony before slapping the intruder across the face. Yugito spun twice through the air, making a cracking sound. When the Nibi Jinchuriki landed next to Yurei, he had already gotten to one knee. A variety of complex emotions flashed across his face before he finally settled on anger and grief. Even though Yugito's life was in jeopardy, it was only by a slim margin, and because of the seal he had put on her, she had put herself in danger. In order to keep Yugito motionless during the battle, the blonde twisted his life essence into a crude stasis seal by spitting blood. Yurei said ominously, a low rumble starting to rise from the depths of his being, "You shouldn't have done that, you really." With no remorse for the vicious blow he delivered without hesitation, he mocked his cousin, saying, "So she was with you? Damn woman, running off with an enemy after losing in Konoha. Downright shameful." That lack of remorse only made Yurei stronger, and as he felt a surge of dark power within himself, the desert shook with a miniature earthquake. When he'd realized Yugito had come to protect him, something hidden had twisted and snapped, and it wasn't just because he was worried about her health. The idea that he had, in fact, come to regard Yugito as one of his people, possibly even, as dubious as his largely uncaring demonic sensibilities would permit, his woman, was the root of his anger, though there may have been some aftereffects of applying the seal to Yugito that had resurfaced on him. When Yurei experienced the now familiar rush of his demonification, a plethora of ideas and feelings surfaced that he had not previously considered. He wouldn't be able to process them until the battle was over. Yuki filled Yurei's organs with a silent scream, and behind him, 9 glittering tails of black, red, and gold blossomed. In a sudden rush, he was in front of the larger man's left forearm weight was smashed to pieces by his vicious uppercut, shocking onlookers. It fell in chunks and corroded to rusty flakes, leaving us stunned by the realization that he had clearly taken on more than he could handle. However, he experienced a crippling pain in the same kidney where he had punched Yurei before he could comprehend the 16-year-old's incredible speed. He winced for a moment, unable to control the same reaction in himself. But the oldest son of the Raikage straightened up and looked around when there was no second blow. Yurei was nowhere to be found. He wasn't in front, behind, or to either side. He hadn't gotten involved in the altercation between Kurabi and Gaara. Where is that? I never received the response in a timely manner. As he drove the razored crystalline spike through his head and chest, Yurei appeared in his hand like a sandworm tooth, descending from the sky as if the great darkness had once shown himself to humanity. Before his Yuki exploded his fresh corpse into a field of corrosive miasma, Yurei screamed, "Fuck off!" as slivers of light began to flow into his body. "I'll kill you all." Before he started a campaign of carnage, Yurei jumped into the throng of Iwa, Kiri, and Kumo Nin, completely removing his focus from Kurabi. For as far as the eye could see, sand rose up to obstruct the several hundred ninjas' escape as his hands flew through seals before ending in the sign of the ox. They had become stuck on a killing floor, reaching all the way to the horizons and up into the sky. Tayuya tossed her binoculars to the closest non-self person on the walls of Sanagakure. What the redhead saw was, well, fuck, they made him mad. As Yurei rapidly transformed his display of death into his masterpiece, Tamari, who was already pale and feeling ill, questioned, "And what exactly happens when he gets mad?" Ignoring the expressions on the faces of those around her, Tayuya gave a straightforward response. He destroyed an entire country and sank it into the ocean. But she liked the especially mortified looks on the faces of Temari's potential advisors, who were reciting in silence all the times they had tried to talk Tamari out of training with Yurei or to stop her from doing so. He comes off as normal enough, plays nicely with others and all that other well-adjusted bullshit, but he protects what he considers his. And, from the look of it, he considers that pretty little kitty as someone who's his. Yurei's fiery reprimand descended from the sun, a powerful blast of heat that turned sand into glass and burned corpses into dust. Despite the brief duration of the strike, over 100 shinobi who were desperately trying to escape had been indiscriminately killed. More vicious and lethal than any winter wind, 1,000 Cage Bunshin appeared. A veritable swarm of blonde hair. However, The worst only happened when Yurei turned back to Gaara and Kurabi and left the slaughter to his clones. Kurabi said, almost in jest, I thought you said sand made you invincible. Not to prove you wrong, but that's bull. As Kurabi raised Gaara high, the Raiden chakra in his hands melted through his throat and burned through his sand armor. At just 13, Gaara was barely able to compete in a brute force competition against the strength of a professional weightlifter. Before mercilessly severing Gaara's throat, Kurabi remarked, and hey, Shukaku, Gyuki says to go fuck yourself. But before he could move, his arms were severed at the elbows by two crystal fangs that cleaved through the air. A brown and red chakra cloak appeared around Kurabi as he looked at Yurei with a slightly weary expression, and the Hachibi's Yuki lunged out to attack Yurei. The miasma of his Yuki ruined the attack before it even got to the blonde, so he didn't even bother dodging. As Yurei watched Gaara's body start to move with demonic strength and then threw away the sliced-off arms that had been around its throat, she remarked, you woke the wrong dog. There had been a specific flaw that he had incorporated into the seal. Gaara's eyes were the distinctive black and gold of Shukaku when he opened them. The air around him was filled with Yuki rather than chakra. And the sound of the redhead laughing spread across the desert winds as he opened his mouth. Shukaku insisted, bring my dear brother out. Yuki was nothing in front of Kurama, and he's nothing in front of me. You humans only feared and venerated him because you didn't know how strong a demon could be. On the other hand, Yurei didn't want to give Kurabi any more opportunities to pull pranks and escape unscathed. There would be hell to pay if Kumo ever found out that Yugito was still alive. He couldn't let that happen for his own sake, if not hers. It was abundantly evident from the few words they had said that Yugito was not well liked in her hometown. Why even bring her back there, then? 8 tentacled tails stretched out behind Kurabi's body as soft flesh seemed to devour him, and thunder sounded as steam and mist started to pour out of his body. When the Hachibi no Kyogyu was reintroduced into the world, hide started to cover that meaty interior except for the tentacles, and an oppressive Yuki descended upon the world. Yurei became weary of waiting while he watched these events, holding a sandworm tooth firmly in his hand before launching it into the air. Yuki's tentacles moved to block the razor-edged missile, but the sword-length fang penetrated the Hachibi's entire body, causing excruciating pain to reverberate through the appendage. Terramorphous fallen tooth was then re-held in Yurei's hand with a flicker of Yuki. Yurei questioned, Shukaku, how long can you buy me? As she observed Gaara's possessed corpse dissolving. Little brat. We're not trapped here with him. He's trapped here with me. The memory of the desert is long. Even a casual observer could see that the demons were sinking beneath the surface of the slight dunes as the sand swirled around the two Biju. With his 8 tails flapping wildly as he attempted and failed to break out of the Tanuki's death trap, Yuki roared, Shukaku, you one-tailed weasel. You dare try to strike me down? Shukaku proclaimed icily, all false inheritors to my father's legacy will be purged. He condemned his brother to death. Unlike me, you can't escape from your host's body anymore. If you'd waited until he died, you might have had a chance to escape, you dumb octopus. Sabakukyu. Under the 8-tailed demon, an unavoidable vortex formed, and the speed of the twisting sand dragged its tentacles under the surface before rupturing them open. By now, the thin outer shell of Gaara's dead body had mostly disintegrated, with only Shukaku's Yuki holding it together. The one-tailed Tanuki clenched his fist and yelled, Sabaku Taiso, before the shell he had been holding broke up into tiny grains of sand. The sand kept twisting, and an unearthly psychic scream came from beneath the dunes as the vortex that held Yuki collapsed. Rusty-colored, dark miasma seeped up from a large patch of sand that would always be black-stained. Yurei felt the Yuki of the dead Hachibi seeping through his pores as he stood over that black sand. He could only absorb a small portion of the ancient demon's power, but as he absorbed the dormant energy, he felt his strength increase. A rusty brown that resembled Yuki's Yuki started to grow in, blending in with the black and red portions of his tails. The blonde then unleashed a Bijudama that completely dwarfed the blast he'd unleashed in Konoha, accompanied by a howl that shook the soul. His clones started to disappear as it swept across the wide desert, and anyone who bothered to look wouldn't have to worry about survivors. To hold death close to one's heart and not be shocked when it was claimed was the essence of what it meant to be a shinobi. Right now, Yurei's heart was filled with violence and hatred. He wondered if this was what the Kyuubi was supposed to be. A demon with 9 tails, a destructive force, a natural calamity that no one outside of Makai could compare to? Although he had only recently started down his predecessor's path, he was aware of how easily he could succumb to his unquenchable aggression and bloodlust. Yurei took up Terramorphous teeth and started making countless holes in every corpse that was still alive in order to satisfy his desire to kill. Blood sprayed across his body until only the two palms that held sandworm teeth between them were dry, and his screams of wild frustration and abandoned mercy sent shivers down the backs of everyone who could hear them. It was insufficient, it would never be sufficient. They had killed Gaara and injured Yugito, and there could never be enough bloodshed. Gaara had become a better person in the weeks since he had changed the redhead's seal, and Temari and Kankuro were greatly improved by his new life. The light that had momentarily entered their lives was suddenly and irrevocably taken away. It was too late to stop Gaara from taking up arms against Kurabi, but he could have rejected the notion of a 2-on-2 conflict. Before launching his Sharingan back to Sunagakure, Yurei tore off the Hitai that concealed it from view, bellowing his rage once more. But at last, nothing remained on which he could let his tension out. Only Yurei and Yugito were left alive in the outskirts of Suna's walls, and all the corpses had been reduced to splintered bones that lay restlessly in bloody sand. The demon fell silently to his knees and lifted the unconscious blonde until her head rested on his lap. In his mind he cursed to himself. With all the power he possessed, he vowed to the dead gods and the Makai kings that no one would ever again suffer as a result of his actions or inactions. Yurei heard footsteps softly on the floor, signaling the approach of another person, and he glanced up at Temari while the young Godem Kazekage closed her war fan. She gave Yurei a complex look, relief that he was okay mingled with a mixture of anger and grief. She knew her youngest brother was dead, so she didn't need to say anything. She was not sure why it made her want to talk, but something inside of her stirred, and she opened her mouth anyway. "They were from Kumo?" she inquired, suppressing her tears out of pride. Yurei was still holding Yugito's rumpled body and was barely able to speak, only nodding. Then, "Yurei, swear an oath to me." The world was hit by the most merciless cold Yurei had ever encountered, with the sand freezing in sheets for longer than he could fire a Bijudama. Grasping Temari's right forearm with his own right hand, he begged her to give him her terms, the fire in his body reaching out with him. Was there anything he wouldn't do for the woman whose brother had just died fighting with him? With a look in her eyes as fierce as any wild beast Yurei had ever seen, she said, "Kill them all. Wipe out the entire village, down to its roots. I want nobody born in Kumogakure to be alive in this world. Make them suffer like I am. Make them beg. Make them ask why you're killing them." He said without hesitation, "Yes." Temari went on, "Do it for Gaara. Do it for me." "Yes." Yurei nodded enthusiastically, his face contorting as a desire for retribution started to take over. Recalling Tayuya's words after Yugito had been attacked by A and almost killed, Temari paused and said, "I don't expect you to do it now, only in the future. But swear to me that you'll do it. Promise it to me, and I." Since her brother had recently passed away, she wasn't thinking clearly and wasn't considering whether or not her terms were excessive. Yurei would provide her with the unstoppable vengeance she desired. "I'll become yours. Mind, heart, body, and soul. Don't try to talk me out of it, either. No price is too high for this, as long as I can pay it." Yurei almost stumbled when he saw Temari kneeling in the sand across from him, his mismatched eyes staring at her almost helplessly. The world didn't return to normal after Yurei said, "I swear it. By the dead gods, by the great darkness, by our shared memory of your brother. I swear it. I will deliver salvation to Kumogakure." Yurei shivered as the cold started to seep through his stifling yuki, but everything changed when Temari gently kissed him. The sound that resulted from the sworn oath was a combination of a thunderclap and a deafening explosion. Even though the sound was faint, it reverberated from the depths of Hule-Sakali-Walla's hollow to the farthest reaches of the dead god emperor's sunken city. Demon and Kazekage were suddenly too tired to hold each other, and their bodies slumped as they leaned in close. Their shoulders caught their heads as the midday sun pounded down on them. The battle ended almost as abruptly as it had started. After a harsh silence had descended upon the Kazekage's household, Temari finally turned away from the little shrine to face her younger brother and parents. Yurei, Yugito, and Tayuya were scheduled to depart Sunagakure today. She made her way to the entry hall with a heavy heart and saw Kankuro stumbling back into his room. The young Kazekage was sufficiently amused by that specific scene. Tayuya rolled her eyes at Yurei as she saw Temari approaching them. They would have left before December came if it weren't for the oath he'd taken to Temari, which was probably the only time in his life that anyone would ever approach him with that goal in mind. Tayuya said, "I'll wait outside," as the 4 tooth marks on her collarbone emitted a gentle red light and throbbed slightly. "See you soon, Temari. Take care of yourself." Three blondes were left among themselves as the redhead wearing the skullcap disappeared through the door. It wasn't fair to blame her for a decision made during her most painful period, but Yugito knew better than to bring up the terms of Temari's agreement. She didn't like them and was annoyed that Yurei had accepted the deal. And, the older woman reasoned, she had no right to feel as though Temari was encroaching on her new position in the world. However, she was well aware that the seal Yurei had put on her 2.5 months prior was the cause of those persistent thoughts. Yurei had remained conflicted about the idea of entertaining his female friends. However, things were a little different with Temari. The young Kazekage had made a conscious decision to follow her path. Given that men had hardly ever approached her in the years preceding her father's death, maybe there was some usefulness to it. Perhaps she was merely attempting to restrain a strong ninja from using his blades against her by tying him to her. In any event, she had an unspoken intimacy with Yurei that neither Tayuya nor Yugito shared because they were obligated to him through more traditional means. Those two women had decided among themselves that this was the reason they hadn't left yet. Yugito said, "I'm sorry we have to leave on these terms. There would always be the unspoken wish that Gaara had been here to send them off. Thank you for having us. I enjoyed our time together." Temari grinned and put her head on Yugito's collarbone for a moment before embracing the taller woman, saying, "I'm sorry you have to leave it all. It's going to be much quieter around here." However, they were split up after that little break, and Yugito smiled softly as he went outside to join Tayuya. Yurei smiled and said, "I don't think I've ever spent so long doing so little." He brought that finger up to the left corner of her jaw, and Temari forced herself not to shrink away as a fingernail sliced open the tip of his right index finger with a sweeping motion. Yurei literally put his finger on the Kazecage's pulse, forcing his blood through Temari's skin like a seamstress pushing thick thread through a needle's eye. Despite the discomfort caused by the unquenchable fire that raced through her veins, Temari found herself craving it more than she had ever craved anything else in her life. Temari could not describe the sensation she was feeling, nor could she comprehend what was happening, as Yurei's blood thundered in her chest as it returned to her heart. As he moved toward the blonde, Yurei removed his hand from her neck and gently grasped her work-worn hands. With a sigh of satisfaction, Yurei pressed Temari against him with his free arm and declared, "The mark of the beast." He closed his eyes and breathed in the smell of her hair, dreaming for a moment that none of this was taking place. "As long as you have it, I'll know you're here, and I'll know that you're safe. If you ever need my help, just send your chakra into it, and I'll respond as quickly as I can." Temari mumbled, "Take care of yourself." Into the demon's bare chest, enjoying the strange warmth of his aura for what felt like an eternity. Yurei hesitated, his eyes darting momentarily to the mansion's door and the women standing outside, before he changed his mind. "I'm not the one he said. "On second thought, yes I am." He struggled to free himself from Temari's embrace, before bending his neck to give her a gentle forehead kiss. With mismatched red eyes fixed on Temari's face, the demon uttered, "I doubt you'll see me again before I carry out your orders." Knowing she had to stop dragging this out, Temari smiled and said, "Give them hell. And get out of here before those two get any more funny ideas." Yurei rolled his eyes at that, but after giving a half-teasing salute, he released Temari's hands, opened the front door, and entered. Two women gave him looks that suggested they pleaded with him to allow them to resolve their differences with him while he was enjoying the early morning sun. He could feel their eyes on his back and sides, and their irritation didn't lessen no matter how fast they moved toward Suna's eastern gate or how slowly they walked. He remarked, "Don't tell me you're jealous," as they eventually entered the open desert. Yugito's open palm suddenly struck Yurei's jaw, and as he realized the force of the blow, his eyes glowed. His natural right eye twitched as he landed on the ground, seemingly considering the idea of retaliating with fire for a moment before deciding against it after thinking about the last 5 words he had said. Meanwhile, Tayuya couldn't contain his laughter at what he saw. Yurei's ominous glare didn't deter her at all. On the contrary, it heightened her sense of humor. The redhead gave the blonde demon a sly glance as her stomach trembled with laughter as she helped him up, barely controlling her laughter. Tayuya said bluntly, "You get what ya fucking deserve, genius." She kept laughing after she was done. Yugito flexed her fingers and said, "Say, dear fearless leader, where are we going next?" It had felt good to land that blow, she had to admit, despite the constant stinging in her palm. They both knew it had been a good one based on the responses of her companions. In Rai no Kuni, for example, a young Tsunade slapped Jiraiya so hard that she broke his jaw and fractured 3 vertebrae in his neck, creating a deep ravine that had unavoidably been crucial to Konoha's victory in the later days of the Sandai Shinobi Senso. Of all the open palm of the hand slaps that women had delivered throughout history, some of them had effects that altered the course of history. Only Yurei's demonic ancestry prevented him from immediately needing to be admitted to the hospital, as Yugito's blow was no less powerful than that one. Wherever the wind takes us. Isn't that right, Shukaku? Yurei asked, shaking his head to get rid of the last vestige of lightheadedness. Bits of black and gold sand stirred through the expanse of the desert, and a dark aura, carried by the wind, descended upon them. Wordlessly, the Ichibi laughed, and Yurei signaled the women behind him to follow his gaze. Though he wasn't totally sure what he was going to do next, he believed that he wanted to complete his transformation into a demon before fulfilling Temari's request. So he turned to his fellow blonde and asked him a question as the three of them ran across the desert. Yurei inquired, just curious, were you born in Kumo? I was born in the mountains. When the Nibi's previous Jinchuriki died, they brought my mother to the Biju temple, and I had the good fortune to be born just before they were about to start the sealing process. Yugito responded. Otherwise, I would have ended up like Gaara was, before you. There was a pause. Sealing a Biju into a child that's still in the womb can cause a long list of complications. Yugito went on. Just like a Jinchuriki being a parent can cause problems, too, even if they're different ones. You don't want to know why I know about all of this. It wasn't particularly difficult to guess what she was saying. Despite this, Yurei felt at ease because Temari had sworn to him that no one born in Kumo should be living. Although he was honor-bound to keep that pledge, he could do so without feeling guilty if Yugito wasn't eligible. But where would he go, he asked himself in the lead-up to that massacre. Sasuke moaned to himself. Neither he nor Jiraiya had heard or seen anything regarding Tsunade's whereabouts in 2 months. But as he stood in the center of the crowded bar in this small town, he noticed an odd response. A brunette woman with a pet pig instinctively turned away from him upon seeing his Hitai 8. A woman with platinum blonde hair pulled back in a loose ponytail, who appeared to be in her early 30s, sat across from her. No criminal with a high enough bounty for ninja to be hired to take them out, or anyone who wasn't a ninja, would react that way. The 14-year-old Uchiha said, Jiraiya, in an attempt to catch the giant man's attention. The Gamma Sennin turned to face Sasuke, following the path his eyes took, and a cryptic expression appeared on his face. Jiraiya nodded and went to the table in question, followed shortly by Sasuke. The Mimigaki Konai Kai, a deafening seal he had placed on the underside of the table to prevent their conversation from carrying, was the reason why Jiraiya's warm and kind words, mixed with his booming voice, somehow failed to draw any more attention to the table at which he stood. It's been a long time, Tsunade. Tsunade's eyes narrowed instantly, and she became extremely vigilant. Tsunade asked bluntly, what do you want from me? I'm not in the mood to play games, Jiraiya. Although Jiraiya wasn't so crude as to take out his own flask in the middle of someone else's establishment, his offer was sincere. No, you're in the mood to drink. So, we'll drink. He was too respectful of people who made spirits to sell. Both Shizune and Sasuke glanced around, first at each other and then at the two Sannin, but their helplessness was quickly overturned. Tsunade stated, I said, no games. Her attitude was obviously negative. Jiraiya knew that the woman was probably drinking to distract herself from her gambling losses, even though Sasuke had never met her before. When Jiraiya opened his mouth to speak, Sasuke interrupted, saying, my brother has a terminal illness. He's taking medicine to suppress its effects, but we're hopeful that you might find some way to cure him. Is there anything I can say that can convince you? Shizune trailed off, you're Fugaku's younger son, aren't you? So your brother is. Jiraiya completed Shizune's sentence for her. Uchiha Itachi, the newly instated Godem Hokage. Tsunade drained her little cup of sake and rolled her eyes, asking, the Hokage wants me to make a house call. This isn't some trick to force me back into the village, is it? No, as he stared at Tsunade's face, trying to understand how a woman so much younger than Jiraiya had been his genin teammate, Sasuke rejected the notion. Still optimistic that he could win his former teammate over, Jiraiya smiled and said, nice and simple. You go back, examine him to determine if he can be cured, cure him if possible, get paid for your time and effort, and then you can leave. Tsunade pointedly questioned Sasuke, 2 conditions. First, I'm going to examine him at a neutral point outside of Konoha. Second, kid, you're here on your brother's behalf, right? If you can take 1 attack from me without dodging, I'll do it. Sasuke said, done, and extended his hand to shake hands. Take a swing. How embarrassingly simple it is to comply with that request. She wouldn't dare murder a direct relative of the current Hokage, even if she were a Sannin. Not done. Jiraiya cried, glancing between Sasuke and Tsunade as though they had grown apart. Tsunade smiled and accepted the young Uchiha's offered hand, saying, done. She was amused at how easily the 14-year-old Chunin had agreed, perhaps because of the alcohol. Shizune got up from the table next to Sasuke and said, and I think we're done here. She then went to pay Tsunade's tab out of her own pocket because she had no other option because Tsunade was more indebted than a corpse in the ground. Jiraiya, for his part, just closed his eyes and shook his head. He was unsure of how he would explain to the Hokage that he had permitted Sasuke's death. Kidomaru said to the brunette, hey, Ayame, who exactly is Yurei to you? After completing their daily training, the Sound Four lingered in the grassy field that had been assigned to them for their own use. Jirobo and Saken both glanced over at Kidomaru's question. Ayame's body was nearly completely covered in black cloth and body armor, and her long brown hair was pulled back in a low ponytail. Ayame was much more concerned with protection than evasion than the other Itoyan, including the absent Tayuya. She was sure that her abilities would allow her to avoid most blows, but she wanted to make sure that the ones she missed wouldn't kill her. Additionally, the armor served as a deterrent against some of the more boisterous experiments in Orochimaru's lairs. It was obvious that someone important was present when someone carried gear that allowed her to withstand their attacks without recoiling. Ayame asked her own questions in response to the question, historically? Interpersonally? Although she had demonstrated that she could collaborate with the Sound Four as effectively as anyone could, she had frequently struggled to relate to the 3.5 men during the weeks she had been there. She believed that the main reason was that they all appeared to be suspicious of her because of her connection to Naruto, whom they all called Yurei for some reason. Both? Inquired Kidomaru. Ayame had to put up with him the most because he was the most gregarious of the Itoyan, even before Tayuya had departed for whatever long-term mission Orochimaru had sent her on. When my father's restaurant burned down, he took me in, he kept me safe, he stole for me, he killed for me, and he gave me somewhere to belong. I'm his second in command, even if I'm not the second strongest member of our group, replied Ayame. Saken and Jirobo looked at each other anxiously out of the corners of their eyes. Was this woman the second in command of Yurei? What is the second in command of? To be honest, the second question was more concerning than the first. Jirobo said, so, indulge my morbid curiosity for a moment, but who is? Ayame presented her case with a disarming smile, saying, oh, you've already met him, it's Sai. Even Kidomaru, who was normally calm, couldn't help but look surprised at this revelation. To the younger generation of Konoha's ninja, who was Yurei, that he was in charge of the new Neicorps commander, and that there was a person in between them in that hierarchy. That chain of command had a profound and peculiar power imbalance. Further down the line, Yurei was clearly stronger than everyone else. Human children outperforming a true-born demon in strength was beyond the comprehension of any of the Itoyan's men. However, what did Yurei see in Ayame that made her more valuable than Sai, who had assumed command of Danzo's private army following the latter's death? What did she have that others did not? Yurei wasn't the kind of person who made decisions without giving them careful thought. Prior to his appearance in a puff of smoke, Orochimaru's voice resounded, my son's numerous allegiances are hardly a concern, let alone a problem. He simply waved the formality away as the Sound Four bowed their heads and cupped their fists to the white snake. I've received word from Tayuya. At some point in the next 2 months, her group will be arriving in Mizu no Kuni. I trust you're aware of the situation that's developed? After failed assaults on 2 hidden villages, the populace lost faith in the Mizukage. They're in the middle of a civil war, and it's a bloody one. Saken laughed. 2 million Ryo says that Yurei's on his way to kill everyone involved. I remember what happened in Nami. Jirobo disagreed with his gray-haired teammate, saying, I think that's reason for him to help the rebellious faction, not go on a blanket killing spree. You can keep your money, though. Jirobo is right, insisted Orochimaru. Kidomaru cracked his knuckles and asked rhetorically, and you're sending us to serve as his backup? Give us a chance to work together for real? Orochimaru nodded, pleased that his subordinates had picked up on the information quickly. Correct. The Byahebi laughed and disappeared as fast as he had come, leaving the Sound Four on their own. The young man from Rai no Kuni smiled meaningfully and spat a hard dart of webbing across the training field. Kidomaru found great solace in the fact that he always seemed to end up fighting on the side of the blonde demon, even though Yurei's strength was embarrassing. According to his professional judgment, it was a far more effective method of conducting business than the alternative. Well, you heard the boss. Let's get this show on the road, he responded. Yurei stepped silently over a new corpse, wiping the blood from his skin with his right hand. This group of bandits, headed by a Takigakure Nukanen, had been in the route he had chosen to take. Therefore, he had killed them all. The 15 men had all been killed in a matter of minutes, and Yurei scolded himself for the effort. The time it had taken to kill them had not been worth the strength he had gained. He had killed 14 civilian rogues, but even a genin had more power in their bodies. The demon remarked, "It's not that I don't think you can defend yourselves," addressing Yugito and Tayuya. "It's just more convenient to wipe them out." The fact that Yurei's Sharingan was now permanently on display, without a Hitai aid to conceal it, didn't seem to bother him too much. He himself believed that Gaara had died because he had not used it. It showed a lack of knowledge and arrogance that he would not use all the tools available to him, except the Hakai, which he had forbidden himself to use. He would never make such a terrible error again. Yugito knew her words were largely ignored, but she had been drafted into Kumo's ninja before Yurei had even considered a career in ninjery. "You won't hear any complaints from me." The so-called R&R of human civilization, or rats and roaches, were bandits. They never seemed to be taken care of, and if they were left unchecked, they would only be able to spread more swiftly. In Kumo, it had been common practice to kill more shady clients once their alleged usefulness ran out, even though morality was governed by the law and the dollar was the supreme currency. It was just a matter of business. The Raikage would gladly take their money, and his ninja would gladly take their lives, since those men had no comrades to exact revenge on or families to grieve for. She doubted that the customs of other villages were very different from her own, even though she was unaware of them. Requests from wandering gangs of thieves and killers would only be accepted by the poorest of secret communities. Pragmatically, Tayuya inquired, "Anything of value?" The only plausible explanation would be the meager supplies of food and cash they carried, as highway robbery was rarely a profitable enterprise. However, Yurei was holding a mission scroll with obvious contents. The red-eyed demon threw the scroll back to the crass redhead, who had behaved better around him than she had with the other members of the Sound Four. "Only the information in here. Have a look for yourself." The blonde wasn't sure if that was a sign of her personal development, an unearthly fear of Yurei's wrath, or the oath she had taken. Tayuya's tone was as disbelieving as the stated mission. They were hired to incapacitate and kidnap. The Nanabi Jinchuriki? "Oh, you gotta be skullfucking me." With a tone of disgust, Yurei said, "It gets worse." Skip to the client's signature. After a moment, Tayuya raised his eyebrows with a series of curses. As Yugito read over her shoulder, the redhead reconsidered her decision to toss the offending scroll into the wilderness. She was able to see her new leader's face during that pause in action. With a deep frown and a slight twist in his upper right cheek, Yurei had the expression of someone who might be about to snarl. Although it was obvious that he was thinking deeply during his brief silence, Tayuya was hesitant to make sure the blonde was thinking what she thought he was. Yugito, however, had no such misgivings after glancing over the mission statement the Nukanen had been carrying. The Nibi Jinchuriki asked rhetorically, "You want to do it?" But she, Matabi, and Tayuya already knew the answer. As his Sharingan whirled languidly in its eye socket, Yurei claimed, "Of course I do," adding, "And I think I'd like to pay the client a visit, too." Tayuya moaned and raised her hands to her face, saying, "You can't be serious. That whole country is a kill zone right now." Yurei questioned with a tone of deceptive innocence, what better place for a demon than a battlefield? However, neither woman could really criticize his readiness to launch an invasion. Above the line for the client's name, the Mizukage's signature was clearly visible. Both Yugito and Tayuya knew that he harbored resentment toward that village. He enjoyed murdering their soldiers during the Konoha and Suna invasions in part because of it. Although demons would normally mature like humans, Yurei's parents and teachers would have taught him about this stage of life if he had been born in Makai. Demons were a race that developed strength through slaughter, which was one of the many reasons that numerous non-demon races had been allowed to spread throughout the cosmos. When a young demon reached a certain stage of development, the urge to carry out wanton acts of violence would momentarily consume them. The parents of that demon would take their child to a suitable monster den in Makai, and after quenching their desire for combat, they would return home. Since Yurei had no parents and no monsters, why not visit Kiri, the village whose aspirations had led him to hell, and commit as many murders as he pleased? For Yugito, and the Jinchuriki, the idea that Kirigakure would have the audacity to try to obtain a third Biju was still beyond her comprehension. That strategy would only incite fear and condemnation because Kiri wouldn't have Yurei to turn the tide in its favor on its own, and Mizu no Kuni's remote location from the mainland wouldn't discourage other hidden villages from attacking. Yurei's smile bordered on mockery as she said, I see no reason not to ask her if she wants to come along. Given that a rogue ninja from her own village took that mission, I doubt public opinion of her is very high. I hate to ask, but is that common? To treat the vessel of unimaginable power like a pariah? His thoughts, of course, drifted. If the Kyuubi had been sealed inside his body as planned, what kind of life might have waited for him? What if he had been treated the way Yugito, Gaara, and the Nanabi Jinchuriki all appeared to be treated? Of course, the red-eyed demon thought, he would have slaughtered the culprits with Kurama's power. The fact that he would be borrowing power was the only significant change in that situation. Yurei liked the way things had gone just for that reason. Yurei considered his options while idly conversing with Tayuya and Yugito as they approached Takigakure. He didn't feel like making deals with people he was unlikely to see again, but it was unlikely that the Nanabi Jinchuriki would just be permitted to leave her village. Furthermore, using violence against her village would only act as a deterrent if she showed the same loyalty that Yugito had, despite the treatment he assumed she had been subjected to. The march to Kiri of Death. Naruto got chills when he thought about what had happened. He had rocked the world's foundations for the first time in his role as Yurei. Long before then, everyone knew that Nami no Kuni had been destroyed, but only a dozen people, at most, knew that he had done it. Only 4 people from his home village knew that he had survived, and his defenses of Konoha and Suna had produced few survivors. However, he had established himself on the global scene in Mizu no Kuni, where violent civil wars had been going on since the end of the last World War. His murders in Konoha and Suna's names may have made him a villain in the eyes of other countries, but they also gained him some respect because no one knew how to give his crimes a name or a face. However, his unrelenting slaughter in Mizu no Kuni's fields and fens conveyed a message as they brought him condemnation. He would not submit to any master or lord, he would honor those who honored him, and he would exact revenge on any man who wronged him. These 3 tenets would eventually become a sort of ethical code for the Ghost of Nine Tails. Even then, there were those who sought him for their own purposes. They were unable to comprehend that Yurei fought for no cause and under no banner. The women who appeared to congregate at his side were, if anything, the reason he fought war. Naruto's demonhood had developed internally during his early years, and it was in Kirigakure that he had shed his skin, exposing the monster underneath. He was aware that there was no justification for what he had done. They would follow him for as long as there was living memory because of the bloodshed, the murders, and the obvious disrespect for the local terrain. He was going to learn to ignore it. The march to Kiri of Death. Hell Siwei. Itachi was sitting quietly on a meditation mat. The Godem Hokage, dressed simply in black, let Tsunade run her chakra through his body, searching for signs of his diseased cells. After a few moments of probing, Tsunade noticed that her chakra would appear to vanish inside Itachi's body. The process had been slow. She decided that there were some things she was better off not knowing, so she refrained from asking why. To be honest, she didn't want to interact with him at all. Despite Itachi's quiet manner and total lack of animosity, there was something about him that made her extremely vigilant. The reticent demeanor of the recently appointed Hokage was well known, but so was his capacity to kill his way across a battlefield without showing emotion. Even though some Konoha residents had specific reservations about the Uchiha, this was the reason why others had elected him the Hokage so quickly. As a commander and a soldier, he could be relied upon not to act recklessly. "Do you have a rough idea of when you contracted this disease?" asked Tsunade. "From what I can tell, it seems to be attacking your Kirakuki, and the medicine you've taken has stopped it from spreading to your dantian or your vital organs." "I first noticed symptoms about 12 years ago, and started taking the medicine 4 years later," Itachi stated. Sasuke's symptoms started to show up less than a year after his birth, but the young Hokage had a suspicion that the sickness had been building inside of him for some time. If he was right, he had gotten it around the time the Yondaime Hokage was killed and the Kyuubi attacked Konoha. Despite his immense power, Itachi's strength was largely derived from his knowledge that his methods required very little chakra. His chakra had been steadily eroded by this strange illness at a rate that was nearly equal to the rate at which his body produced it. This gave him an unmatched ability to control it, but it also meant that he could only use it in small doses. Furthermore, fixing the Kirakuki was a time-consuming, difficult procedure that wasn't always successful. "It's a good thing you started taking it. Otherwise, at this stage in your life, you'd only have 2 or 3 years left to live," Tsunade sighed. When Itachi said, "Time stands still for no man," the Hokage felt a slit open on his throat as Tsunade circled behind him, and an unblinking Sharingan eye swam up his jaw and skull until it sat in the middle of his face. His natural eyes soon changed to the Mangekyo Sharingan, and he said, "Much like it didn't stand still for my brother." Tsunade was restrained by two ink-black shapes before she could move again. The blonde woman gave Itachi a horrified look as he stood up and wheeled around to face her. However, the Hokage's left hand reached out and pressed two fingers against her forehead before she could protest in any way. His fingers sank into the blue quadrilateral, which almost seemed to glow, but the blow did not break bone or draw blood. Chakra escaped from Tsunade's body through the tenketsu that stood between her skull and skin, where Itachi had pressed her forehead. I know exactly what happened that night. I know you slipped, drunk as you were, and missed him entirely. But that doesn't change the fact that you fully intended to deliver a killing strike, and for that, you must pay. The Hokage channeled her energy into Itachi's third eye as it passed through his hand and arm. The Sharingan's red color gradually turned to a calm lilac, and its ring and three tomo disappeared. Tsunade went pale as she took in the sight of the new rings, which were concentric in shape. The Rinnegan? She inquired, feeling ashamed to see the fabled Kekai Genkai that the Rakudu Sennin used in a bygone era. As Tsunade's body continued to lose chakra, the third eye's appearance became more determined, its color and bold rings finalizing their structure. The legendary Slug Princess slumped in the two black construct's grasp when Itachi felt it blink, as though it had a mind of its own. As he watched Tsunade's body sink into the earth, the Uchiha grinned darkly and said, "My thanks, Sai." Rising from a pool of darkness that had opened to swallow the dead Sannin member, the young commander of Ne cocked his head sideways and gazed blankly at the Hokage. The white-skinned teenager gazed at the Hokage and languidly closed one eye, asking, "Must we continue with the names? You know as well as I do that they're a front. Especially now that you've taken control of that body, however short your tenure might be. I know it's frustrating to be kept inside, but I'm having to clean up more and more high-profile messes for you. And no excuse in the world could possibly cover this up if it's discovered. Are you prepared for that, Madara?" The Sanjian demon kept grinning and did not attempt to harm the young man across from him. "I thought we were going to stop using names?" he asked. As a matter of fact, Orochimaru's son had no name. Sai was his title, not his name, but he wasn't Orochimaru's first experiment, or the first one that worked. When Orochimaru had shown favor to a Nara woman under Danzo's command, he had a design for a slender, stabbing weapon that was intended to shatter the opponent's sword. He therefore took issue with the notion that Sai was his name, even though he didn't mind being called that. That would be equivalent to calling a daimyo, instead of their given name. The second life inside Uchiha Itachi's body wasn't one of the exceptions he might make for some people. Not when the location and timing of its outbursts were determined by its fixation on his younger brother. In the end, Sai's justification for keeping Tsunade's body intact was altruistic. He hoped that Ayame might be able to extract as much information from studying Danzo's body as he had. Although the brunette was a fine kunoichi who had long since set aside her dislike of fighting to follow Naruto's path, her methods were very conventional, which was a weakness Sai would prefer to see fixed as soon as possible. Because the Bancho lacked the ability to defend herself, he detested the thought of what would happen if her right hand were killed. Harvesting Tsunade's corpse and allowing her to gain insight could only make her stronger. Sai knew his statement was ignored, but he didn't care. "It's my father's medicine that keeps you alive in the first place. If not for that, Itachi would know you existed, and he would have the strength to drive you out. I'll be heading to Mizu no Kuni in short order. Try not to kill anybody else while I'm gone." The Sanjian that had taken root in Itachi's body grinned profoundly as Sai melted into the ink-black pool beneath him. He did not need to know the young man's reason for going there, nor did he need to know when he would be coming back. Itachi's body would get stronger now that he had absorbed Tsunade's chakra, and his grip on the Hokage would get stronger too. He would recover from the side effects of his illness, and become healthier than he had been prior to Sasuke's birth. The Triclops actually owed Orochimaru his life. If Itachi passed away before Madara was able to fully control the 20-year-old's body, he would perish along with the Hokage. The three-eyed demon left the premises without another thought, making sure he was at least halfway to Konoha and completely unnoticed before he released Itachi. With a cynical smile, Yurei gazed at the hole he had carved through the wall and asked, "You don't think I could have chosen a more subtle way of entering the village, do you?" He stood on the outskirts of Takigakure's main municipality with his female friends, and his easygoing demeanor revealed that he didn't feel the need to pretend that anyone inside the city was threatening him. Yugito said mockingly, "No, not at all," with just as much seriousness as her teammates. Tayuya questioned, "Of course not. What were we going to do, use the front door?" For Yurei's benefit, Yugito explained, "Well, sure, if you want to be stopped at knife point and forced through customs." Smaller villages don't have the manpower to afford the luxury of letting anybody in. The red-eyed demon had spent 16 years in Konoha before he left his village for the first time, and he wasn't as aware of the goings-on outside his village as the two women who accompanied him. Yurei believed that hands-on experience was the best teacher, but it was undoubtedly beneficial to have someone explain the specifics. The only thing left to determine was whether Takigakure had a sealing array around the rock walls that concealed their village from the outside world. If so, Ninja would visit their location to find out what happened. If not, Yurei had no problem with the notion of tracking down the Nanabi Jinchuriki and trying to enlist her assistance. Although this village was at the top of the food chain among the minor villages of the elemental nations due to the presence of the Nanabi, they lacked the resources and soldiers necessary to effectively contend with larger forces. With a smile on his face, Yurei began searching for the Nanabi Jinchuriki's trail after sensing that no one was stopping by to inquire about the disturbance he had caused. "I found her," Yugito declared with a sense of victory. "There's a mushroom forest, up a plateau, on the other side of the village. She's inside it." Yurei glanced at the Nibi Jinchuriki, wondering if Yugito had picked up the more animalistic sensory qualities from the Nekomata. He signaled Yugito to take the lead, ending his rather blatant way of sensing the world around him. The steel glint of Yugito's Hatai 8 entered Tayuya's eyes as she looked forward, flanking her demonic master. With the metal plate displaying her loyalty pointing behind the blonde with the ponytail, the offending headpiece had been repositioned to her waist. That was her way of hiding her identity? Tayuya asked Yurei in a disbelieving whisper. "I mean, sure, it's not on her face now, but, for fuck's sake, it's like she's trying to get you to stare at her ass. It's almost as bad as the girls who wear it around their necks so you look at their tits." Yurei merely shrugged. For his part, he wasn't certain if Yugito was attempting to trick him. If she was, it wasn't working, so she would go on to more ostentatious and dramatic ways to get his attention. The Nibi Jinchuriki appeared to take pleasure in testing Yurei's limits, even though she could hardly be said to be someone who desired to live in the spotlight. The blonde demon wondered if the slight shift in their relationship was related to the kiss they'd shared after he'd implanted a piece of the slavery seal in her brain. "You know I can hear you, right?" Yugito rolled her eyes without turning to face her fellows. Tayuya was one of Orochimaru's most formidable soldiers, reporting directly to him and having access to information that other members of the elemental nations couldn't possibly know. The redhead must have known those words would reach Yugito. It made one wonder if Tayuya truly believed that she was doing this to get Yurei's attention. It was merely an easy way for her to covertly conceal her nationality. What kind of adversary would pass her by and turn around without being engaged in combat? According to Tayuya, my point stands. Yurei pushed the women's conversation from his thoughts, alternating between moving and reliving the memories in his Sharingan. During his time as a member of Konoha's Anbu Corps, Kakashi had visited Takigakure twice before and made the effort to look at a map of the city. Yurei accelerated, that map at the forefront of his thoughts. Tayuya gave him a questioning glance, and Yugito was a little surprised at the speed he was beginning to exhibit. Yurei was the kind of person who walked slowly, practically inviting danger. Usually a battle had to be imminent for him to act with any sense of urgency. Despite this, he hadn't drawn his sandworm teeth or used his chakra more than was required to move swiftly. The two female Junin had no trouble keeping up with Yurei, but his actions caused them to remain vigilant. That feeling of alarm only intensified when he changed his course after a few streets, seemingly avoiding a pursuer that neither of them could detect. A forest of towering mushrooms appeared on the city's edge 2 minutes later. Even Tayuya, a normal human without a demon like the Nibi to increase her awareness, could sense the Biju's demonic aura, despite the fact that it was very subtle. Yurei grinned slyly and said, "It's far from me to say this, but we're not here to kill." With outrage and disbelief in their eyes, Yugito and Tayuya exchanged glances. Really? Was the demon who had sworn to massacre a whole village going to forewarn them against killing? Tayuya glared at Yurei, saying, "You have some nerve, asshole." She didn't have to love or respect him just because she was bound to him. Tamari didn't feel particularly strongly for the blonde, but she had still signed away her soul and her future. To be honest, the redhead didn't think the choice was bad. A walking death threat like Yurei was as good a choice as any suitor, and ninjas hardly ever married for love. He wasn't just rough around the edges, though. Tayuya reasoned that before she would consider granting Yurei a longer tenure than the one she had agreed to, she would need to get him in line, with the dead gods as her witnesses. "He does," said a fresh voice that emerged from the mushroom forest's interior. A short woman with a deep tan emerged from the shadows a moment later. Her segmented red eyes were as close to a dead giveaway as there would ever be. even though none of the three invasive ninja had a description for the Nanabi Jinchuriki. She was even paler than the natural right eyes of Yugito and Yurei, but the color of ripe watermelon was clearly red. Yurei threw a scroll to the smaller woman, cutting an intimidating figure without bothering to hide his Sharingan. The mint-haired Jinchuriki's eyes widened as she read the mission statement that Yurei had given to the rogue Taki Nin she had killed, which described how and when she was to be captured and returned to Kirigakure. She then looked suspiciously at the three ninja across from her before calming down a little. It appeared that her demon had explained everything to her. The question she posed was, "Why did you show me this?" "Why not?" retorted Yurei. "If someone was after me, I would want to know." That same statement appeared to cause Yurei to pause and turn to face Tayuya with a question on his face. Even though Orochimaru had a surprisingly extensive network of informants and spies, he was still alarmed that the White Snake had appeared to know his location with ease. In reference to Orochimaru, the redhead confirmed, "Yeah, I told him where we're headed. Thought a little bit of backup might not be a bad idea." Indeed, it was Tayuya who had asked that the as yet unnamed 5 fangs of the snake be assembled in Kirigakure. Without expressing gratitude or disapproval of the concept, Yurei acknowledged it with a shrug of one shoulder. Yurei went on, turning back to face the Nanabi Jinchuriki. "We're on our way there to fight. I thought I'd offer you a chance to come with us, since Taki wasn't too far out of the way." "Really?" she inquired, obviously still feeling a little nervous. With no intention of continuing, Yurei trailed off, saying, "No ulterior motive. If you really don't want to join us, we'll leave without you." "But..." This woman seemed to be very easy to read emotionally. The offer was on her mind. Tayuya tried to influence the little woman's choice by saying, "Just because we ran into a hit squad doesn't mean it was the only one, or the strongest." "My name is Fu," Fu said, his red eyes seemingly staring straight into Yurei's face. "Shomei says I can trust you, so I will." When he and his countrymen introduced themselves to her, Fu appeared to become much happier. "I think I'll go with you." With a sense of urgency, Yugito said, "Then we need to hurry, because I don't think the hole we dug will stay unnoticed for too much longer." She looked behind the 4 of them as if she expected pursuers to arrive at any moment. She was right to do so. Their window for an undetected escape was probably already closed. Yurei's leading question was, "Hey, Fu, how much do you care about Taki?" Tayuya scrunched her eyes up tight, and Yugito covered her wide-eyed face with her hands. They were painfully aware of the direction this was taking. Fu pretended not to notice Tayuya starting to curse under her breath as he responded, "Not very. They talk a lot about protecting me, but it feels more like they want to control my life. If I loved it that much, why would I want to come with you?" Yurei quickly scrawled the margins for a seal and then scribbled a single sigil in the center after taking a piece of paper, ink, and a brush out of the storage seal in his back pocket. He appeared to concentrate on the hollow walls enclosing the secret village before jumping and placing the seal at a specific location on the ceiling. With a smug expression on his face, the demon said, "I hope there aren't any animals up there." At the snap of his fingers, chakra pulsed, and the ceiling shook, depriving the 3 women of their sense of hearing. Kirigakure disappeared under several tons of stone over the course of the following few seconds. A torrent of water started to pour down from the world's surface, certain to drown any survivors who lacked the strength to escape. Fu was unable to blink. In less than 10 seconds, the village where she had lived her entire life, aside from a few missions that brought her to the surface, had been destroyed. Innumerable streams of light poured in Yurei's direction, each distinct cluster of tiny specks representing a life he had just stolen. Could there have been 1,000? 5,000? More? Not even Yurei was certain. As Tayuya continued to curse, Yugito slapped her forehead in frustration. Fu couldn't bring herself to criticize their responses because she couldn't take her eyes off the destruction Yurei had wrought with a single explosive seal. She observed river water flowing into this cemetery of man-made and natural debris from the plateau they were standing on, at the edge of the enormous mushroom forest. Another person died every few seconds, and a thin string of light would emerge from the flooding pit. Around this time, Yugito, Tayuya, and Fu regained their hearing, and eventually, no more wisps approached Yurei. When Yurei pointed to the sky above their heads, Tayuya's rhetorical question, "What the fuck?" fell flat. His words, "We don't have to sneak out now." Yugito wanted to yell that they could have simply dug another tunnel or engaged in a brief skirmish with a group of intruders, but she was unable to find the right words. Her left eye, which was bloodshot and blood red, appeared to be taking in the surroundings with an attention to detail before a premonition overcame her senses. Kumogakure was going to die and be destroyed. In her 26 years of living in Kumo, Yurei had murdered her cousins, and he would murder her comrades, the rest of her family, and everyone else she had met. All for the purpose of gratifying Temeri's longing for retribution. And judging by his expression, he didn't even appear to take pleasure in the devastation he inflicted. As though it weren't spectacular enough, or if it wasn't done simply enough, or if his passionate carnage wasn't just an unpleasant task to complete. Finally, let's just go, Tayuya said. The four-person group left Takigakuru's ruins behind to find the quickest way to Mizu no Kuni's islands, to the sound of water still pouring into the cavernous crater. Do you really believe he'll come here at some point, Zabuza? Even if he were to survive the destruction of Nami no Kuni, I'd think we would have heard something. Especially after our failures in assaulting Konoha and Suna. It was the Yondaime Mizukage Yagura who was speaking. Momochi Zabuza and Hoshigaki Kisame, the final surviving members of this generation's 7 swordsmen, were in his office. His personal guard, a pair of oinin, was also present in the room. Their efforts prevented at least 7 assassination attempts by his opponents. Each of them had a Byakugan and a Sharingan Dujutsu in their right eye. However, since they were all wearing the same robes, masks, and gloves, they couldn't tell which one was which. I do, Zabuza responded, and I think he's the reason those invasions failed. Kisame regarded his former teammate with mild mockery. He had come to appreciate Zabuza's strength and slyness over the years, but the man's scholarly deductive abilities occasionally fell short. He had been killing his way from one battlefield to another since he was 6 years old. Being a highly skilled killer meant that you didn't need to learn from books. No, hear me out. Zabuza saw the expression on his ex-teammate's face. He's from Konoha, so he goes there and kills his way through the invasion force, taking out most of them without bothering to really finish the job, because he thinks Konoha's other ninja can rout their weakened enemies. Once he finds out about the details, he heads to Suna, because he's a demon and he wants to go where the battlefield is. But he decides to make it a showcase, and he kills every last one of the attackers. So, when he gets wind of the fact that this damn country is in the middle of a civil war. As unrealistic as I think that is, I guess you have a point, Kisame mentioned, nodding toward Zabuza. He recognized the leaner man's reluctance to accept the death of his adversary. If you didn't confirm their death, you had no choice but to assume they were still alive. Yagura asked bluntly, and what do you suggest I do about him, when he arrives? Even if he were ultimately slain, Kirigakure would suffer catastrophic losses if a true-born demon were to arrive. Even though no one could see it, Zabuza was smiling under his armor tape mask, and the blade on his back seemed to throb with anticipation at the prospect of facing the young Kyuubi once more. Honestly, it might take you and Utakata combined to bring him down, but leave him to me. That brat and I have a score to settle. Among other things, the few soldiers who had returned from Konoha defeated had sometimes told of a blonde with one eye. The swordsman was pretty sure it was the demon from Nami no Kuni. Yagura drummed 2 fingers absently on the surface of his desk, as if he was deep in thought. I'll trust your faith in your abilities, then, Zabuza. You haven't failed me yet. Kisame, your report? We're driving the rebellion's southern forces back, and keeping them corralled. In another 3 months, we'll have driven them into the ravines, and then it'll be like stabbing fish in a barrel. Excellent, Yagura said with a nod of agreement. Kisame questioned, will that be all, sir? Kisami's desire to get back on the battlefield was evident, even though he didn't want to be impolite to the one man who could likely defeat him. According to Yagura, it will. Both of you may return to your posts. Then until we meet again, Lord Mizukage, Mistguard, Rainguard. Kisame saluted, and Zabuza bowed his head, but both men disappeared in a puff of smoke a moment later. The guards of the Mizukage remained vigilant despite the fact that the 2 Kenjutsu masters were moving farther and farther beyond their range of perception. If anything, they appeared even more vigilant now. They couldn't afford to neglect their responsibilities. In Shigiri no Sato, being killed was the least terrible result of such neglect. I have to say, I wasn't expecting a welcoming party. Yurei gazed at the shinobi gathered there, the cool mist clinging to his skin before vanishing due to the heat within his body. Instead of wasting time sealing a ship he didn't know how to sail, he had run across the gentle waves of the sea with Yugito, Tayuya, and Fu. The redhead muttered darkly under her breath about the unfairness of her fellow women having demons sealed inside of them, even though Tayuya was pale and more than a little ragged. Fu and Yugito hardly even appeared to be tired. You must be kidding, Yurei, Kitamaru remarked with a smile. With as much chakra as you were using to get here, you probably messed with sensor types as far away as Kusa. Why wouldn't we come? Never thought I'd be glad to see you fuckers, Tayuya said with a grimace. Despite the fact that she was effectively displaying weakness to her sound 4 teammates, She leaned into Yurei's left shoulder without hesitation. Sakin's eyes brightened as he said, "You heard that, right, Kitamaru?" She said she missed us. His face was covered in a sly expression. "Please tell me we got that on camera." Hirobo's hands produced the characteristic sound of a camcorder's side panel closing shut, and the evidence vanished into a safe location before Tayuya could try to destroy it. Sai and Ayame shook their heads disapprovingly to the side. Sai remarked, "I'm happy to see you well, Bancho. With companions that prestigious, I'm surprised that any help was called for." Sai's follow-up was intended for Ayame, who had informed him that their former leader was en route to Kirigakure. The young Nei commander, for his part, would prefer to handle his own business in Konoha, but he had some news that Naruto, or Yurei, as he now chooses to call himself, would find interesting. Naturally, it could wait until later. Sai was certain that his leader's list of needs and wants did not include a return to Konoha. "Oh, please, you know you wanted to come." No one in the room missed Ayame's sarcasm. With a smile on her face and conflicted feelings in her eyes, she approached Yurei. The brunette's arms slipped under his before embracing him across the shoulders. "You're a real ninja now," the demon boasted. "I'm happy you're here." No one missed the warm tone of his voice, and even Sai was a little surprised at the tender intimacy between his countrymen. As children in Konoha, Ayame had served as the Banchou's right hand, but they had never seemed as close as they were now. It was a shock to the systems of Yugito, Fu, and the Itoyon, who knew Yurei almost solely by his willingness to fight and kill. Yurei closed both of his eyes as the bottom of his jaw came to rest over Ayame's hair, a gentle smile on his face as his left arm clutched her from the back and held her close to his chest. Ayame asked, "I thought you were dead." "We all did. And you sent a clone to tell us? You couldn't be bothered to do it yourself?" Yurei's heart ached. He confirmed, "I couldn't," as he started to gently massage the smaller woman's shoulder with his thumb. "The fewer people in Konoha who know that I'm alive, the better. The two of you, Shikamaru, Sasuke. That's all that it needs to be. Naruto died in glorious service to his village, as his parents before him. Yurei, the ghost, will honor that legacy." Yukon's voice came from behind his brother's head, and the demon's eyes opened as he left his brief and gentle slumber. "Not to interrupt, but we need to get moving. The fact that we beat anybody else by this much time is luck, and all of us need to get out of here before we figure out our next course of action. I'll defer to your judgment, Yurei." Yurei dropped Ayame, took a step back, and fixed his gaze on the horizon to the northeast. He noticed that his Sharingan was spinning languidly in its socket. "They're fighting," he said. "Kitamaru, Jirobo, Sakin, take Fu, Yugito, and Tayuya wherever you've been holding out. Sai, Ayame, with me." Tayuya protested, "Fuck off. I can fight." But Yugito put a hand on her shoulder and shook her head when the redhead turned to face her. There was a hint of resentment in Yugito's stoic face, and her slightly narrowed eyes begged to accuse their master of abandoning them. "We've been moving almost non-stop for weeks. Just because we can keep moving doesn't mean we should, Tayuya." With a glance behind his back, Yurei acknowledged his mistake, focusing more on Tayuya and Yugito than on Fu. "I've treated you too harshly. Take this chance to rest, and wait for my return." After he finished speaking, he launched into action, and Sai and Ayame trailed behind him, while the other members of the recently formed group watched. Despite having forged a contract with Tayuya and placed a compulsion seal on Yugito, Sai and Ayame had grown up with him and were his closest and most reliable friends. Kitamaru waved his hand and said, "This way to the hideout." The spider summoner led his teammates and Yurei's companions away from the beach where they had first met, moving at a 90-degree angle to the path that Yurei had followed. As soon as thin forestry appeared, Kitamaru made several detours to avoid being discovered too soon. He paused at last, gave a half-ram seal, and turned to face his enlarged group with a smile that quickly wavered. He stopped in the middle of saying, "Where he?" and counted the colors of the heads and hair. "Where is Tayuya?" When Yugito and Fu looked back, they saw that the redhead who had been following them had vanished. With her eyes locked with Yugito's, Fu trailed off. "You don't think she?" According to Yugito, yep. She definitely did. The blonde took a deep, audible breath and closed her eyes. She shook her head, exhaled, and opened her mismatched red eyes. "Fuck it. Unlike the rest of you assholes, I actually have to follow his orders." A deep-set glare and the violent trembling of Yugito's hands and shoulders accompanied her harsh tone. This was the furthest Yugito had been from Yurei's side since the day he put the enslavement seal on her, and it wasn't until he was gone that she realized how at ease she had become with him. She should have been the one fighting alongside him. Not a half-dead Tayuya whose greatest skill was her genjutsu skills. Not some half-trained shunin that Orochimaru had stolen from Konoha's cradle, but her. In the wake of the brand that had been ingrained in her mind, Matabi's efforts to calm her furious anger had no effect. That was sufficient for it to totally scuttle her line of thought in annoyance, even though it was only partially absorbed into her subconscious mind. Her subservience was necessary because if the entire seal had been taken into her body, it would have demanded that she belonged to Yurei. She belonged with him, and any newfound sense of servitude was optional, so there was space in the margins for her brain to fill in some gaps as it stood. Yugito suppressed her anger before vanishing into the underground safehouse that the Sound Four had temporarily taken from Orochimaru. She was conscious of the numerous sets of eyes on her as well as the whirling storm of chakra that she was unconsciously accumulating inside her meridians. As the 3.5 men glanced at each other, Fu raised her hands in confusion and helplessness, since, to be honest, she knew even less than they did. As Yurei moved forward with a sandworm tooth in his right hand, silence descended upon the battlefield. The demon made no effort to hide his presence, and the already poor visibility of the foggy plain appeared to worsen under the influence of an unnamed darkness, giving both sides a terrible sense of impending doom. "Who dares?" he exclaimed, looking down at everyone gathered in front of him with eyes higher than the sky. A kunai sailed toward him, but before it could reach him, it was redirected to the ninja who had thrown it by a black flicker. It hit the offending ninja in the throat, and instead of him, a young woman wearing black full-body armor emerged. One or two of the ninja in the vicinity were aware enough to escape before Yame's dual-wielded kunai sliced through several throats. Her armor was splattered with blood, and the drops of blood that landed on her nose and cheeks added to her fierce face. From the earth beneath Yurei's feet, a line of ink tigers arose, their ravenous roars echoing as they slammed into the jutsu directed at Ayame. The brunette was shown an opening, and without bothering to check if they killed anyone else, she flicked away her two kunai. Her hands then sped through a series of seals before the earth exploded beneath a point she designated in an explosive spray of dirt and grass. Her armor barely seemed to slow her down, and she punched an unfortunate Kiri-nin barehandedly, leaving his ribcage rib-free. As Sai and Ayame planned their attack like the seasoned partners they were, one of the former aggressors, barely protecting herself from death, asked in terror, "Are you with the rebels?" The other side of the conflict froze in fear as Yurei roared with laughter at her question. "Not at all." Yurei's tone was one of derisive superiority. "It doesn't matter if one, half, or all of you die, I came to kill you." He then hurled his glistening sandworm tooth in the direction of the kunoichi who had spoken. He'd used too much force, and after it sliced through her throat like a railroad spike into the ground, it continued on, killing 3 more poor shinobi. He recalled the improved weapon, put it away, and resolved to really see how far his Sharingan could go. He felt the searing pain of a knife piercing his right shoulder as he launched himself into the throng of Kiri-nin. He ignored it and twisted, tearing bloody strips from the offending ninja's throat with the pull of his claw-like nails. He rolled his shoulder high without bothering to take out the offending knife that had gotten stuck between his shoulder and collarbone. A spooky crunching sound ensued, and Yurei felt the knife flatten under the weight of his collapsing bones before it spontaneously fell from his body. With each enemy he defeated, Yurei felt more strength pour into him as he continued to push the boundaries of his long-cultivated physique. He didn't care about the injuries he sustained during the battle. He had killed half a dozen ninja each for each kunai in his back, the long knife that had been stabbed through his left arm, and the screw that had been driven through his foot to try to root him to the ground. Roaring with joy as he fought on, he was satisfied with this demonstration of death. Careful to keep away from Ayame, he represented a spinning death dervish. Several members on the opposing side cried out, "Kill him, before he turns on us, and it's too late," in an attempt to capitalize on their enemy's situation and smother danger in its cradle by eliminating Yurei. With one hand on Kiri-nin's shoulder and the other on his face, the demon laughed and said, "Yes," before pulling so forcefully that he tore the poor man's head off at the neck. He followed the path of the offending corpse, launching it into the advancing front line of those who dared approach him. Using the disembodied head in his hand as a club, Yurei broke the collarbone of his closest new foe by hooking his fingers into its sightless eyes. He smiled in approval of the cavernous dent his makeshift weapon had made in the dead rebel's head as he felt it crumble into bloody fragments and splinters. The rebels who had resisted gave each other frightened looks before running away after witnessing the massacre of their fellows. None of the people who fled were unsure if they had made the right choice, even though their more violent countrymen would curse them before they died. As Sai's ink-based creatures persisted in tearing through the Kiri-nin's ranks, Ayame used jutsu after jutsu to extend her attack. Her stone-coated hands transformed into a moving kiln that transformed living things into rehydratable corpses as fire and earth gathered around her. The brunette's low ponytail swayed heavily with blood, and swords and kunai looked off her armor. She returned a Suiryu Enden with one of her own, collecting the moisture in the air. This is when some of the remaining Kiri nin started trying to escape. But a haunting melody filled the battlefield as they turned on their heels. The clear, gentle sounds of a flute's low register started to emerge from the black fog over the floodplain. There were many striking features of the musical enchantress as she descended, including her ruddy brown skin, her vivid red hair, the glowing golden fang marks on her left collarbone, the unearthly yellow and red that had appeared in her brown eyes, and the numerous horns that protruded from the back of her head, but none were more noticeable than the stunning pair of feathery black wings that had sprung from Tayuya's back. Tayuya's black wings glowed with the same iridescent radiance as the Yuki that enveloped her master in his fully transformed state, while the golden light erupted from the seal Yurei had used to replace her in Fuin no Kai. She played measure by measure and phrase by phrase with a serious look on her face. The rest of the Kiri nin writhed in pain, clutching their heads and dying one by one. Nevertheless, Tayuya's song went on, and she started to descend while her wings fluttered softly. As though she were absorbing the strength of every single person who died, the redhead hovered a few inches above the ground, feeling a euphoric rush of power pour into her from the outside world. Every time she moved her fingers, another person added to the little pile of corpses. Had her eyes been open, she would have noticed the same slivers of light entering her body that she had become accustomed to seeing Yurei acquire. "Tayuya?" inquired Yurei. "I thought I told you to rest, you need it." Tayuya responded, "And I told you I could fight," removing her instrument from her mouth. "Look at you, master. You aren't in any shape to be complaining about getting help. I haven't seen you this hurt since Nami no Kuni." That remark made Yurei want to roll his eyes, but Tayuya was correct. He hadn't sustained any particularly severe or long-lasting injuries in Konoha or Suna. Nami no Kuni had only suffered this much damage during the battle that led to his demise, when he had first changed into his natural demonic state. In Nami no Kuni, on the other hand, he had just started to get used to owning his Sharingan and discovering the memories it contained. Everything was different after his visit to the city of the dead. The blonde was also unsure of how to interpret Tayuya's new look and the fact that he was obviously the cause of her change into a particular kind of demon. Before drawing Yurei near to her, Tayuya's blacker-than-pitch wings encircled him and her flute vanished in a puff of smoke. She moved his head to rest against her sternum, stretched her right hand across his shoulders and back, and started to remove the weapons from his skin. Tayuya floated softly, giving Ayame a slight smirk of superiority. "You should have more faith in our abilities, master. With everyone together, there wouldn't have been a need to fight like you did. You have to consider our feelings, too." Yurei remarked, "Are you a demon? It feels like you've become a demon," while a familiar and cozy Yuki surrounded her. Though it was very similar to his own, it was also unique, almost a metaphor for the connection they formed after she had sworn allegiance to him. "The seal you gave me replaced the one that Orochimaru put on me as a child. I was so angry at being left behind, I used it the same way," said Tayuya. As she completed removing the debris of combat from Yurei's body, the feathery walls of her wings became more taut. "I think it's meshing with the oath I gave you, because there's no way I'd call you, master, as a human. I'm also having a hard time swearing." That made Yurei laugh, and Tayuya laughed with him while holding the blonde demon in both arms. The seductive demon laughed once more as she gazed at the field of death surrounding them and then at the untamed mass of golden hair against the top of her stomach. Tayuya put his hands around her waist and laughed once more as Yurei took a deep breath and smelled the rain. Tayuya's use of Yuki in her words, "Sleep, master," created a hypnotic suggestion that Yurei was powerless to resist. His eyelids grew heavy, and he discovered that he had not realized he had left the ground until he felt the wind blow past him. Yurei was led to the gates of cozy rest by Tayuya's imposing wings, which moved in time with her heartbeat. As Tayuya navigated the foggy sky to locate the safe house that her erstwhile allies were using as a base of operations, he completely relaxed and fell asleep. Ayame and Sai, who had been abandoned long ago, exchanged sardonic glances before departing the killing field. Watching Yurei and Tayuya return from the wilderness of Mizu no Kuni, Kitamaru said, "So, far be it from me to question your choices, but do you have a plan? You just killed a lot of people." Yurei shrugged and went down into Orochimaru's long-unused underground hideout, holding Tayuya's limp body in both arms. To be honest, the demon didn't think he needed a plan because, in his opinion, Anyone in Mizu no Kuni who wasn't one of the 8 other occupants of this safe house could be killed right away. As she opened her walnut-brown eyes, which were ringed with red, Tayuya moved in his grasp. Yurei thought for a moment that the width of those bloody red marks had expanded, but he brushed it off as his imagination. The redhead shook her head and asked, "Did something happen?" before realizing she was being watched. Yurei replied candidly, without moving to put her down, "I carried you for the last 2 minutes or so. You exhausted your chakra right before we made it back." She had been told to stay behind and rest, but he wasn't in the mood to chastise her for defying orders. Yurei had been able to see something amazing because she had insisted on going to the battlefield. Whatever dark art Orochimaru had applied when he sealed Tayuya, it had shook him. Her body had adapted to Yurei's demonic Yuki. Although Tayuya's near slip was noticed, she was more interested in Yurei's knowing smile than Kitamaru's perplexed look. "I'm sorry, masked Yurei." Her human side tried to ignore the thoughts and feelings she had processed after her first transformation. How could he not know it, just as she did? He had experienced the same thing that defied heaven. Yurei laughed, then refocused his attention on the seal he had put on Yugito 3.5 months prior. "You don't have to be sorry. I was worried about your safety, and Yugito's, and Fu's. But if you're that concerned about fighting by my side, I'll relent, I guess?" he said. Yurei could sense her rage despite the composed manner in which she had parted ways with him for a short time. He speculated that Tayuya's disobedience was more likely to be the cause than his own request that they remain. The two of them walked deeper into the tiny safe house, putting Tayuya on her feet and letting her guide him. Yurei stopped in front of a door, and the air behind it was thick with a sense of murderous intent, powerful enough to impress the blonde demon. His reflexes were the only thing keeping him from being crushed by Yugito's clawed hands as he slid the door open. His slightly longer reach enabled him to grab the older Junin by her forearms, the fierce look on her face readying Tayuya to go on the defensive. With a scream she was unable to articulate, Yugito's mismatched eyes were wide and menacing, and her teeth were exposed. Less than a hand's distance separated her face from Yurei's, and she was fighting the urge to try biting him. Although Yurei's hold on Yugito wasn't weak, it lacked the overwhelming strength she had grown accustomed to witnessing him exhibit in situations where his life was in danger. He was correct when he said that he didn't believe in her willingness to kill, not that he didn't believe in her strength. Her legs gave out from beneath her after she struggled for a few seconds against a grip that prevented her from attacking or escaping. Why did she want to be with him so badly? For what reason and to whom was she angry? She was unaware. She asked herself, what had he done to her that made this reaction necessary, to attack him, them? Was it truly a decision? Tayuya boastfully remarked, "I told you that you needed to be more considerate of our feelings, instead." Yugito grimaced as she asked, "What are you implying?" Her red-headed companion shook her head silently. The Nibi Jinchuriki put her thoughts on hold while she processed the other woman's sentence, even though Tayuya had lost her skullcap somewhere along the way. Yugito narrowed her eyes and felt a wave of denial wash over her. She knew exactly what Tayuya was hinting at, and it couldn't possibly be true. First of all, Tayuya wouldn't have her share those feelings if she did, which would essentially mean she was publicly acknowledging it. Absolutely not. Not possible at all. "Oh, all right. So lie to yourself." Matabi raised his voice. After just a few hours away, Yurei's ship got all worked up. The extent to which certain people would go. Quit talking. Quit talking." As her loose body was lifted into Yurei's tense arms, Yugito sulked inwardly. He hadn't always had such firm muscles and skin, had he? Did the energy from the people he killed help him create an unbreakable body that would always be able to safely handle his Yuki? What was causing her to notice it? Matabi, from inside Yugito's seal, rolled her eyes mockingly. "Tayuya's right," responded Yurei. Yugito was held upright only by his firm grip, and his arms moved to draw her nearer to him. One hand found the nape of her neck while the other pressed into her back as he pressed his bare chest against her. "I know you're a Jinchuriki, and that means you can handle more than most people, but I wanted you to be safe. I've trusted Sai and Ayame to watch my back for longer than I cared to think about, so I told them to come with me. It was selfish of me, and I'm sorry." Tayuya slithered forward, putting her hands on Yugito's shoulders and loosely sandwiching Yurei between them. "I'm not sure you appreciate the severity of your skill in Fuinjutsu. The compulsion to stay with you. It's not a question of command or suggestion, it's about wants versus needs. The difference between the seal Orochimaru put on me, and the one you replaced it with, it's night and day." His lack of control over that talent could have been viewed as humorous, despite the fact that it was frightening to find someone at Yurei's young age who could be considered a savant in the esoteric field of Fuinjutsu. Whether it was the mark of the beast in Temari's body, the fang marks on Tayuya's shoulder, the enslavement seal on Yugito's neck, or the modification of the Ichibi's seal prior to Gaara's death, he always seemed to underestimate the impact of his actions. Tayuya pondered. Was it because he was holding humans to impossible standards because he was a demon? Yurei struggled to decide between a straightforward acknowledgement and another apology attempt. I understand. As far as the two women were concerned, there was still more to talk about, but neither of them felt like confronting the obvious issue. At the moment, Tayuya needed to sleep for more than 5 minutes in order to function as a human, and Yugito was still refusing to acknowledge the existence of elephants. Accordingly, Yurei and Yugito were pushed through the doorway they had been standing in for the past few minutes by the redhead. Without even saying, "Good night," the redhead closed the door, went to the big bed in the room, and threw herself on top of it without any fanfare. Yurei said softly, releasing Yugito and meeting her gaze, "You should rest too. I don't know how long we're going to be here, and you might not get another chance to relax for a while." "What about you?" Yugito inquired, her eyes full of worry. She understood that his actions were motivated by concern for her, but what good would it do if no one reciprocated? The reply from Yurei was, "I'm going to keep watch." It might have been impossible for the young demon to lie, but Yugito was accustomed to the doublespeak that most ninja used when speaking, so he asked, in a cloaked underground bass, wondering if there was some hidden agenda in the young demon's words. As Yurei looked at Yugito, the light tug at the corners of his mouth moved them upward, causing him to smile at the question. He retorted, "Someone has to make sure that we'll all stay safe." Yugito tried to persuade Yurei by grabbing his hand and saying, "Let it be one of Orochimaru's goons." He thought about his predicament, but he had always been a little stubborn. Tayuya had been quite direct in telling him that he needed to give them more regular thought, and he had already irritated Yugito once today. They were people, not treasures to be defended or awards to be won. The demon said, "All right, fine," and moved toward the room's only bed. Of course, it was big enough for all three of them. He moved to the other side of Tayuya, stood in the center of the bed, and then turned to face the redhead. "You know it's designed for you to lie the other direction, yes?" Tayuya's muffled response was, "Mmf," as Yugito moved across from Yurei. "Lane." "Yes, dear," Yugito sarcastically said. Tayuya's head shot up instantly. The redhead said, "Fucking excuse you," in frustration, but Yurei's powerful hand easily pulled her all the way onto the bed. She would sulk and complain about it in a normal situation, but she was still too exhausted to really object. Tayuya rolled off Yurei's body and lay flat on her own side of the bed. Yurei had devised a plan for the upcoming day, which would involve walking to the closest battlefield and eliminating any moving objects. Zabuza found himself standing in front of a killing field filled with more corpses than he had seen in a long time. Numerous rebels had fought and lost their lives here, so it wasn't just loyalists. An uneasy feeling lingered in the mist around him, enshrouding his senses and leaving the seasoned swordsman on edge. More than these soldiers could have imagined, something horrible had occurred here. Zabuza closed his eyes, allowing his Kirakuki to sense the energy in his surroundings. This was a risky process, as it would temporarily leave him unable to draw on his chakra, but he was alone here. None of these corpses would threaten him. Zabuza shivered as ambient energy filled his meridians under the lowering sky. The Kirigakure no Kaijin was different. He had experienced this presence twice previously, in Nami no Kuni, but anyone else trying to decipher the feedback he was getting would fail, only being able to discern that a strong master had fought here. The demon. Zabuza's eyes swung open as the Kabikarabachu shuddered, and a ferocious look gripped his face beneath the armor tape he used to protect it. As he had promised Kisame and the Mizukage 2 weeks prior, that blonde brat was here. Zabuza paused to regain his balance, then quickly cut his Kirakuki off from their connection to the outside world and headed northeast. At any rate, it made no difference to the Yondaime Hokage whether his son was close or not. He would face the demon on the battlefield and slit his body into ribbons before the civil war ended and the rebellion was put down. Maizu, Gozu, and Haku could only then rest in peace in the afterlife. Though they had been long overdue for a return to Kirigakure and had never had the opportunity to see their homeland again, Zabuza didn't have any affection for his long-dead teammates. To make matters worse, Zabuza viewed the lack of bodies to return to their families as a personal failure. He wanted to treat his men well. Zabuza would not give up until he had banished the blonde jerk to hell, no matter where the demon was. Yurei's sandworm tooth sank through bodies like a heavy lure into a fishing pond, and he delighted in the smell of bloody mist and dead flesh. He had lost count of the number of people he had killed on both sides of the conflict in the month since he had arrived in Mizu no Kuni, not that he had been keeping track in the first place. The battlefields closest to Orochimaru's safe house appeared to be encroaching farther south every day. He also didn't mind the idea of survivors fleeing to communicate with their superiors, unlike his initial attempt to act as a neutral third party. They would unavoidably bring more soldiers to try to kill him and each other if a few irrelevant ninja managed to get away. He would then murder the majority of them as well. It was a vicious, albeit amusing, cycle. He couldn't stop moving forward even though he was standing in the center of a sparse forest that he had strewn with corpses. 7 presences moved away from Yurei, and 2 moved to either side of his back. Yugito, to Yuya, to me. Everyone else, fan out and kill any stragglers you feel like. Yugito had decided to mirror to Yuya, who had started to stand on his right when she walked with him. They had gotten used to it. The 2 women had never been far from Yurei's side since the day they had arrived and the brief commotion it had caused. Sai, Ayame, and Fu all understood, but the sound 4 men had their doubts about that kind of constant closeness. Yurei had a way of drawing people to him, almost as if he were gathering them, even though he was naturally able to make the natural world avoid him. He took a cage, 2 Jinchuriki, 2 of Orochimaru's experiments, and a small orphan girl who appeared ordinary even in comparison to clanless rank and file shinobi. Yugito said, "Where are we going? None of the survivors went in this direction." Tayuya said, "That's why we're going in this direction," following a brief pause. "They're running away, but they don't want to lead us to their base if we follow them. Better to be a live coward than a dead traitor." The trio finally reached a natural rock formation after leaving the body forest behind. On its end was an opening that opened into a raging canyon and multiple caverns. Yurei shot into the darkness and remarked, "This is probably the rebellion's headquarters." Although he lacked evidence, the raging canyon that divided this once powerful plateau in 2 made a striking impression. Should I make them an offer they can't refuse? With a sour look on her face, Tayuya pointedly addressed the man who had tied her to him. "Oh, no you don't, asshole. Like we didn't learn to avoid answering your fucking questions after you destroyed an entire village with 1 explosive seal." Yurei complained indignantly, "Hey, I'm being serious." Both women interpreted his offended expression as a slight to their intelligence. And so was she. "If we say yes, you'll kill them all. If we say no, you'll still kill them all," Yugito said. "Do you ask questions because you like the sound of your voice, or ours?" Tayuya let out a loud snort as Yurei rolled his eyes, causing a rare toothy smile to split the redhead's lips. Yugito's face was covered in a smug grin that made her refuse to look at her fellow blonde, even turning her face away when he looked at her. The young demon turned his head away from the canyon's entrance and looked between his friends with a serious expression. "Both of you are aware of my grudge with Momochi Zabuza," said Yurei, "and it's my intention to kill him before leaving this country. If he's working with the rebels, I'll wipe them off the face of the earth, but if not..." "Amnesty, really? You think someone who's as responsible for as many deaths as you are can sue for peace?" Tayuya was dumbfounded. Ignore Yurei himself. She and Yugito, along with the other 8 of his companions, had participated in the mass murder of both rebels and loyalists. As Tayuya started to curse under her breath, Yugito squeezed her eyes shut and Yurei responded to her question with one of his own. "Do they really have a choice?" "According to the Nibi Jinchuriki, no. No, they don't. I really hate that you're strong enough for common sense not to matter. I really do." To the dismay of his female companions, Yurei joked, "The one-eyed man is king in the land where the blind lead the blind." "That's just a fancy way of saying that might makes right," Tayuya complained. "Which it doesn't. According to Yurei, Orochimaru. Exception, not the rule," an answer from Tayuya made. "Sanshuo no Hanzo." Yurei clarified. "Freak of nature, bad example." Yugito denied this even faster. "Sandame Reikage, Sandame Hokage, Uchiha Madara, every Jinchuriki ever." Yurei's disdainful gaze slowly moved from Tayuya to Yugito. "Might does make right. You've all just convinced yourselves that governance and bureaucracy and civilization somehow trump that fundamental truth. Whoever's fist is biggest, they get to tell other people what to do. And say, are they trying to sneak up on us? That's cute." The party of 3 was surrounded by a large group of ninja who had moved out from the canyon's mouth, forming a semicircle around a tall woman wearing a low-necked, form-fitting blue dress. Even now, Tayuya wanted to roll her eyes because she knew that many of her fellow rebels were using their vision to undress her. She almost couldn't help herself. They were soldiers first, damn it, and eligible bachelorettes second. Yugito would have emphasized to her the importance of not criticizing other women's clothing choices. Why dress so provocatively outside of your leisure time unless you were a kunoichi who specialized in those techniques? The fact that no one else could hear Tayuya's inner monologue might have been a blessing. Even Yurei was more progressive on this issue than she was, and she knew it. Forget that it was because he couldn't be persuaded to care. You've been standing there for a little while, reported the woman wearing the blue dress. Her hair, tied in a topknot that did nothing to eliminate the bangs framing her pretty face, was waist length and a rich enough red to border on brown. My name is Mei, and I'm the leader of the rebellion. How can we help you? Mei had beautiful eyes, a deep green that glistened like emeralds, and she only seemed to get more attractive when the wind blew her hair into her face, hiding half of it. Perhaps, just possibly, Tayuya thought, this woman did develop such methods. That would account for her conflicted feelings about the looks she was getting, which she most likely got every day. It appeared that Tayuya was the one staring, but she was unaware of it. I'm here for two things, actually. Yurei gave the roughly 500 rebels the same amount of thought that a regular person would give to a gnat that was just barely within crushing range. First, are you working with Zabuza of the Seven Swordsmen? From the rear of the rebel crowd came the yell, fuck that son of a bitch. Mei's face slightly flushed at that outburst, but she refrained from turning to give him a disapproving glance because, based on everything she had heard, turning away from the blonde boy in front of her could potentially result in her death. He's one of the Mizukage's right-hand men, and the one tasked with suppressing the rebel forces east of Kirigakure. Not exactly a friend of ours, Mei continued. The statement was emphasized by her tight-lipped smile, and Yurei nodded. Except for Yugito and Tayuya, who were barely immune to his power, the next words he spoke rocked everyone in the crowd to their cores. Then Yurei said, all right, then. Second, I've come to bargain, so, if you're willing to discuss terms. But his two friends chose not to follow him. They were aware of the impending event. Let's make a deal. A shiver went through the world in that almost dead patch of land, far away from, but still vaguely close to, Kirigakure. The only source of warmth and light in the entire world appeared to be inside Yurei's core, as the mist surrounding them turned into solid sheets of ice and air as frost raced out from beneath their souls. Mei attempted to pull away from the advancing demon, but her legs refused to obey her orders. She looked down and saw that she had been frozen to the ground beneath her feet the instant the man on the other side had spoken. Yurei's right eye, which was naturally blood red, was glaringly bloodshot, as if everyone in front of him had to look at it. The Sharingan in his left eye socket was equally terrifying. Many of the rebels had already started to panic at the threat Yurei's very existence posed, but they were soon frightened when they realized they couldn't use their chakra to defend themselves. As the leader of the rebellion, you'll serve as my collateral, Yurei stated. As the man in front of her, this demon from some nightmare that she could never have imagined, kept moving forward, Mei's face remained frozen in terror. The procedure only took a few seconds for Yurei. It seemed to take years for everyone caught in the wake of his power. Their bodies were frozen, and they breathed quickly and shallowly. Heat radiated from Yurei's torso like a blast furnace, scorching their skin. Numerous rebels were reduced to catatonia as a result of their inability to cope with the continuous change in temperature. Despite her best efforts, Mei was unable to use her secret methods to break the ice that had formed around her. The statuesque leader of the rebellion couldn't help but tremble when she asked, "What do you mean? Who are you?" The demon stood in front of Mei's imprisoned body and declared, "I am the Kyuubi no Yurei," almost solid in shape. 9 ghostly tails appeared to flow out from behind him. All of the rebels who were unfortunate enough to look at Yurei's face were unnerved by his expressionless face. They would have fled long ago if they hadn't been immobile. The keeper of the laws, as decided by the gods. And if you want me to help you, then my condition is that you submit to me. I am not your friend, Mei. I am not your ally. I'm perfectly happy to withdraw my offer, kill you all with my bare hands, and then cut my way through the streets of Kirigakure until Zabuza, his allies, and the Mizukage are all dead at my feet. The rebels' minds were filled with a vision of that scene, of the blonde demon in front of them, covered in blood, yelling with triumph as their homeland burned all around him. The men, the women, the children, even the civilians. I'll kill them, every last one of them, if that's what it takes to drag Zabuza out of hiding. So if you want to win your civil war against the Mizukage, and if you want Kirigakure to exist after I leave this ruinous country, then you will accept my proposal. Yurei's hands reached up to brush the hair out of Mei's face, his blazing hot fingers bringing life and light back to the rebels' deathly cold cheeks and ears. Since there was a rebel army in this state, Yurei could act however he pleased without facing consequences. Even though the world was changing and his offer had not been answered, he could still act without consequence because anyone who didn't know any better would undoubtedly believe the same thing. Although Mei was aware of the response she needed to give as she gazed into Yurei's eyes, her hesitation persisted. Could she reconcile her fantasies with reality if she were confined to a man, this man, rather than romantically involved as she had dreamed for years? Could she balance that wish with her fellow soldiers' lives? She stammered out, "I," as she stared into Yurei's eyes, enthralled and uneasy beyond words. His natural eye was bloodshot and bloodthirsty, frenzied but calm, listless and piercing. She felt uneasy at the sight of it, and her fears were not allayed by the swiftly spinning Sharingan in the blonde's left eye. Yurei teased the older woman, who had hardly ever come close to holding a man's hand in her life. Not that he had any way of knowing that, by asking, "Is it that I'm too young, or not attractive enough? I'm not some lecherous thug that uses his strength to take advantage of women. Ask the two behind me, if it makes you feel better. They've been bound to me for months, and if anything, they're the ones taking advantage of me. You're your own person, with your own considerations, and I don't want to take that away from you. I just need to make sure that the soldiers under your command don't get any funny ideas." Yugito replied, "I resent that," from a short distance behind Yurei. Unconsciously, she felt the spot where he had marked her and brought her hand up to her neck. "That is definitely not a conversation I remember having," Tayuya continued, "but you were too concerned with getting the new case cage to like you, so I guess it makes sense." Yurei grumbled, "See what I mean? They're the ones taking advantage of me." He spoke in a low voice that seemed like a whisper to Mei. He noticed passively that Mei was a little taller than Yugito, which allowed him to stand with his chin point just above her eye level. Except. Mei was struggling to breathe, her body beginning to disintegrate under Yurei's relentless, up-close attack of violent, hot and cold swings. Yurei used his teeth to cut his tongue after the rebel leader finished speaking, letting the blood pool for a moment before kissing Mei's forehead. The buxom redhead's brain was directly imprinted with the same mark of the beast that he had inserted in Temeri's veins during that tender moment when his blood flowed through Mei's body. Many of the rebels staggered as they fell, but their commander was enthralled in rapture as Yurei's ethereal tales vanished with the world of ice. Even Tayuya and Yugito, who were quite a distance away, had to turn their heads to the side due to the intense effect of her half-lidded eyes, which smoldered with an expression that could captivate nearly anyone, male or female. Yurei pushed the required amount of blood into the woman before him, then looked back to see how she responded. Mei's body shook, and she reached up to hold Yurei's shoulders to steady herself. The ring tattoo on her left hand, however, was the only obvious change about her. In a display that was almost artisanal, a number of thin, matte bands of red, black, and gold were blended together at their edges. But this ring had a higher function than the branding oath marks that had been on Yurei's middle and index fingers ever since the night he'd signed the Sound 4 to a non-aggression pact. Pacts and blood oaths had not been completely unusual prior to Makai's destruction and devastation during the conflict between its demons and the gods who had lived inside the heavenly throne. Few were as strong or unbreakable as the Oathkeeper's mark of the beast, but blood-drinking rites had given demons access to other people's abilities at the expense of demanding obedience, which had changed the outcome of their long-running conflict. Despite being merely a human, Mei Terumi had the power to break free from the bonds of her mortality because of the severity of the mark of the beast on her body. How it had affected her brain directly, running through her nerves instead of being carried through her veins like Sabaku no Tamari. Mei would be subject to Yurei's wishes now and in the future. She would follow him through life and death, even though those who had previously been protected by him could hardly have deemed him cruel or heartless. However, she had gained more than any other woman he had sealed. Her body reorganized itself on a cellular level, and her Kirakuki brimmed with an unstoppable power. Yurei had killed so many people that he scarcely noticed a change in his strength, but Mei's hold on his shoulders hurt as her dantian and meridians changed to make room for the raw power she now possessed. As the raging storm in her viscera and organs finally started to fade, there was one final noticeable change. Sporadic sections of her hair out from the roots had changed to a brighter and far more fiery red, almost the same color as Tayuya's. With the exception of the Yondaime Hokage's son, every member of the Uzumaki clan had the same hair color. Mei's mouth opened into a delicate, "Oh," that she was unable to articulate, and she blinked twice in quick succession. She stood up straight, letting go of Yurei, and as she looked around, many people stopped in their tracks due to the soulful expression in her eyes. Before the events of the last few minutes, she had been an undeniably beautiful woman, but her now earthly charms could only be described as heaven-shattering. Where have I gone? She questioned herself. The question, prompted by unfamiliarity, was straightforward and sincere. She wasn't prepared for a different voice to respond, though. How come I can hear what you're thinking? May jerked her head away as if she had been slapped by the demon's unmistakable voice, which practically echoed inside her skull. The shy expression on her face revealed her line of thought, and Yurei nodded softly, even though she dared not speak. Call on me when it's time to end your war, he replied. Even a blind fool could have understood the implication, even though it was stated as a command. In order to unite the two battlefronts and end the civil war, it was necessary to either beat the loyalist armies back and join them in attacking Kirigakure, or recall the northeastern encampment to the southern ravine. In any case, Yurei planned to complete everything at once. He moved in front of Yugito and Tayuya, performing a shunshin, and the three vanished back the way they had come. May thought to herself, I hope he knows what he's doing. All right, we'll need to figure out how this works. I suppose telepathy is cool, but I don't need to hear everything you're thinking, and you don't need to hear everything I'm thinking. Yurei's voice reverberated inside May's skull once more, and she shook her head to get rid of the ringing feeling. The ninja who reported to her split apart as she retreated into the canyon that served as the rebellion's headquarters. Even the most casual observers among them could see that their leader had changed from what she was before meeting Yurei. His unfathomable power rode with the demon's blood that now flowed through her veins inside her body. May had already been a strong kunoichi before leaving her temporary residence, but her strength increased to an almost unthinkable level after she absorbed the formative yang and primordial yin of so many of the victims Yurei had murdered. The purity, density, and quantity of her chakra, along with the fundamental strength of her kirakuki, had at least tripled, even if she had only acquired 1,000th of the vital energy in Yurei's body. In the face of such overwhelming power, what was the cost of obedience? Ignore the devil and his friends. May thought that she was the only one who could change the course of the civil war in her village. And who could resist their combined powers if she followed in his wake? What skin waste were Yagura and his guards responsible for? May's dark face accentuated her lovely face as she slowly licked her lips. Taking everything else into account, she could freely admit that, despite Yurei being over 10 years her junior, she had been able to see everything she needed to see because of his shirtless dress code. The broad solidity of his body was not obscured by his twisted and vicious scars, which extended from the thin lines on his throat to the discolored line down one shoulder. He was undoubtedly a demon of immense power, but he was also a very attractive young man. And, just so you know, I know what I'm doing. Yurei's angry mind cried out one final time. Breathless, Shizune frantically looked for her master as she ran through the streets of a civilian city she hadn't bothered to learn the name of. Over a month had passed since Tsunade vanished, and her longtime apprentice had been unable to locate the renowned physician. She tried her best to ignore the implication that kept coming to her as she wandered high and low through Hai no Kuni. Tsunade was dead, and she had been killed by the Godem Hokage. Since Sasuke didn't like leaving Shizune alone during her crisis, Jiraiya and Sasuke had been kind enough to loosely follow her. Jiraiya also wanted to know what had happened to his straying teammate. They had avoided making direct contact with the brunette out of caution because they didn't know what Shizune would do if she thought the two were there to kidnap her. But then, unexpectedly, she turned abruptly and ran in their direction. Jiraiya chose to remain where he was instead of moving, and Sasuke mustered the will to follow suit. Shizune's inquiry, Jiraiya, where is she? Was anything but accusatory. She was obviously still in a panic as she frantically searched the entire nation for her master. Jiraiya said, we don't know, with a heavy heart. You were the last person to see her before she went to visit the Hokage. If anybody knows anything, you do. Shizune cried out, there was nothing in that building, no people, no signs of a struggle, no message. Despite the fact that she was beginning to cause a stir in front of the civilian public, she didn't care. Jiraiya couldn't say the same, even though she no longer had any concerns about such a display. A disgruntled expression squeezed the right side of his face, and he glanced at Sasuke before gesturing with his head in Shizune's direction. After doing this, the giant man with white hair leapt toward the empty woods beyond the city. Shizune was so shocked at the callousness he had shown that she didn't notice Sasuke's movement until she was securely held against his torso in his arms. She let Sasuke take her out of the city without protesting. Sasuke released her as her feet landed on the green grass that stretched to the edge of the dark line of trees that marked the forest, and Jiraiya towered over them both. In an attempt to make a point, Jiraiya's harsh voice said, I know how confused you are right now, because I am too, but that's no excuse for the shameful display you just showed. Shizune responded to the Gamma Sennin's annoyance with raw rage, only to have it turn cold. What good will shame or pride do for me like this? If I can find Tsunade, I'll drag myself to any level of disrepute. If pride kept me from finding her, and I clung to it, then I could only hate myself for being a coward. But unlike most of us here, I'm not the one who runs away from my problems. Well, you're allowed to have your opinion, but first, you're wrong, and second, you should stick with us for the time being. Sasuke and I haven't gone back to Konoha yet under the excuse of using this as a training trip for life experience. That way, if my spy network gives me any information involving Tsunade, we can both do something about it. Torn between panic and rage, and the realization that she would barely make it through any kind of confrontation with the Toad Sage in front of her, Shizune found it difficult to look Jiraiya in the eye. She tried to relax by clenching her hands into fists and then uncurling them, then doing it twice more in silence. After a while, the rush of conflicting feelings passed, and she looked at Sasuke for a while she thought about herself. She nodded silently, finally turning her head to face Jiraiya. Good enough for me, said Jiraiya. When Yurei, Tayuya, and Yugito reached the entrance to the safe house they had been living in for a month, Ayame exclaimed. Oh, god damn it. You got another one, didn't you? Yurei said naively, I don't know what you mean, and Sai grinned wryly from the tree he was leaning against. For the first time in his life, Yurei's incapacity to tell lies was confirmed by the fact that he didn't care about the gender or sex of the people he had imposed his will on. There was even, strictly speaking, a precedent, not just Tayuya, but the entire Sound 4 had entered into a contract with Yurei that bound them to him in some way. Maybe not, but they do. Ayame's eyes were fixed on the women with almost identical smiles on either side of the only man she admired. Yugito said thoughtfully, the rebel leader made an agreement with him, but you probably don't want to know what it entailed. Yurei twisted his neck to look at the blonde from the side and raised an eyebrow. Tayuya said, she was dressed up all tight, too, like she was trying to make him eye-fuck her or something. And then, but was unable to complete the sentence. Yugito interrupted her red-headed companion, causing several pairs of eyes to shift to Tayuya. This isn't the first time that I've caught you paying more attention to women than Yurei does. Care to explain? Yugito said. When Tayuya said, no, her expression darkened, and besides, I saw you look away from her when his seal took effect. Don't pretend you have any ground to stand on. To divert the two women's attention from their impending argument, Ayame coughed. The brunette's soft features seemed out of place above her armor. You're saying that we're going to fight exclusively against Kirigakure now? We're taking the rebel side in this war? She asked. Yes, Yurei replied. Smirking, Ayame went into their hiding place to deliver the news herself. Sweet. Saken owes me 2 million ryo. Yurei was unable to control the silent nod of approval that followed his thoughts as he gazed across the hazy horizon in front of him. Despite the fact that their shared telepathy was a very helpful tool, the demon found it difficult to explain why Tamari and Mei appeared to have received two entirely different versions of the same seal in the 3 days since he had placed the mark of the beast on her. He was forced to acknowledge that Tayuya was likely correct. He was a poor assessor of his Fuinjutsu strength, because, to be honest, the responses he had received had only left him with more questions. Anyway, the rebels in the northeast had been alerted to the situation and recalled further south. They had barely been pursued, by some strange accident or consequence, but that probably meant the Mizukage was assembling his followers in the same way. Both sides envisioned how they would finally defeat their adversaries in a final battle. Naturally, there were many reasons for confidence on both sides. The Loyalists had the ruthlessly strong Mist and Rain Guards, the remaining members of the Seven Swordsmen, and 2 Jinchuriki. The rebels had Mei, and now they had all 5 of the Sound 4, 2 Jinchuriki, a true-born demon, and whatever Sai was. Their other nickname, the 5 Fangs of the Snake, wasn't any better, and Yurei stopped his ruminating to observe how foolish that sounded. A snake's fangs were 4. Orochimaru's naming skills were appalling. How had he done it? Well, those were ideas for another time. Yurei had to concentrate. It was perfectly reasonable to assume that the Loyalist army would traverse this area and be compelled to engage in combat, as it was a pleasant neutral point between Kirigakure and the rebel base. The area was dotted with sparse trees, a wide stream, and a number of small rock formations. Even if the enemies were able to conceal their chakra from the senses, they would still be moving in plain sight. Sai said, any words of inspiration, Bancho? I have full faith in our abilities, but this may be the last time we see one another for quite a while. Yurei held out his hand and said, we both know that I don't give good speeches, and you wouldn't bring that last part up without something to tell me. So, Tell me. From Sai's forehead, a jet-black wisp of chakra flew, and Yurei felt the alien material creep inside his body before dissolving as it touched the tenketsu points on his skin. The demon looked to his symbolic left hand in alarm, his eyes wide and red. You're sure? Yurei asked, and his question was valid because Sai had to spend more than 6 months going through Danzo's documents and doing some research of his own before learning what he had just revealed. Sai didn't even trust Ayame with that information. Only the two of them knew among the living. I've checked extensively, it was confirmed by the Nei commander. A moment passed before Yurei's troubled expression vanished. The news was unsettling, to put it mildly, but it also demonstrated the Yondaime Hokage's apparent foresight, and his overwhelming, destructive power. It was reasonable to assume that Namikaze Naruto would have developed into a terrifying force of nature even if Yurei hadn't been born a demon. He was almost prompted to reflect and wish that his early life had gone differently. Nearly. Tayuya said, "They're coming," as she spoke up behind Yurei's right side. "Oh, fuck, they're... Who the fuck am I kidding? I know all of you can feel that." The now full rebel army had assembled and spread out a good distance away. Even the least sensitive of them could sense that something was seriously amiss as they stood and waited. Enormously large chakra signatures were coming, making it impossible to detect any of the surviving loyalists. A few started to disorganize because they had no idea how many enemies were approaching. However, Yurei's 9-man contingent and Mei's lieutenants held firm for a brief period of time. "You know what, Sai, I take it back. I do have some words of inspiration. Kill them all." Yurei forced his body to relax, and his demonic skin started to turn red as the scars on it slowly showed. The loyal Kiri Nin of Yagura's regime appeared gradually at first, then in waves. Because neither side wanted to create a friendly fire hazard zone, the battlefield had to be enormous. The number of ninja on this battlefield was in the thousands, maybe 10,000, maybe even more. Yurei did not deliver the initial blow. Rather, Mei, the leader of the rebellion, spat lava out of her mouth. Before the poor loyalist caught in the assault could even scream, his flesh melted and blended with the cool rock. While Yurei, Sai, Yugito, Fu, and the other members of the Sound Four were largely unconcerned, those who were aware of Mei's skills were not. Over half of the battlefield had been traversed by the broad, sheet-like attack, and its intensity was unmatched by anything they had ever witnessed. When had she gained that level of ability, strength, and control over her chakras? The colored band that appeared to be tattooed into her left ring finger was highlighted by the thin mist, which seemed to glitter against her skin like diamonds. Even the small group of rebels who were present when Yurei signed his contract with Mei were astounded by the glaring display of talent, but they would not be aware of the connection. As Yurei advanced, his allies frozen in place at his orders, a feeling of evil descended upon the fringes of the loyalists' thoughts. A tiny set of rainbows appeared in the misty air as he held 2 sandworm teeth in his hands, their crystalline shine shining through. Too soon the demon with the bare chest was upon them. His futon technique only marked a few shallow cuts in Yurei's skin, but chakra flew as hand seals came and went from a loyalist's hands. Yurei's right hand tooth stabbed down in response. It entered the deceased man's body through the left clavicle and pierced the right side of his intestinal wall, leaving the tooth inside of him. Both sides then started to cast their jutsu, and the battle officially started. Sakan and Yukon had parted ways, and their method of assassination killed loyalists from the inside out. Kitamaru and Tayuya surrounded their allies from a distance, a lively tune synchronized with numerous arrows. Throughout it all, Yurei was flanked by Fu and Yugito, whose tactics were every bit as impressive as those displayed by the Itoyon or Mei's rebels. One of the loyalists yelled into a short-range communication device, "My lord, the western flank is being crushed. 2 teams of rebels are tearing us apart." Just before Sai emerged from the ground in a black pool. The white-skinned teenager smirked and slit the man's throat, as the chakra-powered instrument in his hand started talking. Sai shuddered when he heard the swordsman's voice echoing Zabuza's question, "Is one of them a blonde kid?" Uncertain, he glanced at Yurei, who ripped the hand off the offending corpse. His voice echoed through the comm link, which he activated. Confident in his strength, Yurei said fearlessly, "Come and get me, you son of a bitch." Zabuza left his position on the opposite side of the battlefield, and a thick fog started to seep from his pores. His great sword drank the blood of both friends and foes as it stalked sideways across the final battle of the war. The fog of his fog made all the 7 senses of the body useless, and his solar plexus would clap with the thunderous heartbeats of his prey. When a half-ram seal was activated, the hazy fog grew stronger, its sphere grew wider, the Kirigakure no Kijin intently pursuing the blonde demon that had forced him to flee in Nami no Kuni. With her mismatched eyes meeting Yurei's, Yugito trailed off. Hey, Yurei. This might be a bad time, but a long time ago, you said you'd give Matabi some of the power you gave Shukaku. Could you maybe? She remembered, of course, but the question was rhetorical. I already did. Do you remember the day I tried to modify your seal? He asked. Part of what disappeared was laced with that power. That's why the effect was so strong on you. When it disappeared, it should have returned to me, but it didn't. Your demon ate it. Yurei's eyes had a faintly disdainful expression, but Yugito could tell it wasn't meant for her. Suddenly, a wall of fog appeared in the distance, and the younger blonde's eyes glowed brighter than fireworks on the just-completed New Year's Day. Time seemed to yawn as Yurei roared, but Sai couldn't help but take a step back, recalling the last time he had sensed Zabuza's aura. Across their portion of the battlefield, the demon's challenge could be heard. All of you stay out of this. That bastard is mine. Do you hear that, Zabuza? You're mine. His right arm, which was bladeless, rose across his body. He gathered his chakra and released the violent energy in a beam that shot into the fog of Zabuza, extending the 2 fingers that were marked by his oaths with Saken and Tayuya. Damn. Missed. Yurei muttered irritably as he saw the hazy mist over Zabuza clear up. His eyes narrowed as he took in the sight of the ninja surrounding the blonde, but there was little reason to stay hidden now that the assassin had located his target. After hearing multiple cries of incredulity over the high-level command channel, Zabuza smiled under his armor tape mask and said, Hey, Kisame, you're gonna want in on this. They brought their own Jinchuriki, 2 of them. Yagura's voice could be heard over the comm link. Zabuza. Explain yourself, how is it? But Zabuza only gave the Yondaime Mizukage 2 words. He said, bye, boss, but then he threw the gadget as far behind him as his strength would permit. That's when Yurei, a crystalline sandworm tooth in the demon's left hand, came within range of Zabuza's sword. Zabuza felt a sharp pain as he deflected the tooth with the back of his hand. He couldn't help but wince inwardly when he saw the deep cut on his dominant hand. As the burly assassin swung the Kabikarabachu, an unfathomable rage filled his face, and chakra pooled like water to form a temporary bandage. Yurei raised his sandworm tooth with little effort. Zabuza watched in wonder and horror as his powerful blade was sliced in 2, and the clean cut on the end of his blade was unlike anything he had ever seen. The sword's cross-section revealed a mirror finish, which was evidence of Terramorphos's fangs razored, thinner than paper edges. Zabuza complimented Yurei, saying, You never run out of surprises, do you, brat? But it was hard to ignore the bile in his voice. If you can leave this place alive, you can count it as another one, Yurei barked. Only a sense of imminent danger saved the blonde from a scaled sword that appeared to have enough chakra to match him as it stabbed toward Zabuza's chest. The wielder of the sword, who appeared to be more shark than man, delightedly flashed his sharp teeth, saying, Ah. This one's the demon, isn't it, Zabuza? Do you mind if I play with him first? It's been so long since I've had a good fight. Both Zabuza and Yurei yelled, I'm fighting him. Kisame rolled his eyes. Kisame lifted the Samahata onto his shoulder and a glaring gaze spread to the 8 ninja who stood behind the battleground. Oh, for crying out loud. Fine. Mist, rain, and I will deal with the trash, and then we're fighting him together. The shark man's spine tingled when his eyes locked with Sai's. He hadn't seen such a chilly expression since. Despite the fact that everyone could hear him, Sai asked himself, Oh, father, my father, where art thou? A thin black grass snake had started to wind its way around his bare arm, and a pale, milk-white cobra was crawling across his torso. The young commander of Konoha's Ne Corps had reconciled with his heritage, despite the fact that Orochimaru's son harbored a deep hatred for the powers his father had given him, a hatred that could never be erased by Danzo's training. His pupils were filled with a sharp yellow that spread out to cover his irises, leaving only a narrow vertical slit for light to enter. Both snakes scurried to slither inside Sai's open mouth as 4 vile fangs emerged from his canines. He didn't dare speak again until they were out of sight. A dark void appeared beneath Sai's feet, and Kisame twitched into a 180 spin to block the tipless Tonto that stabbed toward him from behind. You insult my comrades, you threaten my Bancho. You answer to me. He had teleported, but how? He was still standing. By no means was Sai the first of Orochimaru's successful experiments. He wasn't the most resilient, the fastest, or the strongest. What he was the greatest, the most cunning, and the most brutal. Like a son, like a father. Orochimaru unintentionally duplicated some skills from a long-dead race of demons by fathering a child by a Nara woman and tampering with the formative yang stored in his unborn child's body. Sai took darkness itself and molded it to his will, rather than bothering to shape something as small and helpless as a shadow. His power had only increased with age. Sai had turned into a cage bunshin after killing the first person to use a communication device, leaving it in that pocket of nothingness and waiting to use it once more. That clone had hit now. Sai sank into the ink-black pool beneath him without thinking again and then rose up on Kisami's right side. The wild wielder of the Samahata asked, "Orochimaru?" as he felt a pressure that he vaguely recognized and tried to put a name to a feature. His son, unfortunately, Sai grumbled emotionlessly, his expressionless face showing nothing. The younger man's tipless tanto stopped Kisami's sentient blade in its tracks as his powerful sword crossed the width of Sai's body. The swordsman became even more irritated when Sai gazed at Kisame with pure boredom. As Kisame grunted, "You know what? Fuck off," the blade's mouth opened, trying to rip through Sai's left side as the Samahata twisted, no longer rigid. He leaned back because he was too weak to keep the Samahata at bay, and Kisami's increased swing range made his attempt to dodge an unsuccessful one. Sai's chest was torn, exposing the bloody ribs beneath his skin as his tight black vest and undershirt fell in ribbons, causing blood to spray through the mist. Kisame said, "Huh. Pretty sure that kills most people," while he broke his neck. "Props for that, kid. Maybe I'll get to have some fun with you before you die." Yurei's voice sounded like a whisper as it entered Kisami's ear, and he felt a searing pain. The blonde's left kidney, intestines, and solar plexus were all cleaved by the sandworm tooth. However, Kisame turned around to see Yurei fighting Zabuza. However, the injury on his body. Who could use such a genuine genjutsu? It was only after it was resolved that he realized something was amiss. Tayuya grinned off to the side, but it was short-lived. There were two mighty presences coming, trying to be felt. They were at least as formidable as Yugito and Fu, with twisted chakra profiles. That meant only one thing, and the genjutsu expert was not pleased at all. "As disappointed as I am that you went to engage the demon when he had this many high-profile friends, I'm more disappointed that they let you have a fair fight with him," Yugura replied with disdain. Zabuza snarled, his sword guiding his raw rage as he pressed Yurei further, saying, "Oh, please, you brat. Nobody's getting in the way of this. Even you." With chakra from his biju seeping into his kirakuki, the Mizukage assumed a green aura. "It's that attitude that makes me wonder why I keep you around, Zabuza. Because, unfortunately, Isobu and I disagree." There were no illusions about the demon that was imprisoned inside of him, as three faint tails protruded from the back of his chakra cloak. Yurei smirked and said, "You brought me a puppy? I mean, I guess I can find the time to drown it, but the gift itself says a lot. Thanks, Zabuza." The swordsman with the tape mask was unsure of how to react to that, but Yugura's heart was ablaze with the blatant disdain in Yurei's voice. However, two women stood between the Mizukage and his target before he could take any action. Behind Fu, 7 mint-colored tails twisted in the mist, while behind Yugito, 2 navy blue tails flowed. Their cue had been the appearance of another Jinchuriki. Yugura could now choose his poison. Then, in the relative silence of their area of the battlefield, Sai's rib cage made a terrible cracking noise. Slowly, a new body, covered in bloody meat and clothed in darkness, came out of it. The young man had slightly more muscle, stood a little taller, and had a nearly manic expression in his eyes. He displayed his teeth in a silent challenge as raw yin chakra accumulated in his hands as his former body disintegrated into dust and blood. The condensed energy formed 2 all-black weapons, the same ones that had earned him his name. Orochimaru's rebellious son had assumed a savage look befitting his ferocious father, inserting fingers into the spaces between the 2 sai in his hands. Speaking to Sai so long ago, the Byahebi had been correct. It was most difficult to accept the first death. Yurei, who never lets his rivals or subordinates outdo him, grinned as he observed the events surrounding him. Corpses, fallen weapons, and loose rubble started to shake and rise, and the mist started to unintentionally clear. His entire being filled with malevolence as the sandworm tooth in his left hand vanished. Behind Yurei's back, a bright multicolored tail emerged, only to divide into 3, each of which multiplied in the same manner. Yurei's demonic strength knew no bounds as he roared a challenge to the world in the cool January morning air. Hard layers of stone and dirt crumbled into fine powder, and corpses exploded into clouds of bloody fog all over the battlefield. The Sharingan in Yurei's left eye rotated at an unfathomable rate, creating the illusion of a solid black ring as it did so. Blood gushed from Yurei's eye as it changed shape, and the rain guard clutched at the right eye hole of his mask a short distance away. The Mangekyo Sharingan now revealed itself, and a matching pair of three-bladed pinwheels appeared in Yurei's and the mist guard's eyes. The terrible pain that Yurei's transformation was causing him couldn't be overstated. As she heard her master's war cry in the distance, Mei experienced an overwhelming surge of power. She easily melted a loyalist's throat away by spitting lava. Tayuya felt heat radiate from the fang marks on her clavicle without having to activate it herself. The redhead's heart gave one great thump before pausing its beat, and the scar-like seal glowed with golden light. Her eyes turned from brown to red and yellow, and her pale skin darkened significantly, becoming a deeper shade than Kidomaru's. Two bony appendages exploded out of her back, only to be covered by flesh and feathers. A huge pair of black wings had grown between her shoulders. Horns emerged from around the young woman's head, and at last her hair was jerked apart. She hadn't used this form since the day she had arrived in Mizu no Kuni, and only Yurei, Sai, and Ayame had previously seen it. She raised herself off the ground and kept a close eye on Yurei. With his left hand reaching up to trace the lengthy mark across his bare skin, Yurei questioned, "Do you remember the day you gave me this wound, Zabuza?" The blonde demon's ribs were lined with a pale line that began at his right collarbone and ended in the center of his stomach. The scar, which was visible on his back, had obviously broken through 4 internal organs and at least 7 bones. "The day I destroyed a country." Muttering, "Oh, spare me the romance," Zabuza said. "If you're going to use your mouth in a fight, then do it by eating this." Yurei's jaw was perfectly aligned with the burly swordsman's shortened blade, but the transformed demon bit down on the shortened end of the Kabikurabachu. To the mild amusement of a few onlookers, he made every effort but was unable to push Yurei back or free the blade. "Well, Zabuza, you got what you asked for," Kisame scolded his old teammate, glancing down at the brunette with a sly smile. Zabuza's response was largely disregarded as Kisame started to avoid blow after blow from Sai's pair of pure yin Sai. "Kisame, shut up, or I swear on my grandmother's corpse that you're next." The pale-skinned teenager obviously wanted to push him away from his friends, but Kisame was glad to comply because he didn't often encounter an opponent this peculiar who could withstand several blows from his sword. Kisame knew better than to believe that such a glance could be a fatal blow, even though the bloody destruction of Sai's former body had been therapeutic. Weaker ninja had returned from worse, he had witnessed. Kisame stood with his back to a small boulder, while Sai abandoned his offensive tactics after being nudged toward a secluded area in the center of the battlefield. Kisame asked, "Do you think you can kill me?" as the shark man became enraged due to the sensation of blood in his ears. "Maybe. Maybe not," Sai answered, his tight jaw and set of eyebrows dominated by a fearless expression. "Hubris isn't my specialty." "Ha. Good." Kisame chuckled as he lowered the Samahata. After avoiding the blow, Sai locked his sword-breaking utensils on the blue-scaled sword's base. The Samahata let out a painful protest as Kisame attempted to retreat. "How long does it take for a fish to regrow its scales?" Sai inquired. The Samahata's blue scales dropped to the ground as blood-red flesh collided with the air's mist as Orochimaru's son withdrew the animal's flesh with a powerful tug. Kisami's face alternated between anger, shock, and agony before returning to anger before settling on horror. He had never witnessed anyone harm his fabled sword to this extent in his life. To use it now would be like slapping the man in front of him with an enormous pork tenderloin. Of course, it had lost a scale or two over the years. The cost of the attack was high. Sai's right arm was nearly ripped in two, exposing its bloody muscles. After a few seconds of waiting, the younger shinobi's wound closed as if the black and white snakes were knitting together. In a difficult situation, Kisame had to consider whether it was really necessary to exact revenge for the pain his sword caused him, given how much his fighting style depended on it. Zabuza had realized he was in trouble when Yurei's sandworm tooth had sliced through the Kabikurabachu. One of two things must have happened for him to get a cut that fine without using any chakra in his weapon. Either he had mastered Kenjutsu in the 7.5 months since they had split up in Nami no Kuni, or his weapon was powerful enough that it made no difference. Zabuza detested the fact that he knew it was the second of those choices. What was that thing, anyway? It resembled a gigantic tooth of some sort. Yurei batted Zabuza's blade away by its flat side almost languidly. In contrast to Kisami's Samahata, merely touching the sword posed minimal danger. However, he was unable to sense that his iridescent Yuki was still causing the Kabikurabachu to react. The legendary executioner's blade in Zabuza's hand became lighter, but he started to feel that the air he breathed itself was irritating, and it was, as Yurei's acidic yuki rolled off his body. One reason Yurei had stopped carrying shuriken and kunai after he'd used up his supply was that his oppressive yuki might have melted it on contact with an ordinary weapon, one that wasn't used to chakra surging across its surfaces or through its entirety. In contrast, the Kabikaribachu was composed of more robust materials than mortal men could understand. It grew increasingly famished for the blonde demon's yuki, and it lost weight in Zabuza's grasp. It absorbed the surrounding energy like a bottomless well, and only Zabuza appeared to be conscious of it. Yurei took 2 steps forward and thrust his palm in an attempt to break his opponent's shoulder, but the rain guard replaced him as Zabuza retreated. 3 of Yurei's tenketsu had been closed before he could blink. The rain guard was worse for his wear, but the demon's lower arms still felt numb. The corruption that roiled beneath the blonde's skin was inexplicable, despite the fact that his stolen Byakugan gave him the ability to see the chakra networks of those around him. Oily black energy, multicolored and menacing, had all but consumed Yurei's body, and made its way into the fingers of the rain guard. The bodyguard of the Mizukage was appalled by what he saw when he looked at the hand that had hit Yurei. Wisps of iridescent yuki were attempting to dissolve Yurei's body at the cellular level in the index and middle fingers that had struck his arm just a moment before. It was a shock to see, but the concentration was too small to be effective, and it would be easy to heal himself after the battle was over. The rain guard felt an unfathomable pain as the right side of his chest started to dissolve as Yurei's left hand, covered in yuki, swung up, saying, "I don't particularly care about killing you, but..." His lung and ribs had been cut by Yurei's clawed hand, and blood was streaming from his open wound. Unceremoniously, the tall man fell, and his face was exposed as his mask came off. Ao realized that death had arrived for him when the whole upper right portion of his body disintegrated, finally separating his arm from his torso. His blood slowly returned the powerful blade to its full length as it poured into the cut end of the Kabikaribachu, but something was off. Though he was uncertain, he would never find out. Yurei pulled out his Byakugan and stood above the blue-haired man, holding an open hand over his face. Wisps of light flew into Yurei's body as the all-seeing eye vanished from view, and Ao's head was dissolved by a strong yuki burst. He trembled momentarily in ecstasy, only looking at Zabuza's weapon once its metamorphosis was complete. He was equally as amazed as everyone else when he finally saw the Kabikaribachu. The smooth surface of the metal was pressed into something that looked like saw teeth, or maybe a set of gums, by the scalloping that had appeared on the sides of the once slim blade's edges. Long strands of sinuous flesh were growing over the metal, which had fused with the once detachable handle and calcified into a substance resembling bone. Additionally, 2 rows of monstrous, yellow teeth emerged from the circular cutout that its wielders had been using for decapitating blows for ages. The whole remained about the same size, but the 2-layered maw breathed. The Kabikaribachu had been waiting for the opportunity to develop its own kind of sentience for thousands and thousands of years. While such things could naturally occur, the demon's battle against the dead gods had destroyed nearly every example of a true, living artifact in this world. That evolutionary spark had been ignited when Yurei had touched it in Nami no Kuni, when he had broken it, scarred it, and used his yuki against its regenerative powers. It had developed an insatiable appetite, much like the Samahata, one of Kirigakure's fabled 7 swords. But the Kabikaribachu was demon-strengthened and could grow farther than its blue-scaled brethren. After patiently waiting for several long months, it knew the only thing that could accelerate its transformation. Zabuza swung the mutated sword around without hesitation, determined to split Yurei in 2 and exact revenge for Ao's death. The enormous sword sliced through the air so effortlessly that it appeared to split the surrounding world in order to eliminate the forces that opposed it. The Kabikaribachu screamed in agony as its edge struck the crystalline weapons in Yurei's hands, but for the first time since he had started using them, they failed to cut through their target. Yurei had conjured up both of his sword-length sandworm teeth in a split second. With a dark laugh, Zabuza said, "Oh, that was everything I needed," as a chakra fog started to emanate from his body. Inside Zabuza was a dark and evil presence, a bloody tradition that had been handed down through the ages. Zabuza's ancestors had sworn allegiance to a feline demon long before any of the Biju existed, before gods had entered the world of men. Zabuza was the demon's most recent incarnation in the world of the living, despite the fact that it was long dead and kept behind the wall of sleep. He had breathed and reached the limit of his powers with its unholy blessing. The fighting spirit of that demon awoke from death in Yurei's presence. He would break the blonde teen's spirit before he killed Yurei. A look of despair would look much more natural on his face. Neither Saken's nor Yukon's Kekai Genkai nor Tayuya's Genjutsu were able to penetrate the fog. Hirobo's methods were unable to drain its chakra. While Yugito and Fu stood to act as a deterrent against Yagura or Utakata's involvement, Kitamura's blind shots had no effect. There was an unfathomable weight on everyone within the expanding field of fog. The mist guard yelled, "My lord! We must withdraw," but the Mizukage turned to his bodyguard and grinned languidly. "You don't believe Zabuza will take this opportunity to kill me, do you? I doubt he could strike me down in one blow, no matter how much his sword transforms," Yagura said with a chuckle. After employing this technique on a large scale for the second time in an hour, Zabuza's ragged voice reverberated through the fog, clearly starting to run out of chakra. There are 8 targets, but this was the swordsman's greatest strength as the undisputed master assassin of Kirigakure. He could strike from anywhere his fog reached, as silent as a leaf floating on the wind. When Tayuya believed she heard a sword swing across the area where she had been hovering, she started to fly up, trying to break through the thick fog. The Kirigakure no Kijin laughed as he threw his voice, and Yurei could only imagine the look on his face as he said, "There are. Haha. 4 targets." The demon yelled, "Enough," as a fiery Yuki pulse erupted from his body. Although the blast was felt halfway across the battlefield, its impact was minimal. It only cleared the fog Zabuza had conjured up, resurfacing the surrounding area. Tayuya had to confront the harsh fact that she was the only one of the Sound 4 still alive as 6 bodies were spread out in a little mound on the damp grass underneath them. The same blow that had sliced Kitamaru's neck open had also decapitated Saken and Yukon. It was the Kabikurabachu that had divided Jirobo in 2. The blade's back-facing tip had sliced open Ayame's armored breastplate. Without giving it any thought, Zabuza had slain Orochimaru's most valued soldiers in a single blow. The muscular swordsman was now aiming for yet another victim. Yugito had turned to face Yurei as the fog rolled in. Nothing else was certain in those circumstances, but she had known where he was and had only refrained from approaching him to try to avoid Zabuza's attention. Sadly, her position had been revealed by that insignificant gesture. She was unable to speak as the mutated teeth of the Kabikurabachu sliced through her windpipe, causing blood to flow down from the base of her throat. There were no tears in her eyes as she gazed at the young man she had grown to love during the final 4 months of her life. While Yugito's face was determined, Fu, Tayuya, and Yurei gazed at their companion with horror and shock. Every ninja accepted this fate from the moment of their birth. A person who walks with death in their heart must eventually rest in the home of death. Blood trickled from Yugito's lips as she mouthed the words, "I'm sorry," to Yurei, even though she was now unable to speak. Whatever that regret was, she would always keep it a secret. She grinned as she looked straight ahead, and Zabuza slashed his powerful sword through her throat. Yes, he had done it. Zabuza could tell by Yurei's appearance that the blonde was in a great deal of distress. The sight before his eyes was unbelievable. He was breathing erratically. His body was at a loss for what to do. Zabuza had his chance now. The swordsman leapt forward, hoping to sever Yurei's exposed torso, but was stopped in midair by a black force. Yurei had summoned the overwhelming force he had been given in the City of the Dead from deep within his body. Yurei had received enough Yuki, so pure in its corruption, from the ancient clone in Uzushiogakure to destroy all of Mizu no Kuni a dozen times over, but something else overcame him in that instant when his sandworm teeth had disappeared. The tiny fist-sized chunk he had shown Shukaku during the invasion of Konoha had only been a small portion of that inheritance. He had transcended the concept of strength in his universe. Yurei hurled that mass of jet-black Yuki into the air, revealing a huge ceiling circle that stretched out over the blanketed universe. It appeared to be engraved on the sky itself, as if Yurei had let it loose on the world, and it didn't appear to have been written, unlike anything anyone who saw it had ever seen. Unabashed grief engulfed the blonde demon like a rushing river would engulf a valley, and tears streamed freely down his cheeks. Yurei had just a moment to choose which cycle the 5 elements' imprints would flow through as they glowed. What sort of disaster left the world scarred? Why would he ever confine it to one, knowing the pain that almost brought him to his knees? The demon cried out solemnly, "Fire, earth, metal, water, wood, yin, yang," his clenched teeth giving his words a sharp edge. Fire, metal, wood, earth, water, yang, yin. In the order he had specified, the black sigils in the sky glowed and then faded, but the Oathkeeper was not finished yet. Fire, water, earth, wood, metal, yin, yang, he uttered, his voice brimming with strength as he readied himself for forgetfulness. Fire. Wood. Water. Metal. Earth. Yang. Yin. The world's fabric appeared to tear itself apart, a soaring black abyss tearing the sky apart as it emitted malevolent intent. Lightning flashed out of the ground in forked tongues, and one of these backwards disasters flew out from beneath Yugura's feet. The Yondaime Mizukage exploded into charred skeleton and chunks of cooked flesh before he had time to scream in terror. His chakra entered Yugito's body as a lime-green stream that connected the dead blonde's severed head back onto her shoulders, rather than as slivers of light. Hundreds of people perished in a matter of seconds throughout Mizu no Kuni and the battlefield. Primordial yin, formative yang, and their chakra all came to rest inside Yugito's body as one. Hundreds more were killed in a matter of seconds, and the cycle was repeated. The deaths brought about by this unnatural attack, which was produced by putting the world's elements through each cycle before reversing their generational concordance, lacked both rhyme and logic. If it meant killing them all, Yurei would do it. Yurei felt a tremendous surge of strength leave his body as one of the earth-born bolts of electricity sped through him. In a single lightning strike, the strength of thousands of people left Mei's body, and Yugito's limp cadaver devoured each and every one of them. At the time, Mei had barely realized that he had only been given the life force of a few people. The deceased woman's glassy eyes, however, would not blink. Nevertheless, the blood at the corners of her mouth started to dry out. Sai yelled, "Tayuya! We need to get out of here," as a recognizable ink-black pool revealed his position. Upon arriving beside the Sound Force corpses, he was taken aback by what he saw, but he couldn't help but smile as he felt Ayame's armor crack. To the ghost-white teenager, Tayuya retorted, "No, I'm staying with him. Suit yourself." Sai seemed to tell her as he sank into his pool of darkness, 5 dead ninja following. Tayuya was unaware of his destination and had no particular desire to learn. As Fu held Yugito's head in her hands, she caught a glimpse of Mei running toward Yurei's location and joined her fellow redhead. "There's no pulse," exclaimed Nanabe Jinchuriki. "Why doesn't she have a pulse? She's absorbed so much energy." Zabuza was thrown into the vertical crack beneath the enormous seal that Yurei had called forth by an unseen force. The swordsman screamed, but the darkness engulfed him, and he could only grip the handle of the Kabikarabachu. Yurei let out a thunderous roar and clenched his teeth in exasperation. The target of his fury remained elusive. He had nearly killed Zabuza, but then... Yurei snarled, "Do not follow me," as he lifted Yugito's body out of Fu's hands and held her still warm flesh against his chest. However, he found that he was unable to shake the 3 women behind him as he started to approach the global disaster that had claimed so many lives. He could understand Tayuya and Mei. The seals and oaths on them were strong arguments for following him, but he couldn't comprehend why Fu, with whom he hadn't really had much in common, would be pursuing him. "Don't try to leave us behind again, Master. Don't you remember what happened last time?" Tayuya asked. She did everything she could to prevent herself from losing it. The only other Uzumaki she had ever met was Yurei, and she had no intention of letting him go without her. Yurei bowed without another word. An immobile body followed the 4 ninja as they ventured into the shadows of the invisible world. Yurei resolved to find the bastard wherever Zabuza had gone. Mei and Fu watched their entrance close behind them as they passed through this seemingly endless tunnel of nothingness. Moving forward would be the only way out. Before the enormous seal above it vanished from view, survivors on both sides of the Civil War watched the tear in the air heal itself on the remains of the final battlefield. In the aftermath, a burned skeleton with a hooked staff would be identified as Yugura, and the rebels would declare victory with the Mizukage's death, but none of them knew what had happened and none of them would ever know the truth. Yurei, the Kyuubi no, had spoken.